Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 80. Damn it! Dark Fruit? And the upgraded version. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan was suddenly surprised and delighted. Devil Fruit is a powerful ability. Especially this Dark Fruit, which claims to be able to control the power of a black hole, devours all attacks and energy. The Dark Fruit is known as the most vicious ability in the history of Devil Fruit. With the infinite gravitational force of a black hole, when using the ability, the hands will turn black, and the body will emit black smoke. It can suck everything in contact with the darkness into infinite compression and crushing. Physical contact with other fruit ability users can also temporarily seal the other party's ability. It can even steal the opponent's fruit ability when the ability owner. It is no exaggeration to say that the potential of the Dark Fruit can be called a bug-level existence, no less than the phantom beast of a certain human fruit. But in the world of pirates, the strength displayed by Blackbeard is rubbish. He didn't even reach the level of the 4 emperors. But in Lin Fan's view, the trash is actually Blackbeard, not Dark Fruit. Even if Blackbeard's Dark Fruit is rubbish. But what Lin Fan got was the version upgraded by the system. Strengthen strengths and eliminate weaknesses. According to the introduction of the system, the upgraded version of the Dark Fruit has greater potential, and at the same time eliminated the weakness of being afraid of sea water. And the Dark Fruit after the upgrade can really take away other people's abilities. Lin Fan immediately thought of the so-called heaven-swallowing demon art. Manipulate the black hole to attack and defend, and can also devour other people's ability and use it for your own use. Isn't this the fruit ability version of the heaven-swallowing magic art? I'm making a lot of money now, Hulk is really my mascot. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled, and he felt that he really did not help Hulk in vain. It was not in vain for him to try his best to persuade the other party. This is only 20% of the stage reward, which is already the upgrade version of the Dark Fruit. What about 40%, 60%, or even 100%? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Fan dismissed the mission panel in his mind. 410 no rewards for now. Now that he is also acting as a mediator, helping Hulk and Bruce Banner reach a settlement, it is not the time to collect rewards. At the same time, Bruce Banner's expression was a little confused. A settlement? With the Hulk? Hearing what Lin Fan said, he felt a bit out of his mind. Did Lin Fan send someone to rescue him yesterday? Oh, right. I was hunted down by the military yesterday. It was Hulk who made a timely move, which saved me from being caught. But what happened next he didn't know. At the moment Bruce Banner felt his heart tremble when he heard what Lin Fan said. Nuclear explosion? How is this possible? Although General Ross has an extreme personality, this is a foreign country after all. How could he dare to use nuclear bombs? Could it be that General Ross is not afraid of being court-martialed? But seeing Lin Fan swearing, and what he said, Bruce Banner couldn't help hesitating again. According to General Ross's character, it seems that it is really possible to use a nuclear bomb. But how did Lin Fan save them? As a scientist with multiple PhD degrees, he is well aware of the power of a nuclear bomb explosion. Even Hulk may not be able to stop the aftermath of a nuclear bomb. Lin Fan looks like an ordinary person, how could he be injured by countless nuclear bomb explosions? No, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Seeing the state of his soul body, Bruce Banner was stunned. Soul astral? Is this definitely an ability that humans can master? Could it be that he is dreaming? But this dream is too real, right? And he actually listened to what Lin Fan said, and wanted to help him reach a settlement with Hulk. How is this possible? In his view, Hulk is a monster, irrational. His greatest wish is to destroy the Hulk. But now Lin Fan actually says that Hulk is a brat who can't grow up, and even wants him to reach a settlement with Hulk. This statement really made him somewhat unacceptable. Sir, I think you're definitely thinking too much. You don't know how dangerous the Hulk is. He's just an irrational monster. Bruce Banner subconsciously wanted to refuse. He just wants to be a normal person. However, the existence of Hulk made him the opponent pursued by the military, and even fell from the peak of his life to the trough. Now he is just a poor fugitive. Only by completely eradicating Hulk can he turn back into an ordinary person and return to the life of an ordinary person. At that time, the military will no longer hunt and kill him. He can also go back to the beautiful country and see his girlfriend again. Ho ho ho! Hulk is not a monster. Hearing what Bruce Banner said, Hulk roared angrily. He looked at Bruce Banner angrily. It was this hateful guy who was thinking about how to eliminate him all the time, and even didn't give him a chance to control his body. Only when he is in danger, does this guy give up his body in fear. So he didn't like Bruce Banner at all. If it weren't for Lin Fan, he wouldn't have chosen to reconcile with Bruce Banner at all. Monster? Hey! Lin Fan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice. Don't you know that Hulk is your alter ego? He is you, you are him, and you call him a monster. Are you going to destroy the Hulk in order to satisfy your own desire? As he spoke, he waved his hand to unleash psychokinesis. Lin Fan rose into the air and brought Hulk and Bruce Banner directly back to the town of yesterday. See it? Pointing at the ruined town, Lin Fan mocked. Your good father-in-law, General Ross, just to get the Hulk's gene, he didn't hesitate to use nuclear bombs and razed an entire town to the ground. Do you really think the military will let you go easily? Dr. Bruce Banner, should I say you are naive, or selfish? Lin Fan's words were loud and loud, as if they were deafening. And the facts in front of you can't lie. How is this possible? Bruce Banner's eyes widened, with endless anger surging in his heart. He couldn't believe what he saw. In order to catch him, General Ross actually used the bastards, and even razed a small town to the ground. One must know that before this, he had lived in a small town for half a year. He has even become friends with quite a few people. But just one night passed, all those people he knew died, and they didn't even know why they died. It was all because of him that so many innocent people were implicated. Could it be that he was wrong all along? Hulk! Angry! Hulk on the side roared angrily. He didn't know what sympathy was, but what he saw reminded him of his experience of escaping death last night. If it weren't for Lin Fan, I'm afraid he would have died without a burial. Calm down, K. Lin Fan used psychokinesis again to calm Hulk's emotions. Without even looking at Bruce Banner, he sneered disdainfully. The military regards you and Hulk as private property. You no longer have human rights. Blindly avoiding and retreating cannot solve the problem. Do you really think that Dr. Lan can help you eliminate Hulk? How did you know? Bruce Banner looked at Lin Fan in shock. Dr. Lan is a scientist he met by accident. He has profound research on human genetics and is very interested in his mutation. The other party once offered to help him develop an inhibitor to eliminate Hulk. And he also promised the other party that he would go to the beautiful country in person in the near future to accept the other party's human medicine experiment. He firmly believes that his connection with Dr. Lan is secret. Even people from the military would not be able to discover this at all. But how did Lin Fan know? Thinking of Lin Fan's ability to walk in the air, which can even make people's soul astral, Bruce Banner thought of the mysterious necromancer. Could it be that the Asian youth in front of him is actually a powerful necromancer? Is it hard? Facing Bruce Banner's shock, Lin Fan was non-committal. He looked at Bruce Banner mockingly and said, "Do you really think that Dr. Lan's help is due to the friendship between the two of you? Then you are so naive. Have you forgotten why you were found by the military? If Dr. Lan really wants to help you, he can take the initiative to find you instead of letting you risk your life and return to the beautiful country. If I'm not mistaken, the doctor didn't ask you for a blood sample, did he?" At the end, Lin Fan's expression is intriguing. There was even a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Bruce Banner, because of his naivete, caused Dr. Blue to mutate, and even created the birth of the abomination. And because of the battle with hatred, countless innocent people died. Definitely the life and death of those people has nothing to do with Lin Fan. But if Bruce Banner hadn't insisted on going his own way, these could have been avoided completely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dr. Lan. Bruce Banner was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to deny it. He felt that Dr. Lan was not the kind of person Lin Fan said. But recalling the previous communication with Dr. Lan, some abnormalities that he hadn't noticed, at the moment became terrified. Because of a drop of his blood, an old man turned into a crazy monster. The military thus discovered his hidden location. The town where he lived for more than half a year was also implicated by him, and became a doomsday place under the nuclear bomb. What if, as Lin Fan said, Dr. Lan also wants to have the power of the Hulk? The consequences were simply unimaginable. Humph! Hulk snorted coldly and looked at Bruce Banner mockingly. Bruce Banner was speechless by Lin Fan, which made him feel annoyed, although he couldn't quite understand what the other party was talking about. But as long as Bruce Banner is not happy, he is very happy. Believe it or not. Lin Fan spread his hands, looked at Hulk and said, "If it wasn't Hulk, I wouldn't bother to remind you, but do you really think that developing an inhibitor will completely make Hulk disappear? Hulk is you, you are Hulk, you have become two sides of one body. If Hulk really disappears, I'm afraid you are not far from death. That's all for now, think about it for yourself. I hope you can make the right choice in the end. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost." Having said all that can be said, Lin Fan doesn't owe Bruce Banner anything, so naturally he won't put a hot face on a cold A. When Bruce Banner realizes the reality, he will naturally believe what he said. As far as Dr. Lan is concerned, even if he studies for another 100 years, he may not be able to develop a medicine to eliminate Hulk. Do you really think human body mutation is that simple? Besides, Hulk, as an important role, cannot be easily brought in by the dog. Hulk, let me take you home. No waste. Then, Lin Fan nodded at Hulk and said, "You just have to wait with peace of mind. Believe me, no one can make you disappear. If it's really impossible, at worst, I'll just create a body for you that belongs only to you." What? Create a new body? Before he and Oak could respond, Bruce Banner screamed. He felt that Lin Fan was getting more and more mysterious. Just from this moment of contact, Lin Fan showed many extraordinary things, just like the legendary necromancer. At the moment, the other party even claimed that he could help Hulk create a new body. Is it possible that the necromancer also understands cloning technology? But since Lin Fan can make them soul astral, maybe there is a way to separate Hulk from his body. This gentleman, Bruce Banner wants to ask Lin Fan for help. But Lin Fan didn't even look at him, and directly waved his big hand, piercing the opponent's soul into his body. Ho 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 ho! Seeing this, Hulk roared excitedly. The way he looked at Lin Fan became more and more kind, just like looking at a good friend. The only friend who truly treats him well. Ding! Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 35%. Haha, it should. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. Hulk really knows how to repay his kindness. If it is really necessary, he doesn't mind helping the other party create a new body. Anyway, this is not a difficult task for him. The soul astral function of the sheep charm can easily do this. The only thing Lin Fan is not sure about is whether Hulk can still have the original strength after changing to a new body. Let it go. Shaking his head secretly, Lin Fan looked at Hulk with a smile and said, "We're friends now, aren't we?" Hulk, friend. Hulk nodded hastily. He felt very happy to be able to make a real friend, and scratched his head naively. And the trust level has also been greatly improved again. Ding! Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 38%. That's amazing. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, wondering if he should try harder. But soon he chose to give up. As the saying goes, too much is too late, the foreshadowing that should be done has been laid in advance, and then he just needs to wait for the development of the situation. Judging by Bruce Banner's attitude, he obviously still has great hopes for Rambo Sheng. Since you can't persuade them, you can simply let the other party ask for trouble. When Bruce Banner realizes the cruelty of reality and the warmth of human nature, he will naturally understand who really wants to help him. As for the innocent people who died in the process, Lin Fan said that I didn't do it, and the people involved don't care, so what does he care about? Hulk, I'll send you to 4.6. See you next time. As Lin Fan said, he directly waved Hulk's soul back into his body. The Hulk also reverted to human form. With Lin Fan's promise, he firmly believes that he will not be wiped out, and he can't wait to see that day. But before that, he must strictly follow Lin Fan's request. He couldn't beat Bruce Banner anyway. Isn't it just a body? Lin Fan said that he wanted to create a new body for him. Bruce Banner snorted, and his consciousness gradually returned to his body. A figure appeared in his blurred vision. But Lin Fan didn't want to talk nonsense with Bruce Banner anymore. His figure suddenly turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. My head hurts, I feel like my body is being hollowed out. Bruce Banner rubbed his eyes, gasping for the pain all over his body. And the figure in his sight also disappeared. Could it be a mistake? Bruce Banner was still a little delirious, thinking he was dreaming. But when he saw the small town in the distance, his whole body was shocked, and the memory of Lin Fan came to his mind. The pursuit of the military, the nuclear bomb exploded. Mysterious necromancer. Reconcile with Hulk. Dr. Lan has an evil heart. As he recalled more details, Bruce Banner's face was extremely ugly, and a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. Is there really no way for me to become a normal person? He muttered something in a low voice, but soon, his expression gradually became firm. Taking a last look at the ruined town, Bruce Banner turned around resolutely and embarked on a journey back to the beautiful country. No matter how low the possibility is, he still has to try it. Dr. Lan is his only lifeline. Whether you can become a normal person and reunite with your girlfriend Betty depends on this experience. Chapter 81. Miss Boss, you are really amazing. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have such good craftsmanship. You are a model of a good wife and mother at first glance. As soon as Lin Fan returned to the station, he saw Ulysses Crow flattering crazily. And the person he respects so much is none other than Natasha Romanoff. At the moment Natasha Romanoff is frying steak, and also prepared vegetable salad, and freshly squeezed juice. Judging from the appearance and aroma alone, it is definitely much better than African paste vegetables. Ulysses Crow, I didn't expect you, a dignified arms dealer, to be so good at flattering you. Natasha Romanoff kept moving her hands, and the steak was sizzling with oil. Glancing at the respectful Ulysses Crow, she couldn't help being secretly surprised. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he definitely knows Ulysses Crow. It's just that he and even S.H.I.E.L.D didn't take it to heart. From the perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D, Ulysses Crow is nothing more than an arms dealer. What Natasha Romanoff didn't expect was, when she woke up overnight, Lin Fan was missing, and she was actually in Ulysses Crow's residence. Ulysses Crow was very respectful to her, and even called her the proprietress. Doesn't that mean? Is Lin Fan the person behind Ulysses Crow? Reminiscent of Lin Fan's mysterious ability, coupled with the fact that he controls the arms dealer Ulysses Crow, Natasha Romanoff guessed that the other party is probably the official person of Daxia. Just like the beautiful state-owned S.H.I.E.L.D, Huaxia also has a corresponding official organization. A powerhouse like Lin Fan is very likely to come from the Huaxia official. While thinking, Natasha Romanoff looked at Ulysses Crow with a half smile. That gaze only looked at Ulysses Crow and felt guilty. Natasha Romanoff lowered her head and continued to fry the steak, and joked unintentionally. Your boss and I just met for 2 days. Are you sure you want to call me Mrs. Boss? Will your boss not be angry if he finds out? Ah, this. Ulysses Crow's expression froze when he heard that. He thought Natasha Romanoff was Lin Fan's woman. But now, after hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, he realized that he was thinking too much. His boss and this woman have only known each other for 2 days? As expected of the boss, it's amazing to be able to meet such a beautiful woman. Ulysses Crow has grown admiration for Lin Fan. But on the surface, he quickly smiled to cover up his embarrassment, and said with some guilt. Miss Boss, you are so beautiful, isn't it a matter of time? I think even if the boss knows about it, maybe he won't punish me. Giggle. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff covered her mouth and chuckled. Although Ulysses Crow is not qualified, he is quite interesting in speaking, and he is even more loyal to Lin Fan. She probed openly and secretly for a long time, but she didn't get any useful information. She only knew that Lin Fan held a high position in Ulysses Crow's heart. Even if Lin Fan asked him to die, Ulysses Crow probably didn't even bat an eye, and was willing to die for Lin Fan directly. As an agent who has lived for decades, Natasha Romanoff knows that people are selfish. But Ulysses Crow can die for Lin Fan. Not to mention that Natasha Romanoff has never seen such loyal subordinates, even if there are definitely not many. This made her even more curious about who Lin Fan is. Boss lady, Seeing that his sycophant got the favor of Natasha Romanoff, Ulysses Crow wanted to make persistent efforts. But at the moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Ma'am? Ulysses Crow, I've only been away for less than 2 hours. When did you have another wife? At the same time as the voice sounded, Fan's figure quietly appeared. He is like an invisible ghost. Old, boss. The sudden appearance of Lin Fan startled Ulysses Crow. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a terrified plop. I'm sorry, boss, I know I was wrong, it was Ulysses Crow who overstepped, your lord has a lot, please spare me this time. Ulysses Crow begged frantically for mercy with a humble attitude. But Lin Fan didn't even look at him. Looking straight at Natasha Romanoff, he asked in a thoughtful manner. Miss Boss? Are you self-proclaimed? I didn't expect that you not only greedy my body, but also wanted to take my property. As if discovering some horrible truth, Lin Fan hastily folded his hands on his chest. He acted like I was terrified. Humph. BD. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff rolled her beautiful eyes. She was not fooled by Lin Fan. Turning over the steak by herself, she glanced at Ulysses Crow, who got up and left very interestingly. By the time Ulysses Crow walked out of the room, Natasha Romanoff had just finished cooking. She put the breakfast on the table, exactly 2 servings. Lin Fan also sat down, ready to take a seat unceremoniously, and taste Natasha Romanoff's cooking skills. But Natasha Romanoff came straight over and grabbed Lin Fan by the collar. She winked and said softly. Are you at a disadvantage for letting me be your boss? Besides, I have given myself to you, do I still need your acknowledgement? I feel the need. Lin Fan nodded noncommittally, and said meaningfully. There is a saying in Huaxia that marriage is the grave of love. We are not even considered love. You want to be my boss lady? Your performance last night may not be enough. While speaking, he looked at Natasha Romanoff with burning eyes, and the meaning was self-evident. Natasha Romanoff's heart trembled at the sight of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's seemingly ordinary gaze was like a black hole, capable of completely devouring her soul. In front of Lin Fan, she felt that she had no secrets at all. Really? Suppressing the strangeness in her heart, Natasha Romanoff's expression became resentful, like a spoiled little woman. She leaned towards Lin Fan again, and said coquettishly, "You still need others to behave." As she spoke, she pecked Lin Fan on the face. Licking her red lips, she smiled and asked, "Is this enough?" "Not enough." Lin Fan shook his head. "How about this?" Natasha Romanoff kisses Lin Fan on the lips. "Not enough." Lin Fan shook his head again, his gaze became even hotter. "Humph." Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff raised her mouth slightly. She let go of Lin Fan's collar, turned around and walked towards the seat, leaving Lin Fan with a beautiful back view. Lin Fan. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's reaction, Lin Fan was stunned. "The atmosphere has been enhanced here, so you just show me this? It's beyond your control." Lin Fan snorted coldly, and his figure flashed out. The figures of the two disappeared, leaving only the steaming breakfast on the table, which became chilly with the passage of time. "Boss, are you sure you want to go to Wakanda?" In the jeep, Ulysses Crow looked hesitation. He tentatively asked cautiously. Wakanda appears to be a poor, backward country on the surface, but this is Wakanda's intention. The country has an inexhaustible supply of vibranium and has developed advanced technology far beyond the current era. Thinking of his experience in Wakanda, he still has lingering fears. If he hadn't saved his hand and slipped away at the critical moment, I'm afraid he would have died in Wakanda long ago. But now Lin Fan is not only going to Wakanda, but also taking him alone. What if something goes wrong? And he knows that the people of Wakanda have always been extremely xenophobic, and even because of their advanced technology, some people have developed an arrogant character. Especially Wakanda's guard team, all of them are guys who don't agree with each other. At the beginning, he almost died at the hands of those people. "It doesn't matter, I will make a move." Lin Fan looked indifferent, not paying attention to what Ulysses Crow said. He leaned back on the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. Now that he decided to go to Wakanda, he naturally knew what he might encounter, and he was fully prepared. If Wakanda had a better attitude, he would just trade Ulysses Crow for some vibranium. But Lin Fan is well aware that this possibility is unlikely. As Ulysses Crow said, the people of Wakanda are arrogant. Although they practice closed-door policy, Wakanda's attitude towards all outside countries naturally has a kind of pride in being superior to H. As the saying goes, the world laughs at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at the world's inability to see through. Wakanda, which is looked down upon by many countries, has mastered inexhaustible vibranium, and its technology is far beyond the current era. This kind of operation to deceive the whole world makes the people of Wakanda feel that they are superior. But I don't know why, such Wakanda prefers to stay in a corner, and has no intention of competing with several major powers for the right to speak. Perhaps this has something to do with Wakanda's beliefs. Hey! Seeing that Lin Fan didn't take it seriously, Ulysses Crow sighed helplessly. He has no way to influence his boss's decision. Since Lin Fan wants to go to Wakanda, what he has to do is to do his best to protect the other party's safety, even if it means paying the price of his life. I don't know what Lin Fan thinks, he can bring all those subordinates with him. But as a slave, what he has to do is to obey all the instructions of the master, no matter how incredible the order seems. Ulysses Crow was bumping around in his jeep. 2 hours later, they got on the plane to Wakanda, definitely need to transfer in the middle. Wakanda is nominally a small, poor country. Not to mention the airport, there are not even a few serious roads, which is really embarrassing for the people of Wakan. Aren't you tired of putting yourself in shackles after acting for hundreds of years? There is no way out for a deformed country. Shaking his head secretly, Lin Fan stopped wasting energy. For him, the only attraction of Wakanda is the vibranium, the inexhaustible vibranium. As for the future of Wakanda, it has nothing to do with him. He only wanted vibranium this time. If Wakanda fits well, but if he doesn't, he'll have to play second. Hundreds of millions of tons of vibranium minerals, even if it is a little less, no one will be able to discover it. While thinking about it, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth slightly raised. The purpose of this trip has basically been achieved, and even Hulk's appearance really gave him a big surprise. The reward of the dark fruit gave him another means of self-protection. And this thing isn't just for combat. The upgraded version of the dark fruit can be called the fruit ability version of the sky-swallowing magic art, which allows him to swallow everything in the world into himself. Life energy in the keel. Variant genes of other mutants. Practitioners Qigong. Even infinite gems. As long as Lin Fan's body can bear it, he can swallow it infinitely, thereby improving his strength. He had already tried this with the keel yesterday. The dark fruit is a cow. Even Natasha Romanoff is not his opponent after watching his strength improve. Presumably the other party has difficulty even walking now? With the information I provided, S.H.I.E.L.D. should stop monitoring me all the time after Natasha Romanoff reports it to the bald braised egg, but... With a chuckle to himself, Lin Fan didn't have any worries in his heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. only, nothing to fear. Nick Fury's only whole card is that he can summon Captain Marvel to return to Earth at any time. But unless the Earth is destroyed, the opponent will not make a move easily. And it won't be long, with Thor and others coming one after another, the Earth will also usher in an era of change. By then, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be overwhelmed. In this regard, Lin Fan said that I have nothing to do in the reign. Even taking advantage of the civil strife in S.H.I.E.L.D., he still wanted to seize the scientific research materials of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the Tesseract with the space gem in it. With the Infinity Gauntlet in hand, the side effects of infinite gems are completely absent. Such a super artifact cannot be wasted. And now he still has the dark fruit. If he absorbs the energy of Tesseract, wouldn't he be able to cultivate teleportation ability? Just thinking about it, Lin Fan couldn't wait, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the other side. Natasha Romanoff, who left the station, immediately used encrypted communication to contact the director of the marinated egg in the beautiful country. But for some reason, she actually concealed something when she reported. Regarding the fact that Lin Fan is a mysterious expert, and her guess about Lin Fan's identity, she did not tell Chief Braised Egg all of it. Word on Natasha Romanoff's report, Lin Fan came here just to find Ulysses Crow. And the stewed egg director also instantly made up a lot of things in his brain. Ulysses Claw? Is that the arms dealer who owns vibranium? So Tony was trying to build the vibranium armor. On the opposite side of the communication, Director Braised Egg was thoughtful. His tense face gradually eased, and he felt that he had guessed the purpose of Lin Fan's trip to Africa. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows something about the man Ulysses Crow. Even in order to get vibranium, S.H.I.E.L.D. even sent people to contact the other party, but unfortunately they failed in the end. Ulysses Crow is so cunning that not even S.H.I.E.L.D. can do anything about it. Unless he chooses to use unconventional means. However, as a righteous organization in name, Director Braised Dan gave up the idea of coercion and lure after much deliberation. Just a little vibranium, so what if you got it? But what Director Braised Egg didn't know was, the vibranium in the hands of Ulysses Crow is not just a little, but more than 200 kilograms. Natasha Romanoff, your mission is over. Nick Fury's indifferent voice sounded. Even through the communicator, it gives people a sense of oppression without anger and prestige, which is obviously the superior temperament cultivated over the years. Thinking of the troubles that Tony caused recently, he said in a deep voice. Hurry back as soon as possible, there are new tasks for you. That plan has to start ahead of schedule. Time flies, and a day passes in a blink of an eye. After flying for half a day and changing transportation several times in the middle, Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow can be considered to have arrived in Wakanda. Standing outside the existence that looks more like a slum, most of the Aborigines are naked as far as the eye can see. They are dressed in tattered clothes, not even better than beggars. There is no shooting at all in the house where they live. Either it is made of stones or it is built of wood, which can make people see that it is a house. But the function of windproof and warmth is not necessary. It's a good thing it's summer now, otherwise these people would have to freeze to death when winter came. Wakanda? Hey! The corner of Lin Fan's mouth raised slightly, non-committal to Wakanda's choice. Although they are all from Wakanda, in the eyes of real Wakanda residents, these people are probably the so-called poor relatives, right? Wakanda donates various materials for free every year, which is already their biggest charity. It is impossible to expose the truth of Wakanda that has been hidden for many years for these poor relatives, right? Tread, tread. While Lin Fan was thinking, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. Then a group of people ran towards them quickly. These people wore standard leather armor and held weapons such as stone axes and iron spears in their hands, which looked extremely funny. But Lin Fan knows that the simple appearance of these weapons is just a disguise. Those are powerful weapons that emit laser light. Those people came forward quickly, looking at Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow with unfriendly expressions. The leader even asked in a deep voice. "Who are you guys? Back off quickly. Outsiders are not welcome in Wakanda." Chapter 82. M'Baku secretly looked at Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow. As one of the strongest tribes in Wakanda, the bear tribe he leads was responsible for donating supplies to these villages recently. At the same time, each tribe also needs to take turns to perform patrols and other tasks. When he saw Lin Fan for the first time, he was vigilant, feeling that this person posed a great threat to him. This is an instinct he has formed in countless battles. As for Ulysses Crow next to Lin Fan, although he looked familiar, he didn't pay attention to him at all. After all, blacks treat whites. Well, I understand everything. My name is Lin Fan. Facing the vigilant eyes of the people around him, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Even if he knew that the group of people in front of him had powerful weapons, even capable of breaking mountains and cracking rocks, but to him, they were nothing more than ants. What's more, at the moment, he came with the purpose of peaceful transactions. But judging by the attitude of this group of people, I am afraid that today's transaction will end in a bad mood. While thinking about it, Lin Fan said calmly. I heard that more than 10 years ago, your Wakanda was invaded, resulting in the loss of hundreds of people and even loss of some important property. Who are you? Before Lin Fan finished speaking, M'Baku's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lin Fan with a sullen face and cold eyes. The existence of Wakanda is a secret, not to mention the secret of a coup that concerns the dignity of the royal family. But how did the man in front of him know this? How many other things does he know? Once Wakanda's secrets are made public, M'Baku can hardly imagine what kind of disaster this will bring to the entire Wakanda. Thinking of the possible consequences, he looked at Lin Fan with murderous intent. This person must be arrested and interrogated. And those subordinates beside M'Baku all clenched their weapons tightly, ready to attack Lin Fan at any time. Boss, you! Ulysses Crow was dripping with cold sweat. Seeing that Lin Fan is so calm in the court, and even took the initiative to mention the scandal in Wakanda, isn't this intentional to offend the people in Wakanda? What if the other party strikes at the first disagreement and hurts Lin Fan? As Lin Fan's most loyal subordinate, Ulysses Crow stood in front of Lin Fan directly. He is ready to die for his master at any time. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes became sharper. He looked at M'Baku and others indifferently, without the slightest panic and fear on his face, just like looking at a group of humble ants. Damn it! M'Baku, who looked at this kind of eyes, was furious. But Lin Fan didn't care much about this. Instead he said in an unquestionable tone. I have already told you my identity, and I will not say it a third time, or I will bear the consequences. You. As soon as this remark came out, Mubaku was furious. Lin Fan's arrogant attitude was even stronger than theirs, which immediately made him unbearable. In our Wakanda, how dare you be so arrogant and domineering? Is it true that we people are eating dry food? But before he could react, Lin Fan pointed to Ulysses Crow at the side, and said surprisingly. This person is one of the instigators of that year, Ulysses Crow. What? Hearing what Lin Fan said, the Mubaku people who were originally angry were dumbfounded. The rest of the guards also stood there in a daze. What did they hear? The culprit who caused Wakanda's heavy losses back then, at the moment, stood in front of them, even swaggering like a normal person. Who gave him the guts to reappear in Wakanda's territory? These people feel that their brains are not enough. Are they still dreaming, or are Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow crazy? Your Excellency is too arrogant. Mubaku suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked in a deep voice. This person is my Wakanda enemy, but you openly brought him to our Wakanda. Can I see this as your provocation to our Wakanda? Tread. When all the subordinates heard the words, they immediately took a step forward. They are already ready to shoot at any time. Feeling the solemnity of the atmosphere, Ulysses Crow sweated wildly in his palms, but he didn't have any fear. To die for Lin Fan is the honor of his life as a person. He. Faced with Mubaku's questioning, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth slightly raised. He finally saw the essence of the Wakanda people. The people of Wakanda are a bunch of brainless savages, even with technology far beyond the present. If he really harbored malicious intentions, would he still report his family so above board? Especially in this unfavorable situation where we are outnumbered. As a result, these idiots didn't use their brains at all, and they always felt that everyone was coveting Wakanda, and they didn't give Lin Fan a chance to explain their intentions. Without thinking about nonsense, Lin Fan's expression became much colder, and he said indifferently. Notify you, King T'Chaka, that Ulysses Crow can be handed over to you, but I need to get the corresponding reward. Mubaku. Hearing this, the Mubaku people were stupid again. By the way, aren't you fellows? In order to protect you regardless of the danger, you end up with a backstab. Is this appropriate? But despite being backstabbed by Lin Fan, Ulysses Crow didn't respond. Mubaku felt that his brain was not enough. By the way, what is the relationship between the two of you? Looking at Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow in front of him, he always felt like a fool, being played around by the other two. Don't you think that such a poor excuse can fool us? And what about handing Ulysses Claw over to us? Judging from the relationship between the two of you, you are obviously accomplices. Well, I even have reason to suspect that you were instigating what happened back then. Mubaku's mind turned, and he felt that he had guessed the so-called truth. All these are just excuses deliberately made by Lin Fan. If they didn't happen to find these two people, I'm afraid the tragedy of that year would be staged in Wakanda again. Humph! What are you? Looking at Lin Fan coldly, Muba said disdainfully. Our king's status is respected, and he has a lot of opportunities every day. Don't you just see him whenever you want? Do you really think that you can deceive all of us by just making an excuse? Mubaku felt that he was very smart and resolved a conspiracy against Wakanda in advance. Next he will catch Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow. I believe that with his achievements, he will definitely bring him huge amounts of prestige and improve his tribe's status in Wakanda. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he pointed at Ulysses Crow and mocked. Ulysses Crow, I didn't expect that you would dare to send it to your door. Today I will take you back and judge you in front of all the people of Wakanda. And you? While talking, Mubaku looked at Lin Fan and said. I suspect that you are related to the invasion incident that year, and you will be arrested immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. With a big wave of Mubaku's hand, the Japanese subordinates immediately swarmed up. Boss beware! Ulysses Crow's expression changed drastically. Looking at the enemies charging up, he had a determined look on his face, and he would protect Lin Fan even if he died. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Seeing this scene, he immediately sneered. He was really laughed at by these idiots. He has seen people without brains, but he has never seen such a brainless person. Could it be that they all have Siete in their minds? He was only 3 or 5 years old more than 10 years ago, how could he instigate Ulysses Crow? So what if Ulysses Crow showed his loyalty? After so many years, is it possible that Ulysses Crow can't be subdued? It is Lin Fan's ability to make his subordinates willing to die, right? What's more, the coup d'état more than 10 years ago was led by Wakanda's own prince, and Ulysses Crow was at best an accomplice. Is it true that you are submissive to the inside and attack the outside world? It seems that I really think highly of you. You are not idiots, you are just a bunch of bad guys. Lin Fan sneered, and suddenly a slender spirit psychokinesis appeared around him. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. The terrifying spirit psychokinesis was fully activated, surging out like a tide, and a terrifying hurricane suddenly set off on the flat ground. The group of Wakanda people were thrown out directly, their faces as pale as white paper. Mubaku was so shocked that he half kneeled on the ground. The corner of Mubaku's mouth was bleeding, and he stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes. The expression on his face was that of a dead mother. He was still complacent a second ago, but he didn't know what happened, all of them fell down. And he, Mubaku, the leader of the barbarian bear tribe, knelt on the ground even more humbly. The change before and after made him unable to react for a while. It wasn't until the screams of his subordinates came that he suddenly came back to his senses, feeling as if his whole body was being crushed by a mountain. You, what did you do to us? Mubaku gritted his teeth and asked tremblingly. Hee. Lin Fan sneered, not bothering to argue. As the saying goes, people don't offend me, and I don't offend others. Although he came to get vibranium, he didn't intend to snatch it directly, but was going to use Ulysses Crow to make a deal. Anyway, this guy's death is not a pity, even if it is handed over to Wakanda, it doesn't matter. But Lin Fan didn't expect that he was still too naive. From Mubaku's IQ alone, it can be seen how arrogant and stupid Wakanda really is. Since this group of people can't communicate, then change the way of communication. I believe there will always be smart people who can see the situation clearly. This is just a small punishment for you. I can give you another chance and find someone with a brain from your Wakanda. Lin Fan looked down at Mubaku condescendingly, and said in an undeniable tone. I don't want to say it a second time, understand? Mubaku's face was extremely ugly. But facing Lin Fan's pressure, he didn't dare to react other than nodding. Feeling that the pressure on his body was slightly relieved, he quickly took out the communicator. It was a special device similar to a mobile phone. It can also be seen from this that although Wakanda does not have a so-called signal base station, they have invented a communication method that is exclusive to them. Not long after, the communication was connected. After Mubaku spoke, he still spoke the language of Wakanda, and there was a lot of chatter. Lin Fan could feel the other party's malice, but he didn't care too much. To be strong is to be able to do whatever you want. If Mubaku and his group dared to attack him for no reason, Lin Fan would take the lead in the next negotiation. No matter who comes, he must act according to his Lin Fan rules. Definitely if it is better than a fist. If he fights with force, he is even more eager to do so. Wouldn't he be able to demand greater compensation in this way? Do you really think that if you shoot at him casually, getting some injuries on your body is considered a punishment? How can there be such a good thing in the world? He would like to see how many mindless things Wakanda can do. Boss, you are too powerful. While everyone was waiting, Ulysses Crow looked at Lin Fan with reverence. Witnessing Lin Fan's prowess with his own eyes, he immediately respected him like a saint. It's not that Lin Fan subdued him at the first thought. He just witnessed the whole process. Lin Fan stood there indifferently, and then all the enemies flew out directly. Looking at the miserable appearance of those people who kept screaming, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. The arrogant Mubaku before was even more pleasing to the eye. Facing Ulysses Crow's flattery, Lin Fan nodded noncommittally. To be honest, he didn't use all his strength at all just now. Otherwise, Mubaku, a group of powerless guys, would have their souls wiped out by him in a single thought. It's not that he's afraid of Wakanda, but that he's thinking about the future. In any case, Wakanda is not a weak boost. Whether it is the vibranium inside Wakanda or the power of Black Panther passed down from generation to generation, it will be one of the key factors that will affect the battle situation in the future. Lin Fan still wants a peaceful deal if possible. Before he was ready to barter. But Mubaku wanted to die by himself, and gave him an excuse to take the initiative to attack, expressing his apology. If I give you a chance and you are useless, then don't blame me for not talking about martial arts. Buzz buzz. Half an hour later, there was a sudden hum in the sky. The sound is so slight that it doesn't exist. But with the strength of Lin Fan's psychokinesis, it is easy to detect the abnormality, and he can sense the source of the sound within a few days. It was a spaceship with a unique shape, and unknown aliens landed on the Earth. But that was Wakanda's levitating spaceship invented with vibranium. If this is known to outside countries, I am afraid that Wakanda will become the target of public criticism in an instant. It is no wonder that Wakanda has always pursued a closed-door policy. The spacecraft slowly landed on the ground, and the optical invisibility effect disappeared at the same time. Everyone present was immediately attracted by the spaceship. "Boss, it's Wakanda's personal guard," Ulysses Crow reminded in a low tone. At the beginning, in order to escape from Wakanda, he created a large-scale explosion, and the most serious casualties were Wakanda's pro-guards. Wakanda's pro-guards are all composed of women, all of whom have experienced many battles, but the number is very small. This is why Wakanda hates Ulysses, King Lee's, Crow. At the moment Wakanda dispatched pro-guards, apparently from Mubaku's report, they noticed the seriousness of the problem. But I just don't know what kind of attitude this group of people will take to deal with this matter. Finally come. Mubaku was overjoyed, followed by resentment. He quietly glanced at Lin Fan not far away. In his opinion, since Wakanda's pro-guards are dispatched, Lin Fan will definitely not end well. And he also heard Ulysses Claw's whispered reminder. Mubaku couldn't wait to see Lin Fan panicked and surrendered to them Wakanda. But unfortunately, things backfired. When he looked at Lin Fan, he saw that Lin Fan also gave him a faint glance. That indifferent gaze was like a sharp sword, which only made him feel cold all over his body. Mubaku felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Wakanda's personal guard, then the person leading the team this time, shouldn't it be that Okoye? Lin Fan dismissed it, and turned to look at the spaceship. He guessed that the leader of the team should be Okoye. This person is the captain of the personal guard. Since the person who dispatched was the Wakanda guard, and he was facing such a vicious guy, it should be led by the strongest member of the guard. But what Lin Fan didn't expect was that his guess was still wrong. Caw caw caw. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, a group of heavily armed women stepped out of it. This group of people all wore red tight leather uniforms. The headed bald woman is Okoye Jun. But when Okoye walked out of the hatch, he turned around suddenly and shouted loudly. "Welcome to the prince and princess." Amidst the shouts, a man and a woman walked out. The clothes of the two are even more gorgeous, their temperament is full of dignity, and their gestures are even more like nobles. Surrounded by the guards, the group went straight to Lin Fan and the others. The black man known as the prince looked directly at Lin Fan, and said in a deep voice with a bad tone. Are you offending Wakanda and hurting my Wakanda people at will? Chapter 83. Your Highness, you must be the master for us. Seeing the arrival of Wakanda's support, Myobaku suddenly felt confident. He pointed at Lin Fan with grief and indignation and complained. These two broke into Wakanda's territory privately, and even harbored ill intentions towards Wakanda. That guy was Ulysses Crow, who killed nearly 100 of our fellow clans more than 10 years ago. Fearing Lin Fan's strength before, Myobaku was obedient and dared not resist. But now the entire Wakanda SS is out. His Royal Highness even sent a prince and princess, obviously attaching great importance to this matter, and he immediately felt more confident. Judging from his prince's attitude, it was obviously affected by his previous report. In this way, he can use the personal guards to avenge himself. Anyway, facing Lin Fan, the two foreign enemies, even if he added a little water, it would definitely be harmless. Ulysses' Claw. The black man, that is, T'Challa, looked at Ulysses Crow coldly, and the murderous intent on his face was undisguised. Regarding the coup d'état that year, he had also heard a few words. It's just that many people keep secret about this matter, so he doesn't know much. But he knew very well that many of his own race died that year, and the name of the instigator was Ulysses Crow. Come on, catch him for me. T'Challa waved his hand. His attitude was the same as that of Myobaku before. He didn't pay attention to Lin Fan mentioned in the report. So what if Lin Fan is even more powerful? They, Wakanda, possess advanced technology, and the guards are all elite fighters. Could it be that they are afraid of two intruders? Today he will capture Ulysses' Claw and judge him in front of all the people. This is his duty as Prince of Wakanda. Wait a minute, big brother. Just when the guards were about to attack, the Black Princess spoke to stop her. And Lin Fan also looked at Princess Surui with great interest. Seeing that T'Challa doesn't distinguish between black and white, he wants to repeat the mistakes of Myobaku and others. He is ready to kill and stand up. Do you really think that Lin Fan is made of mud? Whoever thinks can step on it. Wakanda thinks that advanced technology and even weapons are worthless in his eyes. My lord, times have changed. The real power in this world is not technology. Sister, what are you doing to stop me? T'Challa looked displeased. Now that the enemy is at hand, he is about to catch the wanted criminal for Wakanda, but his sister actually stops him. People have already bullied you, what else is there for hesitation? Big brother, calm down. Princess Surui had no choice but to remind in a low voice. Have you forgotten what father ordered 507? He asked you to ask the reason first, and deal with this matter properly. It's best not to cause too much trouble. Father has repeatedly emphasized that as long as you can capture Ulysses Crow back. Princess Surui was extremely helpless. Standing on the booth is an impulsive, politically minded, idiot prince big brother, and she feels very tired as a younger sister. Although she usually only knows how to study technology, she can also hear the deep meaning in her father's words. As long as T'Challa can capture Ulysses Crow back, for the entire Wakanda, it will be a great achievement to win the hearts of the people. But T'Challa didn't want to listen to it, but he still had to make troubles. Didn't you see Myobaku and others in a state of embarrassment? That mysterious Asian man, able to defeat so many Wakanda warriors by himself, is obviously very powerful. Provoking each other rashly is obviously contrary to their father's original intention. Besides, in a situation where the enemy is outnumbered, the Asian man stands and waits for them to arrive. Doesn't that explain the problem? If the visitor was really unkind, I'm afraid they would have taken this opportunity to slip away long ago. Princess Surui felt that things must not be that simple. At least the reason why Myobaku and others were injured was not because they discovered the enemy's invasion, but because they were legitimately defended. If you can defeat more than a dozen people, even your father is no more than that. Princess Surui was secretly frightened, and subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan secretly. Who the hell is that guy? Coincidentally, Lin Fan was also looking at them, with a half-smile still on the corner of his mouth. It was as if all the whispers between the two of them had been heard. He lowered his head in panic. For some reason, she felt that Lin Fan's gaze was like a black hole, more like it could swallow people's souls. Under Lin Fan's gaze, she seemed to have no secret at all. "Sister, are you okay?" Seeing her sister's pale face, Shizera asked with concern. "No, nothing." Princess Surui patted her chest. She continued to take deep breaths to calm down, suppressed the shock in her heart, waved her hands and said, "Big brother, you are too impulsive, leave this matter to me to solve." "Younger sister." T'Challa subconsciously wants to refuse. It's a pity that before he could speak, Princess Surui took a step forward, looking at Lin Fan with some dodging eyes. "Hi sir, I am Princess Surui of Wakanda." Princess Surui pretended to be calm and introduced herself. Then she pointed to T'Challa and said, "He's my big brother, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. This time we brought the team here, following the orders of our father, to arrest the wanted criminal of Wakanda, Ulysses Crow. This person is a notorious arms dealer who killed nearly 100 of our fellow clansmen. As long as you are willing to hand over this person to us, sir, you will gain our friendship in Wakanda. You can mention any conditions, we will consider it as appropriate." Princess Surui spoke without haste, and with reasons. Although there is still some self-righteousness in words and deeds, compared with Myobaku not long ago, he is already relatively reasonable. At least she gave Lin Fan the qualification to negotiate terms. As for whether they agree or not, I don't know. Princess can't do it. After Princess Surui's voice fell, T'Challa hadn't expressed dissatisfaction yet, but Myobaku jumped out first. He said to Princess Surui anxiously, "This person injured so many of our clansmen, and even colluded with Ulysses Crow. He must have evil intentions against us Wakanda. How could you let this person go so easily? You are indifferent to the enemy. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to you and the royal family's reputation." Myobaku's words were sincere, and what he said was even more because of Iran. Princess Surui suddenly hesitated. As a prince, T'Challa couldn't sit still when he heard that it would damage the reputation of the royal family. He pulled Princess Surui behind him and looked at Lin Fan coldly. "Break into Wakanda privately, hurt the people of Wakanda, and collude with Ulysses Crow, what do you want to do?" T'Challa spoke in a deep voice, as if he had already sentenced Fan to death. His words were full of questioning of Lin Fan. "Myobaku? Humph." Aokai, the captain of the personal guard at the side, was incited when he saw his prince's few words, but a cold look flashed in his eyes. How could she fail to recognize the threat in M'Baku's words? If T'Challa doesn't handle one of them today, the other party will spread the matter with embellishment, and I'm afraid he will be accused by her husband at that time. And T'Challa, who will be the next successor, will also end up with a notorious reputation for incompetence. What is the intention? Ha ha ha, I really laughed to death. Seeing that he was being labeled as malicious again, Lin Fan also lost all patience. He thought Princess Surui could explain why. But who makes the men of Wakanda a bunch of idiots except for the women? That being the case, what else is there to say? If it doesn't make sense, it depends on whose fists are better. Anyway, Lin Fan has absolute confidence in himself. Why are you laughing? T'Challa complained. Lin Fan's ironic smile made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was Oda. This kind of arrogant attitude can be seen as having no good intentions. Idiot! Lin Fan's expression turned cold. Quietly, a terrifying spirit of psychokinesis surged, covering a radius of several kilometers like a tide. Ripples suddenly appeared in the invisible space. Everyone bowed down in unison, feeling as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Their faces were so pale that they could hardly breathe. At the same time, Something strange flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He's here too. Secretly thought it was interesting, Lin Fan pretended not to find anything. He wants to see how long that old guy can hide. Is it possible that the other party can let him fire Wakanda's future heir? If you want him to be the sharpening stone for T'Challa's growth, then T'Challa must have this qualification. Besides, Lin Fan's appearance fee is very expensive. You. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Fan in horror. Even the person in the dark was shocked. And Mubaku and others were so frightened that they almost peed their pants, remembering the fear of being dominated before. They didn't expect Lin Fan to strike at the slightest disagreement. You know this is Wakanda. When the elite guards were dispatched, Lin Fan not only did not restrain himself, but attacked them himself. Isn't Lin Fan afraid of Wakanda's revenge? Protect the prince and princess. Okoye's face was serious, and he shouted loudly. The red leather armor on her body glowed with aura, and she suddenly developed a stance, which directly offset the spiritual coercion released by Lin Fan. At the same time, so did the rest of the SS. The moment they were free, they quickly stood in front of T'Challa and Princess Surui. Okoye, who was the leader, shot towards Lin Fan without any hesitation. Regardless of whether Lin Fan is an enemy or a friend, since he has chosen to take action, he is their enemy in Wakanda. What's more, there are T'Challa and Princess Surui present. In order to protect their princes and princesses, they must not have the slightest hesitation. Tsitsizi. Tsitsizi. Okoye held up the spear in his hand, and a stream of energy gathered to form raging laser rays in an instant. It is like the lightsaber of a Jedi Knight, showing the advanced and splendid technology. At the same time, the rest of the guards also shot together. No, do not want. Princess Surui subconsciously wanted to stop it. She was not mentally oppressed, but seeing the pale faces of her big brother and others, she felt an ominous premonition in her heart. If they really shot Lin Fan, the consequences would be unimaginable. But unfortunately, things backfired. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen laser rays whizzed out, burning the air along the way, the speed. Even draw after images. The attack from all over the sky directly enveloped Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow. Boss beware! Ulysses Crow paled in shock. He knew that Wakanda's laser weapon was very powerful, and he was hit in the arm by this weapon before he was caught by the pro guards. If he hadn't been quick-witted and created an explosion, he might have died thousands of years ago. Humph! Looking at the oncoming laser, Lin Fan snorted in disdain. The coldness in his eyes was undisguised. People in Wakanda are really used to arrogance. Since they want to fight, let's see whose fist is bigger. Buzz buzz. Puff puff. With a thought in Lin Fan's mind, the majestic essence psychokinesis is like a tide. The surrounding space even became distorted. When the dark fruit's ability is activated, a black hole is quietly formed, swallowing all attacks directly. Don't you like to observe secretly? Let's see if you can bear it this time. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth raised, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. The black hole suddenly rotated in the opposite direction. The laser beam that was swallowed into it suddenly came out, but it turned into a dark black exuding a cold aura. Bigger, thicker, darker, and stronger rays shot towards T'Challa and others in turn. Be careful, Your Highness, Prince and Princess. Okoye's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. That weird ability is even more like a god. I am afraid that even if their king was given the power of Black Panther by the Panther God, he might not be Lin Fan's opponent, right? Almost subconsciously, she wanted to use her body to resist these attacks. T'Challa and Princess Surui were terrified. This sudden change made them, who had never experienced big storms, feel a little overwhelmed. Seeing the black laser rays whizzing towards them, they were already dying. It's over. Princess Surui was in despair. She remembered her father's instructions before leaving. Didn't this situation just confirm her worry? If she had known this, she would stop the impulsive big brother no matter what she said. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Father. A tall figure appeared in Princess Surui's mind. When she was unhappy countless times, it was the other party who coaxed her to be happy. Now the only one who can save her is the other party, right? And at the moment, a dark figure quietly appeared. The people coming directly blocked in front of T'Challa and others. Facing the howling laser rays, the face of the visitor hidden under the black armor was full of dignity and fear at the moment. Drink. With a low voice, the visitor put his hands across his chest. The black battle armor on his body shines generously, and the thunder light flows along the whole body, forming some special lines. Whoosh! Puff puff! When the laser beam hit him, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea and was wiped out by the waves. And the location where the black battle armor was hit became even brighter. It's as if the attack released by Lin Fan in turn, not only did not cause any substantial damage, but became the opponent's power bank instead. Black Panther Warframe? You are the king of Wakanda, T'Chaka. Seeing this, Ulysses Crow exclaimed. And T'Challa and others who escaped unharmed also had lingering fear on their faces. Yuan shouted. Father, why are you here? His Royal Highness. Aokai and the others looked guilty. If it wasn't for T'Challa's arrival, I'm afraid T'Challa and Princess Surui would be in danger. Then they are all to die for. Black Panther armor? It really lives up to its reputation. Lin Fan looked at the Black Panther armor on T'Chaka's body, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. This is much better than the suitcase armor Tony developed. Unless Tony develops a nano armor, it may still be inferior to the Black Panther armor. After all, it is the brainchild of centuries of Wakanda. Seeing that he has forced out the old Black Panther, Lin Fan will not stop there. Do you really think that Lin Fan has no temper? Humph! Give me another trick! With a cold snort, Lin Fan yelled and shot again. He even deliberately created gorgeous stunts, the kind of doon, which gives people a great sense of oppression at first glance. Whoosh! Holding two black holes in his hands, Lin Fan went straight to kill the old Black Panther. Wait! We can talk about. The old Black Panther raised his hand to show that he did not want to fight. But Lin Fan had the right to ignore it, and put his hands on the old Black Panther's body, secretly activating the fruit's ability. The old Black Panther, who was already old and frail, suddenly felt that his body was being hollowed out. Chapter 84. You, what did you do to me? The old Black Panther looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, feeling an unprecedented weakness in his body. You must know that he has received the power bestowed by the leopard god. That kind of power is so strong that he is still strong in his 50s and 60s, even if he is fighting tigers and wolves. But now Lin Fan didn't know what he had done. He felt that most of the strength in his body had been lost. He couldn't even bear the weight of the Black Panther armor. Father! Seeing this scene, T'Chaka's face changed drastically. He looked at Lin Fan angrily, and wanted to help his father, but was stopped by Okoye. Okoye is not T'Chaka's kind of person who can't see the situation clearly. Originally, the appearance of her own king made her think that she and others would be able to turn the crisis into safety, and that today the intruder would definitely be arrested and brought to justice. But everyone didn't expect it to be. The old Black Panther just fought against Lin Fan with one move, and he seemed to have collapsed. Seeing the opponent's body trembling non-stop, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. The Okoye people who watched this scene immediately were dumbfounded. As the captain of the personal guards, no one knows the combat power of the old Black Panther better than her, which has definitely surpassed the limit of what the human body can achieve. But the king they revered couldn't even catch Lin Fan's move. So how do they Wakanda survive this crisis? But worry is nothing but worry. Okoye still has rationality in his heart, knowing that a person's room does not represent real strength. Wakanda possesses extremely advanced vibranium technology, including weapons of mass destruction. No matter how powerful Lin Fan is, can he still be immortal? Okoye looked at Lin Fan vigilantly, and quietly pressed a button on the spear with his hand behind his back, and the spaceship in the distance quietly received some kind of instruction. As long as the old Black Panther gives an order, or the situation is not right, the spaceship will launch a heavy fire strike. Ah! Lin Fan had a panoramic view of this, but didn't take it seriously. The same goes for Wakanda's ships. What he cares more about now is the power of Black Panther devoured from the old Black Panther. That kind of power with a natural breath allows his body to be strengthened, and his speed and strength have been significantly improved. Not quite as Black Panther, but stronger than before. If he wasn't worried about the death of the old Black Panther, he really wanted to swallow all the opponent's strength. After the system upgrade of the dark fruit, the effect is cheating. Dare to attack me, this is just a small punishment for you. Facing the old Black Panther's frightened and angry eyes, Lin Fan's tone was indifferent. What he said was even more incompetent and furious. You! T'Challa suddenly expressed that he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that his father was extremely uncomfortable, he wished he could rush forward and kill Lin Fan, but he was even more shocked by Lin Fan's strength. The heroic father in his heart, at the moment, doesn't even have the ability to resist. So who is this Asian youth? T'Challa, shut up! Seeing T'Challa's unrestrained speech, Black Panther yelled heavily. But his voice was obviously lacking in breath. Feeling the weakness coming from his body, he held on to prevent himself from falling down, and looked directly at Lin Fan. Sir, I apologize on behalf of Wakanda. Old Black Panther forced an ugly grin. It is obvious that the enemy is present, and even his own son and others have been injured because of it, but he didn't want to apologize to the other party in turn. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and he had never felt it for many years. But as a qualified politician, he knows when to do things and when not to do things. Knowing that the enemy is strong and we are weak, but still foolishly rushing forward to fight desperately, that is a foolish thing that reckless people would do. As the ruler of a country, his words and deeds will determine the fate of the entire Wakanda. So old Black Panther knew exactly what to do now. That's why he sent T'Challa. I wanted to use Lin Fan and Ulysses Crow to hone my son, and by the way, credit the other party for capturing Ulysses Crow. Unexpectedly, T'Challa was too impulsive and didn't know how to adapt, so he was taught a lesson. If he hadn't made a timely move, I'm afraid everyone present would surely die. Even he himself lost most of his strength inexplicably. Thinking of the indirect losses, the old Black Panther was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, but he showed a calm look on the surface. My son, they don't know how to be polite, and neglected the distinguished guests, please forgive me. The old Black Panther looked at Lin Fan apologetically, and said with a sincere face. We, Wakanda, are willing to bear all the changes and losses caused to you. Hey, you can make a satisfactory compensation. How about a deal? Facing the old Black Panther's apology, Lin Fan was non-committal. Do you really think you can get over it with an apology? If it wasn't for his strength, he would have died countless times in the face of M'Baku and even T'Challa and others. Now that the old Black Panther offered to deliver it to his door, it would be too bad for him not to mention conditions. The old king knows the general situation. The ability to scatter the dark fruit casually, Lin Fan said. If some people could be calm from the beginning, why did they get into trouble like this? Since you took the initiative to ask for compensation from me, then I will reluctantly accept your apology. Old Black Panther. Hearing what Lin Fan said, He felt stupid. Can you still be so shameless these days? What does it mean that I take the initiative to demand compensation from you? Hey, do you really think I am willing? It's fine if you get cheap and act good, but you're still reluctant? Fuck. Is there any justice left? T'Challa also glared at Lin Fan indignantly. Obviously it was Lin Fan who bullied them and hurt the people of Wakanda, but now they are required to compensate Lin Fan for the loss. The key point is that Lin Fan didn't know how to accept it as soon as it was good, and instead taunted them eccentrically. He was furious immediately, wishing he could tear Lin Fan to pieces. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. In the face of the absolute power gap, T'Challa, who is still just an ordinary person, can't even resist Okoye. He was forced to hide behind Okoye, unable to even face Lin Fan. Definitely Lin Fan doesn't care about him at all. I don't know what kind of compensation Sir needs. The old Black Panther felt helpless, but still asked cautiously. Lin Fan is obviously a bad comer. But who let his stupid son offend Lin Fan? Even he himself is under the control of others and has no power to resist. The only thing he can do right now is to settle the matter with compensation. As long as Ulysses Claw can be captured, his son can do great things for Wakanda. When the time comes he will use this as an excuse to subject T'Challa to the test of the leopard god. Once T'Challa inherits the power of Black Panther, he will be able to abdicate and replace Wakanda with a young king. As long as it can put T'Challa on the throne, it is not unacceptable to pay some price. Ward Fa? The boss is too cheating. Hearing what the old Black Panther said, the people of Ulysses Crow were all stupid. He looked at the indifferent Lin Fan with reverence. What is a profession? That's called professionalism. Lin Fan is probably the first person in the world who beat up Wakanda and can ask for compensation in turn. No. Lin Fan saw the old Black Panther feeling uneasy, smiled and shook his head and said. Since it is you who offered the compensation on your own initiative, it naturally cannot depend on what I need, after all you may not be able to provide what I need. I heard that your Wakanda vibranium is inexhaustible, let's get 10 tons and 8 tons first. In addition, there is this spaceship. While speaking, Lin Fan pointed to the spaceship not far away. But before he finished speaking. Impossible. You are dreaming. Wakanda never surrenders. T'Challa finally couldn't take it anymore. Vibranium is the foundation of their Wakanda, how can it be easily leaked? And when Lin Fan opened his mouth, he immediately gave 10 tons and 8 tons. If it's a few hundred caddies, Wakanda can barely agree, but isn't 10 tons and 8 tons a big mouth for a lion? Even if they die, they will never agree to such an unreasonable request. How could this person be like this? Princess Surui also looked at Lin Fan with dissatisfaction. Originally, at the beginning, she still felt that she had to be courteous before the soldiers, and ask what happened before talking. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan hurt her big brother and father successively. Now Lin Fan is making such unreasonable demands. If his father really agreed, how would they face all the people of Wakanda, and the reputation and majesty of the royal family would suffer a huge blow. This person is really deceiving. Aokai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was ready to attack at any time. The ship's weapon system is no joke. If the laser weapons in their hands are fighting at 8,000, then the vibranium technology weapons equipped on the spaceship can fight at least 10,000 or more. Forward. 10,000 to 8,000, it seems that there is not much improvement, right? Ahem, let's get down to business. In the face of Lin Fan's big mouth, everyone, including the old Black Panther, felt that it was a bit too much. Even Ulysses Crow looked at his boss in shock. 10 tons and 8 tons? The boss is really fraudulent. Ulysses Crow widened his eyes, thinking so in his heart. You must know that in the international market, vibranium has always had a price but no market. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy it at all. Relying on more than 200 kilograms of vibranium in his hand, he has developed a lot of relationships. Those big bosses who have been cheating in the past have to be polite when they see him. Without him, only you. Ulysses Crow is the only one in the world who can get vibranium. If other people want vibranium, they can only beg him, please him, and give him a lot of money. But compared with Lin Fan, Ulysses Crow feels that he is still too low. As soon as my boss opened his mouth, he was 10 tons and 8 tons of vibranium. He is a fart with more than 200 kilograms? Sir, are you kidding me? 10 tons and 8 tons of vibranium are too much. It is impossible for us Wakanda to produce so much vibranium. The old Black Panther looked at Lin Fan with a troubled face, and said earnestly. Although I am the king of Wakanda, when it comes to the circulation of vibranium, this is not something I can decide on my own. Ask for flowers. If you really need vibranium, I can give you 1,000 kilograms as a personal gift. I don't know what to do with my husband. Faced with Lin Fan's extravagant asking price, the old Black Panther naturally knew how to pay back the money. And he also showed a very embarrassed look. If Lin Fan is really young, I am afraid that he will really be given by this old fox. Lied to the past, Pidian Pidian accepted 1,000 kilograms of vibranium as compensation. After all, apart from Wakanda, whether there is 1,000 kilograms in the whole world is a question. As long as Lin Fan nods and agrees, he will become a billionaire immediately. Father. T'Challa's eyes widened, looking at her father in disbelief. He didn't expect the other party to choose to surrender. Even if it is only 1,000 kilograms of vibranium, why should Wakanda show weakness in the face of Lin Fan, an intruder with malicious intentions? Could it be that the whole of Wakanda is just Lin Fan's opponent? However, without waiting for T'Challa to speak, the old Black Panther turned his head and glared at him. Okoye, show me this bad boy. The old Black Panther gave orders to Okoye. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Okoye nodded solemnly. Seeing this scene, T'Challa immediately felt wronged, but there was no chance to speak again. Princess Surui also became a little aggrieved. She snorted at Lin Fan, "You are bullying honest people." Hee hee. Seeing Princess Surui's arrogant expression, Lin Fan smiled without saying a word. He is not angry with a little girl. But when he looked at the old Black Panther again, he didn't have that much patience, and became indifferent directly. 0, 0. Asterisk 1000 kg? Hey! Looking at the old Black Panther with cold eyes, Lin Fan taunted. Do you think Wakanda's future heirs are worthless, or do you think I, Lin Fan, are worthless? I really thought that if you shot me casually, I didn't kill you, because I was afraid of Wakanda. Revenge. It's not that I look down on anyone, I mean, in my eyes, Wakan is nothing more than that. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Ignoring T'Challa's angry gaze, a black hole quietly condensed again in Lin Fan's palm. A terrifying spiritual coercion suddenly enveloped the audience. Shocked by this coercion, old Black Panther and the others turned paler, clearly aware of the gap between the two sides. Don't be angry, sir, these are negotiable. The old Black Panther hurriedly endured his physical weakness to smooth things over. But in his heart, he scolded Mubaku and others so badly that even his son didn't escape. If these two gangs didn't offend Lin Fan, why would he be so passive? Obviously he knew that Lin Fan opened his mouth like a lion, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. After all, it was indeed their Wakanda's fault in the first place. Humph! Lin Fan snorted coldly, and the psychokinesis dissipated. Everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. The old Black Panther looked slightly relaxed, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said cautiously. Sir, your request is very reasonable, but 10 tons of vibranium is too much. I think how about just 1 ton? This is the limit of what I can do. Not so good. Just 10 tons. Lin Fan's attitude was very firm and he was unmoved in the slightest. I wanted to make a deal with you with good intentions, but if you come to me hard, then I will come hard with you now. A loser must have the consciousness of a loser. Wakanda occupies vibranium resources, but does not bring any contribution to this world. He is obviously helping the other party to use resources rationally. Definitely, if Wakanda didn't kill himself, he wouldn't have given him such a good excuse. He could only say that he committed evil and couldn't live. 3 tons. No more, sir. The old Black Panther said decisively. Seeing his painful appearance, those who didn't know thought he was really bleeding too much. But Lin Fan, who knows the details of Wakanda, shook his head and said, "Impossible. 10 tons. Old Black Panther." Seeing Lin Fan's firm attitude, he felt numb. Buying and selling also pays attention to a counter-offer. But you are good, people's lips are worn out, and you are still not letting go. Even if it's kidnapping and extortion, I haven't seen it so unreasonable. How can I say that I am also the king of Wakanda? Even if you just give me a step down, wouldn't I just agree to it? Meeting such a master as Lin Fan, the old Black Panther felt very tired. 8 tons. The old Black Panther gritted his teeth and gave a final offer. If Lin Fan doesn't agree, he can only continue talking. And when he said 8 tons of vibranium, T'Challa and others stared like copper bells, and couldn't believe what they heard. That's 8 tons of vibranium, not 8 tons of scrap metal. To give away 8 tons of vibranium so easily, they felt like a dream. T'Challa looked at Lin Fan with anger. 8 tons. Facing everyone's eyes, Lin Fan pretended to ponder. Just when the old Black Panther was full of anxiety, he raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, "Deal. Thank you, King, for your generosity." Chapter 85. Is that agreed? Seeing Lin Fan's willingness to agree so readily, the old Black Panther was surprised at first, and then his face suddenly became extremely ugly. How could he fail to see that Lin Fan never thought of negotiating well? The whole process was done by himself alone. As for the compensation he proposed, seeing Lin Fan smiling all over his face, he couldn't be more satisfied. The old Black Panther knew very well that he was being tricked by Lin Fan. But the compensation was proposed by him, and the 8 tons of vibranium was also mentioned by him. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, there was no reason. No matter how reluctant he is, he can only admit this loss with his nose. Who made him give birth to a good son? You're welcome, this is the compensation you deserve, sir. Old Black Panther forced an ugly grin. After paying such a high price, if Lin Fan still hates Wakanda because of his personal emotions, then he really has no place to cry. So even though his heart was full of tears, on the surface he still had to pretend to be happy. Then thank you. Lin Fan stretched out his hand with a smile, and shook hands with the old Black Panther. The two seemed to have a great time working together. But everyone present knew very well that this wave of Wakanda lost, completely lost. After exchanging pleasantries between the two sides, the old Black Panther asked Okoye to prepare vibranium. T'Challa and others were also driven back to Wakanda. The old Black Panther was already weak, and he was afraid that he would be so angry that he would belch as soon as he saw T'Challa, a rebel. After everyone left, 2 Black Panthers' temperament suddenly changed. At this moment, he is like a mature politician. Mr. Lin, since you said that you have always been doing deals from the beginning, I wonder if this deal can continue now? Asked the old Black Panther bluntly. Through previous conversations, he learned that Lin Fan came to Wakanda with good intentions. But it was attacked by M'Baku and others. With Lin Fan's terrifying strength, M'Baku and others are just a group of 290 brainless waste. How could they be opponents? The key point is that his son also has an IQ of 250, and he was easily incited by M'Baku. It is precisely because of these people's mindless actions that they offended such a great god as Lin Fan. In the end, Lin Fan could only be forced to ask for compensation to make up for his spiritual loss. After learning of this fact, the old Black Panther almost hated the Northwest directly. At that moment, he had the heart to kill M'Baku and his BD son T'Challa. Because of the impulsiveness of the other party, Wakanda lost a full 8 tons of vibranium, and Nemo was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. If T'Challa had known this kind of virtue, he should have been wearing a balloon in the first place. Cannot. Facing the old Black Panther's question, Lin Dan shook his head. Regardless of the embarrassment on the other party's face, he glanced at Ulysses Crow, and said in a calm tone. Give you a chance and you are useless. If you want to trade now, it's too late. Old Black Panther. Hearing this, the old Black Panther almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Rebel. A hole. Seeing that he could not capture Ulysses Crow back, he scolded M'Baku and T'Challa in his heart. Think he didn't kill Ulysses Claw outright, wasn't it just for this moment? Ulysses Crow is a wanted criminal in Wakanda. As long as this person can be brought back to Wakanda for a public trial, it will surely be praised by all the people. And his son just needs this credit as a stepping stone to inherit the throne. But now the great opportunity is slipping away. The old Black Panther felt that his breath was not going well, and took deep breaths to calm down, so that he was not killed by his stupid son. Sir, you can think about it again. The old Black Panther endured the pain, and tried to persuade again. As long as you are willing to hand over Ulysses Crow to us, I can promise you an extra meal of vibranium. I don't know what you want, sir. No, I refuse. Lin Fan directly refused without any hesitation. If it was before, it doesn't matter if you give up Ulysses Crow in order to get vibranium. But now he has got enough vibranium, and it is a full 8 tons. If so, why continue to trade? Ulysses Crow is nominally his subordinate. He gave up his subordinates for the sake of vibranium, didn't he purposely send himself to be scolded in front of others? Although he doesn't care what others think, he obviously has better choices. Old Black Panther wanted to say more. But Lin Fan waved his hands and said in an undeniable tone. That's it. Don't mention the deal again, I can't sell Ulysses Crow to you. Boss. Ulysses Claw looked grateful. Seeing Lin Fan defending himself so much, he was so moved that he wished he could go through fire and water for Lin Fan. Already loyal to Lin Fan, he respected Lin Fan even more. This is the best boss in the world. Hey, all right. Old Black Panther sighed dejectedly. Without Ulysses Crow, his son wants to inherit the throne and will need more time to prove himself in the future. And as the king of Wakanda, he is very aware of the small thoughts of the various tribes below. Wasn't M'Baku before just because he wanted to grab credit? If his son can't convince the crowd, even if he inherits the throne in the future, he will probably be restrained everywhere. King, you don't have to worry too much, Chara is still very young now. 11. At the moment, Lin Fan suddenly said. If you want to help him establish his prestige, I have another suggestion. I don't know if the king would like to listen to it. What advice? The old Black Panther's eyes lit up, and he asked. Mr. Lin, please tell me. If it is useful, I am willing to pay you a satisfactory reward. Lin Fan's sudden overture made him a little unaccustomed. But no matter what Lin Fan wants to do, as long as he can help his own son, it doesn't matter even if he pays some price. 8 tons of vibranium have been given, so is it still short of 3 melons and 2 dates? Do you remember the coup that year? Lin Fan asked meaningfully. What? The old Black Panther's complexion changed slightly, and all kinds of things from that year appeared in his mind. He was the one who ordered the execution of his own brother. Although the other party is indeed uniting with foreign enemies, and even intends to seek power and usurp the throne, they are related by blood after all. Now being mentioned by Lin Fan, his mood suddenly became a little ugly. Mr. Lin, please speak directly. The old Black Panther said in a deep voice. It is good. Lin Fan nodded and didn't talk nonsense. Thinking of some original plots, he picked out something that could be said, and used it as a bargaining chip for the layout. Back then, your younger brother actually had a son left in this world. And if I'm not wrong, the other party is also very aware of what happened that year, and is ready to return to Wakanda to fight for the throne. According to your law, it seems that the other party is really qualified to inherit the throne, right? If the other party really snatched it, it would be interesting. At the end, his face was full of jokes. But the old Black Panther's complexion was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten xiang. How is this possible? He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. But thinking of Lin Fan's powerful strength and mysterious identity, he shouldn't lie to him. After all, he can directly grab what he wants. That is to say, his younger brother really has a son. And Lin Fan is right. According to the law of Wakanda, anyone with royal blood can compete for the right to inherit the throne as long as they meet the conditions. If his son really lost to the opponent, wouldn't the throne be handed over to others? But how could Wakanda be handed over to an outsider? Even if that person has royal blood, but because of what happened back then, the other party must be full of hatred for Wakanda. Let such a person hold the throne of Wakanda, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for reminding me. The old Black Panther looked at Lin Fan gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's reminder, he might not know about it even if he died, and his son would be unprepared. But the opponent can appear with sufficient preparation. Don't look at Lin Fan just said a few words. But for their family, Lin Fan's words are like a life-saving grace. Hee. Lin Fan smiled and didn't care. The earth needs a stable rear, and he doesn't want to see that ambitious man inherit the throne. Besides, it's easier to fool T'Challa, isn't it? Not to mention vibranium owned by Wakanda. Just to face all kinds of world-destroying crises in the future, Wakanda will be needed to contribute. This is definitely the best candidate for the great injustice. Cough, how can you say that someone is a big wronged species? This is called a good person's life is safe. What should be said has been said, and no more words were wasted. Talking too much will make people misunderstand that he is sowing discord. I believe that after the old Black Panther knows about this, he will definitely make arrangements to pave the way for his son. After getting vibranium, it's time for him to return to the beautiful country. But this time he only brought back a meal of vibranium. Vibranium is a scarce resource, 8 tons is as big as a mountain. Even if Lin Fan wants to take it away, he is unable to do so. Only at this time did he realize that he had no space props. So in desperation, Lin Fan simply deposited it first. Anyway, Wakanda dare not renege on it. Even the old Black Panther smiled and said that you can come and get it anytime you want, and Wakanda expressed a warm welcome. The enthusiastic attitude at that time only stunned everyone in T'Challa. He even doubted that his father would not be swapped, right? Then T'Challa knew what love's beating is called, and she was so happy. Time flies, and 3 days pass by in a flash. After Lin Fan got the vibranium meal prepared by Wakanda, he directly drove the vibranium spaceship presented by the old Black Panther and set foot on the flight back to the beautiful country. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin used a monkey charm to change the outward appearance of the spaceship. He turned it into a cargo plane from Stark Industries. In this way, they can borrow international waterways openly, and they don't have to worry about being checked by various countries. This is the face of Stark Industries. Unless Tony Stark dies and Stark Industry goes bankrupt, all countries have to show face. But it is also because of this. The news of Lin Fan's return to the beautiful country was immediately learned by the people of SHIELD. Phil Coulson reported this directly to Chief Braised Egg. Director, Lin Fan's whereabouts are a mystery. This time, he suddenly returned by cargo plane. I'm afraid he brought back something terrible. Phil Coulson said, cautiously and tentatively asked. Do you want to send someone? No need to. Nick Fury waved his hand indifferently. But he had some vibranium ideas in his heart. Recently, a certain research of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been stuck in a bottleneck, and there has been no new research direction for a long time. Maybe vibranium can help. And according to the information, the arms dealer has a lot of vibranium in his hands. Seeing Lin Fan returning by cargo plane, he must have returned with a full load. If we can take this opportunity to get some vibranium, not only can we develop new weapons, but it can even be used as a material for that research. If you want to control the energy released by that thing, vibranium is perfect. But he couldn't say it outright. In front of his own subordinates, it is somewhat ugly to say that he is going to rob other people's things. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has always acted like this before. But when it comes to Tony's history, Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D's style of doing things still needs to be restrained, so as not to leave a bad impression on the other party. But what Nick Fury doesn't know is, Tony has a very bad impression of S.H.I.E.L.D because someone is constantly on eye drops. Okay, Long. Phil Coulson nodded and said nothing more. He felt that his director had changed a bit, but he could somewhat guess what the other party was thinking. Tony Shi Stark's identity is still different after all. Thinking of Tony Stark, he asked instead. Director, Shi Stark, do you want to send someone to protect him? Tony Stark's recent troubles not only destroyed a terrorist force supported by a beautiful country in Afghanistan, but even publicly declared that he is the so-called Iron Man. Although the name is indeed very emotional, the impact it caused is simply very bad. The military has been trying to use this as an excuse to get Tony into trouble. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that the reason why the military targeted Tony in this way was just to seize the iron armor. S.H.I.E.L.D used a lot of contacts for this, but there was no way to stop the military's coveting. Fortunately, the military is not monolithic. But Phil Coulson knows it well. As long as Tony doesn't hand over the steel armor for a day, the military's coveting, spying, and even calculations will not be easily dispelled. Even if Stark Industries is behind Tony, it is likely to be forced to compromise. Story Stark. Nick Fury frowned. Listening to Phil Coulson talk about Tony, his already dark face became even darker. The kid was just as talented and stubborn as his whole dad. Even if he knew the existence of aliens, he had to admire the powerful combat power of the steel armor from the bottom of his heart, and wanted to get this kind of technology very much. But still the same sentence, Tony Shi Stark can only be friendly, not forced by force. This is also his consideration for the overall situation. And it won't be long before that plan will be officially implemented in 2.1, and Tony is the first person he chooses. Don't worry about him. It's time to let him suffer. Nick Fury waved his hand, but he didn't take back what had been sent out. After all, Tony's safety is very important. Just when Director Braised Egg was having a headache because of Tony, the cargo plane that Lin Fan took also arrived at the private airport of Stark Industries smoothly. As the humming engine stopped, the hatch opened slowly. Then Lin Fan's figure came out of it. Hey, long time no see. Tony, Ethan, do you miss me? Lin Fan smiled and boxed and hugged Tony and Ethan. The three greeted each other. Tony couldn't wait to ask. Lin, where's vibranium? Hurry up and show me. I've drawn the blueprint a long time ago, but I'm counting on you to bring back vibranium for experimentation. Don't worry, reverse. Patting Tony on the shoulder, Lin Fan smiled meaningfully. There may be too much vibranium this time, you have to be mentally prepared, and don't faint from excitement later. A ton of vibranium, he could already imagine Tony's reaction. Tony had already been killed by those bad women. If the excitement got worse, where would he find a new one to pay Pepper? How much? How much can there be? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Tony curled his lips in disgust. He complained insincerely. Isn't it just a few 100 kilograms? I'm a billionaire. I haven't seen any big storms. This small scene still doesn't affect me. Haha, really? Lin Fan smiled and did not refute. He walked behind silently, letting Tony rush into the plane in a hurry, and then... Did I mess with Fok? With a sudden swearing, Tony exclaimed. You call this billions of points? Vibranium is piled up like a mountain, you must not have robbed Vakanen. Chapter 86. These, are they all vibranium? Looking at the mountains of ore in front of him, Tony felt a shock in his heart, as unreal as if he was dreaming. He even suspects that these are actually some kind of ore that looks like vibranium. The real vibranium is hidden in these ores. Otherwise, with the vibranium transported by a cargo plane, could it be that Lin Fan also robbed Wakanda? Lin this. Ethan, who walked in after hearing the sound, was full of astonishment. After the science popularization by Tony and Lin Fan, he also knows the value of vibranium. He couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. If everything in front of him is vibranium, doesn't that mean that Lin Fan has accomplished many small goals in a single trip? If not. Facing the shocked gazes of the two, Lin Fan spread his hands. He said calmly. Isn't it just a ton of vibranium? For me, this is the basic operation. Dash. Tony and Ethan exclaimed when they heard this. They feel stupid. Although they knew that there were a lot of vibranium in front of them, even shocking, the amount of 1 ton still shocked them. Did Lin Fan really rob Wakanda? Lin won't steal Wakanda, right? Wakanda is so powerful, aren't you afraid of Wakanda's revenge? Ethan looked at Lin Fan worriedly. Knowing the existence of Wakanda, a hidden technological powerhouse, he felt curious and surprised, but also felt that the world is big and full of wonders. Originally, whether Wakanda is strong or not has nothing to do with him. But at the moment Lin Fan got so much vibranium, only looted from Wakanda, this grievance can be great. If Wakanda holds a grudge, Lin Fan will not have a stable life in the future. Afraid of what he will do? Without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, Tony waved his hand and said disdainfully. Wakanda has so many vibranium, and the technology is very advanced, but they dare not reveal a little bit of information. I don't believe they dare to challenge the existing international situation. And relying on technological strength alone, I, Iron Man, do not think I am weaker than anyone else. With the fermentation of the news these days, Iron Man has become the idol of countless people, and Tony's words are full of confidence. What's more, Lin Fan has brought back so much vibranium now. As long as the vibranium armor is developed, he will not be afraid even of Wakanda. He even really wanted to see what Wakanda's so-called vibranium technology was up to. 14 Yo yo yo, you are indeed Iron Man. Hearing what Tony said, Lin Fan smiled and gave a thumbs up. He also heard news about the other party recently. In just a few days, Tony made many shocking feats, and even publicly declared that he was Iron Man. Leaving aside the impact it caused, Tony has already become a national idol. Billionaire. Playboy. Genius inventor. Iron Man. With the blessing of so many titles, if Tony runs for president, I am afraid that he will definitely get huge support. It's a good thing Tony doesn't have this idea, otherwise some people would not be able to sleep. Humph, keep a low profile. Tony looked smug, and waved his hands pretendingly indifferently. Ethan watched this scene with a smile. While the three were joking, Tony decided to put these vibraniums into the private warehouse of Stark Industries, and sent unmanned armor to guard them day and night. I believe that under the protection of so many security forces, vibranium's security issues will definitely not go wrong. And it can also be seen that Tony has a lot of money. The steel armor that the military and even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't ask for, Tony sent out 3 or 5 at random, and they were still used as bodyguards. A stewed egg director said that he fainted in the toilet. After solving the storage problem of vibranium, Tony didn't hesitate to start researching with vibranium directly. Both nanotechnology and vibranium originally have great research value. Ethan was also very curious about this, so he acted as an assistant. Only Lin Fan couldn't help, so he simply became a very interesting spectator, and he even went back to Hell's Kitchen during the period. After being away for several days, Lin Fan has been in touch with Matt by mobile phone. After a major cleansing, the overall strength of the hand has been greatly reduced. Other organizations in Hell's Kitchen are very keenly aware of this, and use overt and covert means to encroach on the interests that belong to the hand. Even Jin is no exception, suspected to be revenge for Bullseye's death. Lin Fan didn't care much about this at all. Some improper business, he wanted to stop all of them. Since some people want to help him with work, he is naturally very happy, and it happens to save him a lot of energy. But his Lin Fan's stuff, not everyone can move it. Even if that's what he doesn't want. Since those organizations dare to do something, they must pay the due price and prepare. Lin Fan handed over all these matters to Matt Murdock. I believe that with the assistance of Mrs. Gao, Matt Murdock should be able to solve this trivial matter, otherwise Lin Fan would not have asked him to cooperate. But what Lin Fan cares about the most is the white man mentioned by Matt. According to Matt Murdock, recently, people from the Hand Association saw a white man in Hell's Kitchen, who got very close to Fu Gang, who had been driven away by them before. The two teamed up to fight for justice and killed many people recently. Many of them are members of the Hand. Originally, Stick Man didn't deserve Lin Fan's attention at all, but another white man actually used boxing techniques. A white man with punches. The addition of many keywords made Fan think of a character in the original book, Iron Fist. This person is the spokesperson of Kunlun outside, and he can be regarded as a master. Although for him, the so-called Iron Fist can easily kill, but behind the Iron Fist is Kunlun. He still remembers the reminder of Ancient One magician back then. But what Lin Fan never expected was that, as soon as he knew the details of Kunlun, Kunlun sent Iron Fist, which has to be said to be too coincidental. Could it be that Kunlun already knew that he got a kill? Impossible. It shouldn't be. After thinking about it, Lin Fan thought it was impossible. Little is known about the Kiel remains. Mrs. Gao and Alexander Della are under his control, and it is impossible to betray him. Matt and Erica are not ungrateful characters either. Therefore, the arrival of Iron Fist, there is a high probability that Kunlun is not targeting him. Judging from the original plot trend, the contemporary Iron Fist is a white man who bears a blood feud. There should be two purposes for him to return to Hell's Kitchen. One is revenge, the other is the Hand. After all, Iron Fist's mission is to protect Kunlun, acting as the spokesperson of Kunlun's travels outside. The 5 leaders of the Hand are all targets for Iron Fist to tackle. Iron Fist. As he muttered softly, a strange look flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He was thinking about how he should deal with this person. Kill or use. But Iron Fist had already come together with Gunsu, and under the bewitching of that old man, it was really difficult and thankless to win them over. If so, there is only one last option. Maybe with the help of Iron Fist, I can find an opportunity to wipe out the hidden danger of Kunlun in one fell swoop. With his eyes flickering, Lin Fan had already made up his mind. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan has been in retreat these days. After getting the dark fruit and so much vibranium, he sorted out his income carefully. He first thoroughly researched the ability of the dark fruit. In addition to being used for offense and defense, what Fan cares most about is not the swallowing function. Like the power, he had devoured old Black Panther not so long ago. Feeling the convenience of the engulfing power becoming stronger, Lin Fan immediately used electric energy and even the arc reactor to see if it could be used for cultivation. It turned out that the electric power was not enough, it was too weak, and it could not supply the speed of his devouring at all. But the arc reactor developed by Tony is totally fine. Although the efficiency of energy conversion is a bit low, the effect of cultivation is obvious, and it can indeed improve his physical strength. This is more or less a way to become stronger. So these days, Lin Fan has nothing to do and has been practicing silently. At the same time, he also asked Tony to help him build vibranium flying darts. 10 vibranium flying darts in total. Lin Fan manipulates flying darts with the help of psychokinesis, which can explode with a destructive force far exceeding level 4, and can even easily pierce a half-meter thick steel plate. Tony didn't understand why flying darts were made, but he didn't ask too much. Anyway, vibranium is too much to use up. Just like he likes sports cars, he thought Lin Fan wanted these flying darts for collection. After getting vibranium flying darts and developing a body strengthening method, Lin Fan is very satisfied with what he has gained. This has subtly improved his strength. As long as he perseveres in cultivation, he may not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods in the future with a mortal body. Definitely this is to think about it, the gap in bloodline power is still very large. People Thor is born with the power of the thunder and lightning. Can't compare. Fortunately, Lin Fan is not a vegetarian either. With his current strength, it should be easy to beat Thor, right? According to the estimated time, that guy Thor is about to be demoted to the mortal world. If that's the case, then the captain. Lin Fan pondered secretly, feeling that it was too quiet recently. This doesn't feel like the world of Marvel at all. And almost at the same time, his originally quiet cell phone rang suddenly. Alexander Della. Seeing the name on the phone, Lin Fan was surprised. The other party would not take the initiative to contact him easily. This time he contacted him suddenly. There must be something important to report. This immediately made Lin Fan a little curious. What would be the big thing that would get Alexander Della to reach out to him? What's up? When the phone was connected, Lin Fan asked calmly. Boss. Alexander Della's slightly nervous voice came from the opposite side. Hearing the other party's tone of fear, he said. Boss, you once ordered me to send people to infiltrate a Maziguo Antarctic expedition team. Just now, my subordinates received news that they seem to have found a fighter jet from the last century. Alexander Della spoke to himself, his face full of respect. But Lin Fan didn't care about what he said later. After hearing about the Antarctic expedition team, Lin Fan hung up the phone and came to Hell's Kitchen as quickly as possible. Seeing Alexander Della, he said in an undeniable tone. Let your men take control of the situation. Block all means of communication. No one can touch that fighter. I'm going to the South Pole. Immediately. Immediately. Others don't know what's in the fighter, how can Lin Fan not know? That's probably where Captain America's frozen sleep is. If Tony is the savior among the Avengers, then the captain is the soul and the key to uniting all superheroes. If there is no captain, those people don't even want to get along well. So Lin Fan is inevitable for the captain. If the Defenders want to develop well and even replace the Avengers, Matt Murdock alone is still a bit short. Even if Lin Fan is a friend of Matt Murdock, he has to admit this fact. Captain is a much better man to manage than Matt Murdock. After all, in the last century, the captain was the man who trained the Roaring Commando. Isn't it easy to manage a Defenders? And with the captain here, the Defenders Alliance naturally has public opinion. Even if some official organizations can't understand the Defenders Alliance, there is no way to openly attack them. As for those dirty tricks behind the scenes? Lin Fan said that if you come hard, I will follow, if you come soft, I will just flip the table. Yes, boss. Alexander Della hastily agreed. Seeing Lin Fan's firm attitude, he didn't dare to waste time, and immediately started to make arrangements. Half an hour later Lin Fan boarded the flight to Antarctica. If it's not that he doesn't know the way, Lin Fan is even going to fly directly there, so the speed is definitely much faster than flying. And Lin Fan also made up his mind that he must go to Camartage next. He must learn the magic of the portal. Otherwise, if you want to travel far in the future, you have to use the time-wasting transportation method of airplane. It just so happens that there is still a deal between him and Ancient One Magician. When you go to Camartage, you can also learn about the situation in advance, so that you can win over the future Doctor Strange. Lin Fan was thinking wildly in his heart, and the plane was also heading towards 697 at a very high speed. But in the end he still spent most of the day. When Lin Fan arrived at the South Pole, it was already dark, but it was still as bright as day here. This just facilitated Lin Fan's actions. After confirming the location through the mobile phone, Lin Fan flew straight up and rushed towards the incident at a teleport-like speed. An hour later, a small black dot fell into Lin Fan's induction. Lin Fan saw many tents set up. Many people gathered in the at the moment tent, but they were all controlled and could only stay in the tent. Outside the tent, a group of heavily armed people stood silently. Even though they were in a severe cold place, they seemed to have no feeling at all, strictly obeying the orders given by the boss. Lin Fan didn't care about this. His spirit, Psychokinesis, had already sensed the dilapidated fighter plane along the cracked ice next to it. It was indeed an old fighter jet from the last century. And looking at the spray paint on it, it is undoubtedly the fighter of the beautiful country. This is definitely where the captain sleeps. Realizing this, Lin Fan felt a little excited. The benefits of finding the captain first are self-evident. Without the brainwashing of S.H.I.E.L.D, he could fool the captain for a while, and win the captain to the defender's camp. And with the importance of the captain, it will definitely trigger the system's self-exposure task. Will there be less rewards then? Thinking of so many benefits, Lin Fan quietly landed on the ground in a blink of an eye. Who? The arrival of Lin Fan startled the guards immediately. But when they saw the wool of the person who came recognized at a glance, this is the new owner of their hand, Lin Fan. A group of people hastened to salute respectfully. Meet the boss. Well, you are very good, you have worked hard. Lin Fan, who only tried on one unlined garment, smiled and waved his hands. Ignoring the group of people, he walked straight to the ice, and the psychokinesis surged out like a tide. The ice layer that originally covered the fighter plane began to disintegrate quietly. After losing the shackles of the ice layer, the entire fighter plane began to loosen, but it was firmly controlled by Lin Fan's spirit psychokinesis. Tell your men to back off. Lin Fan ordered in a deep voice without looking back. Yes, drawing board. The order was given, and immediately began to act. Everyone in the tent was kicked out, retreated 100 meters away, and looked at Lin Fan in bewilderment. Who is this Asian man who suddenly appeared? He's just wearing a single shirt, isn't it cold? We won't be silenced, will we? Under everyone's terrified gaze, Lin Fan shot again and directly moved the entire fighter out from under the ice. The huge gap that suddenly appeared directly caused the ice layer to collapse severely. It's like a snowstorm broke out. In the snow and ice, Lin Fan stood out of thin air, behind him was an invisible fighter jet. One person, one fighter came straight in front of everyone. Wang Defa. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 87. The hand is located in a biology lab in Hell's Kitchen. This laboratory was originally used to study human variation. But later, after Lin Fan took over, the original project was stopped directly. Most of the original waste researchers were also cleared or dismissed, and only a very small number of people barely stayed. However, all the research equipment used before have been well preserved, and they are now being reused. I saw it in a research room. A man wearing a military uniform from the last century was lying quietly in a glass cabin. If someone with a little knowledge of history saw him, he would probably scream in shock, because his appearance was very similar to the former Captain America Steve. At the moment, in the room, the researchers in white coats were constantly monitoring the man's vital signs through various instruments. These people were observing and typing on the keyboard from time to time to record. It is very troublesome and difficult to revive a person from the ice, even if one is not careful, it may directly lead to the complete loss of vital signs of the frozen person. So they are very cautious, even if they have achieved initial success, they dare not be sloppy in the slightest. Before the patient wakes up, they must be more careful and careful. Just because this is an order issued by their big boss himself. If they don't want to be punished by the big boss, they must ensure the safety of the patients, otherwise the consequences will be unbelievable. Didn't see many of those former colleagues who suddenly disappeared one day? They don't want to be a part of it. Tread, tread. Just as everyone was concentrating on their work, footsteps were heard in the distance. The sudden sound of footsteps was very inappropriate. But before anyone could utter a word of reprimand, a voice that was calm but full of the majesty of the superior resounded. "How's the situation? When will he wake up? Hey? Old boss." Several people who heard the voice turned around and saw Lin Fan at a glance. All the people immediately saluted respectfully. "Meet the boss." Lin Fan nodded calmly, and waved his hand to show that there is no need to be polite. His eyes were always focused on where the glass cabin was. The retro man lying there is none other than the Captain America he rescued from Antarctica, Steve Rogers. After all kinds of biological medical assistance from the hand, the ice on the opponent's body has melted. And the researchers also performed professional resuscitation on him. Judging from the detected vital signs and other data, Captain America's body has been resuscitated, and it is many times stronger than ordinary people. But when to wake up, even a professional researcher did not give an answer. So Lin Fan came to see it in person every day. "Sorry, it's all because of our incompetence." The leading researcher was full of fear and bowed his head apologetically. The rest of them didn't even dare to speak. "Well, keep working." Lin Fan was non-committal, waved his hand and stopped paying attention to these people. He walked to the side of the glass cabin and stood still. This was already the 7th day since he came back, and he couldn't wait for the captain to wake up after such a long time. It wasn't that he was impatient, it was mainly because he was worried that something might happen to the captain. After all, the medical equipment of the hand is definitely not comparable to that of SHIELD. If anything goes wrong with the captain, it is something Lin Fan doesn't want to see, and he must never let this happen in front of him. So after some hesitation, I finally decided to do it myself. He decided to use the dark fruit to help Captain America wake up. The dark fruit can absorb the power of others, and similarly, it can also transfer power to others. It's just that Lin Fan has never tried it before. Now, in order to wake up Captain America as soon as possible, Lin Fan decided to use the ability of the dark fruit to transfer part of the energy of the keel into the captain's body. I believe that with the powerful effect of the keel, the captain will definitely wake up completely. "You go out first." In a flash of thought, Lin Fan waved everyone away. Although the staff were surprised, they didn't dare to disobey Lin Fan's order, and got up and left one after another. Soon Lin Fan was the only one left in the lab. Definitely there is still Captain America lying in the glass cabin, who has not yet awakened. Pat. Lin Fan pressed the button, and the glass hatch slowly opened. Captain America's visage became clearer. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, Lin Fan held back his excitement, and secretly activated his ability of the fruit. The keel remains are also very cooperative in outputting a soft energy. Lin Fan controlled this energy and injected it into Captain America's body, constantly stimulating the opponent's cells and even muscles. Under the blessing of the ability of the dark fruit, all these energies were easily absorbed by Captain America. Great! Sensing this situation, Lin Fan couldn't help secretly heaving a sigh of relief. He was worried that there would be a rejection reaction before, so he didn't let the keel remains be shot, and he couldn't sit still until today. Otherwise, with the opponent's ability, it would be able to revive dead man. Now this kind of result is exactly what he wants to see. Since the method is feasible, Lin Fan immediately started to continue the operation without any delay. In the end, he directly used the energy of a full kilogram of keel. With so much energy being delivered, Lin Fan could clearly sense that Captain America's body became as vigorous as a furnace. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they might be blown up by these energies. But Captain America acted like nothing had happened. Will it work? Lin Fan scattered the fruit ability, nervously looking at Captain America lying there. He is not absolutely sure of this operation. He can only guarantee that Captain America will not be harmed, but whether he can wake up in the end is still up to fate. Time passed by every minute and every second, and Lin Fan stood there waiting silently. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to call the researcher in for a check, for fear of some unknown accident, Captain America finally had a new reaction on the bed. On the surface, Captain America is still sleeping peacefully. However, Lin Fan, who has level 4 psychokinesis, sensed that the other party's thinking became more active. Apparently Captain America has woken up and is just continuing to pretend to be asleep. Hee, interesting. Lin Fan was also relieved to find out. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Pretending that he didn't find anything, he sighed helplessly, turned around and was about to leave the room. But at the moment, Captain America, who was lying there, suddenly turned over. He shot directly and wanted to hit Lin Fan's neck. However, he didn't use all his strength, he just wanted to catch Lin Fan and ask him where it was. This speed? The strength is not bad. Lin Fan has been prepared for a long time, and definitely will not let the captain beat him. We will all be comrades in arms fighting side by side in the future. And he is very clear about the mood of the captain. If he wakes up suddenly after sleeping for 70 years, I am afraid that at the moment the other party has many problems in his heart. So what he has to do is not to let the captain leave, but to explain the situation clearly. Swish. While thinking, Lin Fan turned around abruptly. At the moment, he has been practicing for half a month, his physical fitness has been significantly improved, and he still has a master fighting technique. Facing the captain's sudden attack, he easily blocked the opponent's sneak attack with his backhand. Lin Fan became very playful and didn't stop the fight directly. He directly kicked left and kicked right, his shots were merciless, and pointed at the captain's vitals. But Captain America's response wasn't vegetarian either. The strength shown by Lin Fan really made his eyes shine and he was a little surprised. In addition, the environment at the moment is very strange, and he has just woken up not long ago, and his body functions are still in the familiar stage. But this didn't affect his performance, he easily blocked Lin Fan's attack. The two directly used the melee fighting technique to fight. Although Lin Fan's physical fitness is not as good as Captain America's, but with his sharp reflexes, he can be regarded as a match for the opponent. He deeply realized that the identity of Captain America's super soldier is not a vegetarian. This is definitely an existence that has surpassed the limits of the human body. Even if Matt Murdock came, he would not be able to please Captain America, and he would even be beaten down easily. Both are genetic mutants, and there is still a big gap between the two. But what Lin Fan doesn't know is, at the moment, Captain America, who was fighting in full swing, was also extremely shocked and delighted to see him. There are not many people in this world who can split 50/50ths with him. And Lin Fan looks so young, but his strength is so powerful. Is it possible that he is also a product of the super soldier plan? Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around me, all kinds of equipment are very advanced. Captain America suspects that he has returned to the original research room. No more fights, no more fights. At the moment, Lin Fan found an opening and retreated quickly. He waved at Captain America helplessly and said, "Captain, your stamina is too strong. I'm just an ordinary person, but I can't keep fighting with you. I admit defeat." "Oh, you know me." Captain America was surprised at first, then smiled and shook his head, mocking himself. "You are not an ordinary person. If you can split 50/50ths with me, if even you are an ordinary person, what are the other people in this world? Ahaha! Hearing what Captain America said, Lin Fan smiled unnaturally. If he didn't know it was impolite, he really wanted to say, is it hard to split 50/50ths with you? Although Captain America does claim to be able to split 50/50ths with anyone. But seriously, the strength of Captain America can only be said to be quite satisfactory, and the performance in the movie is simply the blessing of the protagonist's halo. Just now if Lin Fan really wanted to kill Captain America, he could do it with just one thought. So at the moment when Captain America praised him, Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and could only pretend that the other party was praising himself. Captain, your strength is also very good. Lin Fan said with a smile. While speaking, she walked to the side container on her own, and took out 2 bottles of iced drinks from it. This is what the researchers usually drink when they are resting. Lin Fan is Mrs. Gao's group of old and stubborn, who knows how to treat her subordinates. Thanks. Captain America was also polite, took it directly, opened it and drank it. The familiar taste of cola made him smile and ask. Is this also Coke? It looks so strange. Could it be a new one? Definitely. Lin Fan nodded, smiled meaningfully and said. And it's the latest model in 2011. Surprise, surprise, isn't it unexpected? As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Just like Captain America's stiff expression. 2011. Captain America's eyes widened, he looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, and then looked down at the drink in his hand. He couldn't believe what he heard. Because it was 70 years ago before his memory ended. If it is really 2011 now, doesn't it mean that he has missed the 70 years of changes in the development and use of the outside world? And after such a long time, what should the outside look like? Originally, his age was only less than 30 years old. Suddenly he heard that the outside world is already 2011, which is simply... Wait, 2011? That Carter. Thinking of the woman from before, Captain America's face changed slightly. There was a dance between them. But if 70 years have really passed, the other party may be very old, and may even be dead. Thinking of this, Captain America suddenly felt a little anxious and lonely. Sir, can I go out for a walk? Captain America looked at Lin Fan pleadingly, the soda can in his hand had been crushed without realizing it. He didn't force Lin Fan to let himself out. One is because he has already remembered that he was driving a fighter plane and fell into the vast ice and snow, and he was probably frozen in the Antarctic these years. This can also explain why he came to awakening, and the outside world has passed a full 70 years. In other words, it was the man in front of him who saved him. Anyway, Lin Fan also has a life-saving grace for him, so he will not force Lin Fan to let him go. If Lin Fan needs anything, he will do his best to satisfy him. The definitely premise is that it does not violate his benevolence and righteousness. Definitely can. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, shrugged and said. I'm here only to treat you, not to imprison you, you can leave any time you want. And you're Captain America, I don't want to be punched on the nose by you. As he spoke, he shrank his neck, looking scared. Ha ha ha. Captain America laughed out loud. Lin Fan is not only kind-hearted, but also humorous, which reminds him of his good friend Bucky. The other party was the only good friend he made. At the beginning, when he failed to join the army countless times, the other party also joked and comforted him like this. It's a pity that things are changing and people are changing now, and the old people are no longer. Hey! Captain America couldn't help but sigh. Bucky fell off a cliff and died a long time ago, and the woman he likes, Carter, might have turned into a handful of Lois. Now that he was alive, he wished that he had never woken up. In this way, he can be with the other two, Zhao Li Zhao, forever. What's the matter, Captain? Lin Fan asked with concern, pretending to be puzzled. For Captain America's mood, he can understand to some extent. After all, he is also like this when he just crossed over. But after a long time, he gradually got used to it. But given the situation that he couldn't help himself at the time, he was simply forced to get used to it. Sleeping for so long. 70 years have passed, does the world still need me as an old man? Captain America did not mention Carter and Bucky. It's not that he doesn't trust Lin Fan, the main reason is that these two people have special identities, and it's not easy for him to expose each other's information. But when it comes to himself, he doesn't have so many worries. With a desolate look on his face, he laughed at himself and said, "Maybe I should sleep under the glacier forever." "No. Captain." Lin Fan's expression became solemn when he heard this. Seeing Captain America's confused look, he laughed heartily. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with Captain America. Besides, he couldn't be more proficient at helping others with psychological counseling. Linda Hu is online. Looking at Captain America firmly, he said bluntly. The world needs you. The Defenders needs you. The future of the planet needs you more. Need me? Seeing Lin Fan being so solemn, Captain America was obviously flattered. But soon he asked helplessly. But I am already old and have become a backward product abandoned by the times. What does the world need me to do? Is it possible to be a mascot to promote history? At the end, Captain America laughed himself first. This experience is his dark history. Haha. Lin Fan also couldn't help laughing out loud. He brought a can of beer to Captain America again, and the two drank it down in one gulp, without causing any rift because of unfamiliarity. After waiting for a bottle of beer, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Let's make a formal introduction. My name is Lin Fan, a time traveler, a prophet who sees through fate, and the founder of the Defenders Alliance. I only represent the Defenders. Welcome back, Captain. Chapter 88. What did you say? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Captain America was still a little dazed, thinking that he had heard it wrong. After all, time travel sounds very unreal. But seeing Lin Fan's serious expression and his precise words, Captain America suddenly fell into silence. He looked at Lin Fan in amazement, and asked in disbelief. Sir, are you joking? Captain, what do you think? Lin Fan asked back. How to pull Captain America into the Defenders? He already has a plan, and he is working on it now. And taking advantage of this opportunity, he also wanted to trigger the system's self-exposure task. This. Captain America looked at Lin Fan in shock and was speechless for a while. Although he did sleep for more than 70 years. But no matter how fast the outside world develops, it won't be able to master the ability to travel through time, right? But he didn't believe that Lin Fan would lie to him. Although it was only a short time with him, he could see that Lin Fan was very honest, and he didn't seem like the kind of unpredictable person at all. Lin Fan claims to be a time traveler. Is it possible that he really came from the future? Mr. Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Captain America looked at Lin Fan solemnly and said. Sir, since you are a time traveler, since when did you come here? What is the purpose of coming here? Did something happen in the future? What relationship do you have with me? Captain America directly asks a series of questions. He chose to trust Lin Fan for the time being, but Lin Fan also needs to answer his doubts, otherwise it reserves the right to doubt Lin Fan. And since Lin Fan took the initiative to say this, I believe there must be a reason. He was very curious about what hidden secrets there were. Ding! The host triggers self-fall. And almost at the same time, the cold system prompt sounded as expected. Finally come. Lin Fan also had a smile that couldn't be hidden. It was exactly as he thought. As long as Captain America's curiosity is aroused, the system task is likely to be triggered, and now the facts have proved that he guessed right. The importance of Captain America in the plot is self-evident, absolutely no less than Tony. He has already begun to look forward to what kind of reward he can get. Captain, don't worry, let me tell you slowly. Patting Captain America on the shoulder, Lin Fan fetched a bottle of beer for the two of them again. Then he began to talk about the fact that he traveled through. Just like convincing Matt Murdock, Lin Fan told the story of Captain America, which is the same as the original one. Roughly speaking, the future of the Earth is full of crises, and Lin Fan accidentally travels back to the present. He has now reformed the Defenders. And Captain America, as the national idol of the beautiful country, will also join the Defenders in the future and become the sole figure 473 in this organization. It is under the influence of the captain that everyone can unite and fight against foreign enemies together. Definitely Lin Fan did not forget to highlight his status. First of all, he must be the founder of the Defenders Alliance, and the dominance must not be lost. However, the captain is second only to Lin Fan because of his charismatic personality, and he is the captain in the hearts of everyone in the Defenders. Every time I go out to fight, Captain America is always at the forefront of the command. Under the leadership of Lin Fan and Captain America, the Defenders dismantled the plots of the villains time and time again, and even launched the final battle between Wakanda and Thanos in the future. It's a pity that the enemy's strength is too strong, all members of the Defenders Alliance are destroyed, and the Earth is also destroyed. While talking about it, Lin Fan was not idle. He directly used the computer next to him to show Captain America what happened on the Earth in these years. And all the big things that happened in the 70 years after Captain America fell asleep. Including the good and bad sides of the beautiful country. The internet is always the most one-sided but also the most real. It will present the most extreme sides of a thing, and stimulate a person's senses and mood to the greatest extent. After browsing Captain America, I feel that there is always a anger in my heart and there is nowhere to vent it. The current beautiful country, how did it become like this? Captain America can only issue such a question in the end. He seemed to be asking Lin Fan, but also himself, wondering if this is still the country he swore to defend? The country that fought for freedom in the first place is now depriving countless countries of their freedom. Untold numbers of people thus lost their right to enjoy their liberty. He really couldn't imagine that such a domineering and even dictatorial country would be the motherland they desperately wanted to defend. 70 years' time. How has this world changed? The country has not changed, what has changed is the people's hearts. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent, and his tone was quiet. People's hearts. But upon hearing what Lin Fan said, Captain America fell silent for a while. After a long time, he shook his head innocently and said, "It seems that after 70 years, I am really outdated, and I may need more time to understand this brand new world." "It is necessary, Captain. And you have plenty of time." Lin Fan nodded, approving Captain America's idea. What people fear most is being stubborn. Only by walking around and seeing more can we not be misled by prejudice. According to Captain America's original fate, he was fooled by S.H.I.E.L.D. when he just woke up, and then began to work for SHIELD. Without access to real life outside, how can Captain America keep pace with the times? Captain America is a person, not a tool. What Lin Fan has to do now is to show the truth, let Captain America understand the cruelty of modern times, and find his own position again. And in this process, the only thing he plays is the role of friend. "Thank you, Lin Fan." Captain America looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Originally he thought Lin Fan awakened him to gain its power, after all he is considered a superhuman. But through fighting against Lin Fan, he found that Lin Fan's strength is not weak either. And Lin Fan has no concealment or restrictions on him. Although this doesn't explain much, it at least proves that Lin Fan has no malice towards him, and has even been sincerely helping him integrate into this world. Ding! Captain America's trust level has increased, currently, 15%. "Captain, you are being polite, this is my respect for the old man." Lin Fan laughed and joked. Ha ha ha. Captain America was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed out loud. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have such a humorous side. However, it can also be seen that the other party did not treat him differently because of his identity. And he doesn't mind being the object of ridicule at all. After some jokes, let's get down to business. Captain America solemnly asked about what will happen in the future, emphatically mentioning Thanos, and Lin Fan also talked about everything in detail. Then Captain America was silent again, his face became serious. But this is also normal. Before sleeping, Captain America was dealing with Hydra, and the strongest enemy was the Red Skull. But once awakening came, the world changed, and so did the enemies. Mutants, aliens, world destruction, all kinds of magic and high technology are even more unimaginable, refreshing and deeply shocking the three views of Captain America. To accept the new setting, I am afraid that even Captain America will need a lot of time. Captain, don't worry, we still have a lot of time. Lin Fan patted Captain America's shoulder reassuringly. Although the future is indeed very dangerous, as long as they can develop a powerful force, even Thanos cannot be eliminated. What's more, he is also planning to seize infinite gems, let alone let Thanos succeed. He didn't believe that Thanos could beat him as a time traveler. There are 3 infinite gems on the Earth alone, he naturally has a huge advantage. What can Thanos use to fight him? Yes, I know. Captain America nodded heavily and quickly adjusted his status. He even wiped out Hydra before, and did what everyone thought was impossible, so what else is impossible? And there are Lin Fan and even countless people working hard for this, so he is even more confident. Isn't it mutant? Isn't it aliens? What about Thanos? As long as they unite as one, all enemies will be wiped out eventually. Even if they failed last time, but this time, they will be able to successfully defend their home again. Ding! Captain America's trust has increased, currently, 19%. The system prompt sounded quietly. 19% so quickly? Captain America is really awesome. Lin Fan was secretly pleasantly surprised, and looked at Captain America more and more kindly. Captain America's character is straightforward. So from the very beginning, he chose to show his cards directly, and made everything clear on the bright side. And his sincerity obviously got the reward he deserved. As long as you continue to work hard, the 20% staged reward will be in your hand, but I don't know what the reward will be this time. Lin, can I ask you something? Just at the moment, Captain America's slightly hesitant voice sounded. Lin Fan looked up and saw the embarrassment on the other side's face. You must know that Captain America has a straightforward personality, and rarely shows this kind of little daughter attitude, unless it involves some emotional, issues. It seems that the captain is also a pure old man. Laughing secretly, Lin Fan nodded and said. Definitely yes. Captain, just tell me, I will tell you what I know, even if I don't know, I can ask someone to check it for you. Thanks. Thank you very much, Captain America. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he said bluntly. Actually, before my last mission, I had an agreement with a girl. At that time, Captain America tells a very romantic love story. But the ending of the story is kind of poignant. The hero never came back, and even fell into the ice cave and slept for 70 years. Once awakening came, the heroine might have turned into a handful of Lois. If this story is brought to the screen, I don't know how many girls will cry. The hero of the story, at the moment, is sitting opposite Lin Fan. Lin, so I want to ask you, do you know any news about Carter? Captain America looked at Lin Fan with some trepidation. Knowing that Lin Fan's identity was unusual, and he was even the founder of the Defenders, he no longer concealed Carter's past. After all, as Lin Fan, it is very easy to get in touch with some agent organizations. Know some? Lin Fan nodded, with a hesitant expression. Click. Captain America's heart skipped a beat, giving birth to an ominous premonition. He could see something was wrong with Lin Fan's expression. Could it be? I don't know what he thought of. Captain America looked a little lonely, and asked anxiously. Carter, is she okay? How is she doing now? Relax, Captain. Seeing Captain America flustered, Lin Fan quickly comforted him. Agent Carter is fine, he's still alive. Well done. It's just that you also know that Agent Carter is just an ordinary person. After 70 years, she has become an old man and is tortured by illness all day long. Besides, Captain, you have disappeared for so many years, and you have a family and a career, and you have a lot of children. Speaking of Carter, Lin Fan's tone was also a bit embarrassing. This one is also a legend. In that backward age at that time, Carter became one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a woman, and made countless great achievements for the beautiful country. If Captain America is the idol of all men, then Kashi is the idol of women. It's a pity that no matter how powerful Ren Nakatar is, he can't withstand the passage of time and the erosion of time. Now the other party is probably not a few years away from death. Carter. Destroying the team looked a little complicated. When Lin Fan said that Carter was still alive, he was very excited and couldn't go out to meet Lin Fan directly. But when he learned that the other party was old and frail, and was even tortured by illness, he felt heartache again. Yes, I missed it after all. It's 70 years late, what's the use of seeing the other party now? The past years cannot be reversed, and goodbye is just adding to the sentimentality. Captain, do you still want to fulfill the promise of the year? If necessary, maybe I can help you. At the moment, Lin Fan suddenly said something surprising. Captain America was a little surprised for a while. What? I mean, if you want to be with Agent Carter, Captain, I can help. Lin Fan repeated it again. Under Captain America's astonished gaze, he spread his hands and said. I told you before that this world actually hides many secrets. Mutants, magic, qigong, and all kinds of magical powers are real. As for me, I happen to have mastered some special abilities, such as psychokinesis, keel cultivation method and so on. If the captain obtains the consent of Carter's agent, I may be able to help you continue your relationship. Carter agent can also change back to the way it was back then. Lin Fan's words only shocked Captain America beyond words. How could he fail to understand what Lin Fan said? As long as he can convince Carter's agent, Lin Fan can actually make the other party look young again, which is simply unbelievable. But when he thought of renewing his relationship with Carter, he admitted that he was moved. This is the greatest worry and regret in his heart. If he can really make up for it, Captain America thinks his life will be complete. Really can? Captain America suppressed his excitement and asked. It's not that he doubts Lin Fan, it's mainly because it's important, so he wants to be confirmed again. Ding! Captain America's trust has increased, currently, 21%. Ding! Captain America's trust level reaches 20% stage reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Scion Bloodline. Kakarot is the same style. The system prompts sounded one after another. Scion blood? Damn it! Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he heard. You know it's Scion blood. Even the most common blood can possess at least invincible strength in the planet, and transforming into a gorilla can even destroy a planet. And once you master the ability to transform into a Scion, you will be even more invincible. The Scions claim to be a powerful race that gets stronger as they fight. Didn't see Kakarot's son Wukong, did he grow up to the level of destroying heaven and earth in just a dozen years? Now that he has the same bloodline, Lin Fan feels that he has made a lot of money. I hope it doesn't really come from the blood of a lower-level warrior. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Fan prayed secretly. After all, Cockroach is a complicated person. You want to say that he is cheating, but he is cheating, and he is completely the template of the protagonist of the hot-blooded manga. But if you want to say that he cheated, he was exiled to the earth at the beginning. What if the same type of blood that the system rewards him is really just the blood of a low-level warrior, not the blood of the protagonist who can kill every second of every day? Then Lin Fan really has no place to cry. It seems that we must quickly find a chance to experiment. While muttering to himself, Lin Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at Captain America in front of him and nodded heavily. Definitely it is true. I have a dragon bone in my hand, which has incredible power, and can even bring people back from the dead. As long as Agent Carter agrees, I can use the keel for her. Combined with the ability of my dark fruit, I can completely use the power of the keel to strengthen the opponent's body, so that the opponent can return to the way it was when it was strong. It's just like when you received Super Soldier Potion Strengthening, and there is no risk. Ding! Captain America's trust has increased, currently, 27%. Chapter 89. For Carter's matter, if possible, I'll leave it to you, Lin. With Lin Fan's confirmation, the worry on Captain America's face completely dissipated. He expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan again with a solemn face. However, he did not directly determine the matter of helping Carter become younger. After all, he needed to obtain the attitude of the client. If Carter is willing, he will ask Lin Fan to help. But if Carter refuses, he will not force anything, he will only meet the other party for the last time and say sorry. After all, he was the one who was late for the dance that the two had agreed on back then. Do not worry. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. As far as he is concerned, he can get the goodwill of Captain America at the price of some keels. No matter how you look at it, this deal is a blood profit. Not to mention that he still has a task to do now. Didn't expect the system to reward him with Scion blood just after reaching 20% trust, the rewards later will definitely be more generous. So facing Captain America's thanks, Lin Fan said that I should say thank you. Yes, Captain. Thinking of Carter's current identity, Lin Fan reminded. Agent Carter is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. If we want to meet her, I'm afraid there may be a little trouble. Like these so-called official organizations, you also know, well, it's very troublesome. While speaking, Lin Fan spread his hands, looking helpless. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's really troublesome. Captain America also frowned, knowing the nature of certain organizations. Especially in this beautiful country now. For these so-called official organizations, even Lin Fan said they were troublesome, and he subconsciously disliked them. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is, after all, an organization that Carter participated in forming and managing. I believe that with Carter's influence, this organization should not be too domineering. It's impossible to let him get close to Carter, right? For the organization that Carter participated in creating, Captain America naturally has a good impression. After all, he was also one of the witnesses back then. And the rest of the creators are also good friends with him. Howard even built him a vibranium shield. That shield followed him to fight everywhere, but unfortunately it fell from the fighter plane, and I don't know if anyone picked it up. Thinking of all the past, Captain America couldn't help sighing with emotion. Captain, be careful S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. How to say? Feeling that his life was interrupted, Captain America didn't take it to heart. He looked at Lin Fan puzzled and asked. Is there something wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D? Lin Fan reminded him to be careful of S.H.I.E.L.D. All of a sudden, logically speaking, he should be suspicious. But he feels that Lin Fan is not the kind of person who is aimless. In particular, Lin Fan also claimed to be a time traveler, and clearly stated various deeds that will happen in the future. This kind of thing cannot stand the test of time at all. So Captain America subconsciously chose to believe some things Lin Fan said. Now that Lin Fan told him to be careful about S.H.I.E.L.D, Captain America immediately became vigilant, feeling that there might be something wrong with it. This is what he used to struggle with Hydra. There's something wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing how Captain America trusted S.H.I.E.L.D, Linton couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't let this kind of organization lead the captain down. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D is obviously the Snake and Shield Bureau, which is a natural opposition to Captain America. As a friend, he should remind the captain to be careful. With righteous and awe-inspiring thoughts, Fan directly began to expose it. He said meaningfully. The predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D was the Strategic Science Corps, which was created by Agent Carter. It was originally intended to provide intelligence and equipment for the army. After the war ended, the beautiful country established the King's Strategy and Logistics Support Bureau on this basis. That is the organization called S.H.I.E.L.D for short. But what everyone doesn't know is that after the war ended, countries all over the world secretly implemented a plan called Paperclip. This program is designed to introduce certain special talents to their respective countries. S.H.I.E.L.D was deeply involved in this project. And the talent organization targeted by most countries is the Hydra, whose leader Red Skull was eliminated by you, the captain, so. Speaking of the latter, Lin Fan did not make it clear. But Captain America is not a fool, so he naturally understands what he wants to express. He instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Did you mean to say? Captain America's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he heard. Thinking of that terrible situation, he only felt sweating on his back, and even some people felt the sadness of drinking tea. I think he fought desperately against Hydra back then. As a result, he finally killed Red Skull, and even fell into the ice cave for 70 years, but Hydra was not destroyed at all. Even in other words, Hydra has developed more prosperously than before. After all, 70 years ago, Hydra was still called by everyone. But now, Hydra may have penetrated into various countries, and I don't know how many members it has developed. Thinking of this terrible situation, Captain America's scalp tingles. At the same time, he could not help feeling sorry for himself. The country he defended desperately was not destroyed by the enemy's invasion or war, but it was infiltrated by Hydra silently. Was it a victory then? Including him, what is the point of the efforts of so many people? You must know that his friend Bucky died because of this. Ironically, the Hydra they are committed to eradicating has not been destroyed, but the bones of those who have worked hard for it are gone. How? Captain America found it difficult to accept, and even felt a little burst of mentality. Captain, this is the human heart. Lin Fan didn't offer any consolation, but just said the same thing again. Human hearts are selfish, nothing more than that. In order to obtain the maximum benefits after the war and avoid being overtaken by other competitors, various countries are even willing to take risks and include Hydra, an evil organization, under their command. It is no exaggeration to say that the evil deeds committed by Hydra are beyond description. In particular, this organization claims that if one head is cut off, 2 heads will grow back, which shows how dangerous it is. However, knowing that Hydra is such a dangerous situation, some countries have no scruples on their faces, and Hydra has successfully turned from the bright side to the dark side. It can only be said that for the sake of profit, some people have lost their minds. But Captain, you don't have to worry too much. Patting Captain America on the shoulder, Lin Fan comforted. In the original future, you, the Captain, led a group of people with lofty ideals to make the existence of Hydra public. Successfully wiped out this stubborn organization. As long as you want to do it, Captain, I can tell you everything I did back then. This time we will succeed in destroying Hydra again. Hydra is dangerous, but it is not indestructible. And Lin Fan happens to be able to do just that. After all, he himself knows who the high-ranking members of Hydra are. As long as he adopts the policy of beheading and directly uses the spirit of psychokinesis to control all those people, it will not be too easy to eliminate Hydra. But I want to think about it, but Lin Fan will not put it into action, because it is too simple. The existence of Hydra is a good excuse. With this one organization alone, he has already gained the trust of Tony, Matt Murdock, and now Captain America. Such a useful organization cannot be wiped out so easily. Otherwise, how can we establish contradictions in the future? Well, I trust you, Lin. Captain America nodded heavily, clenched his fists involuntarily. Didn't expect Hydra to still exist. As the mortal enemy of Hydra back then, since he has come back to life, this organization cannot be allowed to continue to exist. No one knows better than him how dangerous the Hydra organization is. The eradication of Hydra is imperative. Looking at Lin Fan solemnly, Captain America said in a deep voice. Lin, I will ask Lin for help with this matter, thank you. Ding, Captain America's trust has increased, currently, 32%. It should be. Lin Fan nodded, naturally he would not refuse. Wasn't this moment the reason for exposing the existence of Hydra to Captain America? There is nothing more enjoyable than a system prompt. Seeing that as long as you work harder, it is not impossible to get the 40% phased rewards, Lin Fan is thinking of finding someone else to trick him. After thinking about it, he thought of Captain America's good friend, Bucky. This guy is also the Bond of Captain America. If the news that Bucky is still alive, Captain America will be very excited. While thinking about it, Lin Fan said with a smile. Captain, don't be so serious. In fact, Hydra continues to exist. To some extent, it is good news. After all, Hydra has indeed made some contributions. Oh, what do you say? When Captain America heard this, he suddenly became curious. He actually doesn't quite believe that Hydra can still do good deeds, and even finds it incredible. After all, it would be nice if that kind of organization didn't want to rule the world. But since Lin Fan said it, it must not be false. So he was very curious about what good things Hydra could do, and it was even worthy of Lin Fan's special mention. Do you remember Bucky? Lin Fan asked in surprise. What? Bucky? Hearing this, Captain America stood up abruptly. He widened his eyes and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Could it be that Bucky, is he still alive? Lin, are you kidding me? I watched him fall off the cliff. Speaking of his good friend Bucky, Captain America's tone changed, and his voice trembled a little. After all, he had witnessed the opponent fall into the cliff with his own eyes. He still has a deep memory of that sense of powerlessness. At the moment I heard Lin Fan mentioned Hydra, and his good friend Bucky, is there any relationship between this? Calm down, Captain. Lin Fan pushed Captain America back into his seat. Although I know that the two are gay friends, but judging by Captain America's attitude, will this relationship be too good? Could it be that men in American comics actually like men the most? Such as Tony and Colonel Rhodes, Captain America and Bucky, Hulk and Banner, Flowers. Then he, Lin Fan, shouldn't he also have an official CP? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I, Lin Fan, die, there will never be a male CP, okay? Jesus can't stop me. Shaking his head secretly to get rid of distracting thoughts, Lin Fan looked at Captain America. Seeing that the other party was almost dying of anxiety, he quickly explained. Actually, Bucky didn't die when he fell off the cliff, and it was a coincidence that he didn't die. Coincidentally, he was discovered by Hydra. Then isn't he dangerous? Captain America couldn't help but interjected. He was happy to learn that Bucky was saved by Hydra, but only a little. After all, Hydra is not an easy organization to deal with. Will Bucky end well if he falls into Hydra's hands? It's really dangerous, but at least your life is saved. Lin Fan nodded and shook his head again. After being brought back to the Hydra base, Bucky was used as a test product called the Winter Soldier Project, transformed into a Winter Soldier under the control of Hydra, and performed various tasks for Hydra. Dangerous task. Even the accidental death of the Howards, Bucky was sent by Hydra to do it. This point in the future, under the calculations of some unruly people, even almost led to a civil war in the Defenders League. By the way, Captain, you probably don't know yet, do you? The Howards have a son named Tony, and we're good friends now, just like you and Bucky. So the cause of his parents' death, I will definitely tell him when I get a chance. I hope you can understand, Captain, and be mentally prepared. But to be honest, Captain, in order to protect Bucky, you ignored Tony's responsibility and obligation to avenge his parents, which is somewhat selfish. 0. Definitely I don't support killing Bucky directly, after all, he can't help himself. Speaking of the grievances, Lin Fan has a headache. Bucky did kill Tony's parents. Even if it is under the control of Hydra, it can kill the hatred of parents, and they will not share the same death, and everyone will definitely avenge their parents. However, in order to protect the good friends, it is reasonable for Captain America to block it. Both sides have their own reasons, and it can only be said that the positions are different, and everything is a good thing done by Hydra. Howard. Bucky Tony. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Min also felt a headache. He didn't expect the grievances in it to be so entangled. On the one hand, there is a life and death enmity between the good friends and the couple, and on the other hand, the good friend Bucky, which makes him choose. Just like what Lin Fan said, I am afraid that he will really protect his friends in the end. But this is obviously not fair to the Howards. Even because he defended Bucky, Lin Fan also said that it almost triggered a civil war in the Defenders, a situation he also did not want to see. But for a while, he couldn't think of a solution, so he could only take a step to see. Get Bucky out first. Thank you anyway, Lin. I'm really happy to know that Bucky's still alive. Captain America looked at Lin Fan gratefully. No matter what the future holds, or how this matter develops, Lin Fan deserves his sincere thanks. From this strange world that did not belong to him, he has had a concern ever since. This allowed him to find the meaning of life. Ding! Captain America's trust has increased, currently 37%. The system prompt sounded quietly. Is it increased by 5% in one go? As expected, a good friend Baiji is heavier than a woman. Looking at the task panel, Lin Fan secretly complained. But he was only joking. Finding a brother who lives and dies together in life is indeed worth remembering for a lifetime. He envied the friendship between Captain America and Bucky. So he will do his best to help Captain America rescue Bucky. This will not only attack Hydra, but also accumulate reputation for the Defenders and attract more superheroes to join. And in this way, he can also get more rewards from the system. It's simply a multitasking feat. The 40% reward is just around the corner. Enduring the expectation in his heart, Lin Fan waved his hands at Captain America and said, "Everyone is a family in the future, you should help the captain, and if you can save Bucky, it will also weaken the strength of Hydra in a disguised form, and it will be difficult for us to eliminate Hydra in the future. Snakes help a lot. However, the specific base where Bucky is locked up will only be known after investigation. So Captain, I'm afraid you won't see Bucky in a short time. Hydra has always been a tricky rabbit. Moreover, there are many branches within Hydra, which are managed by different people and have no jurisdictional relationship with each other. Even Lin Fan said it was impossible to find Bucky in a short time. But he had already told Alexander Della. I believe that with the relationship of the hand, as long as the key person is found, Bucky can be found by following the clues. It's okay, I can wait. Captain America shook his head, gratefully said. No one knows Hydra's cruelty and cunning better than me. Lin, you are willing to help, and I am very grateful. Ding, Captain America's trust has increased, currently, 39%. Inch. Chapter 90. Knowing that Bucky is still alive, Captain America is very happy, feeling that life suddenly has hope again. For this completely strange world, he felt that he was superfluous. However, through an exchange with Lin Fan, he not only learned what will happen in the future, but also learned that the person he likes is still alive, and his good friend Bucky is also alive. And Lin Fan also agreed to help, which made him find the direction to work hard again. Set a small goal first, meet Carter. Lin Fan expressed his willingness to help, and took Captain America out of the research room that day to Carter's secluded sanatorium. This is a private hospital that provides recuperation services exclusively for big shots. Along the way, Lin Fan can feel that there are countless guards in the open and in the dark, and some of them are elite agents. He even found several people from SHIELD. And it is very ironic that Lin Fan actually sensed that one of these people was not a member of Hydra. This guy secretly reported the news and was discovered by Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan just wanted to say that the Snake Shield Bureau really deserves to be the Snake Shield Bureau. If any field worker is a member of Hydra, I am afraid that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated into a sieve, right? It's ironic to have people from Hydra spying on Carter. With a sneer to himself, Lin Fan had no intention of hiding it. His current psychokinesis is not vegetarian. Directly shielding the perception of everyone around him, Lin Fan walked into the nursing home swaggeringly with a slightly nervous Captain America. 3 minutes later, the two stood in front of a ward. Do you need me to help you calm down? Seeing that Captain America was too late to knock on the door, Lin Fan asked with a smile. Thank you, Lin. But... Captain America hesitated slightly, but finally shook his head. I don't think so. He knew that Lin Fan had psychokinesis, and he had witnessed the power of this ability along the way, which directly made everyone ignore their existence. The 330s made him even more shocked by Lin Fan's strength, which was not at all what humans could possess. But when seeing someone he likes, Captain America thinks he should be sincere. It doesn't matter even if he makes a fool of himself in front of the person he likes, anyway, he got used to it a long time ago. Lin Fan smiled, non-committal. He held out his hand for Captain America to knock on the door, and he took a step back, not to upstage Captain America. And he wasn't going to go in and delay the young couple's whispering. Originally, Captain America felt embarrassed, but if there was an outsider like him, Captain America would probably feel embarrassed to say something. Call. Captain America took a deep breath to calm himself. Ignoring Lin Fan's teasing gaze, he collected himself and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door was a little hasty, and it was obvious that Captain America was a little nervous. But Lin Fan did not continue to tease him. Come in. Just when Captain America was in a nervous mood, an old female voice came from the room, and his body shook suddenly. The voice was familiar yet unfamiliar, reminding him of all the past. Especially the last sight at the time of parting. The two agreed to have a dance when Victory came back, but he has been away for 70 years. He was 70 years late for the promise of this dance. But fortunately, now he is finally here. I went first. Nodding to Lin Fan, Captain America pushed the door straight in. Ahead he saw a hospital bed. At the moment, on the hospital bed, an old woman was leaning on the bed, reading a book on philosophy. From the appearance of the woman, it can be seen that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. But no matter how beautiful a woman is, she can't resist the passage of time. But in the eyes of Captain America, no matter what Carter becomes, he will always be the goddess in his heart. This gentleman, You are. Seeing Captain America, Carter on the hospital bed hesitated a little. She thought it was a nurse for a routine checkup. Unexpectedly, it was a man who walked in, and for some reason, the appearance of the other party was so familiar. And the moment she saw the other party, her heart trembled violently. Carter. Captain America walked slowly to the hospital bed and stood still. Looking at Carter's old face, he looked complicated and said in a trembling voice. I'm Steve. Sorry I'm late. Outside the room, Lin Fan was walking back and forth boredly. He didn't eavesdrop on the conversation between the two, but in order to avoid interrupting the conversation between Captain America and Carter, his psychokinesis has been covering the audience and blocking everyone's perception system. So inevitably, he was also forced to hear some whispers. There are many bloody love scenes among them. However, both Captain America and Carter have experienced life and death, so they quickly calmed down and talked about their past experiences. Carter talked about his past, getting married and having children. Her husband passed away. Knowing that the woman he loves has become someone else's wife, Captain America doesn't feel too sad. This is also related to the three views of Westerners. Besides, he was already dead at that time. Even if Carter got married, it was definitely a matter of course. Captain America felt that he was very happy to be able to catch up with Carter for the last time, so naturally he would not force anything. When Carter talked about the past, his tone was a bit embarrassing. After all, she also had a good impression of Captain America at the beginning. It's a pity that Captain America never came back, and she was still sad about it for a long time. Now seeing Captain America when she was young again, she feels a little dreamy, but more happy and excited. The appearance of Captain America is of great significance. As an agent who used to hold great power, Carter knew very well what Captain America represented, which was once even the spiritual belief of the American generation. Especially after the death of Captain America, the official intentionally or unintentionally used Captain America's influence to achieve some private goals. So this also makes Captain America more and more influential. Even with the passage of time, Captain America has become a spiritual belief, a national icon. Carter can predict that if Captain America reappears in people's field of vision, not to mention the sensation it will cause, the influence it can bring will definitely not be ignored. But again, some people would never want to see Captain America reappear, or want to hold it in their hands. And with the character of Captain America, he obviously doesn't want to be regarded as Joker anymore. At that time, a conflict is bound to be inevitable. In the process of chatting with Captain America, Carter thought of many things, and told Captain America in detail. And Captain America also seemed to have been mentally prepared for a long time, shaking his head and saying, "Don't worry, Carter, Lin has already reminded me of these things. But I am who I am, and I will only live for myself in the future, do what I think is right, and will not become some low-key pawn again." Well, as long as you understand. Carter nodded and smiled gratifiedly. The previous Captain America was not so rational, he would only rush when encountering things, regardless of the consequences. Obviously through so much, Captain America has grown a lot. And the help of that man named Lin is indispensable. In this short period of time alone, she heard Lin from Captain America many times, and knew that he was the one who rescued Captain America from under the glacier. The other party even claimed that it could help her become young again. This ability is simply appalling. Because even if it is S.H.I.E.L.D, there is no way to make a person younger, unless it uses cloning technology. But is the clone self still the self? At the moment, when Captain America mentioned Lin again, Carter suddenly said curiously, "Steve, who is that Lin? Now that he's here, why don't you invite him in for a while, so I can thank him in person? Lin is my friend, a very powerful person." Captain America's tone was firm, with some emotion. It is definitely a great honor for him to be friends with Lin Fan, and it is even more lucky for him. Otherwise, he couldn't be rescued from under the glacier. And from Lin Fan's mouth, he also learned a lot of important news, even enough to affect the safety of the whole world. At the moment when he heard that Carter wanted to meet Lin Fan, he immediately nodded and said, "Wait a minute, I'll invite him in." Speaking of which, Captain America got up directly. He immediately walked to the door quickly, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw a smile that was not a smile. "Lin, Carter wants to see you, can you?" Captain America asked inquiringly. "Definitely." Lin Fan nodded and walked in directly. Looking at Carter on the hospital bed, he smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Ms. Carter. I've heard Steve mention you many times before, and now I can see you in real life." While speaking, Lin Fan and Carter shook hands. "Hello, Mr. Linear." Carter secretly looked at Lin Fan, smiled and waved. "I should be the one to say it's an honor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to see Steve again. Thank you for sending him back to us." "Hehe, this is what I should do." Lin Fan smiled, non-committal. After some polite greetings, Carter asked bluntly, "I heard from Steve that you can make me young again, don't know if it's true." "Definitely." Lin Fan nodded, without any panic on his face. He didn't panic because of facing Carter, and he acted calmly as if he was condolences to his subordinates. This calm appearance immediately made Carter secretly praise him. There are not many people as young as Lin Fan but so stable. In particular, she is a S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent, with a powerful and oppressive aura. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents can't keep calm when they see her. It can also be seen that it is definitely not ordinary people. But this is also normal. Can know so many secrets, and rescue Steve, and even claim to make people younger. No matter how you look at it, Lin Fan is definitely a high-level member of some organization. But Carter was very curious about it. As a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., why has she never heard of the existence of Lin Fan? After all, it is not a simple technique to make people younger. If someone masters this ability, it is absolutely impossible to be someone who is unknown. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is a worldwide official organization. Carter does not believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have the news. Other organizations will know. This also highlights the mystery of Lin Fan. Before that, I have a question for Ms. Carter. Just when Carter's mind was turned, Lin Fan asked bluntly. "You and Steve haven't seen each other for 70 years. If you could become young again, would you be willing to accept this change? And I want to remind you that once you become young, you will not be able to easily appear in front of people again. After all, you should also understand that this kind of ability is too incredible, and it can easily cause unnecessary trouble. As for me, what I hate the most is trouble." Lin Fan spread his hands, looking helpless. Helping Carter is just a trivial matter, and it is even easier for him, at most it consumes some keel. But the resulting impact, if you think about it, is definitely huge amounts of. S.H.I.E.L.D. alone is a big problem. After all, the current S.H.I.E.L.D., to put it bluntly, isn't it just a snake and shield bureau? Once being targeted by Hydra, Lin Fan may not have a safe life in the future, unless he directly hides on the moon. But this is obviously impossible. And even if Lin Fan concealed his identity, Captain America and Carter couldn't conceal it. After all, they will often appear in front of people in the future. As long as a caring person thinks about it, he can follow the clues and discover the existence of Lin Fan. So how to solve this problem perfectly? The simplest solution Lin Fan thought of was to let Carter move from the front of the stage to the backstage. When Carter gets younger, he will go to the defenders to help him deal with things. Just like Carter did when he didn't retire. In this way, Lin Fan can gain a top-level agent and an all-round logistics manager. Are you getting younger? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Carter was silent for a while. To be honest, she has lived long enough, even if she dies today, she will not have any regrets. But the appearance of Steve made her dead heart beat again. All the things from the past resurfaced in my mind. If she had any unfinished business, then only Steve was left, and the original agreement between the two was the regret of her life. Originally, she thought Steve was dead, so she silently sealed it deep in her heart. But now Steve appeared in front of her alive again. If she could really become younger and make up for all the regrets she had with Steve, Carter felt that she might not be able to refuse. Now she has nothing to worry about and can live for herself and because of Steve. Definitely the premise is that Lin Fan can indeed do this. Carter looks aside at Steve. Seeing the other party's look of apprehension and anticipation, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she already had the answer in her heart. I do. Carter nodded at Lin Fan. Ding, Captain America's trust level has increased, currently 40%. Ding, Captain America's trust level reaches 40% stage rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the reward, the second optimization of the Scion bloodline. Potential increase. The system prompts sounded one after another. The increase in trust proves that Captain America is very excited, and he is very happy that Carter is willing to live a whole life for him. And Lin 4.9 Fan, who heard the system prompt, was also very happy. Bloodline optimization. So this is the direction of the follow-up rewards. Until at the moment, Lin Fan finally understood. Including Hulk's task rewards, he has been curious about what rewards will follow. After all, he was given the dark fruit and Scion blood at the beginning. It's impossible to give another copy later, right? It seemed that the system was too dull. But now that Captain America's trust has reached 40%, the system rewards him directly. Lin Fan finally understands. The follow-up of the original reward is to upgrade and optimize the original reward. In this way, he finally doesn't have to worry about being of the blood of a lower-level warrior. Because even the low-level fighter bloodline, after multiple optimizations of the system, can definitely become a high-level fighting bloodline that can transform into a Super Scion. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Lin Fan wished he could have shouted and celebrated. He can't wait to integrate Scion blood to see. Hey! Calm down. Lin Fan took continuous deep breaths to calm down. The powerful spirit psychokinesis allowed him to quickly control his emotions without showing the slightest abnormality. At the moment he saw Captain America clenched his hands with excitement. After hearing that Carter was willing to live a new life for himself, the smile on Captain America's face never disappeared, but he didn't know what to say. He could only stand there stupidly, looking at Carter and Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Captain, pay attention. Lin Fan laughed and joked, and was really happy for the other party. Meeting such a woman who truly loves each other is definitely the happiest thing in life, and Captain America's reaction is also reasonable. As a friend, he is also really happy for Captain America. Hey hey! Captain America scratched his head with a smirk. Seeing this, Carter on the side also rarely found the feeling of being in love, showing a kind smile like looking at a grandson. The love story that a 100-year-old grandma and a 30-year-old strong boy have to tell. Chapter 91. The conversation between Captain America and Carter went very well. Even though there is an interval of 70 years, the two still love each other deeply, but it's a pity that they were a little bit unlucky back then. But fortunately, it's not too late now, so is Twilight Love. After discussing with Carter, the two decided to stage a scene of feigning death to escape. First, Lin Fan made Carter's soul astral. A body without a soul looks like it is dead, which can create the illusion that Carter is dying. Later, when Carter's family cremated the body, they traded the civet cat for the prince again. In this way, Carter completely got rid of his past identity. And with Carter's means, if you want to get yourself a brand new identity, it shouldn't be too simple, okay? Carter also agreed to Lin Fan, who will serve as the intelligence director of the Defenders Alliance in the future. In this way, he would not have to go out to show his face easily. Carter is already very satisfied with being able to embark on a new life with Captain America, so he doesn't care who he will work for in the future. Besides, the Alliance of Defenders mentioned by Lin Fan is also working hard to protect the entire Earth. This is an organization she deserves more than S.H.I.E.L.D. After the plan was made, Lin Fan quietly left with Captain America, and definitely Carter in Soul Astral state. The three returned directly to the base of the hand. This is where the previous keel was located. After a month of renovation, the underground project has already laid a preliminary framework. The Dean building on the ground was also transformed into a commercial building on the basis of the original. The serious business of the hand would be run in this building. But in the unknown underground, it belongs to the first base of the Defenders Alliance, which was transformed from the original underground cave. In Lin Fan's plan, the base is very large and divided into many areas. For example, the research area for research, the combat area for training, and the material area for storing dragons. The definitely base is very large, and it can be further divided if necessary. At the moment Lin Fan and others are on the top floor of Dean building. Lin, Carter, she should be fine, right? Captain America looked at Lin Fan with some concern. The Soul Astral sounded unbelievable. Although he believed in Lin Fan, he still couldn't help worrying about Carter's situation. In case something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. 14 Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Fan smiled and patted Captain America on the shoulder. Since the other party was worried about Carter, he simply cast the ability of the sheep charm directly, causing the other party's soul to be exposed as well. I saw that in mid-air, the soul bodies of two people were floating out of thin air. If anyone could see this scene, they would probably be scared to death, thinking they met Piao Piao. Having personally experienced Soul Astral, Captain America was immediately stunned by Lin Fan's methods. Is this definitely an ability that humans can master? Soul Astral. Simply incredible. Coupled with the fact that Lin Fan can also make people younger, Captain America can hardly imagine how many magical abilities Lin Fan possesses. Perhaps only in this way can Lin Fan form the Defenders Alliance on his own. Captain America suddenly became more curious about this organization. Now that Carter has joined, if possible, he is also willing to fight side by side with Lin Fan. And according to Lin Fan, they will be comrades in arms in the future. Not to mention that the two souls were in love there. After Lin Fan asked Captain America to take care of his body, he came to the underground base under construction alone. Finding an empty room, he directly began to check the previous system rewards. System, claim the reward. Lin Fan ordered secretly to the system. Ding, rewards are being distributed. Ding, the host successfully recruited Peggy Carter and got a reward, quantum computer. Ding, the host has successfully recruited Captain America Steve Rogers, and received a reward, the Queen of Artificial Intelligence. The system prompts sounded one after another. It also proved that Carter and Captain America really wanted to join. Lin Fan just laughed it off. Even if he is facing top-level Agent Carter and Captain America Steve, he still has this bit of confidence. How could his sincere invitation be rejected? What's more, the Defenders Alliance is not an organization that does all kinds of evil like Hydra. Our goal is the Sea of Stars, okay? Seeing the quantum computer and artificial intelligence rewarded by the system, Lin Fan expressed his satisfaction. This happens to be used as a private network for the League of Architecture Defenders. Like Tony's JARVIS. With an independent artificial intelligence responsible for collecting and processing information, the Defenders Alliance is naturally one step ahead, and will not be afraid of someone wanting to incite public opinion on the internet in the future. The power of artificial intelligence is not only reflected in wisdom. Anyone who wants artificial intelligence to compete with online public opinion is really asking for humiliation. Lin Fan made up his mind that when the base here is built, he will immediately take out the artificial intelligence and install it. In this way, he can also have an artificial intelligence butler. Although we don't have as much money as Tony, we can't afford to be low in all aspects of configuration. We also have what others have. Haha, why do you feel a bit like an upstart? Just kidding himself, Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. He didn't dwell on these issues too much. These two rewards are just incidental, and the next reward is today's big one. Lin Fan said that he can't wait for a long time. System, claim the reward. Ding, the host is receiving the reward, the Scion blood is integrating. Ding, the Scion bloodline is being automatically optimized. The system prompt sounded quietly. Almost at the same time, a wave of unknown power descended quietly, directly entering Lin Fan's body. This power flowed through Lin Fan's whole body in an instant, transforming his body silently. Lin Fan felt a hot current rushing through his body. When he opened his eyes again, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes, but on the surface it seemed that nothing had happened. Clenching his fists continuously, Lin Fan could feel his strength growing. Originally, after these days of training, he absorbed the energy of the new energy with the help of the dark fruit, and his body has been strengthened a lot, but the improvement is not as good as the system reward once. When the system endowed him with Scion blood, he immediately got a comprehensive strengthening. Although it will not become Superman, at least it will save him several months of training. And now he can be regarded as having Scion blood. Xiao Qiang with this kind of bloodline is said to be invincible. As long as he is exhausted after each battle and his body recovers, his strength will naturally increase. Even the greater the consumption and the heavier the injury, the greater the improvement. I didn't see Sun Wukong being beaten half to death again and again, and he was about to belch as soon as he saw it. As a result, after he recovered, his strength was directly promoted by leaps and bounds. In just a few short years, Monkey King has grown from being the strongest on Earth to a level where he can destroy planets with his hand. This is the metamorphosis of the Scion blood. Lin Fan is confident that with his optimized Scion blood, even if he can't transform into a Super Scion, at least it shouldn't be a problem to grow to the level of Thor, right? If you can't even beat a Thor, then this Scion's bloodline is too low. Why don't you find someone to try it out? Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Fan was eager to try, and his figure quietly disappeared. After a period of time, Hell's Kitchen had another superhero again. This person likes to wear a full body armor of metallic color. No one knows who he is, and no one has seen his appearance, but this person is very aggressive, and any gangsters he meets will end badly. Depending on the seriousness of the crime committed, the person is given different punishments, ranging from the amputation of limbs. Even those superheroes who claim to be righteous have not escaped the fate of being beaten. However, this person will use the name of sparring, so that those superheroes can't find a reason to refuse, and then beat them up. Including Daredevil, Punisher, Iron Fist, Stickman and his ilk, they are all defeated by this person. Because of his addiction to fighting, this person has been dubbed the Silver Iron Man by countless people. It happens to be on par with Iron Man, who has just become famous. What even Daredevil didn't realize was that the latest so-called Silver Iron Man was actually Lin Fan's second vest. After getting the Scion blood, Lin Fan wanted to find an opponent to practice. Then he created a brand new identity for himself. The armor on his body was changed from a steel battle armor, but the color and style were changed, and it was made into a thin and light one like a cloak. After these days of fighting all kinds of ghosts and monsters, Lin Fan deeply felt the changes in his body. Scion blood is cheating. During the battle, the reaction power and other aspects have been greatly improved, and the endurance is even Xiao Qiang, who claims to be invincible. Every time the opponent was exhausted by Lin Fan. And after each battle, Lin Fan can also clearly feel the improvement in strength, and every time it is an improvement in all aspects. It's a pity that no one can hurt Lin Fan, so the improvement is actually not that big. Unable to find a suitable opponent, Fan also felt very helpless. He felt like he broke into a novice village with a large account, bullying a group of rookies who hadn't changed their jobs yet. Daredevil and others couldn't even make him go all out. Perhaps this is the loneliness of the strong. And on this day, Lin Fan ended his daily chivalry as usual, and beat Gunsa's new apprentice Iron Fist severely. This guy didn't know what was going on, but he got mixed up with the old man, and he was fighting against the Hand Association every day. Although Lin Fan dismissed Iron Fist, he just used it as his own whetstone. And through the battle with Iron Fist, he also learned the details of the power of Iron Fist, and then roughly calculated the situation of Kunlun. Although there may be a large error, it can be regarded as a glimpse of the leopard. If he really meets someone from Kunlun in the future, he can also have the minimum psychological preparation, so that he won't be ignorant of his enemy. Inside the Dean building, Lin Fan quietly returned to the top floor. "Sir, welcome back." A projection of a little girl appears in the room. She smiled sweetly at Lin Fan, wirelessly manipulated the battle armor to break away from Lin Fan's body, and then placed it in the groove of the wall beside her. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa and poured himself a glass of whiskey. After he took a sip, he looked at the little girl and said with a smile, "Thank you, Red Queen." The projection of this little girl is exactly the reward from the system that he had received before after the artificial intelligence Red Queen. The underground base is still a long time away from being built. In order to use artificial intelligence as soon as possible, Lin Fan simply installed a quantum computer directly on the top floor of the building, and equipped it with corresponding a series of smart devices such as projectors. At the moment the Red Queen has taken over the security system of Dean Mansion and acts as Lin Fan's personal butler. It's all for the service of Mr. The Red Queen picked up her little skirt and performed a princess ceremony. If it wasn't for Lin Fan knowing that the Red Queen is an artificial intelligence, seeing the other party's reaction, he would definitely treat her as a real little girl. It can also be seen from this that the artificial intelligence of the Red Queen is very high. Even compared to J.A.R.V.I.S, I'm afraid the Red Queen is no different, even smarter. "How's Bruce Banner doing?" Lin Fan lay leisurely on the sofa and asked. These days, he has also been paying attention to Hulk's situation, knowing that Bruce Banner has arrived in the beautiful country. It's just that because of identity issues, the other party has never had a chance to get close to Dr. Lan. But Lin Fan is very clear. Once Bruce Banner and Dr. Blue meet, I'm afraid it won't be long before the battle between the Matinee and the Abomination will start again. At that time, Dr. Lan will also be affected, causing the brain to mutate. And this person is also one of the talents that Lin Fan values. Dr. Lan was not outstanding originally, but because his brain was accidentally contaminated with Hulk's blood, he became mentally mutated. Not only has he become smarter because of this, he can even be called Einstein alive. Moreover, the mutation in his brain gave him a mental power different from that of ordinary people, allowing him to think faster. This is equivalent to having a super brain as a processor. If 950 is recruited under his command, he can just take over the research department of the Hand and help Lin Fan study some areas of human body strengthening. Including his scion blood can also be used as a research direction. Not to mention that super scions can be produced in batches. But by studying the blood of the scions, the human body's strengthening potion is created, and the potential is definitely infinitely stronger than that of Hulk. So these days, Lin Fan has been getting news that the Red Queen should pay attention to Dr. Lan. As soon as Bruce Banner appears in Dr. Lan's school, the Red Queen will be able to find out immediately, and then Lin Fan can make arrangements in advance. "Sir, Dr. Blue has just contacted Bruce Banner, and they agreed to meet tomorrow." The Red Queen walked up and down the room, like an innocent little girl. But this did not affect her reporting to Lin Fan. "Tomorrow." After hearing what Hong Ho said, Lin Fan immediately became interested, guessing that tomorrow might be the beginning of the plot. At that time, he will be able to get the 2 talents he has been waiting for a long time. Hulk. Dr. Blue. If he can recruit these 2 people, he can get another wave of rewards. And Hulk still has the task of revealing himself. As long as he makes persistent efforts to help Hulk realize his wish, the trust level will definitely be improved again. 40% of the phased rewards are just around the corner. Get it at your fingertips. The ability of Dark Fruit is already very powerful. If it is optimized again, I believe that all aspects will be improved accordingly, and it will be a powerful trump card for him in the future. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. And at the same time, far away in Asgard, God King Odin is coronating his eldest son Thor. But secretly, several frost warriors sneaked in. They wanted to steal back the ice treasure box, the artifact of their own race, from Odin's treasure house, but Odin noticed it at the critical moment. A great war breaks out, and the destroyer guarding the vault easily annihilates the invaders. Thor is enraged by the Frost's invasion. In order to make the invaders pay the price, Thor secretly led people to the Frost Kingdom with the help of Bifrost, and almost killed everyone in the end. At a critical moment, Odin arrives. Disappointed by Thor's impulse, Odin directly sealed his divine power and exiled him to the earth. Along with it came Thor's weapon, Mjolnir. Whoosh! Boom boom boom! In a remote town in the beautiful country, 2 bright meteors flashed across the sky, and the originally silent night suddenly thundered. The lightning in the sky is like dense spider webs, as if the whole sky is about to split open. And under the amazed gaze of countless people, the meteor landed directly on the wilderness outside the town, smashing out a huge amounts of crater. Even the residents of the small town tens of thousands of meters away could clearly feel the terrifying vibration. Many speculators drove directly to the place where the meteorite fell. Then everyone was shocked to find out. In the center of the crater, there is a hammer lying silently. Chapter 92. Graben College, Manhattan. Lin Fan walked in the university, and all he saw along the way were young and beautiful college girls. And the ethos of the beautiful country is freedom and democracy. So admiring the long legs around her, Lin Fan expressed her satisfaction, but it's a pity that she couldn't have a beautiful encounter here today. And it won't be long before this place becomes the outbreak of a battle. Sir, Bruce Banner is next to the school now. In the Bluetooth headset, the little girl-like voice of Hong Ho came out. And a projection appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. That was Bruce Banner, dressed in tattered clothes and acting as a beggar in a corner of the street. Ruth Banner has had a miserable life these days. All the money in his hands was used to smuggle back to the beautiful country. And when he returned to Melee, the remaining money was not even enough to eat, let alone live in a hotel every day. In desperation, Bruce Banner can only live on the street to pick up his life. Tang Tang, a talented scientist with 4 PhDs, was reduced to fighting beggars for food. It can only be said that Bruce Banner suffered all of this. If he had hardened himself earlier, Lin Fan would not believe that the military would dare to arrest him unscrupulously. Really, Invincible Hulk eats dry food? If you can't beat you once, then twice, the Invincible Hulk is kidding you? The existence of Hulk was originally a bug-level existence. As long as the military doesn't use nuclear bombs, Bruce Banner, with Hulk as his trump card, can live a good life in the beautiful country. It's a pity that Bruce Banner's character is too weak, he only knows to escape when encountering things. Lin Fan has no comment on this. The purpose of his coming today is only to take away Dr. Lan, whom he valued, when the battle broke out. As for Bruce Banner and Hulk, we will see the situation later. After all, Hulk needs to solve the little problem of abomination. Hey, handsome guy, you shouldn't be from our school, right? Just as Lin Fan was wandering around, a female voice suddenly came from beside him. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a pair of long legs facing him, very long, very white and moist. Is there anything I can help with? The girl looked at Lin Fan enthusiastically and asked. Not only was she not dissatisfied with Lin Fan's gaze, but she also deliberately straightened her figure. Because just now, she saw Lin Fan get off the sports car with her own eyes. And that is the world's limited Bugatti Veyron. If she can get Lin Fan's favor tonight, then she will definitely become the envy of countless girls, and what will she want in the future? But unfortunately, things backfired. Hello beauty. Lin Fan smiled politely, and his gaze soon became indifferent. He could tell at a glance that the girl had something wrong with him. But he has already tasted the taste of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and he really has no interest in this kind of 17 or 18-year-old girl. And like this kind of initiative to deliver to the door, Lin Fan said that he has a mental cleanliness habit. But he has nothing to do, and he doesn't know when the plot will start, and he doesn't mind flirting with the other party. Can you show me around? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Definitely. The girl nodded hurriedly, with a smile on her face. She took the initiative to hug Lin Fan's arm, making Lin Fan feel what is majesty and what is the enthusiasm of the West Coast. Under the leadership of the girl, Lin Fan went around the whole school directly. He even stopped by the school's research room once. After asking the girl, I learned that Dr. Lan, also known as Samuel Stern, is the main person in charge of this research laboratory. However, this Dr. Lan has a strange personality, and very few students will take the initiative to come to the laboratory. Hearing that Lin Fan still wanted to visit the laboratory, the girl was a little reluctant, but finally took Lin Fan in, and was chased out by a gloomy middle-aged man. The girl was indignant, and hurriedly pulled Lin Fan away. But just as they walked out of the research room, Lin Fan sensed that Samuel Stern left immediately, and then walked towards somewhere outside the school. And that's where Bruce Banner is. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan knew that the plot had already begun, and a big battle would break out soon. Withdrawing his arm from Majesty, he was still a little bit reluctant. But in the end he said helplessly, "Beauty, I still have something to do, I have to go first." "Ah, you want to go?" When the girl heard this, she felt a little resentful. She thought she had already hooked up with Lin Fan, and she would be able to sit in the Bugatti Veyron in a while, and enjoy a two-person world with the rich second generation at night. In the end, nothing happened, so she was about to separate from Lin. Leave a contact information. The girl can be regarded as helping him. Lin Fan felt that he should not be too ruthless. After all, he is also a handsome Lin. Knowing that a big war is about to break out in the school, he can't bear to let the girl get hurt by Chi Yu, so he might as well just be a favor. "This is for you." After leaving the girl's contact information, Lin Fan took out another bank card and said, "There are 10,000 yuan in here, you can go buy some new clothes first, and I will contact you later in the evening." Patting the girl's buttocks, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. And the girl suddenly became ecstatic. "I listen to you." Excitedly took the bank card, the girl kissed Lin Fan goodbye. Lin Fan did not reject the girl's enthusiasm. After watching the girl leave, he turned around and returned to the laboratory, sneaking into it without making a sound. At the moment Samuel Stern was supposed to be out picking up Bruce Banner. There was no one in the laboratory, so it was convenient for Lin Fan to sneak in and upload the subroutine of the Red Queen to the computer in the experiment. Because important performance data are kept, the laboratory uses an independent network. So Lin Fan had to hack into the network himself. Definitely he just plugged in a USB flash drive and all follow-up operations were done by Hongdian itself. When the portrait of the Red Queen appears on the screen, it also means that the Red Queen has completed the system intrusion, and directly backed up and shared all the research data. The Red Queen, who was far away in the Dean building, received the relevant information as soon as possible. Although Lin Fan will also be able to obtain these materials after Samuel Stern is subdued, he is afraid that it will be accidentally destroyed in the battle. That's Hulk vs Abomination after all. Just in case, Lin Fan took a parent-child walk and backed up the data. After finishing these, Lin Fan quietly left the laboratory. And almost as soon as he left, Samuel Stern returned with a man in rags, and couldn't wait to start a human experiment. He used to study Hulk's blood, but now he can study Bruce Banner himself. Samuel Stern looked very excited about this. "Dr. Lan, are you sure you can help me eliminate Hulk?" Lying on the experimental bed, Bruce Banner asked a little nervously. He traveled across the entire Oceania and returned to the beautiful country after exhausting all kinds of hardships, not because of confrontation with Dr. Lan, a netizen. And thinking of what Lin Fan said at the beginning, he also kept a special eye on it. As for Dr. Lan's research materials, he just reread carefully, and really found many loopholes that still need to be solved. If human experiments are carried out rashly, the success rate may not be guaranteed at all. Dr. Lan is more likely to use him as a guinea pig. "Relax, Banner." Samuel Stern patted Bruce Banner and said with determination. "Before this, I have made many gaffes. Didn't you see that those mice are alive and well? This time we will definitely create a miracle in the history of medicine." Speaking of this, Samuel Stern looked very excited. As a researcher specially recruited by the school, he has received less and less funding in recent years, just because there has been no research results. Seeing that he was about to be kicked out by the school, he was definitely unwilling to become the laughingstock of his peers. Until he met Bruce Banner. Samuel Stern expressed sympathy for what happened to this colleague, and then he began to carry out various online deception routines. From the hands of simple Bruce Banner, he got a lot of research materials on human body variation. Plus there's Hulk's blood again. So much so that in the past 6 months, he has really discovered a lot of useful things through comprehensive research on Hulk's blood. He even cultivated a few particularly strong mice with IQs far superior to those of the same kind. This made him see the hope of developing human strengthening medicine. As long as he can complete this research, he will definitely become a leader in related fields, and will be envied and hated by countless executives. Moreover, human body strengthening medicine is something that even the military cannot ask for. At that time, he will definitely use this research to achieve success. Thinking of the beautiful life in the future, Samuel Stern felt that his life had reached its pinnacle, he felt that his life had reached a climax. Will it really go well? Seeing Samuel Stern's reaction, Bruce Banner became more and more uneasy. Why does this guy look like a psycho? Looking at the fanatic look of the other party, those who didn't know it thought they met a mad scientist. But now that the matter is over, what other choice does he have? Hope everything goes well. Sighing secretly, Bruce Banner realized he had no choice. He can only go to the dark one way now. Otherwise, with his current situation, if he wants to escape to other places, I am afraid that people outside will never agree. It took him a lot of hard work to be able to smuggle back to the beautiful country again. It will not be so easy to leave again. Please, Dr. Lan, troubles will follow. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Bruce Banner nodded at Samuel Stern. Then he lay down directly and slowly closed his eyes. Whether you can completely let go of Hulk's shackles, the next thing is to see if Hulk's experiment is successful. It will be a success. Samuel Stern spoke decisively, as if to appease Bruce Banner, and as if to comfort himself. He directly picked up a needle of dark blue potion on the side. Without any hesitation, he stuck the needle hole in Bruce Banner's arm, and then pushed the dark blue potion into it. Bruce Banner snorted and fell into a deep sleep in the blink of an eye. And in his body, the dark blue potion quietly circulated throughout his body. It was originally mutated blood and even genes, but under the influence of this potion, it actually degenerated. Kama ho 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 ho. Bruce Banner's body shook, and there was a faint roar. But Samuel Stern only thought he had heard it wrong. He is strong. Holding back his excitement, he stared intently at the computer screen in front of him, which displayed changes in the body data of Bruce Banner. Seeing that everything was according to his plan, the smile on the corner of his mouth rose wildly. At the same time, somewhere in the school, Lin Fan observed the movements in the laboratory through the projection in front of him, which was given to him remotely by the Red Queen. Samuel Stern was unaware of this and never noticed that the computer had been hacked. Their experiments also fell into Lin Fan's eyes throughout. Looking at the sleeping Bruce Banner in the picture, Lin Fan's eyes flickered, and he murmured to himself. The plot has finally begun. At the same time, inside a certain military base, General Ross, who had returned to the beautiful country a long time ago, was sitting in the office at the moment, with an ugly face that seemed to drip water. Since the news of his use of nuclear bombs in foreign countries was leaked, he was quickly targeted by some deadly opponents. Although there are also many big boss platforms behind him. But because the influence was too bad, he still paid a big price in the end, which allowed him to keep his current position. However, he was also seriously warned that he would never cause any more trouble. Otherwise, he won't want to be a general, and he won't even be sent to a military court by then. Damn BD! Why not? Where the hell is Hulk? Ross gritted his teeth angrily at the thought that the nukes couldn't get him to catch the Hulk. Obviously Hulk was surrounded by them at that time. As a result, after the nuclear bomb was used, there was no sign of Hulk in the ruins of the entire town, let alone the blood he wanted at the beginning. He thought the nuclear bomb was too powerful and accidentally blew Hulk into pieces. But then someone found traces left by Hulk outside the town. Facts have proved that Hulk is fine if he doesn't enter, and even escaped the capture of the military again, and escaped without a trace. This made him feel very powerless and furious. Boom boom boom. At the moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. And the sound of knocking on the door, by Wang Qian, was a little hurried. Okay. General Ross frowned, but still suppressed his displeasure, and said in a deep voice. Come in. The voice rang, and the door of the room was pushed open. Brunsky rushed in excitedly, yelling. General, Bruce Banner has been spotted. Real. Hearing this, General Ross stood up abruptly. He looked at Brunsky in disbelief and asked. Where is Hulk now? Knowing that Brunsky found Bruce Banner's trail, his gloomy mood was swept away, and he was filled with strong motivation instead. As long as Hulk can be recaptured, those big guys will definitely look up to him. At that time, Ross will definitely become the leader of the military again. If he can successfully develop the super soldier potion, he, General Ross, may not be able to become one of those big shots. Right at Groban College in Manhattan. Brunsky suppressed his excitement, Shen Chengui reported. Before we checked the abnormal communications in New York, we finally found a university professor named Samuel Stern, who often secretly communicated with people outside the country. We later found out that this person was contacted by none other than Bruce Banner. And Bruce Banner has now been smuggled back to New York. At the moment, he is suspected of accepting some kind of human experiment by Samuel Zongden at Groban College in Manhattan. Speaking of Bruce Banner, Brunsky seemed very excited. Because General Ross had promised him. As long as the super soldier medicine is developed, he will be the first to get the chance to strengthen the human body. At that time, he will be able to become a super soldier and be highly valued by the military. And this is the greatest pursuit and obsession in his heart. Great! Knowing the cause and effect, General Ross was very excited. He waved his hand and ordered. Call the soldiers immediately and set off. Hulk must not be allowed to escape this time. Chapter 93. Great, the experiment was a success. In the laboratory of Groban College in Manhattan, Samuel Stern hammered his fist excitedly. At the moment, Bruce Banner's body data was displayed on the computer screen. And through the previous relevant data, he could see at a glance that the mutated gene that belonged to Hulk in Bruce Banner's body had completely disappeared. This also shows that Bruce Banner has been successfully turned back into a normal person, which means that his research is perfect. With the successful case of turning Bruce Banner back into an ordinary person, he can then conduct mutation experiments to develop the perfect human strengthening medicine for himself. After all, mutated genes can be eliminated, and correspondingly, human body strengthening can also be reversed naturally. As a scientist who studies human genetics, Samuel Stern feels that he can definitely do this, giving himself a more intelligent brain and a stronger body. At that time, not only will he become stronger himself, but the research results can also be used as a stepping stone to improve his status. I believe that the military and even various organizations will be very willing to spend money for him. Call. Taking continuous deep breaths to calm down, Samuel Stern immediately saved the test data. These materials are related to his bright future in the future. Unbeknownst to Samuel Stern, while he was saving the research data, an artificial intelligence subroutine was also remotely sending the data to its own subject. Even including his every move, the whole process is under someone's surveillance. At the moment somewhere in the school, Lin Fan sat here silently, surrounded by college students coming and going, but his gaze was looking outside the school. At the moment he could already hear the heavy sound of the tanks rolling over the ground. And under his induction, the military personnel had already arrived at Graben College in Manhattan and directly surrounded and blocked the entire school. Anyone who wants to go out must be inspected by the military, and those who violate it will be arrested directly. This immediately caused huge amounts of uproar, and the teachers and students of the school expressed serious protests. But alas, it didn't help. Under the strong suppression of General Ross, all the teachers and students could only choose to surrender in the end, and then cleared the field according to the requirements of the military. Not long after, the commotion in the school spread to Lin Fan's place. He disappeared into the campus directly along the panicked crowd. Almost at the same time, a text message from an unknown number was sent to the cell phone of a woman named Ross Betty. The content of the message is very simple, only a picture plus a paragraph of text. The picture is of Bruce Banner in tatters. And the accompanying text is also very simple. Manhattan Graben College. Banner, hurry up. Inside Graben College, Manhattan. Not long after Lin Fan drove away from 113, a number of transport vehicles and tanks drove up and parked directly in the open space outside the laboratory. Then hundreds of heavily armed soldiers directly surrounded the entire laboratory. Rockets, tanks, machine guns. All kinds of heavy firepower equipment that can be used are all ready to go, and only General Ross can give an order. Hulk. This time, I must catch you. The leader, General Ross, looked solemn, with determination in his eyes. He knows it's his last chance. Openly dispatching troops in Manhattan, and even launching a battle against monsters like the Hulk, the bad impact caused will never be borne. But all of this has a premise, that is, he still didn't catch Hulk in the end. Instead, what if he catches it? As long as Hulk can be caught and Hulk's genes can be used for super soldier potion research, someone will help him take today's responsibility. Even some people will spare no effort to support him in order to get the super soldier potion. So this time, if he fails, he will succeed. Hulk must be caught. Use an anesthesia bomb. Get me out of here. While thinking about it, General Ross waved his hand, and a dozen soldiers directly raised their guns forward. They all held something like a rocket launcher in their hands. But as the trigger was pulled, grenades were shot out one after another, and after the explosion, the smoke with a pungent smell was produced. This is exactly the narcotic bomb developed by the military to capture Hulk. Since the last consecutive defeats, General Ross specially hired experts to conduct research and development, extracting this narcotic toxin from a mutant. The dose of just one bullet can knock down even dinosaurs, and it can definitely anesthetize Hulk. Even in order to develop more anesthesia bombs, he did not hesitate to drain that mutant. For this reason, the people above often scolded him for being wasteful and shameful. At this time, the number of mutants is very rare, let alone the effective mutation. After finally catching a mutant, General Ross turned around and used it to disable it. This made the big guy furious. In the end, a general named Stryker stood up to speak for General Ross, and then asked for Mutant's body with some conditions. It is said that the other party also has a department specializing in the study of mutants. General Ross is very happy to do this business. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would really like to visit the other party's research base in person. Maybe he'll get a solution to the Hulk, too. But it doesn't matter, I will take action. This time, I will definitely recover the military's private property. General Ross's eyes shone brightly, as if he already had a wisdom pearl in his hands. At the same time, as the anesthesia bomb turned into disgust, it soon spread to the inside of the laboratory. The entire laboratory directly turned into a sea of smoke. Samuel Stern, who had just finished taking blood from Bruce Banner, was preparing to wake up Bruce Banner, and then tell him the good news of the success of the experiment. But the appearance of anesthesia smoke directly shocked Samuel Stern. What the hell is this? Samuel Stern looked a little puzzled. The sudden appearance of smoke gave him a very dangerous feeling. Didn't you see that all the mice were unconscious? Even Bruce Banner in his hospital bed was not spared. Bruce Banner, who was already in a deep sleep, fell into a deep sleep without even making any resistance. Hulk, who would have appeared in a dangerous moment to protect his safety, is also missing. It's as if Hulk was really eliminated by the potion. Oops, something went wrong. Seeing what happened to those little white mice, Samuel Stern immediately realized that something was wrong. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, he quickly found a protective mask to put on himself, and then immediately turned on the monitoring inside and outside the laboratory. Then he saw that his entire laboratory was surrounded by the military. There are even tanks in the military queue. Facing such a heavily armed army, not to mention him, even Bruce Banner would have to surrender. And he finally realized that his connection with Bruce Banner had been discovered. Even at the moment the military has surrounded the laboratory where they are. Unless they grow wings and fly out, facing the encirclement and suppression of the army today, both of them will be reduced to prisoners of the army. Damn it! How did this happen? Samuel Stern yelled, his face was extremely ugly. Obviously his experiment just succeeded. Seeing that as long as the research continues, a human body strengthening drug without side effects will be developed soon, but how was it discovered by the military at the critical moment? With the military's domineering character, can't his experiments continue by then? Even all his information was confiscated by the military. Without Hulk's blood samples and his previous research data, how will the next experiment be carried out? No. I must not be caught. Samuel Stern's heart was hardened, and Dang even prepared to pick up the research materials and escape from here. The first thing he took was the blood sample drawn in advance. As long as there is a blood sample of Bruce Banner, even if he goes to other places, he can restart the experiment anytime and anywhere. Anyway, all the previous research materials are stored in his mind. Think and do, Samuel Stern acted directly. But at the moment, tread. And at the moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. They wear airtight protective clothing. This group of people directly kicked open the door of the laboratory, saw Bruce Banner lying on the hospital bed, and Samuel Stern who was about to abscond. Military action. Hands up. Brunsky, the leader, waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him rushed forward. Samuel Stern, who was about to abscond, was directly thrown to the ground. Samuel Stern. Recognizing this person's identity, Brunsky had a strange look in his eyes. He could tell at a glance that this was a biological laboratory. Seeing Bruce Banner lying there unconscious, obviously undergoing some kind of experiment, or the experiment has successfully concluded. After all, according to the past, Bruce Banner has already transformed into that big green monster. But now Bruce Banner is unconscious. Brunsky doesn't think it's their narcotics, or they wouldn't have lost again and again before. In other words, the monster in Bruce Banner's body has been eliminated. Since this person can eliminate the mutant gene, what if it's the other way around? Does that mean I can become as powerful as Hulk? Bronski's mind was spinning, and a crazy idea suddenly popped up in his heart. Looking at the surrounding research equipment, as well as Samuel Stern lying on the ground, he waved his hands to carry Bruce Banner out. But he did not leave with his men. Also remaining was Samuel Stern. I ask you to answer, do you understand? Looking down at Samuel Stern, Bronski asked in a deep voice. What is Bruce Banner looking for you for? What experiments are you doing? Has the Hulk gene disappeared from his body? Excuse me, sir, I'm just a researcher. Samuel Stern nodded hastily, frantically begging for mercy. With the circumstances at hand, all he can do is beg Bronski to let him go, and maybe he still has a chance. Sure enough, just as I guessed. Seeing this scene, Bronski's eyes flickered. He pointed to the medicine box held by Samuel Stern and asked. What's this you got? Could it be Hulk's blood sample? Have you created a human strengthening potion? This. Samuel Stern felt a sudden in his heart, he quickly waved his hands and said. Sir, you misunderstood, this is indeed Hulk's blood sample. However, how to make a strengthening drug, I am still studying this, and it is still in the clinical trial stage, and the distance from success. It takes a long time to perfect. Sir, if you want to study human body strengthening, please let me join you. I know the Hulk gene very well and have studied it for a long time. As long as you are willing to give me a chance, I can definitely research human body strengthening potions, and I can definitely do it even surpassing Hulk. In order to survive, Samuel Stern spared no effort to sell himself. He even said things like surpassing the Hulk. As everyone knows, for Bronski, defeating Hulk is the biggest obsession in his heart, and it has even reached the point of becoming a demon. I think he was the most elite soldier in the army at the beginning, but he couldn't even defeat a scientist. He was deflated on Bruce Banner and Hulk time and time again. In the dead of night, when Bronski thought of his countless failures, he was so depressed that he couldn't sleep at all. Now hearing what Samuel Stern said, a certain idea in his heart became more and more urgent. Okay. I'll give you a chance. Bronski nodded, and Samuel Stern was relieved to hear what he said. But it didn't take long for Samuel Stern to be happy. Bronski pulled him up, put a gun directly on his head, and said in shocking words. I want you to make a strengthening potion from the blood of Eternal Hulk now. I want to become stronger than Hushu. I want to surpass Hushu, and I want to become the most powerful warrior in the entire military. What? What? Samuel Stern was dumbfounded, looking at Bronski in disbelief. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. You must know that the strengthening medicine he researched is still in the stage of experimenting with mice, and there is no way to guarantee that there will be no accidents in the human body. Especially since Bronski is still a high-ranking military officer, isn't this killing him? In case something happened to the other party, he might not be able to afford to walk around. Sir, you can't, Hulk's genes are full of unknowns, and I can't directly strengthen the human body right now. Samuel Stern looked terrified, shook his head crazily and said. Why don't we study for a while first, and wait for the human experiment to confirm that the medicine can successfully affect the human body, and then use it on you, sir? No. Right now. Bronski refused directly, without comment. I, Bronski, am the man of destiny. Even if Bruce Banner can make it, I can definitely make it. While speaking, he directly buckled the safety of the pistol. Judging by his attitude that if he disagrees, he will do it. As long as Samuel Stern dares to refuse, he will shoot the opponent's head off if he refuses. Sir, please forgive me, I will obey you. Samuel Stern was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, he could only follow Brunsky's request and use Hulk's blood to concoct a strengthening potion. And for some reason, he suddenly looked forward to the next human experiment. After the experience of injecting mice, there have been many successful cases before, and the worst is just a human experiment for verification. Now that Brunsky is willing, he can just see the effect. As long as Brunsky succeeds in strengthening, he can also strengthen himself at that time. In this way, he will be able to gain great strength and successfully escape from the encirclement of the military. Samuel Stern quickly prepared 2 potions. Secretly hid one in his pocket, and Brunsky said on the hospital bed, "Sir, the potion is ready. Quick! Give it to me!" Brunsky said impatiently. Seeing this scene, Samuel Stern did not hesitate, and directly inserted the needle into Brunsky's arm. The faint blue potion was injected directly into the opponent's body. The moment the medicine entered his body, Brunsky's face turned extremely red and his body was covered with dense veins. "Ugh!" Brunsky yelled, his body suddenly curled up into a prawn. An extremely violent force flowed through his body. Under the influence of this force, Brunsky's body swelled violently, reaching a size of 3 meters in an instant. This is incredible." Samuel Stern on the side looked surprised. The effect of strengthening can be said to be very good, even beyond his expectations, directly turning Brunsky into a little titan. This means strengthening is very smooth. Ho 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 ho! But at the moment, Brunsky's body suddenly turned green. A beast-like roar sounded suddenly. Chapter 94. Graben College, Manhattan, inside the laboratory. Ho 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 ho! Accompanied by a burst of roars, Brunsky's whole body burst out with veins, and his whole body also soared to more than 3 meters in an instant. Seeing this scene, Samuel Stern backed away in fright. How so? Looking at the scene in front of him, he widened his eyes, feeling great fear in his heart. Obviously the result of the strengthening just now was very successful. But in a blink of an eye, Brunsky turned into this ghost, like an irrational monster. And watching it roar like a beast, it is obviously very painful. This is a phenomenon that he has not observed before using mice for experiments. It's over, it's over. I said that there is no way to directly conduct human experiments. If this turns the military commander into a monster, I'm afraid I'm really over now. Samuel Stern's complexion changed, feeling that his life fell directly from the peak to the trough. All fantasies seem worthless at this moment. Any success or fame is nothing but falsehood. Seeing that Brunsky's roar became more and more terrifying, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately turned around and fled here. But unfortunately, his movements were still one step slower. Ho ho ho! Brunsky, who was completely transformed into a big green monster, had a bloodthirsty light in his red eyes. He suddenly jumped up from the hospital bed, frantically destroying everything in front of him. Samuel Stern couldn't dodge in time, and was directly pushed to the ground, his mind slamming against the edge of the test bench beside him. The sharp table corner pierced his head directly, leaving blood on his forehead. And at the same time as he fell, the strengthening potion in his pocket shattered directly, and the green potion flowed slowly along the ground, and after a while, it entered his brain along the wound. Suddenly, a powerful force flowed through his brain, making him in a coma show a painful expression. Ho 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 ho! Brunsky, no, the abomination roared like a beast. After a burst of frenzied destruction, he rushed out of the laboratory along the open door. Meanwhile, Graben College in Manhattan is in charge. As the military entered the school, all the students were driven into the dormitory building. At the moment, in the open space in front of the laboratory, military soldiers were fully armed, looking in the direction of the laboratory with vigilance. The plan was going well. Under the leadership of General Ross, they successfully captured the wanted criminal Bruce Banner. But during the evacuation, Commander Brunsky did not evacuate together, and even left another suspicious person behind, Samuel Stern. They brought out Bruce Banner and reported the situation to General Ross as soon as possible. General Ross was dissatisfied with Brunski's personal behavior. But for the sake of successfully capturing Bruce Banner, he still ordered the soldiers to recall Brunski, and must bring Bruce Banner back to the military laboratory as soon as possible. Humph! This Brunski is getting more and more reckless. General Ross' face darkened as he waited for the soldiers to recall Brunski. He felt that Brunski was getting more and more self-righteous. At the beginning, he valued the other party's ability, so he recruited the other party under his command and tried his best to help him capture Hulk. But it turns out that the military's talented commanders are no more than that. Numerous arrest operations have failed. Although this has something to do with Hulk being too strong, Brunski's incompetence still made him feel very dissatisfied. This time the other party acted even more without authorization, not knowing what the hell they were doing. If this delays the action, Brunski is to blame even if he dies. When this mission is over, we must beat him. General Ross snorted coldly, and looked at Bruce Banner, who was supported by soldiers behind him. It's not easy, it's not easy. After failing so many times, they can be regarded as catching Bruce Banner, and the research and development of the super soldier potion can finally progress smoothly. When he returns to the military laboratory this time, he must let the researchers act faster. Be sure to come up with the experimental results in the shortest possible time. As long as the super soldier potion can be reappeared in his hands, then he will be able to strengthen and produce countless Captain America, and severely face those political enemies who have troubled him. Humph! Just wait, I will definitely succeed. General Ross raised the corners of his mouth, feeling that his life was about to reach its peak. But at the moment, the female voice of Sunhead suddenly came from a distance. Banner, are you okay? What? Hearing the sudden appearance of a female voice, General Ross' face darkened, but he felt that the voice was very familiar. He was about to yell at the soldiers to drive away the idlers. But when he turned his head to look at the owner of the voice, he suddenly felt his head was as big as a cow. Betty, what's wrong with you? General Ross scolded in dissatisfaction. He knew that his rebellious daughter was not clear with Bruce Banner. Before, he failed the mission because of the other party's troubles. So when there was news about Bruce Banner, he would not tell Betty again, and even the arrest operation was kept hidden from the other party. Sometimes he would even send soldiers to watch Betty the whole time, in order to avoid being disturbed during the action. But he never expected that Betty sneaked here this time. Are the guarding soldiers outside eating dry food? They can't even stop a woman, let alone deal with a powerful monster like Hulk. No wonder his previous actions have been failing. It turns out that there is waste inside. And it's a bunch of trash. General Ross was so angry that he wished he could drive all the trash under his command to clean the toilet. Dad, please let me go, okay? Betty, who was stopped by the soldiers, looked worriedly at the unconscious Bruce Banner. She wanted to rush up to check on Bruce Banner. But at the moment, she was stopped by several soldiers, let alone rushed up. Even her own freedom may be restricted. She has seen her father's domineering behavior before. So the only thing she can do is play the emotional card. After finally sneaking in from the military's control, she didn't want to take a look at Bruce Banner, and then watch him being taken away by her father. Because she knew very well in her heart that if Bruce Banner was taken away, it would definitely not end well. At that time, Bruce Banner is likely to become a guinea pig for the military. Slice, draw blood, human experiment. Thinking of those cruel pictures, Betty couldn't help trembling. Dad, please. Betty said almost pleadingly. Impossible. General Ross waved his hand, and yelled at the soldiers under him. What are you still looking at? Why don't you hurry up and take Betty away? Even a woman can easily break in. You are a bunch of trash. Yes, General. The soldier got the order and hurriedly pulled Betty to leave. They dare not disobey General Ross. No. I'm not going. Betty struggled crazily, not wanting to be taken away by the soldiers. But how can she, a woman, have the ability to resist? Seeing that she was about to be taken away, Betty became ruthless and directly bit the soldiers beside her. A soldier was caught off guard, and blood oozed from the bite on his wrist. Ah! The soldier let go with a yell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Betty broke free and ran straight to Bruce Banner. The soldier carrying Bruce Banner tried to stop him but was too late. Banner, are you okay? Wake up! Betty grabs Bruce Banner and won't let go. She looked at her boyfriend worriedly, her eyes were full of distress, and she really wanted to take him out of the hospital. But she knew very well that she couldn't do it, and her father would never let her do it. General Ross regarded Bruce Banner as military property. In order to realize his ambition, it is absolutely impossible for him to let Bruce Banner go, even if his daughter asks for it. Betty, you've let me down so much. Seeing this scene, General Ross uttered angrily. This daughter is really elbowing out. I just put Bruce Banner in a coma and you're so worried and yelling at me as a father. When I was sick, I never saw you caring about me so much. Why are you still standing there? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. General Ross looked at the soldiers beside him coldly, and angrily said, "Hurry up and clear out the irrelevant people. Tread, tread." The soldiers were full of panic and rushed to Betty and Bruce Banner. They separated the couple easily. No matter how Betty struggled, but in the face of professionally trained soldiers, her struggle and begging were all in vain. Betty, Bruce Banner is the property of the military. General Ross emphasized indifferently. And he is a monster, you have no future with him, and I'm doing this for your own good. While speaking, he waved his hand. Several soldiers immediately took Betty and walked outside. Banner! Betty cried out in pain. It was not easy to see her boyfriend again, but she didn't expect that she would be separated again so soon. And Bruce Banner was in a coma the whole time. She is very clear about what will happen to the other party when they part again this time. Taking blood for slices is scary just thinking about it. Dad, please let Banner go. Please. Betty cried bitterly, helpless. But in the face of Betty's painful pleading, General Ross turned a blind eye, and even made up his mind to lock Bruce Banner for eternity. As long as the two never meet again, he firmly believes that Betty will forget Bruce Banner one day. And all these things he did were for the good of his own daughter. I believe that Betty will understand his good intentions in the future. Bruce Banner, you are really damned. This time I must make perfect use of you, and I will never have the chance to bring my daughter. General Ross looked at Bruce Banner coldly, and directly sentenced him to death. There was no way he would let Bruce Banner escape this time. But at the moment, suddenly, ho 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 ho! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, several soldiers flew out of the laboratory and smashed hard to the ground. These soldiers landed right in front of General Ross and the others. At the moment their chests were sunken, and their clothes were stained red with blood. What? This is, what's going on? Seeing this scene, General Ross' face changed drastically. Obviously Bruce Banner has been captured by them. Who on earth can take his taxi? Seriously wounded? And isn't there no one in the lab? Wait, no. Were these soldiers the very ones he sent out to recall Brunsky? Now these soldiers have been beaten out. What about Brunsky? Moreover, according to reports from his soldiers, Brunsky also left behind a researcher in the laboratory. It was suspected that this person was going to help Bruce Banner eliminate the Hulk. That is to say, there are still 2 people staying in the laboratory at the moment. Brunsky. And that researcher. At the moment he severely wounded his soldiers. Which one would it be? Could it be? General Ross's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the laboratory door. And at the next moment, a huge amount of green monster rushed out of it, and roared violently towards everyone present. Ho 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 ho! Bloodthirsty rays of light shone in the extremely hideous eyes of hatred. Especially when he saw Bruce Banner, endless anger suddenly surged in his heart, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Even after turning into a monster, Brunski still didn't forget his hatred for Bruce Banner. There was hardly any hesitation, and he was ready to charge Bruce Banner directly. Damn! Shoot, shoot! General Ross was shocked when he saw this, and quickly ordered his men to attack. The sudden appearance of the big green monster startled him. Obviously Bruce Banner has been captured, but who is this green monster that reappeared? Could it be that there are Hulks of the same kind? Thinking of Hulk's terrifying fighting power, General Ross hurriedly ordered his men to rush forward, while he himself hid far away. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! A group of soldiers were equally frightened and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A dense rain of bullets poured out towards the abomination. But let the bullets hit him, and Brunski, who turned into abomination at the moment, didn't get a little bit of damage at all. Just as Hulk killed the quartet in the past, the strength of the abomination is equally powerful. Ho 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 ho! Feeling the roar of the provocative loathing, he jumped up 10 meters. He jumped right into the soldiers. He had no scruples about the friendship he once had as a colleague, but he had lost his rational hatred, and because of the first blow, more than a dozen soldiers flew out. Even the tank next to him had a dent when he punched it down. The terrifying power of hatred is evident. Hiss! General Ross, who watched all this from a distance, gasped. This new green monster is no less powerful than Hulk, and their military soldiers are like playthings. The idea of retreating suddenly appeared in his heart, but it was obviously impossible for him to leave directly. Otherwise, with the horror of this monster, the entire Manhattan Graben Academy would be absolutely unstoppable, and the number of casualties would be unimaginable. And there is no doubt that in the end all the responsibilities will be borne by him. You must know that Graben College in Manhattan is a top school. Those who can come to study here are either rich or noble. Once the parents behind those students unite, even if he is a general, he will have to go around. When the time comes, his political enemies will never miss this opportunity to criticize him. Damn BD! Where did this guy come from? General Ross's face was extremely ugly. Obviously everything went very smoothly, but this monster that suddenly appeared disrupted all his plans. If this matter cannot be properly resolved, I'm afraid he will face a military trial next time. Contact the headquarters and dispatch fighter jets. General Ross gave instructions directly to his subordinates. Ordinary weapons are useless against that monster right now. The only thing that can destroy the opponent is a fighter equipped with more powerful weapons. Moreover, it is only tens of kilometers away from the military base, and fighter jets will arrive soon. At the same time, he directly ordered people to evacuate the crowd. Although he has always acted recklessly, at the moment also knows what is the right choice. After all, he is also a seasoned general. Soon, under the command of General Ross, a group of soldiers began to move. But the abomination on the other side doesn't matter. He directly killed the quartet, beating those soldiers crying father and mother, almost peeing his pants in fright. And he didn't forget his original goal, Bruce Banner. Banner, die! An indistinct roar came from the mouth of hatred. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards Bruce Banner, and was thrown to the ground by a fist the size of a sandbag. Ho ho ho! Hulk! Very angry. 8. Chapter 95. Banner. Seeing the abomination rushing towards Bruce Banner, Betty in the distance exclaimed. She wished she could rush forward to protect her boyfriend. But being restrained by 2 soldiers, she could only watch the hatred attack, and the next moment, she slapped Bruce to death. Damn! Stop this monster! Don't let him kill Bruce Banner! General Ross also shouted angrily. Bruce Banner is the property of the military. If he is killed by hatred, it will definitely affect the subsequent appearance. After all, a living Hulk is more valuable than a dead one. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! Those soldiers pulled the triggers frantically, and some even used rocket launchers, and powerful firepower poured out towards the abomination. It's a pity that after comprehensive strengthening, it is no exaggeration to say that it is already indestructible. In the face of those heavy firepower attacks, he didn't even have the idea of dodging, and the target was directed at Bruce Banner. Ho 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 ho! The abomination jumped suddenly, directly spanning a distance of more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bruce Banner. Ignoring the soldiers who looked at him in horror, Hate directly raised his fist and threw it at the unconscious Bruce Banner. This punch is so powerful that Bruce Banner will definitely be smashed into meat sauce in an instant. Banner? No. Betty in the distance looked desperate. Seeing that Bruce Banner was bound to die, she closed her eyes in despair, not daring to watch the next miserable scene. Even General Ross next to him looked at the hatred angrily and shouted. Stop it, BD! The abomination, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. At the moment he still has no reason, he only knows to act on instinct, and his instinct is crazy destruction. Definitely as Brunsky, Bruce Banner is his first priority to eliminate. Ho 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 ho! The hatred roared excitedly, and that punch was wrapped in a violent wind. Seeing that the fist is only a stone's throw away from the 293 Banner. But at the moment, a powerful spirit, Psychokinesis, descended quietly and entered Bruce Banner's body directly. Hulk, wake up! It's your turn to perform. An indifferent voice rang through Bruce Banner's mind. A green soul that had fallen into a deep sleep was awakened in an instant, and shouted in surprise. Lin, is that you? Almost at the same time, Hulk instantly gained control of his body. I saw Bruce Banner's body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, Hulk, a big green monster, appeared in front of people, and his fist as big as a sandbag slammed into the attacking punch. Ho ho! Seeing this, Hate's eyes widened in shock. He still doesn't understand what's going on. Bruce Banner, who was originally regarded as an ant by him, suddenly turned into a big monster like him, and his strength seemed to be even stronger than him. It made him impotent and furious, yanking like he was breaking free from the Hulk's grip. But unfortunately, things backfired. Facing the absolute power gap, no matter how he struggled, his fists were firmly held by Hulk. Hulk, very angry. Hulk looked at the big green man in front of him with displeasure. This guy not only imitates his face, but also his ability, and even wants to kill him. As the saying goes, what is tolerable and what is unbearable, at the moment he felt challenged and even despised. Ho 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 ho! With a roar, Hulk grabbed Abomination's arm violently. Then he went straight to his signature stunt. Hit me! Boom! With a dull impact sound, the huge body of hatred flew backwards. I saw him draw a parabola in mid-air, and finally hit the ground heavily, making a violent collision sound, which made the ground tremble slightly. Hiss! Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers gasped and showed disbelief. What happened just now? Such a vicious abomination was blown away by Bruce Banner. This is unbelievable. Not only that, when everyone saw Hulk standing next to the abomination, they all widened their eyes. The monster, there are two. Only then did everyone realize that there were two Hulks at the same time. The significantly stronger Hulk they definitely know. As targets pursued by the military, they have fought Hulk many times, but each time they were beaten and fled. But who is the other weak guy? Could it be that we haven't seen each other for a few days, and Hulk has found his own kind? What happened to his brothers and sisters? Phew! That's great! Not to mention the shock of the soldiers, at the moment Betty was relieved. Bruce Banner is finally alive. She is very aware of Chu Hulk's combat power, and she was punched flying without seeing the abomination. Apparently the new monsters are no match for the Hulk at all. As long as this monster is dealt with, Hulk will definitely be able to escape from the military's encirclement, just like the countless escapes from death before. Although there is no way to reunite with Bruce Banner, it is enough as long as the other party can live. Hulk? And another monster. The eyes of General Ross beside him were full of burning color. You must know that the military has paid a heavy price in order to get Hulk, and the loss has even reached hundreds of millions of dollars. As a result, it took more than a year, and the military didn't get any gains. Not even a drop of Hulk's blood. Just because of their military weapons, even the use of anti-aircraft guns, there is no way to hurt Hulk particularly badly. But at the moment the situation is different. Besides Hulk, he actually saw a second big green monster. Although this guy's strength is not as good as Hulk's. But for the military, it would have been difficult for them to catch Hulk, otherwise they would not have failed all the time before. The emergence of new monsters now just gave them more choices. And the second monster is obviously better to deal with. Anyway, all they want is blood samples and genetic data, and whether it's Hulk or another monster, they can obviously provide them with these things. Definitely, it would be great if it can be kept alive, and it means sustainable development. Children make choices. My lord, I want them all. There was a gleam in General Ross' eyes. If he can, he definitely wants to capture both the Hulk and the new monster, so that the room can have two lab problems at the same time. And now that the Hulk is mingling with the new monsters, they can reap the rewards. Stand back. All back. In a flash of thought, General Ross directly ordered to retreat. He wanted to leave enough room for the two monsters to fight, and at the same time, deployed them within a radius of 1 kilometer, so that neither of them could slip away. This time, if possible, he would capture both monsters. At the same time, I saw in front of the laboratory. Hulk, who had regained control of his body, stared indifferently at the hatred who fell to the ground in the distance. There was an indifferent light in those pupils filled with anger. At this moment, he exudes a powerful aura, like a god of war descending from the sky. Ho 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 ho! Hayden struggled to get up from the ground. He stared at Hulk in disbelief, his eyes filled with endless anger and hatred. He was thrown flying by this guy just now. This is simply a humiliation to him. Everyone is a green monster, why are you so much stronger than me, and knocked me flying with one punch? Is it because you're bigger and greener than me? Ho 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 ho! Hayden gnashed his teeth and shouted, and then rushed towards Hulk again, trying to smash Hulk into pieces. His speed was like lightning, and he came close in the blink of an eye. Hulk, invincible! Facing the extremely angry hatred, Hulk beat his chest with his fist, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, the corners of his mouth drew a cold arc, and there was a slight chill in his eyes. Because when he just woke up, there was a huge flow of information in his mind, which was about something called inner fighting technique. Although he used to rely on brute force to fight, but the fighting technique is still somewhat helpful. Hulk knew that Lin Fan should be helping him. He'd been forced into a deep sleep before, too weak to fight back, watching Bruce Banner get caught. Later, Lin Fan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and there was a powerful force. After getting this power, he directly let go of his weak state. He even directly snatched control of his body. At the moment, facing the provocation of hatred, he didn't have any fear in his eyes, on the contrary it was like looking at a joker. Hulk knows martial arts, how can I block you if I hate you? Lin is awesome. Hulk, awesome! Seeing the hatred rushing towards him, Hulk roared loudly, then raised his leg and kicked the head of the hatred fiercely. This move is called left front kick. Immediately afterwards, there is another move called the right whip kick. If the combo is performed continuously, the opponent is often caught off guard and will be instantly killed immediately. And hatred obviously didn't expect Hulk to know how to chain tricks. Boom! Caught off guard, there was another huge amount of impact sound, and the body of the loathing was kicked over again, and fell straight 10 meters away. And this kick completely enraged the hatred. Being knocked away so easily by Hulk one after another, he felt like a plaything. Obviously he is the strongest one. How could he be easily defeated by the opponent after finally gaining such a powerful force? Ah! Rage roared with hatred. Roar! With a roar, the abomination charged again. This time he was so fast that he hit the Hulk like a cannonball. Hulk half closed his eyes, sneered disdainfully, and also went up to him. In a blink of an eye, the two monsters were fighting together. All of them have been comprehensively strengthened. When they fight, their figures are as fast as the wind, and they move like lightning, making people dazzled and unable to see their positions clearly. Boom! 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 Every time the two clashed, a strong airflow would be generated, which would stir up smoke and dust on the ground. It made the surrounding open space become a mess. So strong! The soldiers watching the battle swallowed one after another. The strength of these two monsters is simply amazing, especially Hulk, who is almost like a pervert, completely suppressing the hatred. Thinking that they had to face such a powerful enemy, all the soldiers looked solemn. They now just hope the fighter jets arrive quickly. Only fighters equipped with powerful weapons can help them defeat these two monsters. Boom! Suddenly, there was another crackling sound, and Hate raised his right arm and slashed towards Hulk fiercely. The ferocious sharp claws carried powerful destructive power, making the surrounding soldiers feel a quiver in their hearts. Betty in the distance was even more frightened and exclaimed, "Banner, watch out!" Scoff! Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Hulk, who heard that he was called by the wrong name, was furious, and instead of retreating, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the sharp claw of hatred. Although there is no way to find trouble with that woman, but hatred is not in this category. He wants to vent all his anger on the loathsome. "Hate, are you polite? Ho 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 ho!" Amidst the roar, Hulk punched out violently, hitting the abhorrence firmly in the abdomen. Boom! This punch directly sent the hatred flying, and slammed into the wall fiercely. Boom! Click click click! A spider web-like gap was suddenly cracked on the wall, broken glass splashed all over the floor, and the entire laboratory was even more precarious. PSST! Hate opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood, his face was as pale as paper. He struggled to stand up from the ground, staring at Hulk with scarlet eyes, wishing to eat his flesh and blood. He actually lost. Easily defeated by this guy in front of him. Roar! Frustrated and furious, the abomination roared again, and then swung its claws again, throwing at Hulk. Humph! Facing the hatred rushing again, Bruce Banner still didn't dodge. He let the paw of hatred strike his chest. Clang! There was the sound of metal clashing, and the sharp claws of hatred couldn't even tear off Hulk's clothes. This kind of indestructible defense is simply amazingly powerful. And the most frightening thing was that Hulk finally chose to take the initiative and punched Abomination's waist fiercely. A punch containing Hulk's endless anger struck, and the body of the Abomination was sent flying. He roared out like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The hatred slammed into the wall fiercely, collapsing the entire wall directly, and the laboratory was completely reduced to ruins. Ahem! Hate coughed a few times, and crawled out of the ruins with difficulty. Although he is very weak now, he has not lost his fighting power, but has become extremely violent and full of destructive power. He lowered his head, fixed his scarlet eyes on Hulk, and slowly stood up. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the Abomination stepped towards Hulk again. He wants to tear up the enemy in front of him with his own hands. And almost at the same time, driven by anger, his already huge body unexpectedly soared by 3 points again. In an instant, he suddenly turned into a 5-meter-tall green titan. At least in terms of size, the abomination flipped over in an instant, crushing the Hulk in front of him. "Stop him quickly!" Seeing scene 2.6, Betty screamed in the distance. She never expected that hate would become so violent after being injured, and even become like a titan. Hulk becomes small in front of him. At the moment, those scarlet eyes of hatred have already lost their reason, only the desire for revenge. Apparently the hatred and anger reached the extreme, and they wanted to tear Hulk into pieces. This was obviously something she didn't want to see. No one is allowed to do anything. But unfortunately, General Ross waved his hand, and all the soldiers who were about to strike stopped. Just now they subconsciously obeyed Betty's instructions. But they almost forgot that General Ross was their boss. "No. Dad, Banner is in danger now." Betty looked at her father pleadingly. But General Ross didn't turn his head back. He looked at the monster battle in the distance with scorching eyes, planning in his mind to reap the benefits. Tread, tread. With all eyes on, the hate finally approached the Hulk again. He suddenly opened his mouth full of fangs. "Humph." However, Hulk just sneered dismissively, then raised his fist again, and hit the abomination fiercely. Even when he saw the hatred getting stronger, he didn't have the slightest fear. "Hulk, never back down." Meanwhile, just outside the battlefield, taking advantage of the chaos at the scene, Lin Fan quietly descended and entered the ruined laboratory. At the moment inside the laboratory, all kinds of equipment were turned into scrap iron. Some medicines and the like were broken all over the floor. But Lin Fan doesn't care about it. He went straight to the inside of the laboratory and saw Samuel Stern unconscious on the ground. Already mutated? Just in time. Sensing the strong spiritual power of the opponent, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth slightly raised. He knew Dr. Blue had been born. Chapter 96. This Dr. Lan really has something. He even created Abomination and himself, the big head monster, at the same time. Lin Fan chuckled, very satisfied with the harvest of this trip. Just when he woke up Hulk just now, he passed his master fighting technique to the other side by the way, wanting to see what a Hulk who knows martial arts would look like. And the result didn't disappoint him. Hulk directly rubbed the abomination on the ground. Hulk beats abominations like a father beats a son. Almost at the same time, Hulk also knew how to be grateful, and his trust directly increased a lot. Hulk trust, 39%. Seeing that the last 1% is missing, he will be able to get 40% staged rewards. And judging from the previous Captain America's trust reward, Hulk's 40% trust reward must be to optimize the vitality of his dark fruit ability again. For the effect of dark fruit, Lin Fan was very satisfied from the very beginning. This is equivalent to a sky-swallowing magic art that can become infinitely stronger. For any enemy he encounters in the future, Lin Fan can directly absorb all the energy of the opponent, and devour all the abilities controlled by the opponent. Even the energy contained in infinite gems, he might be able to directly absorb it. Although Lin Fan has not really tried it yet. But he was convinced of it. And even if he can't do it now, when the system optimizes the dark fruit again, he will definitely be able to realize this idea in the future. Strengthening yourself with the power of infinite gems, just ask who else in the world can do that? Lin Fan's future potential is simply limitless. Get out of here first. While thinking about it, Lin Fan led Dr. Lan away quietly. This is still a battleground for the Hulk and the Abomination. Once discovered by the military, it will bring him some unnecessary troubles, and this is exactly what Lin Fan does not want to see. Quietly, Lin Fan enveloped his whole body with psychokinesis, and disappeared with Dr. Lan directly. The battle outside was intensified, and everyone was attracted by Hulk and the Abomination. Lin Fan took this opportunity to take Dr. Lan away from Graben College in Manhattan. Glancing at the blood-tortured hatred, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, but it didn't stop Hulk from venting his anger with the hatred. "Hulk, I'm Lin Fan." But he still said in Hulk's head. 14 people from the military are about to dispatch fighter jets. You can find a chance to leave here after playing for a while, and take the abomination, that is, the guy who was hanged by you, with you. I'll wait for you here at the Dean Mansion. Don't get lost." While transmitting the sound, Lin Fan quietly entered a map into Hulk's mind. "I believe Hulk should be able to find a place along the way. And with Hulk's powerful strength, it should be easy to get rid of the military. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if he takes action himself. The first thing he has to do now is to control Dr. Lan." Lin Fan knows that Dr. Lan is as cunning as a fox. Especially after the genetic mutation, Dr. Lan's IQ has reached 1,000 times that of ordinary people, so it is inevitable that there will be some thoughts that should not be had. In the original plot, Dr. Lan turned into a big boss and became a supervillain. Lin Fan doesn't want his subordinates to become 25 boys. So just to be on the safe side, he was going to repeat the old trick again, using psychokinesis to control Dr. Lan. For these villains, Lin didn't have the slightest scruples when he made a move. These people are not innocent even if they are killed directly. Lin Fan not only spared their lives, but also provided them with sufficient funds and equipment. Dr. Lan should be grateful to him instead. "Dr. Lan, yes. You are not the CO author and controlled, are you?" Dean Building. Lin Fan returned here soon, accompanied by Dr. Lan who was unconscious. "Sir, welcome back." The Red Queen in the image of a little girl appeared in the office instantly. She bounced to Lin Fan's side. Looking at Dr. Lan, whose forehead was stained with blood, he asked very thoughtfully. "Sir, this person seems to be injured. Do you need to call for medical services, sir?" "No. He's fine." Lin Fan waved his hands, and glanced at Dr. Lan on the ground. He could tell at a glance that the man had already woken up. It's just that seeing his great strength, he can even walk in the air, so he has been pretending that he is still in a coma. But under his spiritual induction, there is nowhere to hide all the camouflage. He clearly sensed that Dr. Lan's spirit became active. Lin Fan expressed dissatisfaction with Dr. Lan's behavior. "No matter how cunning you are like a fox, as long as I plant the seal of psychokinesis, you won't be able to make any trouble in the future." Didn't look at Mrs. Gao and Pressure Mountain Della, and others, were they easily controlled by him? Although Dr. Lan's brain has mutated, making his spirit different from ordinary people, but I believe he will definitely not be his opponent for level 4 psychokinesis. After all, level 4 psychokinesis has already reached the level of being called a demigod. The next level 5 mutant is a great existence comparable to level Godfather. If he didn't know that the trust level would be more difficult to improve, he wished he could show up in front of Tony every day and brush his trust level to 100% full value as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, this is obviously impossible. I just don't know if this guy, Dr. Lan, can make use of waste. It would be great if he can also trigger the mission, and he will definitely get some rewards. Looking at Dr. Lan who was pretending to be unconscious on the ground, Lin Fan's eyes flickered strangely. He has never figured out how the system triggers the task. Obviously Tony and others can trigger the task normally, but he has been in contact with Natasha Romanoff at a negative distance, and the result is that he did not trigger the self-disclosure task. As for Mrs. Gao, Pressure Mountain Della, and even Agent Carter, the system did not respond at all. So Lin Fan is very curious about how the system triggers the task. Right now, Dr. Lan is here. Lin Fan thought about experimenting, maybe he could find possible loopholes in the system. Definitely, he didn't have too much hope, he just tried it. Anyway, Dr. Lan couldn't escape from his palm. Just in a while, it will be collected under the command, and the right will be used as waste. While thinking about it, Lin Fan said calmly. "Now that you're awake, why continue pretending? Why don't we talk? I believe you should be very curious about your situation, and want to know my identity, right?" Silence, long silence. Dr. Lan lay motionless on the ground, as if he was really in a coma, unable to hear what Lin Fan said. But his violently fluctuating spirit revealed the fact that he had woken up. Lin Fan easily guessed Dr. Lan's current mood. It's nothing more than fear, and sleepiness. After he showed his great strength, Dr. Lan also awakened some abilities similar to psychokinesis while his brain mutated to obtain a super high IQ. However, due to the limitation of mental strength, Dr. Lan mastered all passive skills. For example, feel a person's strength or even good or bad. The powerful psychokinesis released by Lin Fan was like a mountain hanging over Dr. Lan's head, ready to fall down at any moment, smashing him to pieces. It was precisely because of the unknown of Lin Fan's identity and purpose that Dr. Lan instinctively chose to escape. Just like animals play dead to avoid hunting by predators. Dr. Lan is trying to find a chance for Lin Fan to relax by playing dead, and then use his current strength to escape from the sky. Although he doesn't know exactly what happened, Dr. Lan can feel that he has become stronger. He guessed that he should have been contaminated with strengthening potions when he was injured before. It's like Brunsky turned to hate that horrible monster. Dr. Lan guessed that the mutation that happened to him should be related to intelligence, because he felt that his computer was like a sophisticated supercomputer. Some studies that he couldn't figure out before, now he can directly deduce them in his brain. Even the calculation speed is comparable to his previous month's research. This discovery made him ecstatic, and he felt that he had become the smartest person in the world, and he would definitely become a leader in the field of science in the future. But the premise is that he can escape the current disaster. Facing this young but mysterious and powerful man, Dr. Lan was full of restlessness and uneasiness. This is an existence infinitely more dangerous than Hulk. Intuition told him that if he dared to make any changes, the other party would be able to put him to death in an instant. So in order to save his own life, he could only choose to pretend to be dead in an attempt to muddle through. But it seems that his little calculation has not been able to hide the truth from the other party. What should I do? Wait online, it's urgent. Dr. Lan's brain started to work crazily. But let him go through the calculations of the strengthening computer, and he can only come to one conclusion in the end: if you resist, you will die, and if you don't resist, the result is unknown. After some tangling, he quickly made a final decision. Since he knows that resistance is futile, his only sensible choice is to cooperate. Swish! Dr. Lan suddenly jumped up from the ground. Looking at his nimble movements, he was not affected at all by the fact that his head was as big as a cow, but the movements must not be so beautiful. With a big head on top, Dr. Lan looks like a deformed body. This is why Lin Fan has seen a lot of strange things. Otherwise, if other people see Dr. Lan, they will definitely stay away from him with disgust, and they may even call the police directly. Wise choice. He looked at Dr. Lan and nodded calmly. And Dr. Lan also said in a deep voice, "Sir, why do you bring me here? I don't think there should be any grievances between you and me before." "Definitely no, this is our first meeting." Lin Fan nodded and shook his head. Although he had asked the Pressure Mountain Della to send people to pay attention to Dr. Lan, but it was really the first time for them to meet each other today. So in the face of Dr. Lan's temptation, he behaved very calmly. "Although this is of no use. They've all been tied up at home, is it possible that you still want Dr. Lan to greet you with a smile? Then I don't know what the purpose of Sir looking for me." Seeing that Lin Fan didn't have the idea to explain, Dr. Lan could only take the initiative to ask. He saw that Lin Fan did not object to answering his question. Although this way of asking and answering made him feel that his destiny was controlled by others, but who made others truly great? "I can't beat it again and again, so I can only be a little cowardly, humble, and ask for advice." "Hey? What's going on?" Hearing Dr. Lan's question, Lin Fan frowned instead of answering. This immediately startled Dr. Lan, who was always paying attention to him. "Did I say something wrong?" Dr. Lan stood there with some trepidation. Seeing Lin Fan frowning head, he was even ready to fight desperately. But Lin Fan ignored him at all. Obviously he has already taken the initiative to ask me, but the system task still hasn't been triggered. Does it have to be proactive? While pondering secretly, Lin Fan felt that he really didn't understand the system. Maybe he really can only resign himself to fate. If this is the case, then there is nothing to waste time, let's do the business directly. Your ability is great. I appreciate it. Looking at Dr. Lan indifferently, Lin Fan had no intention of hiding anything. He pointed at the other party and said meaningfully. Especially after the transformation of strengthening potions, your IQ has reached 1,000 times that of ordinary people, and you are even equivalent to a supercomputer, and you also have a special experience of spiritual connection. Lin Fan directly pointed out the changes in Dr. Lan. You, how do you know? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Dr. Lan suddenly turned pale with shock. Because what Lin Fan said is completely correct. It's obviously a mutation that happened to him, but Lin Fan is even more aware of it than he is, and what does the other party say that he admires him? Could it be that Lin Fan has been paying attention to him and wants to recruit him? Dr. Lan subconsciously resisted. Because in front of Lin Fan, he always feels that he has no sense of security at all. Lin Fan seems to be able to see through all his secrets. That's why from the very beginning, he tried to avoid the dialogue with Lin Fan by installing the base of 860. It's a pity that Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to escape. Sir, I'm just joking. I'm just lucky. Dr. Lan squeezed out an ugly smile. Being appreciated by someone as powerful as Lin Fan, I don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster for him, but obviously the latter is more likely. If he had a choice, he would rather not have this appreciation, and always be underappreciated. Luck is also part of strength. Lin Fan's tone was faint. Seeing Dr. Lan's nervousness, he didn't continue to talk nonsense, and came to the other party in a blink of an eye. The ability of the sheep charm was activated instantly, and a powerful psychokinesis surged out. What? Not good. Dr. Lan's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Fan in front of him in horror. But wait for him to make a move. Boom! With Lin Fan's palm, Dr. Lan's soul astral directly floated in mid-air. He looked at everything in front of him in horror. What did you do to me? Dr. Lan roared wildly, but he couldn't make any sound. Definitely Lin Fan could easily hear his shout. It's just that for a servant, he obviously didn't have any idea of explanation, and directly injected the spirit psychokinesis into Dr. Lan's soul. As expected of a brain mutation, Dr. Lan resisted for 3 seconds. Then he completely lost all defense. Lin Fan's spiritual psychokinesis was like a tide, directly prying open Dr. Lan's spiritual defense, and forcibly setting layer upon layer of seals on his soul. Unless the strength surpasses him, Dr. Lan can only obey him from then on. After doing this, Lin Fan patted Dr. Lan's soul again. Its soul directly flew back into the body. Meet the master. Dr. Lan, who regained his body, knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. A system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's ear. Ding! The host successfully recruited Dr. Lan, and got a reward, spiritual crystal. Perfect version. Meanwhile, the other side. The battle between Hulk and Abomination came to an end, and Abomination was crushed throughout. Seeing Hulk stepping on the hated head and beating his chest with pride, Betty, who was always paying attention to this place from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Now Banner is finally safe. Safe? Hey! General Ross on the side had a sullen face, his mood sank to the bottom. He didn't expect Hulk to be so powerful. The other monster was obviously bigger and greener, but Hulk rubbed it on the ground the whole time, so how could he take advantage of it? Seeing the defeat of the hatred, what if Hulk escapes again? General, the fighter jets are coming. At the moment, the soldiers on the side reported loudly. A fighter jet? Great! General Ross was overjoyed when he heard that. Regardless of his daughter's frightened expression, he roared in a deep voice. Attack! Let the fighters attack immediately. This time I will keep these two monsters. Yes, General. Chapter 97. The soldiers got the order and began to convey it immediately. The fighter jets circling in the sky also descended quickly, and the hidden muzzles slowly unfolded, directly targeting the Hulk and the abomination below. No! Don't! Hulk, run! Amidst Betty's yell, the fighter jet suddenly burst into a terrifying flame. The bullets that can penetrate the steel armor were released crazily. Flak! Ground missiles! All the weapons carried by the fighter jets were activated in an instant, bursting out with the most powerful attack. The Hulk and even the abomination below were all shrouded in artillery fire. The billowing smoke and dust produced by the explosion soared into the sky, covering everyone's sight, making it difficult for people to see the battle situation inside. Did you make it? General Ross waited with bated breath, staring fixedly into the thick smoke. This is already the last resort he can use. Even if Hulk can't be kept, but there is another weaker monster, he will get it no matter what. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain to the above. After all, he used fighter jets in the busiest school in Manhattan today. If he can't gain something, what is waiting for him is probably tears behind bars. Unless he is willing to pay a huge price to exonerate himself. Hulk, don't worry. Betty on the side was full of worry, never thinking about the consequences of her father's failure. She now only wants Hulk to survive safely. After all, they are now under heavy siege, and only Hulk can escape with Bruce Banner, otherwise they will be imprisoned forever. Even the military will use him for various experiments in order to obtain Hulk's power. She didn't want to see her boyfriend become a guinea pig. Ho 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 ho! Under everyone's watchful eyes, angry roars came from the smoke. Immediately afterwards, Hulk's huge amounts of figure rushed out. He slammed his feet on the ground, and his whole body jumped tens of meters high in an instant, even directly shoulder to shoulder with the fighter jet in mid-air. Taking advantage of the gap when the fighter jets hovered at low altitude to attack, Hulk directly launched a counterattack. He slapped the fighter in front of him with a sandbag-sized fist. It is this damn thing that dares to hurt him, although it won't cause him too serious injury, but he can't tolerate someone provoking him. So what if you're a fighter? I, Hulk, go to the sky and enter the sea, I am omnipotent, I will shoot down the fighter jets today. Ward hair. Fake. Seeing the Hulk in front of them, the pilots in the fighter jets were dumbfounded. Killing him didn't even think that Hulk could still fly into the sky? Even though he was flying at such a high distance, Hulk didn't look like a giant at all, but he was nimble like an acrobat. Seeing Hulk's big slap whistling, the driver's face was full of horror. He even forgot to resist for a moment. Then... boom! Boom boom boom! Hulk slapped the fighter directly, the huge amounts of collision made the fighter stagger, and then fell directly to the laboratory below. The flames soared into the sky, and the entire laboratory instantly turned into a sea of flames. The terrifying aftermath swept out towards the surroundings with a heat wave. Damn it! Fake it! Everyone who saw this scene was stunned by what they saw in front of them. A fighter jet in service just exploded like this? You know that is worth billions of USD. As a result, in front of Hulk, more than $1 billion were burned so easily, and General Ross was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Ho ho ho! Hulk, invincible! Hulk fell back to the ground and roared. He smacked his chest triumphantly, very satisfied with his masterpiece, and cast a provocative glance at the military personnel in the distance. But he didn't continue to destroy wildly, but picked up the hatred and ran towards the distance. He didn't forget Lin Fan's entrustment to him before. Compared to meeting Lin Fan again, playing with those little bugs in the military is nothing interesting at all. They have fought countless times before, and didn't he win in the end? Definitely, he hasn't forgotten the experience of the town being flattened. Hulk didn't want to stalk the military if it wasn't necessary. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? Not good. Seeing this, General Ross was shocked at first, and then felt that his lungs were about to explode. You just say you run away, why don't you talk about Wood? Obviously you and the hatred are enemies, and you fought to death before, but why didn't you save the enemy by running away? I'm FG meow because you lost a fighter jet worth billions. Really do all the bad things, leave no room for it. Can you still have fun? Chasing me. Never let Hulk get away. I must kill him. General Ross roared angrily, but it was impotent rage. A group of soldiers quickly started to chase Hulk and the Abomination. It's a pity that facing Hulk, who is as fast as a car, they can still run out of the school with 2 legs, and Hulk and the Abomination have disappeared. When General Ross sent someone to check the surveillance, they found that there was no trace of Hulk at all. The Hulk and the Abomination seemed to just disappear out of thin air. But according to the traces left by Hulk's escape all the way, they were obviously exposed to surveillance, but why can't they be seen on the surveillance screen? General Ross, who discovered this, instantly felt that there was a huge amount of conspiracy in the dark. There is definitely a third-party force behind this incident. But before General Ross started to investigate, the arrival of accountability from the top military forces forced him to stop the idea of pursuing the investigation. He could only return to the military base in a hurry with the blood of hatred he had collected. A battle of monsters came to an end. Only the wounded world at Groban College in Manhattan has reached. Meanwhile, the other side. Hulk, who just ran out of Groban College in Manhattan, encountered an unexpected enemy again after throwing off the pursuit of the military. Hey, big green guy, what did you grow up on? Gold clumps. A cheap voice came from the steel armor. Tony was driving the latest vibranium armor, suspended in front of Hulk out of thin air, and the new energy reactor on his chest exuded a moving and gorgeous light. Originally, he was doing experiments in the laboratory before, trying to manufacture the nano armor as quickly as possible. Especially since he recently got so much vibranium as a material. Tony thought about using vibranium to develop a brand new vibranium nano armor. The combat power can definitely reach a very terrifying level. At that time, don't say it's Sangwip coming to make trouble, even if Superman comes, he won't be afraid. It's just that it is not so difficult to transform vibranium into nanoparticles, so that he has not made any progress for so many days. He is still doing research today, but news came from J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly. Then he saw the scene where the Hulk was fighting the Abomination. When 2 monstrous humanoid monsters fought at Groban College in Manhattan and even destroyed a fighter jet, the damage and loss was beyond measure. As the national idol Mr. Iron Man, Tony immediately said that I will take care of this matter. It just so happened that he also wanted to try his new armor with Hulk. Ho ho ho. Get the hell out. Hulk doesn't want to fight. Facing Tony who blocked the way, Hulk felt very uncomfortable. This guy is so annoying to talk to. It's okay for him to open his mouth and keep his yin and yang weirdness, but even laugh at him for growing up eating gold trash. This kind of person looks like he is deliberately looking for trouble. If it wasn't for the rush to meet Lin Fan, he really wanted to slap him straight away. Oh, you can still speak human language. Hearing Hulk speak, Tony's face lit up with surprise. He had thought Hulk was a mutated monster. Although he has heard of Hulk and Bruce Banner for a long time, and knows that the other party is a genius scientist, this is the first time he has seen Hulk himself. What he never expected was that Hao Shu can still communicate normally. This made him immediately interested in studying it. Big man, your name is Hulk, right? Tony looked Hulk up and down, and said jokingly. Where is your other, another personality? If I remember correctly, his name should be Bruce Banner? Can you two appear at the same time? Speaking of which, what are you doing when you are not transformed? Is it locked in a small dark room? Won't you be bored when you're alone? Is it because you've been holding back for too long, so you like crazy destruction every time you come out? Tony is like a chatterbox, crazily asking questions. But he didn't take offense at all. Perhaps in Tony's cognition, the whole world must put him first, which is the so-called arrogance. Ho ho ho! Hulk yelled angrily, feeling unbearably annoyed. He felt like Tony was a fly. In particular, Tony actually mentioned Bruce Banner in front of him, which completely violated his taboo, and made his originally happy mood turn sour. Bug, annoying population Hulk is PD. Seeing that Tony wanted to say more, Hulk was completely angry. He jumped towards Tony suddenly, picked up the abomination in his hand as a weapon with his backhand, and the whole living person was danced violently by him. I'll go. Big man, you actually sneak attack, you don't talk about martial arts. Tony yelled and quickly dodged back, while not forgetting to rant wildly. He opened his mouth like a machine gun and kept outputting. No wonder the later Spider-Man was a chatterbox, probably influenced by idols, so that he lived like Tony in every aspect. Definitely one exception, and that is that Spider-Man has always been a poor man. Peter Parker, are you polite? Hulk, hate bugs. Seeing that the attack failed, Hulk was even more upset. He frantically pursued Tony. Everything he saw along the way, cars, street lamps, and trash cans, all became his weapons of attack. But these are obviously not even threats to Tony. But Tony didn't fight back like crazy. Because he can also see that Hulk is actually sensible and did not destroy it recklessly. Hulk didn't hurt innocent people during his time at Graben College in Manhattan. So Tony simply wanted to meet Hulk, test his new armor by the way, and see who is stronger between his invention and Hulk. Definitely it would be great to study Hulk. Hey, big man, be careful. It's dirty there, it's for garbage, don't mess around. While manipulating the armor to dodge, Tony talked to Hulk in various ways. Hulk has become amused in his eyes. Object. And his reaction of not seeing Hulk in his eyes immediately made Hulk himself burn with anger, and he almost threw off his arms and made a big fight. Annoying bug. Hulk, nasty. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, hit and missed, Hulk turned and left unhappily. He has to hurry to that building to meet Lin Fan. It's not good if you lose time. As for the annoying Tony, it's right to pretend that the other party doesn't exist, and the other party can't do anything about him anyway. Hey? Big man, are you angry now? Seeing that Hulk was leaving, Tony was a little disappointed. Staying up all night doing research for so many days in a row, he was under a lot of mental pressure. It was rare to meet this interesting guy, he hasn't had enough fun yet. Besides, his iron armor hasn't fired yet, so Hulk can't just leave. Wait for me, big man. Tony was about to catch up to Hulk. But what he didn't expect was that although Hulk looked bloated, he moved very quickly and flexibly. Turning around, the two actually chased and fled, and came to Hell's Kitchen. Where is this guy going? Tony frowned secretly, feeling that Hulk's destination was extremely clear. It immediately made him wonder where Hulk wanted to go. After all, no matter how you look at it, Hulk is a powerful and stupid big man. Does he know that the most dangerous place is the safest? This is interesting. With a chuckle to himself, Tony was ready to follow. He'd like to see where the Hulk could go. Ah! Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Tony, Hulk roared to the sky. He felt like he was going to lose his mind. Facing Tony, a mortal bug who couldn't hit, and couldn't shake off, even he felt powerless and furious. Okay, Hulk. You go first, leave this place to me. At the moment, a voice came into Hulk's ear King. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan fell from the sky, and his whole body was shrouded in silver armor, using the vest of Silver Iron Man. He's also floating out of nowhere, right between Tony and Hulk. Hey! Lin, you are gone! Hulk suddenly roared excitedly. Although Lin Fan didn't reveal his face, but the familiar voice transmission made him instantly recognize the identity of the person. And the coercion emanating from Lin Fan made him feel very familiar. Sure enough, Lin Fan is still so powerful. This bug is annoying. Help me teach him a lesson. Hulk was like a kid being bullied, pointing at Tony and yelling. And Lin Fan became the parent who helped him get back on the stage. Hey, big man, don't smear people's innocence out of thin air. When did I bully? Kyun how, you? Hearing Hulk's accusation, he became dissatisfied. He secretly looked at Lin Fan under the silver armor in surprise. For some reason, he always felt that Lin Fan's armor was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. And compared with the battle armor on his body, the one on his body is obviously much more gorgeous. Isn't that close-fitting armor exactly what he wants to develop? Calm down, Hulk. Lin Fan comforted Hulk through voice transmission helplessly. At the moment he was playing Silver Iron Man, so he couldn't reveal his identity as Lin Fan in front of Tony, otherwise it would be troublesome to explain. Regarding the attribute of Tony's poisonous tongue, he has a new understanding today. Can bully the whole honest Hulk like this? Tony is definitely the first. Originally, after he conquered Dr. Lan, he was going to check the rewards while waiting for Hulk's arrival. Unexpectedly, the Red Queen suddenly told him that Hulk was being followed. Then he saw Hulk being bullied by Tony. Seeing that Hulk was impotent and furious, and almost turned into a crazy god of destruction, Lin Fan had no choice but to rescue Hulk himself. And here he is. Hulk yelled at Tony, turned and left. He still held the stunned abomination in his hand. Regarding Lin Fan's orders, he was still very obedient and had no intention of resisting. And he also found Tony annoying and didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing this, Tony didn't bother anymore. He can see Lin Fan's strength. That gorgeous battle armor alone contains very advanced technological knowledge, which is definitely not something ordinary people can have. And looking at the relationship between Lin Fan and Hulk, he was even more curious about the identity of the person in front of him. Who on earth can make Hulk so obedient? Hey, sir, I think your armor looks good, how is it? Tony joked like a joke. I'm Iron Man. Does Stark Industries know? I can bid 100 million, what do you think? Chapter 98. 100 million, what do you think? And it's USD. Definitely if it's not enough, we can discuss it again. Tony looked like I was not short of money, and looked very pretending. The key is that he himself has no self-awareness at all. Although you are indeed very rich, but opening your mouth and keeping your mouth shut is a small goal. Being rich is great, right? Although we don't have as much money as you, we are by no means the kind of person who would bend his waist for money. Mr. Stark is really inhumane. Lin Fan's voice after changing his voice sounded, and there was no emotion in his tone. It sounded like a Cybertronian's mechanical sound, giving people a mysterious feeling, and Tony frowned secretly when he heard it. This guy is quite mysterious and cautious. Tony complained in his heart. Originally, he was thinking of identifying Lin Fan through voice, to see if he could find out Lin Fan's identity, and then get more useful information. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan was very cautious and used the voice after changing it. Although he can also restore it by processing the sound. But even with his current technology, there is no guarantee that after restoration, there will be a degree of acquaintance. In this way, it is even more impossible to find out Lin Fan's identity by voice. Obviously Lin Fan will not easily reveal any information about himself. This is a very cautious person. Ha ha ha, this gentleman is joking, my money is actually not much, it's just a few 100 million more than ordinary people. Tony kept his face on the surface, but secretly let J.A.R.V.I.S start searching for information. He wanted to see if he could find any news about the person in front of him. And what he didn't expect was that when he saw the news from J.A.R.V.I.S, he froze in place, staring at the mysterious servant in disbelief. You are called Silver Iron Man? Ward Fa. Knowing the name of Lin Fan's vest, Tony was numb. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. As a new superhero, he, Tony Stark, proclaimed himself Iron Man, and once became the idol in countless people's minds. This is something he is very proud of. He was once so proud of it, and he pretended to be in front of Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, he just did a few days of research in a low-key manner. As a result, in a ghostly place like Hell's Kitchen, a guy wearing silver armor appeared unexpectedly, and was even given the title of Silver Iron Man. An Iron Man, a Silver Iron Man, this is simply a pirated version of Chiguakuo. Someone imitated his face, and others imitated his title. The key person's battle armor seems to be more cheating than his, and he even wants to pay for the other party's battle armor. This is so embarrassing for him. Especially today, the two of them had an unexpected meeting today by a very coincidental. When the real Li Kui met the fake Li Gui, Tony immediately felt 330 very awkward, and even Iron Man's name didn't look so cool. If possible, he wished he could change to another title. Tired, destroy it. Hurry up. Not only was Tony not happy when he heard the news about the person in front of him, but he really wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. He was very upset to meet such a pirated version of Yin Taixia. But the battle armor of the key people is still stronger than him. This made Mr. Iron Man, who had always had a high opinion of himself, feel a little bit stunned. He instantly lost all interest in getting to the bottom of it. Now he just wants to go back to the laboratory quickly, and then develop a brand new vibranium nano armor as quickly as possible. By then, he will definitely be able to surpass the counterfeit and shoddy product of Iron Man. Ahem, what is that? Tony coughed lightly, pretending to be calm and said. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Let's talk about buying armor next time. Goodbye, no. Never again. At the same time as the voice fell, Tony manipulated the armor to soar into the sky. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. At the same time, he also asked J.A.R.V.I.S to directly erase all the news about Silver Iron Man, hoping that Lin Fan and Ethan didn't usually have the habit of watching the news. Otherwise, let the other two know the existence of Yin Taixia, and they will definitely laugh at him crazily. You must know that Lin Fan's poisonous tongue ability is not inferior to him at all. Thinking of the scene where he was ridiculed by Lin Fan, Tony felt numb, wishing to send all those good people to the mental hospital. By the way, are you sick, so you can't take individual titles? Can't Flyman? Can't Nightmare be? You don't imitate so many superheroes, why do you pirate me, Iron Man? Be careful, I will send you a lawyer's letter directly. Tony Guy, really thought it was sunrise. Seeing Tony come and go in a hurry, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this personality. But in terms of relationship, because of his originally awkward personality, Tony and Pepper have not made any progress for so many years. Although the other girl really likes you, you should give some feedback anyway. At least you can't pick up girls in front of others, okay? Perhaps only after experiencing life and death, Tony can realize his childishness, mature slowly, and shoulder the responsibilities he should bear. Forget it, let nature take its course. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, and his figure quietly disappeared in place. When he returned to the Dean building again, he found that Hulk had been waiting here early, but he was surrounded by ninjas from the Amalgamation Society. Obviously, for Hulk's sudden intrusion, this group of secretly guarding ninjas regarded him as an enemy. But Hulk knew that this was Lin Fan's territory, so he didn't fight. Then the two sides confronted each other. Okay, Let's all back down. He is my friend, and when you see him in the future, it's like seeing me. Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared, and his calm voice spread to everyone's ears. And those ninjas also respectfully saluted. Yes, Master. While speaking, the group of ninjas retreated slowly, hiding in the darkness again. They were specially transferred to guard the Dean building. Over the past few days, there have indeed been a lot of small mice breaking in, but without exception, the ninjas have discovered and eliminated them in advance. Most of them are gang members, but there are also some from official intelligence organizations. But for Lin Fan, the people who come are only friends and enemies. So if it's not a friend, it's an enemy. And there is only one fate for the enemy. That is death. No matter from any force, as long as he dares to attack Dean building, Lin Fan will not show any mercy. Ho ho! Lin, you are amazing! Hulk on the side yelled. He was very happy to hear Lin Fan calling himself a friend, and looked at Lin Fan more and more kindly. This is the first friend he made in his life, the sincere kind. And Lin Fan helped him many times back and forth. Although he doesn't like to use his brain very much, but for the kindness shown by Lin Fan, even people who are slow to react can clearly feel it. So Hulk cherishes his first friend very much. Ding! Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 42%. Ding! Hulk trust reaches 40% reward nodes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Dark Fruit Upgrade Optimization. The cold system prompts sounded one after another. But to Lin Fan's ears, it was as sweet as the sounds of heaven, making the smile on his face even brighter. Hulk is really a good boy who knows how to repay his kindness. Well, it is worth encouraging. Ha ha ha, Hulk, you are also amazing. For Hulk's praise, Lin Fan is not stingy with compliments. With a thought in his mind, he let go of the silver armor on his body, and walked up to Hulk with a smile and stood still. Pointing to the hatred at the opponent's feet, he nodded and said, Hulk, you can defeat this big guy, and your strength is also very powerful. You really deserve to be an invincible Hulk. If you really fight, even I may not be your opponent. Hey hey, Hulk. Hulk smiled and scratched his head, feeling very happy. At the same time, he did not forget to point to Lin Fan and said, Lin, it's amazing too. Even better. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed and patted Hulk's thigh. No way. Who made people too tall? He wanted to pat Hulk on the shoulder, but because of his limited height, the concubine couldn't do it. Can you hand this guy over to me? Lin Fan pointed to Hulk and asked. Hulk's trail had been cleared by him, but the abomination was always a problem, so he was going to do it again. It stands to reason that Dr. Lan has successfully mutated, and the abomination should be no exception. If it can be subdued, it is naturally excellent. If it is absolutely impossible, then you can only destroy the abomination humanely and hand it over to Dr. Lan as research materials. Can. Hulk nodded hastily. Anyway, he is not interested in hatred, he can't beat him again and again, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Since Lin Fan wants it, let the other party handle it. Anyway, that's what, Big Lin Fan asked him to do. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's request, he wouldn't have brought his hatred here at all, and he would have just thrown the other party as trash. As for what would happen to the abomination, Hulk didn't care one bit. Thank you, Hulk. Lin Fan smiled, and went straight to hate. He also didn't have any intention of covering up, directly activated the ability of the sheep spell, and hit the abomination from the air. Suddenly, a human soul was directly ejected from the body. Brunsky looked at everything in front of him in a daze. His memory was still before the mutation. At that time, he only felt dizzy in his brain, and then completely lost consciousness. He has very vague memories of the mutation into the abomination, and the subsequent battle with the Hulk. He could only vaguely remember some vague pictures. Who are you? What did you do to me? What the hell is going on? Brunsky yelled angrily, but somewhat sternly. At the moment he also found himself in a very strange state. There is no materialized body, floating in midair out of thin air, as if it has become a ghost. This made him feel very terrified. If he becomes a ghost, doesn't that mean he is dead? You're not dead, that's all. Just at the moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then Brunsky saw that Lin Fan looked at him indifferently, without any superfluous expression on his face. That icy torch-like gaze was like looking at a dead man. You, who are you? Brunsky gritted his teeth and asked. I don't know why, looking at Hulk and Lin Fan below, the green monsters that have fallen to the ground, he always feels like. You are like a helpless little sheep. After such a short time, he has already recalled what probably happened. He couldn't accept the fact that he had turned into a green monster. Definitely becoming a monster is second. The main reason was that he had become a monster, but he couldn't beat Hulk, and was even rubbed against the ground by the opponent. Recalling the scene of being blasted by the hammer, Brunsky felt that the past was unbearable. Especially his current state is still very strange. And what turned him into what he is now is likely to be that mysterious-looking Asian man. It doesn't matter who I am, because you won't need to know any more soon. Facing Brunsky's questioning, Lin Fan's tone was dark. And what he said was even more meaningful. You. A sense of foreboding grew in Brunsky's heart. But before he could react, a powerful psychokinesis suddenly invaded his mind, directly making him dizzy. And when he regained consciousness again, his soul had already been transformed. He looked at Lin Fan, instantly became respectful. Brunsky, meet the master. Lin Fan nodded calmly, and punched his soul into his body with another palm. Brunsky quickly regained control of his body. With Lin Fan's help, he directly gained control over his body, and completely integrated the consciousness of hatred. It also means that Brunsky no longer turns into an impulsive monster. As for integrating the consciousness of hatred, whether Brunsky is still Brunsky, Lin Fan said that he doesn't care. Anyway, all he needs is an obedient subordinate, it doesn't matter who he is. But he wouldn't do that to Hulk. Not to mention the possible follow-up impact, just as a friend, Lin Fan can't let Hulk take this unknown risk. What if Hulk integrates Bruce Banner and disappears? Forward. Brunsky stood up with his painful body. Because of the previous battle with Hulk, he was beaten into a mess, and even the injuries on his body have not recovered for a long time. But at the moment, he didn't continue to shoot Hulk, but looked at Lin Fan respectfully. Ding, the host successfully recruited the abomination, and got a reward, space ring. 3 cubes. The system prompt sounded quietly. Ward Fa. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan's eyes widened. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Space ring? Are you sure the thing rewarded by the system is the one he imagined? He has always wanted a storage item. After all, as a traveler, without a storage item as a standard configuration, it always feels unprofessional. Just like when he went to Africa to engage in vibranium before, he had to carry the armor box himself. Even if it is inconvenient, there is still no face. Who needs to open the box when transforming, and then take the armor slowly? Is it true that the enemy will be trapped? So for a long time, Lin Fan wanted to get a storage prop, and then put all his sundries in it. Although there is no way to solve the transformation problem, but at least it looks handsome. And the role of storage props is really great. It is definitely a must-have artifact for home travel, murder, and arson. What a surprise! Lin Fan was secretly delighted, but she didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Now he finally has a storage item. Although it's only 3 cubic files in size, it's enough for armor and the like. Because of the reward, he looked kindly at Brunsky. Just call me boss from now on. Lin Fan ordered with a smile. Yes, boss. Brunsky nodded respectfully, dragging his injured body to the side. Seeing this, Hulk was stunned. Lin, it's amazing. He looked at Lin Fan in shock, only feeling unclear in his heart. Is it so easy to pay down the abomination? Not long ago, he had a battle with hatred, and he knew exactly how irritable the other party was. He was a guy who was less rational than him. As a result, Lin Fan easily regained the hatred with just a few simple actions. From this we can also see how powerful Lin Fan is. Hee. Lin Fan smiled and didn't care. Waving gave Brunsky a healing technique, which consumed about 200 grams of Keel, allowing the opponent's injuries to recover faster. Although it still takes time, Lin Fan is more unwilling to waste his Keel. After doing this, under Brunsky's grateful gaze, Lin Fan led Hulk directly to the top floor of the building. He looked at Hulk and said in a deep voice. Hulk, do you want to become a normal person and exist like this all the time? Chapter 99. Hulk, normal person. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Hulk was a little confused at first. Isn't this what he longed for? Since the moment he was born, he has always wanted to gain the power of freedom, but it is a pity that Ruth Banner is the owner of the body. And although he is also a host, it is more like a parasite, in Bruce Banner's body. He can only appear once when he is in danger. So every time he was locked in the small black room again, he felt very angry, and then vented the anger in his heart crazily the next time. That's why he comes across as an angry and irrational monster. But in fact he can actually communicate. At the moment when he heard what Lin Fan said, Hulk felt very pleasantly surprised, and looked at Lin Fan excitedly. Hulk, wanna be normal? Hulk nodded frantically. It is good. Lin Fan had expected it, and patted Hulk to comfort him. With the precedent of Dr. Blue and the Abomination. Now Lin Fan wants to help Hulk and at the same time bring Hulk and Bruce Banner under his command, so that he can also take advantage of the system rewards. His code of conduct is like this: while making profits for himself, he also helps others. Definitely the premise is that the other party can get his approval. Otherwise, people like Della, a mountain of pressure, don't deserve Lin Fan's help at all. And Hulk is not in this list. Don't worry, Hulk. As your friend, I will do what I promised you before. Nodding to Hulk, Lin Fan immediately repeated the old trick. He slapped Hulk's body with his palm. The ability of the sheep talisman was activated, and the souls of Hulk and Bruce Banner were directly shot out, facing each other floating in mid-air. Ho ho! Hulk was a little nervous, but got used to it quickly. He wasn't worried that Lin Fan would hurt him at all. This is. In contrast, Bruce Banner on the side was a little confused and didn't know what happened. But soon he saw Hulk's soul on the opposite side. And Hulk's body on the ground, and Lin Fan standing next to Hulk. It's you. Bruce Banner stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes. The moment he saw Lin Fan, he thought of all the past, especially the endless jade calendar when he faced Lin Fan. In front of Lin Fan, he seems to have no secrets. The ability displayed by Lin Fan is even more terrifying. As it is now, both he and Hulk have become soul states, and those who don't know think they have become ghosts after they die. This kind of unbelievable ability, so far he has no way to accept that someone can do it. Soul astral is not scientific at all, okay? Newton's coffin boards can't bear it anymore. That's right, it's me. Lin Fan nodded indifferently, looking very serious. This also made Bruce Banner a little flustered. Sir, I don't know what you want to do. Bruce Banner had some hesitation, and asked tentatively. This feeling of becoming a ghost, well, you know, it makes me very uncomfortable. Sir, can you let me go back into the body first? Can't. Lin Fan refused without hesitation. And his answer instantly made Bruce Banner's heart sink, feeling that some of his guesses had been fulfilled. Lin Fan must be trying to kill him and let Hulk control his body. He had this idea when he met Lin Fan for the first time. Now seeing Lin Fan and Hulk again, it turns out that his plan with Dr. Lan failed, and Hulk did not eliminate the potion and wipe it out directly. And his behavior of wanting to erase Hulk must have completely angered Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan has always been a friend who claims to be Hulk. Hulk didn't disappear this time, but what about next time? Bruce Banner felt that if he was Hulk's friend, he would never allow others to hurt Hulk again. Since two souls appear in one body at the same time, the solution is also very simple. As long as one of the souls is obliterated, the other can monopolize the body. And Lin Fan happens to be able to make people's soul astral. As long as Lin Fan never lets him go back, the body that was his will become Hulk's, and he can do nothing but watch. Sir, Bruce Banner was in a state of confusion, and quickly wanted to ask Lin Fan to let him go. But Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense at all. Don't talk, listen to me. With a big wave of his hand, Lin Fan forced Bruce Banner to shut up without making any sound at all. With this move, Yishi frightened Bruce Banner into a fool. Late. There was a sudden despair in his heart. Finding himself unable to speak, Bruce Banner looked at Lin Fan in horror, with an almost pleading look on his face. It's a pity that Lin Fan didn't even look at him, pretending that he didn't exist. This immediately made him feel like he was going to die today. Hulk, I know you want to be free, but as your friend, I will not help you by hurting others, so please understand. Don't bother to pay attention to Bruce Banner's imagination, Lin Fan speaks out. He directly described the current situation. There is only one body, but you and Bruce Banner are two separate entities, so to solve this problem, I have three different ways to help you. 1. One acquires a body, and the other is separated. Secondly, the two share the same body. Third, soul fusion. The three methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. I will not force you to make a choice, but as long as you can reach an agreement, I will do my best to help you. So next, it's time for the two of you to make a choice. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he stared at the two without blinking. Things have been said very clearly. As for how Hulk and Bruce Banner will choose, he will not be surprised. Anyway, he only needs to help in the end. For him, this is entirely a matter of hand. And he was also very curious about the choice of the two. Separate? Share? Integrate? Bruce Banner looked at Lin Fan in shock, and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. But then he was troubled by the current situation. Facing the three choices given by Lin Fan, his first impression was that it was incredible, just like listening to a science fiction story. Either option doesn't sound like it's achievable. But thinking of Lin Fan possessing a soul astral ability, Bruce Banner instantly felt relieved. Even the soul can go out of the body, what else can't be done? But which method should he choose? Separate him? He certainly didn't want his own body, even if it would get rid of the trouble of Hulk completely. After all, it was his factory-packed genuine body. But if he and Hulk are allowed to share their bodies or even integrate with each other, then it is even more impossible for him to accept this choice. What is the difference between sharing the body and the previous situation? Integrating is even more impossible. Who knows what will become of the two souls after they integrate? Will he still be him then? Especially when Hulk is angry, he likes to destroy wildly. What if after integrating, he becomes a monster who only knows how to destroy? So after much deliberation, he found that the best option was get Hulk out of your body. But saying this in front of Lin Fan and Hulk, Bruce Banner felt that he would die a miserable death in the end. Facing the three methods given by Lin Fan, he felt like he was going crazy. He can't do this question, he can't do it. Too difficult. Hulk. At the same time, when Hulk heard what Lin Fan said, he fell into a tangle for a while. He definitely wants to gain control of his body too. But if the prerequisite for freedom is to drive away or even kill Bruce Banner, that is obviously not the result he wants to see. After all, although he looks like an angry green fat man, his nature is still kind. Otherwise he wouldn't have helped Bruce Banner escape time and time again. Definitely helping Bruce Banner is helping himself, the two of them live and die together, so it's nothing to brag about. Since Bruce Banner cannot be hurt, there are only two options left. Either he voluntarily gave up his existing body, or share an even soul integrate with Bruce Banner. After some struggles, Hulk was a little inclined to give up his existing body, because he was completely disappointed with Bruce Banner. The other party wanted to eliminate him again and again, and even a good person might not be able to tolerate this. Hulk wants to get rid of Bruce Banner if he can. And Lin Fan also said before that he could create a new body for him. If this is the case, then giving up the existing body to the other party can be regarded as a complete farewell to the other self. From then on, the two of them have nothing to do with each other. Lin, Hulk wants to give up his body, please, help me create another one. Is that okay? Hulk stammered out his thoughts. Lin Fan was not surprised by this. But Bruce Banner on the side heard the words, his eyes widened suddenly, and he said in disbelief. Hulk I. He was surprised to hear that Hulk was willing to give up his body. Originally, this was the result he wanted to see the most. But for some reason, after hearing Hulk's words, he felt extremely ashamed. After all, he had always wanted to eliminate Hulk before this. But Hulk was willing to give up his body to him. In comparison, he is so selfish. And Hulk, who is regarded as a monster by everyone, is the one who is truly respectable. Hulk, have you decided? Lin Fan asked with a serious face. Although he guessed that Hulk might choose to do so, he still wanted to confirm it and make sure that Hulk did it willingly. After all, there is no way for him to guarantee that there will be no side effects when changing to a new body. So Hulk has to be prepared for any surprises. Hulk, sure. Hulk nodded heavily, without any hesitation. As for Bruce Banner's complex expression on the side, he didn't even glance at it the whole time, because he didn't care what the other party's reaction would be. If it weren't for the fact that he was born Bruce Banner, he would have slapped him to death. After all, no one will have a good impression of a person who wants to kill you. Asking for flowers, 0. It is already the greatest generosity for him to give up his body. It is good. Lin Fan nodded, with a sudden smile on his face. He stretched out his fist and said, I admire you, Hulk. You are a hero. Superhero. Thank you, Lin. Hulk scratched his head sheepishly. He also stretched out his hand and bent his big fist to touch Fan. And he is very grateful to Lin Fan for willing to help him. Ding, Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 50%. The system prompt sounded quietly. The tacit understanding between men is so simple, it only takes one sentence to make each other feel at ease. After Hulk made his choice, he seemed to look away. And he also regards Lin Fan as his best friend. Don't worry, Hulk, I will do my best to help you create a perfect new body. Lin Fan assured Hulk with a smile. But when he looked at Bruce Banner, his expression suddenly became serious, even with a hint of disgust. Mr. Bruce Banner, I think you heard the Hulk's choice. Lin Fan's tone was indifferent, and he said indifferently. Since Hulk is willing to give up his body, as his friend, I will definitely fully support his choice, so what is your choice? To be honest, if I didn't respect Hulk's choice, I could kill you directly. This is the simplest and most effective solution. Lin Fan made no secret of his stance. After all, to be honest, he still prefers the simpler and purer Hulk to Hulk and Bruce Banner. Although Bruce Banner is kind, his character is too cowardly. When encountering things, I only know to escape blindly. Since the birth of Hulk, Bruce Banner has never thought of solving the problem, but just avoided it blindly, and then tried his best to kill another self. To put it bluntly, Hulk has saved him so many times. Doesn't Bruce Banner know how to be grateful? Even if you don't give up your body to Hulk, at least you can live in peace, right? Lin Fan thinks this is not difficult. It's just a question of whether Bruce Banner wants to. But it turns out he never thought about it. Hearing Lin Fan Chi Kuokuo's ridicule, Bruce Banner fell silent. He didn't know how to justify himself. And he has no right to argue. When Lin Fan gave the solution, the different reactions between him and Hulk had already caused him to lose completely. At the moment, facing Lin Fan's ridicule, he smiled wryly. From now on, this body is yours. As Lin Fan said, he was ready to make a move, sending Bruce Banner back into his body. He's already thinking about how to build Hulk's new body. If possible, he definitely wants to create a perfect body, so that Hulk will not have any side effects in the future. To achieve this, he has even prepared a trip to Camartage. Maybe the Ancient One magician can give him some advice. But suddenly, School Usner shouted. Wait, sir. Okay. Lin Fan frowned and stopped moving. He asked in a nonchalant tone. Bruce Banner, do you have any questions? Bruce Banner was embarrassed. But he glanced at Hulk at the side, he hesitated slightly, and said in a deep voice. Sir, I want to have a private chat with Hulk. Please. Talk. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that at this time, Bruce Banner didn't directly accept the best result for him, but wanted to chat with Hulk for the first time. And it's still a private chat, which kind of thing I don't want him to hear. This immediately made him interested. What the hell is this guy Bruce Banner trying to do? Hulk, what do you think? Lin Fan didn't say anything, but looked at Hulk at the side. It's up to Hulk to make up his own mind. Hulk. Hulk was silent for a moment. Looking at Bruce Banner with a sincere face, he nodded after a little hesitation and said. Lin, I want to chat with him. Okay. Lin Fan waved his hand, turned around and left the room. He is not the kind of mother-in-law character. Since both parties agreed, he left directly and left the rest of the time to the other party. He was really curious about what the two of them would be talking about. But he wasn't eavesdropping with psychokinesis. Outside the office. Taking advantage of the private chat between Hulk and Bruce Banner, Lin Fan received the reward directly and got a very simple space ring. On the surface, it looks like a clunking jade wrench. But there is a 3 cubic space hidden in it. Swish! With a thought, Lin Fan directly put the armor box into it. There are also some miscellaneous things. This space ring is convenient and easy to use. When you travel in the future, you don't have to worry about not being able to take it down to salute. And at the moment, ding, Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 59%. Towel. Chapter 100. That's 59%? What the hell are Hulk and Bruce Banner talking about? The sudden system prompt made Lin Fan secretly surprised. After all, this increase is too big, right? Obviously he didn't do anything, but Hulk's trust level soared wildly, which was obviously related to the chat between Hulk and Bruce. Lin Fan was very curious about what the two talked about, but he had no intention of eavesdropping. Although this can be a great inspiration for him to build trust. But since he regards Hulk as a friend, he will respect all privacy of the other party. 60% soon, the reward is close at hand. With a chuckle, Lin Fan secretly instructed the system. System, Dark Fruit Upgrade. Buzz buzz. A mighty force descended quietly, directly submerged into Lin Fan's body, and upgraded and optimized the ability of his dark fruit again. He can obviously feel some changes in his body, and the fruit ability is more like a finger. Not bad. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Without experimenting with the changes of the dark fruit for the first time, he turned and walked to the office, wanting to see if the conversation between Hulk and Bruce Banner was over. He really wanted to know how the first conversation between these two people would lead to such a result. It's impossible to create a Green Doctor directly, right? This is obviously impossible. Hulk and Bruce Banner only saw that there was a gap, and it was far from being reconciled in one conversation, so it was almost impossible for Dr. Green to appear. And thinking of the special nature of Dr. Green, Lin Fan thinks it's better not to show up. Otherwise, Hulk might really be integrated by Bruce Banner. After all, judging from the state displayed by Dr. Green, it is obvious that Bruce Banner's personality has the upper hand, while Hulk simply provides a powerful body. As a friend of the Hulk, Lin Fan definitely doesn't want to see this happen. Did he? But just as Lin Fan walked to the door of the office, the mobile phone 467 in his pocket suddenly rang. Lin Fan took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar phone number. "Sir, there is a person opposite." The Red Queen's voice sounded at the right time, and she said mischievously. "And a very beautiful woman." "Woman? Could it be?" Hearing what Hong Ho said, Lin Fan's frown relaxed. He already guessed who called him. But he was very curious. Logically speaking, based on the relationship between the two of them, the other party should easily stop contacting him. Lin Fan doesn't think that with his charm, a professionally trained agent can never forget him. In other words, the other party is looking for him for business. "Hey! Lin, did you answer me?" The phone was connected, and a charming female voice came from the opposite side. The moment he heard this voice, the image of Natasha Romanoff involuntarily appeared in Lin Fan's mind, especially the wonderful moment when the other party played black with him. "I have to say, Natasha Romanoff is pretty amazing." "Looking for me?" Lin Fan asked bluntly. Knowing that Natasha Romanoff is looking for him because of business, he will not be emotional, not to mention that there is no relationship between the two. Since it's a business, then he naturally has to do it. He will not change his principles just because of a woman. "Humph, scumbag man! What are you talking about for a couple of days and 100 days of grace? Men are really big pigs." Natasha Romanoff, on the other end of the phone, was very disgruntled. Especially when she heard Lin Fan's businesslike tone, although she had expected it a long time ago, she still couldn't help feeling a little resentful in her heart. Looking at her proud figure, doesn't she have any charm at all? "It's okay, I'll hang up first." Lin Fan is not used to Natasha Romanoff's complaints. He was about to hang up the phone. Hey, wait! Natasha Romanoff also understood that Lin Fan is not the kind of romantic prodigal son. Tony might also be tempted by beauty. But Lin Fan is very sensible, even in the face of her provocative words, her attitude has not changed in any way. This made Natasha Romanoff understand that Lin Fan is a very sensible man. And such a man is also the easiest to get along with. As long as you don't play tricks and treat each other honestly, you can generally achieve your goals. "Really, Lin, why are you so ignorant of pity and tenderness?" Natasha Romanoff's tone was full of resentment, and she said with self-pity. "Don't I have any charm at all? Hey, I'm still old, and I'm not as attractive as those young girls. So-and-so is not impressed at all." Hee. Lin Fan smiled. It was rare to see Natasha Romanoff like a little girl. Could it be that Black Widow is still jealous? Although he knew that Natasha Romanoff mostly acted, he still joked. "Natasha Romanoff, you are definitely charming, but not when you are an agent, except definitely when you play certain roles, at least when you play an agent who is determined to die, I am very satisfied." Natasha Romanoff. Hearing what Lin Fan said, there was a silence on the phone. She was directly punished by Lin Fan. This man's words are really annoying. He has already guessed that she has something to ask for, but he didn't mention the matter of offering help during the whole process. "It's fine if you don't help, and you will tell her embarrassing things at that time." Natasha Romanoff really regrets it. She really didn't understand what she was thinking at the time, that she would agree to Lin Fan's rude request. Even if she dies in the future, she will never do that kind of thing again. Humph. With a snort, Natasha Romanoff pretended not to hear it. She changed the subject very bluntly. I'm not joking with you anymore, I came to you today to ask for something, so just say whether you can help me or not. You speak first. Lin Fan didn't refuse either. Things that bother Natasha Romanoff are tricky to fix. He's curious about what can stump the entire SHIELD. Could it be that aliens have invaded Earth? There was silence on the phone. Just when Lin Fan felt that Natasha Romanoff was offline, the other party said quietly. It's a hammer. Just 1 day ago, a meteor suddenly fell to the Earth, and a treasure hunter discovered that the meteor was actually a hammer. But no matter what means those people use, they can't pick up the hammer. Someone with good deeds posted the matter on the social network. Later S.H.I.E.L.D. took over the matter and did an in-depth study of the hammer, but there was still no way to move the hammer. I don't know why, but that hammer seems to grow together with the Earth. Natasha Romanoff spoke for a while, telling the troubles she encountered. In the end, she complained helplessly. It's really strange things happen every year, especially this year. I didn't expect that besides you, a strange hammer, there will be a strange hammer now. What a ghost! Lin Fan. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's complaints, he was speechless. Am I just a little bit stronger? Where did you become a weirdo? Hey! Compared with the genetically mutated Hulk, a person like me who has become stronger through cultivation is simply too normal to be normal. Too lazy to argue with Natasha Romanoff about this, Fan thought of the strange hammer that the other party said. Isn't that exactly Mjolnir from Thor? In the past 2 days, he has been busy dealing with Hulk's affairs. If Natasha Romanoff hadn't contacted him, he might not know about it when the Thor plot is over. You must know that when Thor came to the Earth, the impact would be very great. For the first time, humans will officially know the existence of aliens. Moreover, in the boundless universe, the Earth is just a very tiny living planet, not even qualified to set foot in the universe. In front of those powerful alien races, human beings seem pitiful and helpless. Director Braised Egg officially launched the Avengers plan because of this. At the same time, Loki, who came to the Earth with Thor, will also drift into the universe afterwards. Then Loki will meet the big villain Thanos. In order to test the strength of the Earth, Thanos handed over the psychic scepter to Loki, and also let the Kirita army under him act as cannon fodder to cooperate with Loki. And the New York War that shocked the whole world was kicked off just because of this. It can be said that Thor's coming to the Earth is the beginning of everything. As the founder of the Defenders Alliance, Lin Fan is bound to confront Thanos in the future, so he must not miss the first contact with Thor. Even if you can't recruit the other party, you must at least establish a good relationship in advance. After all, the Earth's understanding of the universe is too scarce. If you want to know the major events happening in the universe at the first time, the easiest way is to make friends with Thor and use the Eye of Asgard gatekeeper Heimdall. This person can see all over the 9 realms at a glance, and he is definitely the best candidate for investigating information. Lin Fan even thought about devouring the opponent's ability with the dark fruit. If it's just a small devour, and Heimdall won't become useless, then it shouldn't be swallowed, but copied, right? Lin, are you listening? Don't keep talking. Just as Lin Fan was muttering to himself, Natasha Romanoff's dissatisfied coquettish voice came from the other side of the phone. I am listening. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lin Fan quickly responded. I already know what you said. This matter is very complicated. I do know some secrets. How do you need me to help you? What? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Natasha Romanoff suddenly exclaimed. Turning her head to look at her colleagues not far away, she turned her head guiltily and walked to an empty corner. At the moment she was at the location of the hammer, responsible for handling this unusual event. Definitely accompanied by Phil Coulson. Originally Phil Coulson was the main person in charge, but she just happened to have no tasks, so she was sent over to make up the number of people. She didn't decide to seek Lin Fan's help until she realized that this matter was not easy. Natasha Romanoff was extremely impressed with Lin Fan's strength. That kind of ability to fly in the air is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know much about it. So after discovering the seriousness of the problem, she immediately thought of Lin Fan. Maybe Lin Fan will have a solution to the hammer problem. But what Natasha Romanoff never expected was, she was just thinking of giving it a try, and didn't expect Lin Fan to help her at all, but Lin Fan's words made her turn pale with shock. Lin Fan actually said that he knew something about the hammer? How is this possible? Obviously the hammer came from outer space. How did Lin Fan know the secret? Could it be that Lin Fan came from aliens? Etc. Natasha Romanoff's pretty face suddenly froze. If it is a normal person, how can it be possible to have such a powerful strength? Especially Lin Fan did not show any abnormal changes. This without any. Will the powerful strength that can be grasped at a low price really be possessed by normal people? Could it be that Lin Fan is really an alien? Because of Lin Fan's words, Natasha Romanoff suddenly fell into a frenzy. Hey, woman, what are you thinking? Seeing that Natasha Romanoff didn't respond, Lin Fan said dissatisfiedly. Do you still want to help? You are the one who came to see me, why did you stop talking suddenly? If you don't talk again, I will die. Lin Fan didn't know what Natasha Romanoff was thinking, but he was shocked by his answer. After all, little is known about Mjolnir's origins. He suddenly said that he knew some secrets, which would indeed shock people, so Natasha Romanoff's reaction was also within his expectations. But even if Lin Fan was killed because of his words, what kind of plot did Natasha Romanoff imagine? Don't hang up. Natasha Romanoff regained her composure, distracted by happiness. She felt really paranoid. Although Lin Fan acted very mysterious, as if he was omnipotent and omniscient, how could he be an alien? For Lin Fan's body structure, she has personally experienced it. That is absolutely no different from normal people. Lin, what do you know? Could you please tell me? Natasha Romanoff asked bluntly. Since Lin Fan knew some secrets, she simply asked directly, and the big deal would be to pay some price. Anyway, she was wiped out by Lin Fan, which is not bad. Definitely yes, but I have a request. Lin Fan does not agree with hesitation. But before helping, he also put forward his own condition, that is, to participate in this matter. And he will not appear in real body, but play the horse box of Silver Iron Man again. Silver Iron Man? What the hell is this? Natasha Romanoff was not surprised to hear Lin Fan's conditions. But for Lin Fan, who called herself Silver Iron Man, she suddenly had black lines all over her head, and couldn't help but think of another annoying man. Isn't that playboy who is even more scumbag than Lin Fan calling himself Iron Man? PSST. Thinking of the relationship between Tony and Lin Fan, Natasha Romanoff laughed. She couldn't help complaining and asked. What, Lin, your title of Silver Iron Man, shouldn't it be the Iron Man who imitated Tony? Lin Fan. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's complaints, he was speechless. Unexpectedly, he actually forgot this. Natasha Romanoff is the only one who knows his true identity. Now he revealed Yin Taixia's vest again, and immediately let the other party know more of his secrets. This operation is simply stupid. Lin Fan, who was a little regretful, was almost made to cry by his own operation. But fortunately, the impact is not great. I believe that with Natasha Romanoff's character, even if he knows more of his secrets, he will not reveal them easily. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D will not let go of his surveillance. Apparently 0.3 Natasha Romanoff didn't report his secret to Chief Braised Egg. Can I say it was an accident? After thinking this through, Lin Fan didn't bother with these details anymore, and said something helplessly. This immediately caused Natasha Romanoff on the other end of the phone to chuckle. Ha ha ha, Lin, you are so cute. Natasha Romanoff couldn't stop giggling. It wasn't until Lin Fan had black lines all over her head that she almost couldn't bear to hang up the phone that she regained her aloofness as a goddess. I agree to your terms, and I will speak to Phil Coulson about it. Natasha Romanoff directly responded to Lin Fan's request, and then asked. But when can you come? It's very urgent here. It's coming at night. Hang up. Lin Fan responded lightly and hung up the phone directly. This bad woman really needs cleaning up. How dare you laugh at him? Humph, when he gets to the place at night, he must let Natasha Romanoff know the price of offending him. Mr. Lin, are you outside? At the moment, a shout came from the office. Lin Fan recognized that it was Bruce Banner. The conversation is over. Guessing that the other party's conversation was over, Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked in without any hesitation. Mjolnir's question didn't seem rushed. After Hulk's matter is resolved, with the flight speed of his iron armor, I believe he will arrive at the incident site soon. So Lin Fan was not in a hurry, and even wanted to drink a cappuccino. Forest. Seeing Lin Fan, Hulk said hello. Bruce Banner on the side looked embarrassed, but calm, as if seeing through the world. Lin Fan didn't care, and asked bluntly. You two, what was the result of the conversation? Very good. Bruce Banner nodded heavily, and said in a deep voice. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving Hulk and I a chance to have a good chat. Now we have reached a settlement and will share the same body in the future. Chapter 101. Shared? Both of you. Hearing what Bruce Banner said, and seeing Hulk nodding in agreement, Lin Fan felt somewhat shocked. After all, he knew very well how deep the conflict between the two was. Without going through the ordeal together, Bruce Banner wanted to eliminate Hulk, and Hulk simply wanted the right to be free. The needs of the two conflict with each other, and the friction accumulates deeply. Lin Fan was planning to help Hulk create a new body. Unexpectedly, after chatting with each other, they miraculously reached a reconciliation and planned to share the right to use the same body. This surprised Lin Fan a bit, but he didn't think it had much to do with it. After all, to be honest, this kind of result is actually quite good. If Hulk leaves Bruce Banner, or if Bruce Banner loses Hulk, it will always feel weird. Hulk, have you decided yet? Lin Fan looked at Hulk seriously. As long as Hulk nods, then he won't interfere too much in this matter, and the next thing needs to be worked out between the other two. How to distribute the control over the body is beyond the interference of an outsider like him. The only thing he can do is to provide a safe external environment. Hulk, Ziyi. Feeling Lin Fan's concern, Hulk nodded heavily. This is also a decision he has thought about for a long time. Through the chat with Bruce Banner, he also understood the other party's inner appeal and the reason why he always wanted to eliminate him. And he also told Bruce Banner what he really thought. This also shocked Bruce Banner incomparably. It turns out that Hulk is really sensible and can communicate, but he has never tried it before. Even the reason why Hulk is acting angry is mainly because of him. Facing a person who wants to destroy him, Hulk, unable to resist, can do nothing but destroy wildly when he gains control of his body as a way of venting. In other words, Hulk simply wanted to protect himself. Thinking that he had figured this out, Bruce Banner felt guilty and wanted to reconcile with Hulk. He has no right to make Hulk give up their bodies. Mr. Lin, you are gone. Bruce Banner earnestly begged. After actually chatting with Hulk, he found that Hulk is not incapable of getting along peacefully. Even before, thanks to Hulk for saving him in times of crisis. If it wasn't for Hulk, he would have been captured by the military a long time ago and became a test product for the military to study super soldier potions. Choose to reach a settlement with Hulk, and the person who benefits the most is himself. At least he has the power to protect himself against the military. After experiencing the incident at Groban College in Manhattan, Bruce Banner completely gave up, and he saw the true colors of the military. Even without Hulk, the military will never let him go easily. His cheap old father-in-law would suck the last of his worth out of him. So if Hulk can be forgiven and share the same body, it will be the best result for him and Hulk. Definitely, to put it bluntly, this can be regarded as one of his little selfish intentions. I respect your choice. Lin Fan nodded lightly, and didn't touch Bruce Banner. Because that outcome doesn't do Hulk any harm. I believe that under his deterrence, no matter how selfish Bruce Banner is, at most he wants to protect himself. So letting Hulk and Bruce Banner reconcile is also a win-win result. But as a friend, Lin Fan said meaningfully. Bruce Banner, I don't know what you and Hulk talked about, and I don't care what agreement you made, but I hope you treat Hulk well. As Hulk's friend, I don't want to see Hulk get hurt in any way. I believe you should understand what I mean. At the same time as the voice fell, Lin Fan didn't care about Bruce Banner's reaction, and hit him back into his body with a backhand palm. Then he looked at Hulk, nodded and said, "Glad that you can make a second friend, I hope you can get along well." "Thank you, Ma." Hulk looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Although he didn't quite understand what Lin Fan said to Bruce Banner, he could feel Lin Fan's kindness and knew that Lin Fan was the only one who really treated him well. For Lin Fan's concern, he felt very happy and moved. Ding! Hulk's trust level has increased, currently, 65%. Ding! Hulk's trust level has reached 60%. Ding! I am also happy that the host has received a reward, the second upgrade of the dark fruit. The system prompt sounded quietly. Lin Fan, who had just strengthened the dark fruit, got a second chance to upgrade again, and it didn't even exceed 10 minutes. Hulk is really my lucky star. Good people live a safe life. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system prompt. This reward is really simple and rude. I don't know what kind of state this dark fruit that has been strengthened again can grow to. Could it really evolve into a different world version of the heaven-swallowing demon art? At that time, he backhandedly proves that he is a red dust immortal. Let's go cheating. Don't be polite to me, Hulk, we're not friends. Lin Fan smiled and nodded at Hulk. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he directly sent Hulk back into his body, and then waited quietly. The big green man lying on the ground slowly changed back to a normal person. Apparently the Hulk ceded control of the body. Woo! With a muffled grunt, Bruce Banner slowly woke up. He subconsciously got up from the ground. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, he was a little dazed at first, but he soon saw someone standing aside. "Mr. Lin, you." Bruce Banner instantly recalled everything just now. But before he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a bit cold all over his body. Looking down, he died instantly on the spot. Because his body became bigger and smaller for a while, the clothes on his body became tattered. Looking at the few rags left, it doesn't even count as a beggar's outfit. Some private parts are almost all exposed. This immediately made Bruce Banner's face turn red. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a place to turn in. "Mr. Lin, can I have a dress?" Bruce Banner said awkwardly. "Come with me." Lin Fan suppressed a smile and shook his hand. He pointed to the restroom next to him and said, "This is the restroom, all the clothes are in the closet, you can choose a set and change it yourself." "Thank you, Mr. Linear." Bruce Banner thanked him and rushed into the waiting room in a hurry. The tattered clothes on his body dangled accordingly. The scene was simply unbearable to look at. It wasn't until Bruce Banner ran into the lounge and slammed the door shut that Lin Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. They are all big men, and they are as shy as girls. Lin Fan laughed lightly and complained. Ignoring Bruce Banner, he sat on the sofa and said calmly. Red Queen, help me monitor the 100 kilometers around Mjolnir. If you find someone suspected of being Thor, report to me as soon as possible. Oh, yes, you can start with Jane Foster and others. Lin Fan roughly explained the situation of Thor and others. Before that, he ordered Arisadella to send someone to pay attention to Dr. Lan and others, and to notify him as soon as possible. But he forgot about the alien Thor. Fortunately, the plot has just begun, so it won't delay his original plan. Yes, sir. The projection of the Red Queen appeared, and she gave a princess gift to Lin Fan. Then she started to follow Lin Fan's orders. With Red Queen's existing computing ability, it is easy to break through the firewall including S.H.I.E.L.D, and it is easy to mobilize all the cameras in a small town. After a short time, the Red Queen found a lot of useful information. Then she projected all these messages in front of Lin Fan. Meet Jane Foster already. Seeing the scene of Thor making a scene in the bar, Feng smiled lightly and shook his head. The majestic prince of Asgard was rubbed against the ground by several mortals. I really don't know what that old fellow Odin is thinking. Even if you want to sharpen your own son, it shouldn't be so extreme, right? I'm really not afraid that Thor will be stabbed by the Earthlings, right? You must know that the beautiful country is known as the nuclear level every day, and everyone has an AK-47, and they are all masters who pull out their guns when they disagree. It would be so much fun if it killed Thor suddenly. Definitely Lin Fan is just a complaint. I believe that at the moment, some old guy who suspended animation may be secretly watching his son. If anyone dares to hurt Thor, that old guy Odin will never sit idly by. Otherwise, do you really think that the 4 warriors of Asgard can smuggle to the earth? This is clearly the result of Odin's connivance. Lin Fan expressed no interest in Asgard's palace fight, but he was very interested in Asgard's cultivation method. Especially Thor, and Loki's mighty god bloodline. Including the Destroyer, a powerful humanoid golem. When Thor and Loki fall in love and kill each other, he can just wait for the opportunity to make a profit. As he muttered to himself, he had made a decision in his heart. Crunch! At the moment, the door to the lounge is opened. Bruce Banner stepped out of it. At the moment he changed into a suit, and he looked like a dog, like an intellectual with 4 doctorates. Mr. Lin, thank you for your clothes. Bruce Banner wanted to thank Lin Fan. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Red Queen standing next to Lin Fan, and then he just froze in place. If he read it correctly, it should be a virtual projection, right? Must be a virtual projection, right? But when did the virtual projection technology become so mature, it actually looks like a real person. If he hadn't studied the virtual projection, he almost didn't recognize it. Sit wherever you want. Lin Fan said calmly. He didn't care about Bruce Banner's shock, it wasn't a big deal anyway. The existence of the Red Queen is no big secret. Artificial intelligence or something, even Tony can research it, so why does Lin Fan have an artificial intelligence? Questions? No questions asked. Red Empress, you go down first. Let me know as soon as there is any news. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the Red Queen left quietly. Bruce Banner finally came to his senses. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he walked slowly to Lin Fan and sat down. He felt that the man in front of him became even more mysterious. Originally has a strong, with great strength, and even suspected high-level personnel of a certain force, the existence of artificial intelligence has now been exposed. And after seeing the popularity, the gestures are obviously very intelligent. This is definitely a strong artificial intelligence that even the military has not mastered. Bruce Banner was even more curious, who is the young Asian man in front of him? What's next for Mr. Bruce? Lin Fan poured a cup of tea for the two of them and asked. Next, it's time for Master Lin to go online. As for the talent of Bruce Banner, he had already taken a fancy to him, and no matter what, he didn't want him to be recruited by SHIELD. Although his sense of Bruce Banner is very general, but this does not prevent him from attracting him. Talent, as long as it is useful. Next. Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Bruce Banner was a little dazed. He really didn't think about these things. Originally, according to his previous plan, he planned to wait for Dr. Lan to help him eliminate the Hulk, and then find an opportunity to meet his girlfriend Betty first. It's a pity that things backfired, and too many accidents happened in the middle. I don't know how Dr. Lan is doing now. I'm not afraid of Mr. Lin's jokes. I really haven't thought about it. Until now, I just want to be an ordinary person. Shaking his head helplessly, Bruce Banner looked sincere. And what he said came from the heart. Very simple. Lin Fan nodded and said bluntly. But to be honest, your idea is completely wishful thinking, believe you, and I know that very well. Hee hee. Bruce Banner smiled wryly upon hearing this, but was speechless. I have a suggestion. Lin Fan didn't go around the corner, and said bluntly. How 790 grams and you plan to reconcile now? As Hulk's friend, I definitely don't want to see my friend being hunted down by the military. I don't know when I will encounter troubles that cannot be resolved. Bother. So I have a suggestion, Mr. Bruce, you can think about it. Mr. Lin, please tell me. Bruce Banner looked like he was asking for advice. Now he really doesn't know what to do. If possible, he would like to hear Lin Fan's advice. He could more or less guess what Lin Fan was thinking. But if you can have a place to stay, that would be great. You must be curious about my identity, right? Lin Fan didn't answer directly, but changed the subject. Facing Bruce Banner's curious eyes, he didn't hide anything, and said directly. My name is Lin Fan, a practitioner from the East. But now I have a new identity, that is, the founder of the Defenders Alliance. The main members include the 5 leaders of the Hand, Daredevil, Dr. Blue, Abomination, and the United States. Team Steve and so on. If possible, I hope you can join in. Lin Fan roughly revealed his identity without even hiding anything. All he has to do is head start. And seeing Bruce Banner's stunned look, it was obvious that his goal had been achieved. Wait a minute, Mr. Linear. Bruce Banner swallowed, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. He felt as if he was a bit of an auditory hallucination. Although Lin Fan's self-exposed identity is indeed very fraudulent, it is not impossible to accept it. But are the members of the Defenders really serious? Let alone the Hand and Daredevil. But the point is, what the hell is Dr. Lan? Even Captain America Steve? Are you kidding? Didn't Captain America declare death long ago? Is it possible that Lin Fan can bring dead man back to life? Lin Fan, hey, I can really do it. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked knowingly. Mr. Linear. Bruce Banner hesitation, still asked cautiously. What, are you sure you mean Captain America Steve? Isn't he dead long ago? It's official. Lin Fan did not refute, and asked. It's true that the official said that Captain America died heroically, but who said that what the official said is true? This. Bruce Banner was speechless for a moment. Captain America isn't actually dead. Lin Fan didn't hide it either, explaining. At the beginning, he fell into a glacier with a fighter plane and was frozen for 70 years. I didn't rescue him until not long ago. What? Frozen for 70 years? Bruce Banner exclaimed, eyes widening. This is simply unbelievable. But for Lin Fan's explanation, he quickly accepted it and no longer had any doubts. After pondering for a while, he nodded seriously and said, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for inviting me. If it doesn't bother you, I will ask Mr. Lin to take care of you in the future. Ding, the host successfully recruited Bruce Banner, Bogey. Ding, the host gets a reward, Super Soldier Serum *1. Pim Particle *1. Chapter 102. Super Soldier Serum? Pim Particles? That's a good reward. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This should be the best reward he got. I recruited so many subordinates, but all the rewards I got before couldn't compare with the Super Soldier Serum. After all, the effect of Super Soldier Serum is obvious. Captain America Steve and Natasha Romanoff are prime examples. Even if it is the queen of artificial intelligence, although it has a wide range of functions, it is obviously not as good as the Super Soldier Serum in terms of practicality. Especially for the current Lin Fan, what he lacks most is the method of strengthening his body. Physical weakness is the only shortcoming he needs to address now. Now with the Super Soldier Serum, Lin Fan can also directly transform into a muscular man, becoming a tough guy with 8-pack abs like Captain America Steve. Facts have also proved that the rewards for inviting important figures to join the Defenders are obviously more generous. Captain America Steve and Hulk are proof of that. This also made Lin Fan make up his mind. Next, he must fool a few more protagonists, such as Thor who just came to the Earth, or his good friend Tony. The former is not too difficult. I believe that Master Lin's ability to fool you is still online. But how to invite Tony in is a problem. After all, Lin Fan has always been designed as an ordinary traveler, without any special background, or mastering some kind of super ability that will destroy the world. This suddenly created an alliance of defenders, and also became a super ability person who flew into the sky and escaped from the ground. Lin Fan really didn't know how to explain it to Tony and Ethan. So in a short period of time, Lin Fan still decided to hide it from the other party first, and invite the other party to join when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. Mr. Bruce. Lin Fan collected himself and looked at Bruce Banner in front of him. Since you are willing to join the Defenders, then I will not treat my people badly. From now on, you will be in charge of the Hans laboratory first, and it happens that Dr. Lan also works there. It just so happens that you both knew each other before, so it must be easier to cooperate now. When it comes to work, Lin Fan has no procrastination. Now that he has joined the Defenders, his talents should be utilized, and Bruce Banner's ability should not be wasted. With the cooperation of Dr. Lan, the two of them might actually be able to research something. As for the matter of Dr. Lan cheating Bruce Banner before. Now that everyone is on their own, Lin Fan thought about asking Dr. Lan to apologize on his own initiative. With Bruce Banner's character, he probably wouldn't care too much about it. What's more, Bruce Banner and Dr. Lan are obviously willing to fight and suffer. Bruce Banner has no reason to trouble Dr. Lan. Didn't see if it wasn't for Lin Fan's action, Dr. Lan would have almost become a prisoner of the military. If it really falls into the hands of the military, it will end badly. Okay, Mr. Linear. Bruce Banner nodded hurriedly. He has no objection to Lin Fan's work arrangement, and even feels very grateful. After all, he could also see that the power under Lin Fan was not simple. Being able to work for such an organization, although freedom may be restricted, at least personal safety is guaranteed. When the turmoil subsides in the future, he might still be able to meet his girlfriend Betty. Then it's settled. Lin Fan nodded and stood up straight away. And Pressure Mountain Della, who received the news, just walked in from the door, respectfully said. Boss, are you looking for me? Okay. Lin Fan pointed to Bruce Banner and said. This is Dr. Bruce Banner, you take him to find Dr. Lan, and then the two of them will be responsible for taking over the Hans Research Laboratory, and you must do your best to meet any requirements. Okay, board. Pressure Mountain Della nodded respectfully. Without too many pleasantries, Lin Fan waved his hand and asked Bruce Banner to follow the pressure mountain Della to leave. When he was the only one left in the office, he directly said to the system. System, claim the reward. Swish. At the same time Lin Fan's voice fell, a shot of potion appeared out of thin air. The potion exudes a blue-purple luster. According to the introduction of the system, this super soldier serum is the perfect version without any side effects. As long as it is injected, it will definitely strengthen the body, but the effect varies from person to person. After all, there is a gap between Captain America Steve and Natasha Romanoff. Lin Fan thinks that with his current state, if he is injected with super soldier serum, the strengthening effect should not be much worse than that of Captain America Steve, right? You must know that he has practiced for a long time, and he is more or less physically strong. However, the specific effect will not be known until after strengthening. Taking advantage of the fact that it is just past noon and there is still some time before meeting Natasha Romanoff, Lin Fan chooses to inject the super soldier serum without any hesitation. Definitely, he also let the Keel remains assist, providing treatment and other services at any time. At the same time, it is also wary of outsiders taking advantage of this opportunity to break in. Buzz buzz. With the super soldier serum entering his body, Lin Fan didn't feel it at first, but after a while, he noticed that the blood began to flow faster, and his body became hotter. There seems to be something wrong. Lin Fan frowned slightly in his heart. But he didn't worry too much, because he was already prepared. Lin Fan is naturally aware of the effects of the super soldier serum, and he can feel that his physique is gradually improving. There was even a faint sound of explosions. Lin Fan knew that this should be a sign that his muscle tissue was being destroyed. He also knows that super soldier serum can increase the strength of human muscles. However, in his induction, the role of the super soldier serum is not just to enhance the strength of muscle tissue, it also seems to contain some magical energy. This makes the muscles seem to be slowly absorbing the energy of the super soldier serum while being strengthened. That is to say, with the continuous injection of super soldier serum, his muscles will gradually become stronger and stronger in the process of strengthening. This process may not be very long, but it is shocking enough. Is this what power feels like? Lin Fan muttered to himself. He clearly felt that the muscles on his body were rapidly strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared with before, his strength has been improved by at least 3 times. And this is just the beginning. The super soldier serum is like a key, allowing his body to open the door of strengthening, which will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. Like Captain America Steve, the future could even be 50-50ths with Thanos. Definitely this is somewhat a part of the protagonist's halo. But Lin Fan believes that with his ability, and with the help of the dark fruit to constantly cultivate, he might really be able to have a 50-50th split with Thanos in the future. At that time, it may not be impossible to use psychokinesis with one hand and infinity gauntlet with the other. Now we're men with 8-pack ABS too. 2 hours later, Lin Fan touched his muscular abdomen with a smug smile on his face. Women conquer men with their beauty and figure. And men also conquer women by their bodies, in a physical sense. Lin Fan is already looking forward to meeting Natasha Romanoff tonight. Without wasting any more time, Lin Fan directly took out the battle armor from the interspatial ring, and put it on directly. Transformed into Silver Iron Man again, he flew out directly from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Following the online navigation guidance of the Red Queen, Lin Fan went straight to the town where Mjolnir landed. With the speed of the battle armor, the whole process only takes 2 hours. And at the same time, the other side. As Carter's body lost its soul and completely lost its vital signs, the staff of the nursing home quickly discovered that something was wrong. The staff immediately called the doctor, and after the examination, he was declared a normal death. But soon, the nursing home is taken over by SHIELD. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., who went directly to the surveillance at the nursing home, scrutinized Agent Carter's body. The sanatorium was unsealed when all the conclusions were presented in front of the director of the marinated egg. The inspection proved that Agent Carter died normally without any doubts. The director of the marinated egg did not say anything about this. He just withdrew the people from S.H.I.E.L.D, and then handed over Carter's body to his family, and the other party was responsible for handling the follow-up funeral and other matters. But in the process, there are still people from S.H.I.E.L.D secretly watching. This also shows how much S.H.I.E.L.D attaches importance to Carter. While Carter's family members were sad, they also decided to officially hold the funeral in 5 days in accordance with the established procedures. Lin Fan, who was on his way early, was not surprised when he heard the news. He just needs to change it before burning the body. Looking at the town that was already in sight, Lin Fan quietly landed outside the town, and then dialed Natasha Romanoff's communication. Not long after, an off-road vehicle drove up. "Hey handsome, can I help you with anything?" The car window rolled down slowly, and Natasha Romanoff showed a moving smile. There seemed to be all kinds of amorous feelings in her eyes. Just a glance and a smile made Lin Fan feel a burst of heartbeat, and secretly sighed that she really deserves to be a stunner. Definitely. An invitation from a beautiful woman, even if you don't have one, you must have it. Lin Fan nodded with a smile and got into the co-pilot directly. Then the car drove all the way into the town. Half an hour later, the two walked into the most luxurious hotel in the area, and they didn't get out until noon the next day. "Can I go and see what's going on now?" Holding Lin Fan's arm, Natasha Romanoff, who looked brighter and more charming, tilted her head and asked. "I'm fine." Lin Fan shrugged, showing 8 white teeth. He looked at Natasha Romanoff meaningfully and asked. "On the contrary, you worked so hard last night, are you sure you don't want to take a rest?" "Humph. Still talking?" Natasha Romanoff let out a coquettish voice, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Fan. This guy is really getting more and more perverted. It's only been a few days since I didn't see her, and she has an extra 8-pack of abdominal muscles, and her physical strength is even stronger than that of a cow. I really don't know what Lin Fan ate, could it be Jinkila? She feels that Lin Fan has become more mysterious. Originally, Lin Fan possessed some kind of inhuman super ability, and now he has a strong physique. Who else in the world would be Lin Fan's opponent? Anyway, Natasha Romanoff thinks she has undergone super soldier serum strengthening, but she is definitely not Lin Fan's opponent. Perhaps only the original Captain America Steve can compete with Lin Fan. No rest, let's go. Natasha Romanoff directly pulled Lin Fan into the off-road vehicle. With the sound of the engine's resonance, the off-road vehicle flew gracefully and drove towards the outside of the town at high speed. After a night of delay, Phil Coulson has urged her many times. But because they were busy yesterday, Phil Coulson had dozens of phone calls, and Natasha Romanoff didn't have time to answer until waking up at noon today. Seeing that if she doesn't go back, she will be listed as a defector by S.H.I.E.L.D. On the buggy, Natasha Romanoff asked while driving. "Can you tell me about the situation now? What's the origin of that hammer? Have you heard of Mjolnir?" Lin Fan asked instead of answering. "Mjolnir?" Natasha Romanoff frowned slightly, feeling that Lin Fan was playing tricks on her, right? Isn't Mjolnir a legendary artifact? No. Resisting the urge to question, Natasha Romanoff said to herself. Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder and strength in Norse mythology, has a powerful god who controls thunder. So you mean that the hammer that can't be lifted is Mjolnir? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan in surprise. How could such a thing that exists in legends appear in reality? It's impossible for the gods all over the sky to be real, right? As a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff can confirm incomparably that there is absolutely no such record in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. And if even S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know about it, the legend is probably just a legend. Do you think it's impossible? Faced with Natasha Romanoff's questioning, Lin Fan didn't care. He said meaningfully and quietly. A hammer that cannot be picked up has descended on the Earth from outer space. Even US.H.I.E.L.D. can't do anything about it. Doesn't this explain the problem? And those so-called myths and legends, you don't really think they are groundless, do you? Just like me. While speaking, Lin Fan pointed to himself and said, "You should have seen my strength. If it was said 1,000 years ago, do you think those ancient people would regard me as a god? And an existence like me is not even in the top 10 on Earth." Lin Fan is not underestimating himself. After all, the Ancient One magician, the group of old dragons in Kunlun, and some other hidden powerhouses are all powerful existences with unfathomable strength. Fan will not underestimate any opponent before he has actually fought against each other. So he conservatively estimated that he should be able to rank in the top 10. But for the convenience of the next conversation, Lin Fan also humbled a little, in order to let S.H.I.E.L.D. pay more attention to Thor. And Lin Fan, as the only person who knows the inside story, is equally important. This also allows him to get more say in the action. Not in the top 10? How is this possible? Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened in disbelief. Even because she was too shocked, she was distracted for a moment and almost drove the car outside the road. Fortunately, she reacted in a timely manner, which prevented a car accident on the way. After the car was running normally again, Natasha Romanoff asked, "So you're saying that the hammer is Mjolnir, but why did it suddenly come to Earth?" "It's easy." Lin Fan looked indifferent, but when he spoke back, he said surprisingly, "Because its owner is on Earth." Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle drove to the destination. Natasha Romanoff parked the car and asked, "Are you sure you want to show up like this?" Yesterday, Lin Fan said that he would use Silver Iron Man's vest to participate in this matter. So Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to ask. "Hold on." Lin Fan smiled and did not shy away from Natasha Romanoff. He took out the battle armor with a single thought. Under Natasha Romanoff's shocked eyes, the battle armor turned into flowing water, directly covering Lin Fan's body. This is the new warframe infused with the transforming power of the monkey charm. Although there is no improvement in combat effectiveness. But in terms of convenience, even if Tony develops a nano armor, it may not be as convenient as his armor. This armor? Shouldn't Tony have developed it? Natasha Romanoff asked, covering her mouth in shock. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been keeping an eye on Tony. Many organizations including S.H.I.E.L.D. are very interested in the battle armor developed by Tony. But she can be sure that Tony's armor is definitely not that advanced. Where did Lin Fan get this armor? Natasha Romanoff felt that Lin Fan became more mysterious. You guess. Facing Natasha Romanoff's curiosity, Lin Fan was non-committal. He stepped straight off the buggy. Humph! Scumbag! Seeing Lin Fan taking off his pants and refusing to recognize anyone, Natasha Romanoff looked resentful. Obviously last night I called him baby. Men are indeed big pigs. Nephew. Chapter 103. Natasha Romanoff, where were you last night? Inside the temporary camp, Phil Coulson showed dissatisfaction. But suddenly his face froze. Because just behind Natasha Romanoff, a man in silver armor walked in. It was impossible to tell what the person looked like, whether it was male or female. This sudden change caused him to hold back what he wanted to say. Who is this? Phil Coulson scowled at Natasha Romanoff. Although he wasn't angry and didn't question Natasha Romanoff directly, he was obviously very wary of Lin Fan's arrival. After all, what they are now responsible for is a mysterious incident. That hammer obviously had an extraordinary origin, and no matter what, no strangers could be allowed to get involved. Especially Lin Fan is not a simple character at first glance. If this matter can't be handled properly, if the chief officer finds out, both of them will probably be overwhelmed. Phil Coulson, don't be so nervous. Natasha Romanoff waved her hand nonchalantly. She glanced at Lin Fan behind her with disgust, and took the initiative to introduce. This is Silver Iron Man, I believe you should have heard of his name, it is the new superhero that appeared in Hell's Kitchen recently, it is said to be an imitation of Iron Man. At the end, Natasha Romanoff just laughed out loud. Thinking of Lin Fan's title until now, she can't help but want to laugh out loud. Isn't Silver Iron Man too deliberate? This is obviously an imitation of Iron Man, and I'm not afraid of getting a lawyer's letter. Silver Iron Man. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Phil Coulson's eyes widened. He also thought of pirated and shoddy copies. By the way, is it so hasty to give yourself a title when you go out these days? Silver Iron Man sounds like he is imitating Iron Man. And this title is too unappealing, isn't it? He suddenly heard Natasha Romanoff say Silver Iron Man, he thought it was Tony Stark coming, and he opened a trumpet. Tony Stark. Hi sir. I'm Phil Coulson. Resisting the strange sense of déjà vu, Phil Coulson took the initiative to stretch out his tail. Now that everyone is here, it is not easy for him to rush out directly, and Lin Fan can see that it is not easy. Maybe there's something he doesn't know about. Especially looking at the relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Lin Fan, it is obviously ambiguous. Obviously Lin Fan must have a purpose here. Natasha Romanoff called Lin Fan at this point, and Phil Coulson guessed that maybe from him, they could get information about the hammer. Hello. Lin Fan shook hands with Phil Coulson, then sat down next to Natasha Romanoff. He didn't regard himself as an outsider from 520 at all. Sure enough. There must be adultery in the relationship between these two. Seeing Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff getting very close, a strange look flashed in Phil Coulson's eyes. He knew just how clean Natasha Romanoff was. Although it is inevitable to perform some special operations as an agent, Natasha Romanoff has never taken advantage of a man he has never identified. There was a CIA BD who wanted to pursue Natasha Romanoff, but he was kicked out of his balls. In the end, it was their chief who suppressed the matter. But Lin Fan was able to win the favor of Natasha Romanoff, and judging from the relationship between the two, it is obvious that they have done some intimacy. This suddenly made Phil Coulson dumbfounded, feeling like he was dreaming. And the first impression of Lin Fan in his heart became more and more mysterious. Natasha Romanoff, during the mission, why didn't you come back all night yesterday? If you let the director know about this, then don't blame me for not helping you. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Phil Coulson looked at Natasha Romanoff with dissatisfaction. And what he said was knowingly asking, obviously testing. This can be regarded as his instinct as an agent. Humph! A man's mouth, you deceitful ghost! If you want to ask anything, just say it. Natasha Romanoff snorted indifferently. While speaking, she even rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, obviously dissatisfied with what Lin Fan ignored just now. Phil Coulson, who didn't know why, suddenly suffered a disaster. Mr. Phil Coulson has something to say, and I will know everything. I was invited here this time to help you solve the Mjolnir matter. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Phil Coulson, pretending not to hear Natasha Romanoff's accusations. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Natasha Romanoff at this time. Phil Coulson, who was being squeezed by turns, was a little embarrassed. Seeing Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff flirting in front of him, he felt that as the highest person in charge here, he seemed like the most redundant one. If you really want to talk about love, can you change the place? It's impossible to let me go, right? Cough cough. With a light cough to hide his embarrassment, Phil Coulson nodded and said, "Sir, you are really quick to talk." Helplessly glanced at Natasha Romanoff, seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking, he sighed inwardly. Women are indeed the most troublesome creatures. Especially a woman like Natasha Romanoff. I really don't know how the Silver Iron Man in front of me conquered Natasha Romanoff, he is definitely a model among men. Just now, sir, did you speak of Mjolnir? Thinking of the name mentioned in Lin Fan's words, Bev, you asked curiously. Do you know the origin of the hammer outside? If I remember correctly, Mjolnir should be Thor's weapon in Norse mythology. Yes, it's Thor's hammer. Facing Phil Coulson's surprised gaze, Lin Fan nodded calmly. And his reaction stunned Phil Coulson even more. Thor? This, how is this possible? Isn't that a myth? Phil Coulson looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. His reaction was the same as that of Natasha Romanoff before, he couldn't believe what he heard, and even thought that Lin Fan was actually joking with them. But only Lin Fan knows that the so-called myths and legends really happened. It's just that the facts have undergone certain artistic processing. Natasha Romanoff, this. Phil Coulson subconsciously looked at Natasha Romanoff, the meaning was self-evident. Where did you find such a strange fellow? Although the hammer outside is indeed weird, Lin Fan actually said that he is Mjolnir, and it is also Thor's weapon in mythology. Doesn't that mean that the legends of Norse mythology are all true? But how come they never heard of S.H.I.E.L.D? Don't look at me, there is no result. Natasha Romanoff shrugged like I didn't know anything. Facing Phil Coulson's complaining gaze, she also felt very helpless. This BD Lin Fan really doesn't recognize anyone in his pants. They obviously had such a good time last night, but when the conversation got down to business, they didn't reveal any useful news. If she didn't trust Lin Fan, she really didn't want to bring him here. Now Phil Coulson's reaction is the best proof. Once this matter cannot be properly resolved, Phil Coulson will definitely report her negligence to Nick Fury, and she does not know what punishment she will receive by then. Humph. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff glared at Lin Fan with dissatisfaction. Lin Fan. Hey. Sighing helplessly, Lin Fan didn't waste any more time. Now is also time for a showdown. Otherwise, let Phil Coulson make up his own mind, he really becomes a suspicious person, and even Natasha Romanoff will be implicated as a result. After all, it's a one-day husband and wife with 100 days of grace, so he can't be too ruthless. Actually, myths and legends may not all be false. Facing the gazes of the two, Lin Fan said surprisingly. Maybe you still can't believe it, but the hammer outside is indeed Mjolnir, and its owner Thor is now in a small town more than 10 kilometers away. In Norse mythology, the earth is actually one of the 9 realms, also known as Midgard/Midgard. The entire 9 realms is supported by a huge amounts of world tree. And Thor, the owner of Mjolnir, comes from Asgard, one of the 9 realms, where the gods headed by Odin live. The 9 realms, including Earth, are actually all under the rule of Asgard. Definitely Earth belongs to Asgard only in name. Because on the Earth we live on, there is also a powerful existence comparable to the god King Odin, so Asgard will basically not interfere with the development of the Earth. And this time Thor came to the Earth, you can understand it as exile, or a father tempers his son. If Lin Fan didn't speak, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson were stunned when he heard the words. They stared wide-eyed and sat there in a daze. The 9 realms? Midgard? Asgard? God King Odin? How father tempered his son? Listening to Lin Fan's narration, they felt like they were listening to a drama. Could this plot be written by Lin Fan now? Although it sounds reasonable, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff, who are atheists, find it difficult to accept this new worldview for a while. Are you kidding, sir? It's not funny. Phil Coulson said with a forced seriousness. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's mysterious background, and Natasha Romanoff's invitation, he wished he could just kick him out. After all, this kind of Arabian Nights statement is simply not convincing. If he dares to report this conclusion to the chief, Phil Coulson believes that it won't be long before he will be pointed at the nose and yelled at by the other party, and then sent to a mental hospital to have his brain checked. Lin Yin Tianxia, are you sure you're not telling a story? Natasha Romanoff also looked at Lin Fan seriously. There is no room for joking about this matter. Although she wanted to believe Lin Fan subconsciously, once what the other party said was true, then this matter would be too involved. For the whole world, there will be a huge sensation like an earthquake. It may even trigger a mutiny in the entire human society. Although people say that aliens really exist every day, no one has seen them after all. When aliens really appear, can humans really accept this fact? Not to mention that humans are actually colonists of aliens. Lin Fan's simple words involved very serious issues, even related to the normal operation of the entire world. Even with their current status, they are not qualified to handle this matter. Whether it's true or not, you can know it easily. Lin Fan spread his hands, non-committal. He looked at Phil Coulson and said, "If you don't believe it, you can send someone to the town to investigate. I believe you will find a suspicious person soon. A bearded man who calls himself Thor, though no one believes him." Speaking of Thor, Lin Fan couldn't help laughing himself. By the way, Odin, the silly son, is really interesting. Even if all the divine power is sealed, but when encountering a problem, he still uses his method as a prince. If you don't have money to drink, just grab it. If you don't have money to take a car, just grab it. Anyway, as long as my fist is big, no matter what I do is right. Thor, who has always been used to reckless behavior, never thought of solving problems with his brain. This may be why Odin exiled him to Earth. But Lin Fan likes this kind of fool. If Thor is like Loki, how can Master Lin fool him? Thor? Could it be true? Opposite Phil Coulson was silent for a while. Seeing Lin Fan's swear words, he couldn't help hesitating, wondering whether he should trust the other party or not. But lies obviously cannot stand the test of facts. Since Lin Fan said that he has nose and eyes, he only needs to send someone to investigate to verify the existence of the so-called Thor. Thank you, sir, for your frankness. Regarding the situation you said, I will send someone to verify it. Phil Coulson nodded politely, got up, and left the room directly. Obviously he sent someone to investigate the matter. Hearing Phil Coulson's footsteps away, Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan with a strange face, and asked hesitantly, "Are you telling the truth? Sure you're not kidding, Phil Coulson? What do you think?" Lin Fan did not answer the question, but hugged Natasha Romanoff in his arms. He slapped the opponent's buttocks hard. "You don't believe what I said, do you? Hey, if I had known this, I wouldn't have made such a trip." Lin Fan made a look of disappointment. "Humph. UBD." Seeing that she couldn't break free, Natasha Romanoff gave up and looked at Lin Fan reproachfully. This man really didn't look scared at all. One must know that this is a temporary camp of S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside and out are all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, but this guy has no scruples at all. If someone bumps into this, Black Widow doesn't want to lose face? You're still scolding me? Lin Fan's face was serious, and the silver armor on his head slowly fell off. He punished Natasha Romanoff directly. He didn't let go of Natasha Romanoff until he heard Phil Coulson's footsteps, and put the silver armor back on. Ah! Damn! Natasha Romanoff's face flushed with anger, and she hurriedly straightened her clothes. She didn't want to be seen by Phil Coulson. Tread. Not long after, Phil Coulson returned to the room, and felt that the atmosphere was inexplicably weird. Looking at the serious Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff, he has no doubts about him. Ahem, Mr. Hardworking is here. With a light cough, Phil Coulson said with a smile. I've sent someone to check on Thor's matter. If any abnormalities are found, we will definitely deal with this matter in time. At that time, I will trouble you, sir, for your cooperation. It's all right, that's why I'm here. Lin Fan nodded, and didn't care about the deep meaning of Phil Coulson's words. Don't you just want to put me under house arrest? But once you discover Thor and realize the seriousness of the problem, then it will not be so easy for me to make a move. If you want my help again, at least you have to use a beauty trick. Well, Natasha Romanoff is pretty good. The waiting time was very long, but Phil Coulson was well versed in the way of life, and he kept chatting with Lin Fan. And Phil Coulson is very talkative, and Lin Fan didn't feel uncomfortable. This person is definitely the most suitable candidate for a diplomat. Although Lin Fan rejects S.H.I.E.L.D, and even knows that Phil Coulson has other plans, but chatting with Phil Coulson is very pleasant. Even in the face of Phil Coulson's temptations, he has nothing to hide from what he can say. The affairs of the Nine Realms are not secrets that cannot be revealed. With Thor descending on Earth, this information will soon cease to be a secret, and Lin Fan just happens to be able to say it in advance to demonstrate his omniscience. Silver Tiexia vest, but he is going to continue to maintain Master Lin's personality. Did he? An hour later, Phil Coulson's communication suddenly rang. Excuse me, I have a call. Phil Coulson smiled apologetically, stood up quickly and walked out the door. Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Lin Fan and said, Aren't you worried? I'm a gentleman, and I sit up straight, why should I worry? Lin Fan said disapprovingly. Hee. Natasha Romanoff sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Fan's self-promotion. This man is truly love-hate. And at the moment, Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff suddenly heard a voice from Phil Coulson outside the door. What? Thor was sent to a mental hospital. Chapter 104. PSST. Ha 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 ha. When he learned from Phil Coulson that Thor made a big fuss in the hospital and was sent to a mental hospital, Lin Fan immediately went into bed. He laughed wildly in front of the two of them. Although he has received professional training, no matter how funny it is, he can't laugh unless he can't help it. But this is too funny. Thor, the majestic prince of Asgard, was sent to a mental hospital, where he couldn't even beat a few small mortals. If Odin finds out about this, why won't he look away in anger? Wrong. Maybe that old fellow Odin already knows. Then this thing will be very interesting. The majestic Thor was sent to a mental hospital. If he met a few more Professor Yang who is well versed in electrotherapy, wouldn't he be psychologically shadowed? By the way, didn't Thor meet Jane Foster? Didn't anyone stop him? Hey, pay attention to your image. Have you laughed enough? Seeing Lin Fan laughing non-stop, the corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help reaching out and pinching Lin Fan's soft waist. But what shocked her was that Lin Fan's muscles were like steel. Is this terrifying defense really real? But when she thought of Lin Fan's fighting power yesterday, Natasha Romanoff immediately felt relieved, and at the same time she secretly cursed in her heart, this BD is really a pervert. Achoo! Lin Fan, who finally stopped laughing, burped and sneezed. He grabs Natasha Romanoff's catkin with his backhand. With a height of 1.85 meters, he looked down at the other party condescendingly, only looking at Natasha Romanoff with a guilty conscience. I didn't scold you. Natasha Romanoff said subconsciously. But as soon as she said the words, she regretted it, and felt that she was such a fool. Why did you say what was in your heart directly in front of Lin Fan? It must be the mental fatigue of being tossed yesterday. Well, That's right, that's it. It's all due to the BD Lin Fan. Hee hee. You are such a silly and cute woman. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. This Natasha Romanoff looks like a royal sister, but sometimes she reveals a cuteness, which is no different from a normal girl. It's just that this side of Natasha Romanoff, not everyone has the opportunity to see. Cough cough. Phil Coulson on the side coughed in embarrassment. I am the person in charge here, how can I say that I am also your boss? You two give me enough time, hey. Even if you want to flirt, don't do it in front of me. It's true that a single dog has no human rights, right? But watching the interaction between Natasha Romanoff and Lin Fan, for some reason, Phil Coulson always felt something weird. Are you sure this is the ruthless Black Widow he knew? At the same time, he became more curious about Lin Fan. Who is this man hidden under the silver armor, who can subdue Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow? And through the reports of his subordinates, he has basically confirmed that what Lin Fan said is true. Mysterious hammer that can't be handled. The man in the town calling himself Thor. The successive abnormalities made Phil Coulson have to believe in Lin Fan, because when coincidences occur at the same time, it is no longer a coincidence. Perhaps Asgard does exist, and so does the enemy realm. Phil Coulson has already realized the seriousness of the problem. Although according to Lin Fan, this is just a drama about a father tempering his son, but it has huge amounts of impact on the Earth. The existence of aliens. The existence of the Asgard Protoss. Even the other party has some kind of mysterious side power. A single hammer has stumped the entire SHIELD. Visible Asgard's mystery and power. Facing such a powerful neighbor, what kind of attitude should the Earth adopt, or how can we have the freedom to maintain the status quo? And Lin Fan also said that there are also strong people on Earth who can stand up to the Protoss. Are there many such people? Where? What is their attitude towards the Earth and even human beings? More and more questions made Phil Coulson feel terrified when he thought about it carefully, and he felt a chill down his back. At the same time, he has a bigger doubt. Who is Silver Iron Man? Why does he know so much? Could it be that he is a person comparable to the Protoss? Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Phil Coulson slowly walked back to his seat. But he couldn't help looking at Lin Fan from time to time. Mr. Phil Coulson speaks straight. Seeing this situation, Lin Fan couldn't keep silent anymore. Otherwise, it's always weird to be peeped by a man all the time, so don't let Natasha Romanoff on the side see the joke. He is a pure steel straight man, he is only interested in women, okay? Thank you, sir. Phil Coulson was overjoyed when he heard the words, and quietly heaved a sigh of relief. At least from Lin Fan's attitude, this person is still very easy to talk to, and he should not become an enemy of SHIELD. And with the relationship of Natasha Romanoff, Lin Fan should be an ally. Dare to ask, sir, can you talk about the 9 realms in detail? Looking at Lin Fan, Phil Coulson earnestly said. Especially the Asgard Protoss, this is very important for our next actions, and may even be related to the future of the entire human race, please. Mr. Phil Coulson is very polite. Lin Fan smiled and appreciated the talent of Phil Coulson more and more. If he didn't know that Phil Coulson was loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D, he would really want to recruit him. This person can definitely become his right-hand man. But unfortunately, things backfired. Unless one day, S.H.I.E.L.D is forced to disband due to certain things, he may have the opportunity to take Phil Coulson under his command. And by coincidence, Lin Fan really knew such an opportunity. However, this matter still needs to wait for time. Thoughts turned in his heart, but Lin Fan remained calm on the surface, and began to talk about the origin of the 9 realms on his own. Many years ago, many different races lived in the 9 realms, including the Earth. The relatively powerful one is the Asgard Protoss. Under the leadership of the god King Odin, the Asgard Protoss continued to grow, conquering the 9 realms, and gained a great reputation. Even the depths of the universe are singing about Odin's great achievements. The entire 9 realms, including Earth, are under the rule of Asgard. But because the Earth also has a strong man comparable to the god King Odin, Asgard's attitude towards the Earth has always been indifferent. Definitely occasionally there will be gods descending on the Earth, leaving behind many myths and legends. But what I want to emphasize is, God King Odin has 2 sons, one is Thor, the other is Loki. The characters of the 2 are completely different. It is no exaggeration to say that they represent strength and cunning. And this time Thor was exiled to the earth because he was too impulsive. A prince who only likes to use brute force is obviously not qualified to inherit the throne of God King, so God King Odin will exile Thor to the earth for sharpening. The hammer that no one can lift is Thor's weapon, forged from a star core. By the way, the maker of the hammer is dwarf. They live in Nividar, one of the 9 realms. Facing the curious eyes of Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff, Lin Fan roughly talked about the origin of the lower 9 realms. Among them, he particularly emphasized the power of the Asgard Protoss. At least in name, the Asgard Protoss are the rulers of the 9 realms, and the god King Odin is even the existence of level godfather. Facing such a powerful race, we must maintain the minimum respect. The strong are respected, nothing more than this. Listening to Lin Fan's narration, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff were speechless for a long time. They are experiencing a deep shock in their hearts. The worldview formed in the first half of his life was shattered in an instant because of Lin Fan's words. Only one step away from the final collapse. Once the information Lin Fan said was verified by the man in the mental hospital, they couldn't imagine how much sensation it would cause in the future. 9 realms. Asgard Protoss. Thor. God King Odin. These familiar and unfamiliar nouns are enough to subvert the whole world. So that's really Mjolnir. After a long time, Natasha Romanoff whispered subconsciously. At the moment she no longer has any doubts about Lin Fan. Not to mention that she knew that Lin Fan had an extraordinary background and was suspected of possessing the ability of a prophet. The information Lin Fan said alone did not seem to be fabricated. Even a top agent like her couldn't find any loopholes in Lin Fan's words. And the current facts have already explained many problems. Before they can find a second explanation, the information provided by Lin Fan is definitely the most likely truth at present. When all the impossible is ruled out, no matter how unbelievable the final result is, that may very well be the truth. Call. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. He nodded heavily at Lin Fan and said, "Thank you, sir, for the information. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D, I would like to express my gratitude. This information is really important to us. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles." If it weren't for Natasha Romanoff, they would never have easily obtained this information. Although he still thinks it sounds a bit unbelievable. But it is precisely because of this information that they have the direction of investigation, so as to predict what may happen in the future in advance. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Phil Coulson knows the importance of intelligence. Especially when it comes to getting information. Slow down. Before Lin Fan came, they were completely blinded, even the experts from S.H.I.E.L.D were helpless. Facing what appears to be Mjolnir's hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't even know where to start. But now they have a direction to investigate. And all thanks to Lin Fan. You're welcome. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands, not paying attention. He does not provide information for free. What you are doing now is to get more benefits in the future. Do you really think that Master Lin is selfless? And sooner or later the existence of Asgard will be made public. He now told Phil Coulson in advance that he could also sell a favor in case of emergency. Definitely Lin Fan actually has other purposes. He hopes that through S.H.I.E.L.D, the existence of the 9 realms will be known to more people, and he will finish his many previous layouts. For example, the self-disclosure task on Tony and Daredevil. At the beginning, he revealed a lot of things about the future. Asking for flowers. But these things have been verified. I believe the trust between the two will definitely be improved again. Lin Fan has been coveting the reward of 100% trust for a long time. Level 5 Psychokinesis on Tony. The 12 Talismans on Daredevil. Including the Dark Fruit on Hulk. And the Scion Blood on Captain America Steve. With the improvement of trust, all these rewards can be upgraded again, which greatly improves Lin Fan's strength again. Loki, you have to hurry up. Lin Fan looked forward to thinking about it. At the same time, Phil Coulson stood up directly and apologized. Mr. Yin Taixia, I'm sorry, I need to report the matter here to my superiors, so let Natasha Romanoff entertain you first. Hehe, it's okay, it's okay. Lin Fan came back to his senses and waved his hand indifferently. Thank you for understanding. Phil Coulson nodded and quickly walked out of the temporary camp. He obviously went to contact the director of the Potted Egg. Hey. When Phil Coulson moved away, Lin Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff playfully. His expression made Natasha Romanoff flustered. Humph. Why are you giggling? Natasha Romanoff asked pretendingly indifferently. Although she secretly slandered Lin Fan just now and was caught on the spot, so what? Lin Fan was in a hole, and she was right. What do you say? Lin Fan lifted Natasha Romanoff's chin with one hand, and the battle armor on his head fell off slowly. His deep eyes stared at Natasha Romanoff for an instant. Your boss said that he wants you to treat me well, do you know what it means to treat me well? What Lin Fan said was meaningful, and even deliberately emphasized the tone at the end. 0. And the implication in his words is already obvious. Bah, scumbag. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Lin Fan in reproach. What a jerk this guy is. The entertainment that Phil Coulson mentioned, are you sure it is what you said? Don't even look where it is. Even if she doesn't object to doing things she loves with Lin Fan, she still has to choose an auspicious day, right? Now she's still on a mission. You guys can't stop the meeting, can you? And now is not the time, at least you have to wait until evening. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan resentfully, looking a little lonely. Is this man really just greedy for her body? It turns out that all men in the world are the same. What are you thinking about? But at the moment, Lin Fan said innocently. I mean, I want you to take me to see Mjolnir. Without you, the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, leading me, I would definitely be arrested as soon as I go out. Can't you, a woman, be healthier? Hey, the world is getting worse, and people's hearts are not old. Lin Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff with a disappointed face. Judging by the awe-inspiring righteousness he said, he looks like a gentleman. Natasha Romanoff. Hearing that she was attacked by Lin Fan instead, Natasha Romanoff felt stupid. It's not illegal to talk nonsense these days, is it? If it wasn't for knowing that Lin Fan couldn't be beaten, Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth, wishing she could kill Lin Fan with her eyes. This BD has no other skills, the ability to anger Deadman's life is simply amazing. How did she not realize that Lin Fan is such a jerk before? Humph. I don't care about you. With a soft snort, Natasha Romanoff straightened up. She said with a look of disgust. Let's go. Come on. Thanks to the beautiful Miss Natasha Romanoff. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Putting on the battle helmet again, he pulled the reluctant Natasha Romanoff straight to where Mjolnir was. Seeing their agents along the way, they all cast envious and hateful eyes. You know Natasha Romanoff is the goddess of their S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, they didn't pursue it themselves, but were picked up by a strange guy, and he was so affectionate in public. It's really like we single dogs don't exist, right? Oh, I didn't see it. Sensing the eyes of people around him, Lin Fan deliberately lowered his head and blew into Natasha Romanoff's ear. Why is Miss Natasha Romanoff so popular? It's a good thing you took me with you, otherwise I was really worried that someone would beat me to death, lest their goddess be cheated by some BD. While speaking, Lin Fan acted like I was terrified. Otherwise? You just know. Natasha Romanoff raised her head arrogantly. Although she didn't have a good face, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Clearly she is pleased with Lin Fan's recognition of her charisma. Holding Lin Fan's arm, the two soon came to the crater. At the moment, several experts were using various instruments to conduct research. That's an artifact, it can be researched with scientific and technological means, it's a ghost. Seeing this, Lin Fan shook his head secretly. Not to mention that Mjolnir is an artifact, just as the weapon of Thor, the Prince of Asgard, no one can spy on the secret of the artifact. Definitely if it gets broken, some old man will definitely not let S.H.I.E.L.D. go. Do you really think artifacts are so easy to build? Yet. Chapter 105. Sir. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's arrival, the agents standing guard around greeted her one after another. But they looked at Lin Fan with some unkind eyes. Okay. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and directly pulled Lin Fan down the crater. Lin Fan didn't care about some people's hostility either. The bottom of the crater. A research bench has been set up here, and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. experts hold various instruments and constantly analyze data against Mjolnir. But no matter how they study, they can't find the corresponding metal. How? Did you find anything? Natasha Romanoff looked at an older man and asked. This. It was Natasha Romanoff, and the old researcher who was asked was embarrassed. They are experts hired by S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway. But after a day of research, Lang did not get any useful information. They only knew that the weight of this hammer was incredible. Even if large-scale equipment such as cranes are used, it cannot be moved at all. This situation is completely beyond the existing physical rules. Newton's coffin boards are almost unable to hold down. Cough cough. With a light cough to cover up his embarrassment, the old man said. After our research, we found that this hammer should be made of some kind of high-density metal. Although we couldn't find the corresponding element type, we guessed it. This hammer should be naturally formed by some kind of extraterrestrial meteorite. What the old man said was serious. Although what he said was the same as if he didn't say it, the rest of the researchers nodded in agreement when they heard the words. Obviously this is indeed the result of their joint discussions. High-density metal? Isn't that the core of the planet? But naturally formed. Hearing what the old man said, Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan in surprise. It actually coincides with what Lin Fan said. It's just that the hammer is formed naturally. Is this conclusion definitely the result of serious research on 803? You give me such a complete hammer naturally and try it out. Adaptation is not random editing, jokes are not nonsense. Even if you haven't researched anything, you can't just give conclusions to fool people. Isn't this misleading the investigator's direction of investigation? The research is very good, don't study it anymore. Withdraw first. Natasha Romanoff waved her hand, and with one sentence, the old man and the other researchers blushed. But they couldn't refute what Natasha Romanoff said. Who made Natasha Romanoff the boss? Yes, sir. The old man nodded embarrassingly, turned and left in embarrassment. He didn't even pack the equipment. That is to say, his group of subordinates sorted out all the data that they worked hard all day. These people also moved away the complicated research equipment very intimately. There was an instant emptiness around Mjolnir. Didn't you say that this hammer is made by the core of the planet, and ordinary people can't even pick it up? Staying until no one is around, Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. Why do you have to come and see? I want to try. Lin Fan smiled meaningfully. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff's astonishment, he walked over to Mjolnir on his own. As the saying goes, the waist and horse are united, and the chi sinks to the danshan. Lin Fan slowly squatted down, concentrated all his strength on his arms, and even mobilized all the power of the armor. Then he directly grasped the handle of Mjolnir's hammer and pulled it up slowly and vigorously. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds have passed. No matter how hard Lin Fan tried, Mjolnir didn't even move. This is so embarrassing for him. Lin Fan originally thought that he also received Super Soldier Serum Strengthening, and originally had armor support, maybe he could pick up Mjolnir like Captain America. It turns out he was still too naive. This thing cannot be shaken by brute force alone. That is, that Thor guy, who has a God King Father as a backer, will naturally be recognized by Mjolnir. And Captain America Steve is purely relying on his pure heart. Mortals like Lin Fan who are not pure in mind are not qualified to be recognized by Mjolnir, unless his strength is enough to shake the core of an entire planet. PSST. Seeing Lin Fan deflated, Natasha Romanoff laughed out loud. She made no effort to hide her ridicule towards Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan has always acted like he knows everything and is omnipotent, but it is rare for her to see Lin Fan's jokes. This also proves from the side that there are actually things that Lin Fan can't do. Cough cough. Lin Fan shook his arm awkwardly. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff, who watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, he looked at Mjolnir in front of him and pondered how to pick it up. Although he didn't care about the so-called face, he just wanted to try. Try the ability of the dark fruit first. With a sudden movement of his heart, a black light flickered in Lin Fan's palm. Immediately afterwards, he held the hammer handle again, and the ability of the dark fruit invaded Mjolnir instantly. In an instant, he felt the power of a raging thunder. Inside Mjolnir, the majestic power of thunder is like a vast ocean, but at the moment is suppressed by some kind of force. Lin Fan guessed that it should be the seal set by God King Odin. Speaking of which, can I devour this divine power? A bold idea suddenly popped up in Lin Fan's mind. As soon as this idea appeared, it was like opening Pandora's box, and he couldn't help but want to put it into action. The dark fruit claims to be able to devour everything. If this devours the divine power of the God King Odin, the benefits must be unimaginable. After all, that is the powerful existence of a level God Father. Even if it's just a trace of the opponent's divine power, it is enough to easily kill an ordinary person, and even create an extraordinary superhero. Take Ghost Rider for example. This person signed a contract with Moto Faith, thus gaining the ability to control hellfire. Try it. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan took action directly. He manipulated the black hole in his palm, plunged straight into Mjolnir, and approached the golden divine power with mental calculations. Under his spiritual induction, that divine power exudes endless majesty. But that was still within his tolerance range. Buzz buzz. Feeling the invasion of foreign objects, Mjolnir was suddenly boiled by the power of thunder, as if there were a stormy sea. And that golden divine power also surged crazily, directly suppressing the thunderous waves. Oh! Is there such a good thing? Seeing that the divine power was only aimed at Mjolnir, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Odin is such a good old man. Maybe even Odin didn't expect that there is such a variable as Lin Fan on the earth, and he dared to spy on the power of his God King Odin. Bring it to you. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly controlled the black hole to roar out. The black vortex suddenly opened its mouth wide. It was the golden divine power that was suppressing the power of thunder. It seemed that there was no defense at all, and 1/10 of it was forcibly swallowed by the black hole. Lin Fan quit as soon as he saw it, and directly controlled the black hole to escape from Mjolnir. The devoured divine power was also absorbed into his body. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. Before Lin Fan could refine it, the divine power suddenly turned into a sea of flames, as if it wanted to burn Lin Fan's body into ashes. Lin Fan was shocked when he saw this, and directly suppressed it with the ability of the dark fruit. At the same time, his scion blood also quietly played a role. The super scion bloodline from another world is no less powerful than the Asgard god race, so it can naturally withstand the backlash brought by this divine power. After a short time, Lin Fan suppressed this divine power and began to refine it. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff was also in shock. Lin Fan, are you all right? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan worriedly. Because at the moment, in her opinion, Lin Fan's body suddenly emitted a terrible high temperature, and his whole body was like a melting pot. At the same time, there was a powerful coercion quietly permeating her, making her feel like she was carrying a huge mountain on her back. She suddenly felt a small, pitiful, and helpless feeling in her heart. It was as if in front of Lin Fan, she was like an ant, not even having the courage to resist. This feeling shocked her incomparably. Natasha Romanoff was very curious about what Lin Fan was doing right now. But she is even more curious about how strong Lin Fan is. This is simply out of the ordinary. Is it true that, as Lin Fan said, there are also powerful people on earth who are comparable to the god King Odin, and he himself is one of those people? Lin Fan, who the hell are you? Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff's eyes became blurred. What a mysterious and jerk man. Call. Not to mention what Natasha Romanoff thought, Lin Fan finally refined that divine power, and suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. Although it didn't take more than 10 minutes before and after, he spent a lot of energy. God King Odin is indeed a level godfather. Even if it is just a divine power of the opponent, it is not something he can easily refine, but fortunately, the final harvest is also very gratifying. At the moment Lin Fan could clearly feel that his physique had been significantly enhanced again. Scion blood is also developed in Invisible. Although it is not possible to become a Super Scion immediately, Lin Fan believes that as long as he perseveres, there may not be a chance to become a Super Scion in the future. Would you like some more? Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Fan immediately wanted to continue devouring Odin's divine power. But suddenly he felt a bad look. The gaze from an unknown place made his spirit tense up suddenly, and the blood flow in his body accelerated, giving him an urge to fight against the heaven and the earth. I'll wipe it. Isn't it? Isn't the majestic king too stingy? Lin Fan immediately restrained his small thoughts. Obviously, what he did has already been seen by an old guy, and it is definitely possible that he is another guy with the ability of the Sky Eye. But no matter who it is, if he wants to play Mjolnir's idea again, he may have to consider the consequences. Cut. You stingy guy. With a cold snort, Lin Fan had no choice but to restrain his ability. But he won't give up so easily. Although there is no way to refine that divine power now, when Loki comes with the destroyer and causes chaos, who will have extra energy to pay attention to him? At that time, not only will he devour Odin's divine power, but even Mjolnir will not let it go. Let you dare to secretly poke and peep at Lao Tzu. Lin Fan, are you okay? Seeing Lin Fan opened his eyes, Natasha Romanoff suddenly asked worriedly. She was almost scared to death just now. Even she couldn't bear the high temperature radiating from Lin Fan's body. She was really afraid that Lin Fan would accidentally catch fire on the spot. And because of the change here, even the detectives on guard outside also noticed the movement. Fortunately, in the end, she found a random reason to prevaricate. But Natasha Romanoff is very clear that when Phil Coulson knows what's going on here, he will definitely ask her to find out. She really didn't know how to explain it. Can't say directly, Lin Fan just came into contact with Mjolnir, and then almost spontaneously combusted, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Facing Natasha Romanoff's concerned eyes, Van smiled and shook his head. He reached out to wipe the sweat from Natasha Romanoff's brow. I did an experiment just now. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's serious expression, Lin Fan had no choice but to explain. You also know that I have some abilities that ordinary people don't have, so I wanted to see if I could pick up Mjolnir, but I didn't expect this thing to be sealed. Seal? Could it be? Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised. She was shocked by Lin Fan's explanation, and finally said only one sentence. What a pervert! This is not the first time she has had this thought. Seeing Lin Fan's movement just now, it is obvious that Mjolnir's seal was shaken, which triggered a series of visions. But that is the seal set by God King Odin. Doesn't that mean that Lin already has the strength to rival God King Ding? Even if it's a little bit worse, it's great. It's that stingy old fellow Odin. Lin Fan nodded, confirming Natasha Romanoff's guess. At the same time, he secretly slandered in his heart. Isn't it just a divine power? Anyway, Mjolnir will be unsealed sooner or later, why not give it to me as a favor? Since Odin is stingy, he can't have a hot face and a cold A. Just let Thor suffer a little more. Maybe after staying in the mental hospital for a long time, Thor, under the stimulation of Professor Yang's electrotherapy, directly broke the seal on his body in advance? Anyway, it is not his son who is suffering, which means that there is not much rain for me. Stingy? Old guy. Hearing Lin Fan's complaints, Natasha Romanoff suddenly became numb. Are you sure it's appropriate to say that? Anyway, that is God King Odin, what if someone hears this and fights again? While Natasha Romanoff was stunned, she felt that Lin Fan's strength was not simple. Lin Fan is at least a man second only to God. Did he? At the moment, the COMM in Natasha Romanoff's pocket rang. She picked it up and saw it was Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, what can I do for you? Natasha Romanoff connected and asked. Natasha Romanoff. Is Silver Iron Man with you guys? Phil Coulson's anxious voice came across the COMM. Yes. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and asked. What happened? Natasha Romanoff, something has happened. Thor is missing. Thor is missing. Inside the temporary camp, Lin Fan looked at Phil Coulson in surprise. Wasn't Thor imprisoned in a 2.9 mental hospital? Moreover, Phil Coulson also sent someone to rescue Thor from the mental hospital. How could he suddenly disappear? Is it possible that Thor, who has lost his divine power, can still fly into the sky and escape from the ground? He can't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. can't even find a person. This. Seeing Lin Fan's questioning gaze, Phil Coulson was embarrassed. This thing is really embarrassing. The agents of their S.H.I.E.L.D. are all elites, and in the end they can lose even a person who has lost their divine power, which is simply too shameless. And most importantly, their chief has ordered to befriend Thor. As a result, I haven't contacted anyone yet, and I can't find anyone. This is so embarrassing for him. Cough cough. With a light cough, Phil Coulson said helplessly. Those people are ineffective, but I think there must be something else hidden about this matter, because Thor disappeared too suddenly, and there is no clue left. Detention, cough cough, the ward where Thor rests, there is no sign of any fight. Even the monitoring didn't find anything unusual. It's like a supernatural event happened. In the end, Phil Coulson made a conclusion helplessly. They are all materialists, and he can only turn to Lin Fan for help when it comes to matters in the mysterious side of the field. After all, this person does not seem to be an ordinary person. Suddenly disappear? A supernatural event? Could it be? Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Lin Fan pondered for a while, and suddenly seemed to have guessed something. Seeing this, Phil Coulson hurriedly asked. "What? Sir, do you know what's going on?" Natasha Romanoff also looked at Lin Fan curiously. "Some clues, but still need to verify." Lin Fan nodded and said meaningfully. "If I'm not mistaken, the person who took Thor should be from Asgard." Chapter 106. Somewhere in the wilderness outside the town. The missing person in Phil Coulson's mouth, Thor, at the moment is standing here, looking at the man in fine clothes in front of him with a pleading face. "Loki, please, can you take me back to Asgard?" Thor said, holding Loki's arm. Since being exiled to Earth, he has experienced the darkest moment of his life. None of those tiny ants believed him. During this period, only the girl was willing to help him, but he suddenly couldn't contact her. In desperation, he accidentally walked into a tavern, intending to drink away his worries. But there was a blind guy who wanted to provoke him. As the glory of Prince Asgard, even if he loses his divine power, he still has to defend the majesty that belongs to Thor. He knocked those weak guys to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. But when he was about to leave, he was stopped by the owner of the tavern and asked him for compensation. In a fit of anger, he directly overturned the tavern. But before he walked out of the tavern, some uniformed guys directly used some kind of lightning-like powerful weapon to easily catch him and imprison him. For the majestic Thor, this is simply a humiliation of Chiguakuo. Just when he was planning how to escape, Loki appears. His brother Loki suddenly appeared in front of him. And he was finally free again. At the moment Thor just wants to get rid of Loki and bring him back to Asgard, where he will beg his father's forgiveness to his face. "No, Thor." Facing Thor's pleading gaze, Lug directly shook his head. He made a very helpless look and said, "I can't take you back." "Why?" Upon hearing this, Thor suddenly said anxiously. "Tell me, is it because of Jotunheim? Let me explain to my father. I already know I was wrong, and I will try my best to ask my father to forgive me." Seeing Loki reject him, Thor hastened to make many promises. But he didn't realize his mistake. Because in his view, Jotunheim is the enemy of Asgard, and the enemy should be destroyed. "No." Loki shook his head again, looking a little lonely and sad. He looked at Thor and said startlingly, "Because the father is dead." What? Thor's face froze, and he froze in place. He looks at Loki in disbelief. But seeing the other party's expression of sadness, the last trace of luck left in his heart was completely shattered. How is this possible? Thor held back his tears and said in a loud voice. "Father is so powerful, who on earth has the ability to kill him? Loki, tell me, what the hell is going on? Call." Loki took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down. But there was a sly look in his eyes. But Thor, in his grief at the moment, didn't see this, and he never even doubted what Loki said. "Because of you." Facing Thor's questioning gaze, Loki said in a deep voice. "Your expulsion. Threat of renewed war. Too much for him. Don't blame yourself. I know you love him, and I have persuaded him. But he won't listen. Knowing that you can no longer pick up Mjolnir, it is cruel to put it in front of your eyes. Maybe you let him down so much that you even rejected Mjolnir." Loki said it with all seriousness, as if it was true. Thor couldn't hear any questions at all. Because in his opinion, it was because he angered his father Odin that he was exiled to the earth by the other party. Even his divine power was sealed and he became an ordinary mortal. And what he didn't expect was that, besides his exile, even Mjolnir was abandoned by his father. You must know that Mjolnir is an artifact no matter how you say it. But his father was not even willing to stay. This is further evidence of Loki's claim that his father was so disappointed in his behavior that he never even considered recalling him to Asgard. "Father, I'm sorry." Thor knelt on the ground in pain, full of sadness and guilt. It was because of him that he killed his father. If he had been less impulsive and brought more troubles to Asgard, maybe his father would not have died. Thinking of his mother's pain after his father's death, Thor was ashamed. At the moment he killed himself, he had the heart. No. I can't die. I'm still alive. But suddenly, Thor stood up abruptly. Although his father died because of him, Jotunheim was also responsible, so he wanted to destroy Jotunheim to avenge his father. This is the only thing he can do for his father as a son. Thinking of this, Thor excitedly shouted at Loki. Loki, please help me. I want to return to Asgard. I want to avenge my father. Sorry, Thor. Loki's eyes flashed, he shook his head and said. You can't go back to Asgard. Because the condition of the truce with Jotunheim is to banish you forever. Now the pressure of the throne is on me. Although I really want to take you back, but for Asgard, for our mother, your going back will only make the situation more serious. And before I came, my mother asked me to tell you. While speaking, Lug paused. And Thor, who was already in pain, seemed to have a premonition of what Loki would say next, wishing he could turn around and escape from here. But the only glimmer of hope left made him stand still. What if? What if his mother is willing to let him go back? But unfortunately, things backfired. The Queen Mother does not allow you to go back. This is for the sake of the whole of Asgard. Loki spoke word by word, slowly. And what he said, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly plunged Thor into deep despair. Even the Queen Mother, no. How could this happen? How could? Thor's face was full of pain, and he staggered and almost fell. At the moment his last hope was shattered. Faced with the exile of his father, the disappointment of his mother, and the helplessness of his younger brother, what else can he do? He who has lost his divine power is no different from a waste, unable to do anything. Maybe it's like Loki said. For the whole of Asgard, his best destination is to stay on Earth, and never set foot in Asgard again. Loki, Thor looked up at Loki, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. And Loki also said with a lonely face. I came to you this time, in fact, to tell you the Queen Mother's decision, and to bid you a final farewell. My big brother, I'm sorry, I can't take you home with me. Loki said sincerely but helplessly. I hope you can live well on Earth. There is still hope in the future. No, Loki. Hearing Loki's words, Thor was full of emotion, shook his head and said. You don't need to say sorry. The one who should say sorry is me, and I caused the current situation. Suppressing the sadness that flowed against the river, Thor slowly stood up. He looked at Loki gratefully and said. Thank you so much for visiting me. Loki, my brother, thank you. Thor feels that Loki is really his best brother. When he was most helpless, it was Loki who traveled thousands of miles to see him, and even helped him escape from that prison. Although from Loki's ears, he learned a lot of desperate news. But that's obviously better than knowing nothing. But given the choice, Thor feels that he would rather not know anything, it would be better if nothing happened. It's a pity that things backfired, and the only thing he can do now is to give up and go home. It's also the best option that's good for everyone. Farewell. Loki took a deep look at Thor, turned slowly and left. There was a smug look on the corner of his mouth. And just when his figure became unreal and was about to disappear, Thor's voice suddenly sounded. Loki, my hammer, do you know where it is? Hammer? Haven't given up yet. Hearing what Thor said, a look of disdain flashed in Lug's eyes. He didn't think that the other party had the possibility of rising. With all his powers gone, Thor is now no different from an ordinary person, even an ordinary person can kill him. And Mjolnir is a powerful artifact. Thor also wants to get his weapon back, which is simply wishful thinking. Thinking that at the moment Mjolnir is being taken over by some organization, and a large number of armed personnel have been dispatched, Loki has an idea of killing people with a knife. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. With a murmur secretly, Loki's figure slowly dissipated, leaving only a faint voice on the spot. East. East. Thor's eyes sparkled with hope when he heard that. Although there is no way to return to Asgard, it does not mean that he is willing to surrender. He also wants to regain his powers as Thor. As long as he regains his divine power and persists in practicing, he may not be unable to have a strength comparable to that of his father in the future. Then he will definitely kill Jotunheim. It was precisely because of this thought that he asked where Loki Mjolnir was. Maybe if he finds his own hammer, he will have a chance to regain his divine power. There is still hope for everything. Goodbye, my brother. But it may not be forever. Thor stared at the sky in a daze. After a long time, his gaze became firm again, and he strode towards the east with great strides. Meanwhile, the other side. Where Mjolnir is, in the temporary camp of Shield. Don't worry, Mr. Phil Coulson. Thor won't disappear for no reason, maybe he's coming this way now. Looking at the anxious Phil Coulson, Lin Fan waved his hands. He probably already guessed where Thor was going. Loki, the god of lies and tricks, is probably the only one who can take away a person out of thin air and has a relationship with Thor. Although Loki's strength is a bit weak, his ability is very treacherous. Like shadow duplication, wall penetration, invisibility magic, etc., for Loki, it is not too simple to use. And the purpose of the other party appearing on Earth at this time is also very simple. With the news of Odin's death, Thor was completely desperate, and he no longer expected to return to Asgard. At the same time, show off that you are more qualified to inherit the throne than the other party. As the god of lies and tricks who likes to play tricks on people's hearts and conspiracies, Loki rescued Thor at this time, and he will definitely not let him go easily. It's even possible that Loki tricked Thor into coming here. As for the purpose, it's nothing more than borrowing a knife to kill people, cutting grass and roots. How is this possible? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Phil Coulson subconsciously wanted to refute. But he suddenly remembered Thor's true identity. Thor. Mjolnir. Thor's sudden disappearance, although he doesn't know why, but he will never give up his hammer. If you think about it this way, maybe Lin Fan is really right. I will immediately send people to strengthen the patrol. Phil Coulson was ready to act immediately. He wants people to strengthen the defense and patrol of the temporary camp, and at the same time send people to search around, so as to find Thor's trace at the first time. But before he could move, Fan waved his hand to stop him and said, "Don't bother, Phil Coulson." "Okay." Phil Coulson turned around in bewilderment. Even Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan curiously, not understanding why he stopped Phil Coulson. Thor is still Thor anyway, although he is the kind who has lost his divine power. Lin Fan chuckled, shrugged, and said, "It's not that I look down on you, even in the face of the elite of your S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor can do 1 against 10 or more, so it's better not to rashly break out conflicts. Since he wants Mjolnir back, let him come. And isn't that exactly what you want?" Lin Fan said meaningfully. "Instead of looking for Thor overwhelmingly, it's better to sit on the sidelines and wait for a rabbit, and even reduce the defensive personnel. Otherwise, how can Thor come to us so easily?" Phil Coulson was silent for a while. He had to admit that Lin Fan's reasons convinced him. This is indeed their best option at the moment. 100 When you meet Thor, make friends with him, and get the information you need from him. Isn't this the task assigned to him by the director? "Thank you, Mr. Yin Taixia, what you said is very reasonable." Phil Coulson solemnly thanked him, and directly took out the communicator to give instructions. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan with a smile and said. I didn't see it. You actually thought so far. Could it be that you also figured it out? Guess what? Lin Fan spread his hands, non-committal. Humph. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Fan. The two chatted and laughed as if no one was around. Divination. Phil Coulson, who had just hung up the communication, happened to hear the conversation between the two, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he has an understanding of world cultures. He definitely knows Huaxia's divination ranking. It's just that what he didn't expect was that Lin Fan was suspected of being able to predict the future. Could it be that he is really a monk in the legend of Daxia? And this information, Natasha Romanoff did not report it to them. Phil Coulson cast a deep look at Natasha Romanoff. But he didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Fan and said apologetically. Excuse me, Mr. Yin Taixia. I just heard you talking about divination. Could it be possible, sir, are you still proficient in Huaxia Kimen art? Oh, Mr. Phil Coulson also knows the strange art. Lin Fan looked at Phil Coulson in surprise. I didn't expect Phil Coulson, a crooked nut, to know this. It seems that there are always troublemakers who want to harm me. I am afraid that the S.H.I.E.L.D organization has already sent people to infiltrate Daxia. And if this gets some Hydra guys over. Boy, U.S.H.I.E.L.D are not human. If you have a chance, you must destroy Hydra as soon as possible. This organization is really pervasive. Feeling the threat of Hydra, Lin Fan secretly made up his mind. This evil organization should be eliminated. Hehe, I have dabbled in something. Phil Coulson smiled and said modestly. Lin Fan didn't ask any further questions, Dang even prepared to explain, setting up Master Lin's persona first. But at the moment, he suddenly sensed a movement outside. A dark aura quietly broke into the camp. Even the opponent's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived at Mjolnir's location in the blink of an eye, but no one noticed this at all during the whole process. The equipment such as thermal scanning and even radar in the camp did not even sound the alarm. 2. A guest is coming. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth raised slightly, and he ran out directly after speaking. Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff were dumbfounded. What happened? The two looked at each other, and instantly thought of Thor who had disappeared, and hurriedly chased outside. And in the crater of Mjolnir. Mjolnir? This is an artifact. Bring it to you. Loki sneered and reached out to pick up Mjolnir. He's not going to leave it to that Thor guy. But no matter how hard he tried, even if he used divine power, Mjolnir would not move. For a moment, Lug was dumbfounded. Chapter 107. How is it possible? Thor can do it, but why can't I pick it up? Seeing that Mjolnir remained motionless, Loki's face turned ugly. He felt as if he had been targeted with a hammer. Obviously even Thor, that reckless man, can pick up Mjolnir, and he also has powerful divine power, why can't he even pick up Mjolnir? Is it because Thor is the true descendant of Asgard? No. I am the king of Asgard. Loki roared angrily, and a surge of divine power suddenly surged around him. This force carried a certain treacherous aura. With the blessing of divine power, he grabbed Mjolnir again, trying to forcibly pull the hammer from the ground. But unfortunately, things backfired. No matter how hard he tried, the final result was in vain, and Mjolnir remained unmoved. The hammer just stood quietly in the crater. And it didn't react at all, as if it was laughing at Lug's impotent rage. Damn! Damn! BD! Loki was suddenly furious. Thinking of discriminating against him even with a hammer, he felt inexplicably angry, but Mjolnir had nothing to do. Because he is very clear that this is an artifact built with the core of the planet. There was no way he could destroy it or anything. Hey! I don't believe it, I can't even pick up Mjolnir, that guy who has lost his power, Thor can pick it up, but just in case. Loki's expression changed for a while, and finally he closed his eyes slowly. And he also made a certain decision in his heart. For his own throne and for the future of Asgard as a whole, Thor must never have the chance to go back. Only he is the most suitable person to inherit the throne and lead Asgard to prosperity. Sorry, my big brother. With a soft murmur, Loki wanted to leave here. He was going to make some preparations secretly in advance. But at the moment, before his figure turned into a shadow and dissipated, a joking voice suddenly sounded. Yo-yo! Isn't this the second prince of Asgard? At the same time as the voice sounded, a figure in silver armor descended from the sky. The visitor stood directly not far from Loki. He hid his eyes in shining armor, and looked at Loki as if he saw a rare creature, as if he didn't take Loki seriously. And this kind of undisguised gaze suddenly made Loki look cold. Mortal! You court death! Loki snorted coldly, and a shadow suddenly surged in his hand. Then countless shadow daggers roared out. The dagger seemed to have eyes, and it drew an arc in midair strangely, locking all the space around the person at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, Lo's figure burst out like lightning. There was a dark dagger quietly in his hand. As if teleporting, Loki appeared in front of the person in an instant, and the short sword drew cold lights in midair. Oops! There's something. Seeing this, Lin Fan had a strange look in his eyes. As the saying goes, once a connoisseur makes a move, he will know whether it is there or not. Loki obviously has a few brushes. Just 2 moves, showing superb fighting skills. All over the sky daggers block the space. One hit kill with pitch black dagger. If it was an ordinary person facing Loki, he might not even have a chance to react, let alone block Loki's killing blow. But Lin Fan is not an ordinary person, and his strength is not inferior to Loki. Even today's Lin Fan is comparable to God bloodline. And in Lin Fan's view, the so-called Asgard Protoss or Frost Protoss are nothing but relatively powerful creatures. In fact, there is not much difference between God and man, nothing more than the strong respect. Lin Fan is a person who is comparable to the gods in person. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Just to see the strength of the so-called Protoss. With a chuckle, Lin Fan finally moved. He didn't dodge either, he just waved his hand lightly, and a deep vortex suddenly appeared on the field. That is exactly the black hole that he activated the dark fruit's ability to condense. Buzz buzz. Puff puff. The daggers whistling all over the sky were directly pulled by the powerful suction of the black hole, and were forcibly swallowed into it in an instant. Then under Loki's horrified gaze, the dagger flew out of it again. Even the speed of the dagger became almost invisible. Obviously, compared to his attack just now, the power of the same move released after being swallowed by the black hole is at least twice as powerful. How is this possible? Loki exclaimed wildly in his heart that it was impossible. But the death threat he felt prevented him from thinking about what happened. He was forced to retreat and dared not continue to attack Lin Fan. At the same time, the divine power in his body surged wildly. Just before the daggers flew back and poked him into a sieve, Loki's body suddenly turned into a shadow and dissipated. Go to hell! At the same time, tearing air sounds came from behind Lin Fan. Loki strikes again with short sword in hand. Unexpectedly, he didn't know what kind of means he used, and he came behind Lin Fan in an instant, and the dagger was only a few feet away from Lin Fan's back heart. In the next second, Lin Fan will be pierced through the heart with a dagger. Humph! Arrogant mortal! How can you know the greatness of God? Loki sneered in his heart, feeling that Lin Fan must be dead. He didn't know how many people died with one move. As the god of lies and tricks, fighting has never been his strong point, but this does not mean that he is weak. At least against the mortals on earth, Loki thinks he is invincible. Even Lin Fan showed the same mysterious means. But the absolute self-confidence of being a Protoss makes Loki feel that he can definitely surpass Lin Fan, and even proves the greatness of the Protoss with death. But at the next moment, the accident happened again. Buzz buzz. Lin Fan still didn't dodge anything, and even directly put away the black hole, allowing Loki's attack to approach. But silently, a huge spiritual psychokinesis enveloped the whole body. He condenses a barrier directly with psychokinesis. Call out. Loki's dagger struck suddenly, but suddenly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and he could no longer stab forward a single bit. It was as if there was an invisible big hand firmly clamping the dagger. What? Seeing this, Loki's expression changed suddenly. It was obvious that he was bound to win the attack, but at the moment encountered an accident again. The key point was that he didn't know what happened. In the short fight with Lin Fan, he felt like a joker. All his attacks were easily countered by Lin Fan. The key point is that from the beginning to the end, he has been complacent, thinking that he will definitely be able to kill. But the result was Chi Kuokuo's slap in the face. Should I fight back? Just at the moment, the indifferent voice of the machine sounded. Loki looked up and saw a pair of cold eyes. Under the gaze of that gaze, he felt as if he had been completely seen through, without any secret at all. At that moment, he thought of his nominal father, God King Odin. Lin Fan made him feel like Odin in person. The feeling of unfathomable strength and unfathomable strength seems to be carved out of the same mold. As soon as this feeling appeared, Lug suddenly widened his eyes. How is this possible? How can there be an existence on Earth comparable to that old guy? Loki yelled helplessly in his heart. Realizing that he was not Lin Fan's opponent, he immediately prepared to let go of his dagger and abandon the car to protect the handsome man. But Lin Fan obviously won't give him another chance to play peek-a-boo. Loki, I'll let you experience what it means to be a Hulk with a sledgehammer. Lin Fan joked and grabbed Loki's handwriting with his backhand. After the strengthening of the super soldier serum, coupled with the super scion blood from another world, his hands are like iron clamps, and there is no chance for Loki to break free. Under Loki's horrified gaze, Lin Fan slammed directly over his shoulder. It's like holding a little chick in your hand. Lin Fan carried the stunned Loki and let him have a close contact with the ground. Click left, click right. Click to the left, click. With the sound of impact, Loki deeply felt the thickness of the earth. But he was obviously unable to think because he had been thrown into a halo. The love from Mother Earth completely filled his body and mind, making him feel like he was in a dream. Shit! Ward! Just at the moment, 2 exclamations sounded. On the steel frame passage around the crater, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff, who arrived late, and other members of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at the scene below in surprise. As they watched, Lin Fan ravaged Loki wildly. At that moment, everyone seemed to feel the same. Everyone, including Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson, shuddered at the sight of Loki's unrequited love. This guy is a monster. Everyone thought in unison. Witnessing Lin Fan's strength with his own eyes, Phil Coulson was shocked at the moment. He realized more and more that Lin Fan is definitely not an easy person. But apart from being shocked, he was also more curious about the identity of the other person. Could it be that he was Thor, Prince of Asgard? But according to the information from his subordinates, isn't Thor a burly man? This person looks more like a medieval nobleman. Done and call it a day. Sensing the arrival of Natasha Romanoff and others, Lin Fan did not bully Loki anymore. He tosses it next to Mjolnir like trash. Ignoring the expression on the opponent's dead fish face, Lin Fan raised his eyes to Phil Coulson and the others, shrugged and said, I helped you catch an intruder, you're welcome. Hearing this, Phil Coulson and others were speechless. You call this arrest? If an ordinary person is ravaged by you like this, I am afraid that the whole body will be powder fractured. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things. Ahem, thank you, Mr. Shixia. Phil Coulson coughed lightly and thanked him. No matter what, Lin Fan helped them after all, although the shot was indeed a little bit more irritable. The most important thing now is to figure out the true identity of the intruder. Phil Coulson didn't delay, and ran down directly with a group of men. He was about to hurry up and show Loki's situation. Regardless of whether the person is an enemy or a friend, they have to be alive to be valuable, and there is no way for them to communicate with a dead man. Natasha Romanoff did not follow to join in the fun, but came to Lin Fan's side. Linear. You. She hesitated to ask something, but she didn't know where to start. Because at the moment, there are too many questions in her mind. Seeing this, Lin Fan stepped forward and held Natasha Romanoff's catkin directly. He looked into each other's eyes and asked. What, are you scared? No. Natasha Romanoff turned her head away, subconsciously wanting to break free. But how can Lin Fan make her wish come true? Holding Natasha Romanoff's catkin directly, he pouted at Loki, who was being held up by S.H.I.E.L.D agents, and said calmly. This man's name is Loki, and he is Thor's younger brother, though not his own. As he spoke, he laughed out loud. The two brothers Thor and Loki have always been characters who love each other and kill each other, and were even regarded as CP by countless viewers at one time. It's a pity that Natasha Romanoff obviously doesn't understand the joke of this meme. Glancing oddly at Lin Fan, Natasha Romanoff suppressed the urge to complain. She is afraid of Lin Fan Kai's character of settling accounts. And seeing that Lin Fan even dared to beat Thor's younger brother, and even beat him so hard that he couldn't take care of himself, he looked like a lawless master. While curious about Lin Fan's strength, Natasha Romanoff can't help but feel a little strange. She felt that she really couldn't see through Lin Fan more and more. What a mysterious and powerful man. Don't worry, I'm still me. I don't believe you can try it at night. Sensing Natasha Romanoff's nervousness, Lin Fan moved closer to her ear and whispered meaningfully. Natasha Romanoff's ears were itching from the hot air blowing as he spoke. UBD, don't make trouble. Natasha Romanoff blushed pretty, and stared at Lin Fan reproachfully. This guy really doesn't look serious. Just now Lin Fan still had a somewhat tall image in her heart, but as soon as this sentence was spoken, she immediately turned into that BD again. But for some reason, Natasha Romanoff subconsciously relaxed. Some unexplained pressure quietly disappeared. And when she looked at Lin Fan again, there was a touch of tenderness like water in her charming phoenix eyes. Hey hey! Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and smiled. And at the same time, take him down for a thorough examination, use the best medical methods, and nothing will happen. Phil Coulson also heard what Lin Fan said, and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Thor's brother? Isn't that the second prince of the Asgard Protoss? If this caused the other party to have an accident on the Earth, would God King Aogong have to tear down the Earth directly? He hastily asked his men to take Loki down for inspection. Seeing Loki being ravaged by Lin Fan like that, if this one treatment is over, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time, he had to make up his mind that he must stick to the residential area next. As long as the enemy, Niuzhao's, is not personally approached by Odin, we will never dispatch Lin Fan. Loki, after suffering such a great humiliation, you should send the destroyer down, right? Lin Fan watched Loki being carried away, but did not stop him. He didn't even warn Phil Coulson to be careful. After all, with Loki's strength, it is not easy to escape, but this is exactly what he wants to see. How will Loki return to Asgard if he can't escape? He was still thinking about letting the opponent send out destroyers. Originally, he was thinking of devouring Loki's divine power just now, but from the brief confrontation, Lin Fan found that Loki's strength is really too weak. Loki was not even as good as the sliver of power that Odin had left in Mjolnir. So in the end he gave up his plan to devour the opponent's divine power. In contrast, he is still more interested in the destroyer. After all, it is a weapon of war that claims to help Odin conquer the 9 realms. In addition, the destroyer is made of Uru metal, which makes it even more rare. If this can be obtained, it can be used to forge a weapon. By the way, he still has a handy weapon. I didn't see that Thor used Mjolnir, Odin used Gungnir, an ancient one magician used Eye of Agamotto. Lin Fan thinks that he can't get the magic weapon, but the quality of the weapon must not be too bad. Ulu metal is obviously a good choice. Moreover, there must be some kind of powerful power source in the body of the destroyer, and it is even very likely that it is driven by divine power. If this can get the destroyer, the benefits are self-evident. That's why Lin Fan taught Loki a hard lesson, just to arouse the other party's anger. With Loki's small-minded personality, he will definitely not be willing to be humiliated by him, and the only way to get revenge is to use the force of the destroyer. And this is exactly what Lin Fan wants to see. In the induction of Lin Fan, when Loki was carried to the medical room, he directly cast the duplication technique and disappeared. After a short time, Lug escaped from the temporary camp. This ability is pretty good. Lin Fan chuckled, and he was already looking forward to it. Lung. Chapter 108. 10 kilometers away from the temporary camp. This is a wilderness, full of lowest plains, with only one straight road crossing the horizon. And at the moment is on the side of the road, and several people are sitting around an open space. They looked at the comatose man in front of them, and each of them reacted differently: surprise, disgust, worry, and so on. Oh my God, this guy is haunted. The only old man's face was full of helplessness. Because since they came to this small town, their luck began to deteriorate, and even the research expansion was taken away. And it all started when they hit a man with their car. Now they ran into this man for the second time. Especially thinking of this man calling himself Thor, the old man felt very helpless. How could there be a guy who likes Norse mythology so much? If this man is really Thor, then he is Eric or God King Odin. These people are the research team that Jane Foster is in. Headed by Professor Eric Savage, Jane Foster and Daisy Louise are among his students. Originally, they planned to approach S.H.I.E.L.D, trying to get back the research materials and equipment. That was the hard work of the 3 of them for a long time. Seeing that everything has been discovered, but at the critical moment, all the materials and equipment were snatched by SHIELD. After seeking help from all parties to no avail, they were forced to seek S.H.I.E.L.D again. What if the other party can be persuaded by them? Don't say that, sir. Jane Foster looked helpless and retorted. Thor is just a little weird, but he is actually quite a good person, and he promised us that he will tell us the truth of the matter. Yes, Professor. And he's really handsome, isn't he? Daisy on the side also nodded hurriedly. Such a handsome and strong man is simply her ideal partner. If you can find such a man as your boyfriend, you will definitely be very happy in the future. The old man Eric was speechless. If Jane Foster is still for their research, then Daisy is simply a nympho, and she sees men in addition to men. I really don't know what he thought at the beginning, and he chose such a student. Hey, I have to accept the evil I have done even on my knees. Sighing helplessly, Eric said with a serious face. I don't object to you saving him. But the crater is under official control, are you sure it's appropriate to take him there? What if he messes up everything? The information and research equipment we have worked so hard to research must not be lost. I think it's best to send him back to the town first. Seeing that 2 students were against him, Eric could only settle for the next best thing. And he didn't want to have a bad time with his best student. 233. However, for the sake of his life's painstaking efforts, he still put forward his own suggestions, hoping to get Jane Foster's approval. This is already the biggest concession he can make. Well, yes, but I think... Jane Foster nodded in agreement, but still had some hesitation. She had promised Thor, after all. It's just that before she took Thor to the crater, Thor suddenly lost with them because of an accident. Then they lost touch with Thor until they just knocked him over again while driving. It can only be said that there are such coincidences in the world. I think it should be okay. Jane Foster hesitated again and again, but still sincerely said. As long as we make it clear to him and tell him not to be impulsive, maybe he can help us, and I have promised him before. But he is dangerous, Jane. Eric shook his head to retort, forcefully said. Have you forgotten what he did in the restaurant? And what he said? Thor, Mjolnir, Bifrost, it's a fairytale. It's ridiculous. When Jane Foster heard this, she fell silent. As Eric said, Thor is sometimes too unreliable, even like a psychopath. But for some reason, she just wanted to believe what the other party said. Perhaps this is a woman's intuition. But in the face of Eric's dissuasion, after some struggles, she finally chose to listen to what he said. After all, Eric is someone she is more familiar with than Thor. She didn't want to endanger the entire team because of herself. Okay, Professor. I agree with you, let's send him back first. Jane Foster nodded in agreement, though reluctantly. This is the best choice. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, his serious expression slowly disappearing. He tried his best to make a kind smile and said. Although I don't reject theology, for us researchers, everything must be based on facts. Eric said, ready to lift Thor to the car. He said jokingly. You know, it's impossible for humans to fly in the sky, unless I see it with my own eyes. As he was speaking, Eric's tone stopped abruptly. The expression on his face also became stiff. And his pair of eyes was fixed on a certain direction, and there was a deep shock in his eyes. Ward Fa. Eric let out an exclamation. What's the matter, Professor? Seeing this, Jane Foster and Daisy were both puzzled. They subconsciously turned their heads to look. Following Eric's line of sight, when they saw the man in silver armor approaching in the blink of an eye, the two of them froze in place in shock. How is this possible? Jane Foster exclaimed in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she saw. Because just now, she witnessed the silver-armored man in front of her, approaching at the speed of teleportation. And the opponent has always been flying in the sky out of thin air. Until they got close to them, the Yinjia talent fell from the sky without causing any waves. Looking at the silver armor worn by the other party, it doesn't look like Iron Man's exoskeleton armor at all. On the contrary, it looks more like the gorgeous costumes used by nobles in the Middle Ages. In other words, the other party relies entirely on their own ability flight. This is completely beyond the normal cognition of all of them. How can a person fly in the sky? Who are you? Jane Foster was the first to calm down, resisting the shock and panic in her heart. And Eric also hurriedly stood in front of the two students. Only Daisy's phoenix eyes are shining. Jane Foster next to him even heard an exclamation. Wow! So cool! So handsome! Seeing that Daisy is still a nympho at this time, Jane Foster is completely speechless. But now is obviously not the time to make complaints. She fixed her gaze on the silver-armored man, ready to run away at any time, even though she knew there was no way to escape. Good afternoon, everyone is nervous. The man in silver armor, Lin Fan, smiled lightly and waved his hand. But his sudden movement suddenly startled the three of Jane Foster. They subconsciously took a step back. Then Thor, who was being carried, accidentally fell to the ground, letting out an unconscious groan. PSST. Seeing this, Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. Speaking of which, the reason why Thor is so stupid is that he broke his brain when he was a child, right? The majestic Thor now looks too out of line. At least Loki has a gorgeous outfit. Ah! Thor! Jane Foster regained consciousness belatedly. Ignoring Lin Fan's existence, she quickly squatted down and checked Thor's body worriedly. May I ask who you are, sir? Eric, the leader, suppressed his uneasiness and asked again. All right. Seeing this, Lin Fan took a step back helplessly. Seeing that Eric and others were vigilant, although he felt helpless, he didn't take it to heart. After all, he came out alone this time just to get in touch with Thor in advance. As for Eric et.al., let's leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to compile and use it to lead to the follow-up plot. Dr. Eric, Daisy, and Jane Foster. Eyes looking at the three of Eric, Lin Fan called out their names directly, and then introduced himself. Hi 3, I am a temporary worker of S.H.I.E.L.D, you can call me. As he spoke, Lin's tone of voice was all over the place. When it came time to declare his family name, he was obviously a little embarrassed. After all, it was too easy for people to misunderstand the Silver Iron Man. But the name has been spread, and he can't change it if he wants to. Blame those bastards in Hell's Kitchen. Cursing secretly, Lin Fan said calmly on the surface. You can call me Silver Iron Man. What? Silver Iron Man? When the three of Jane Foster heard this, their eyes widened. They feel that something is wrong with their ears. Such a powerful guy, who can even fly in the sky, is called Yin Taixia? This is not to say that the name Silver Iron, Bikf, is too low, the main thing is. Silver Iron Man? Iron Man? With two names so similar, who imitated whom? Could this guy still be an Iron Man fan? Cough cough. Sensing the strange gazes of the three, Lin Fan suddenly felt helpless. He knew there would be such a misunderstanding. But it is impossible to explain, he simply pretended not to see it, and said to Thor who was lying fat on the ground. Maybe we can talk about him. And if the conversation goes well, you can get back what belongs to you, and he. You can also get back your own. Mjolnir. Meanwhile, the other side. Accompanied by a burst of colorful beams of light rising up, a mysterious pattern appeared on the ground, and Loki's figure appeared in the center of the front line out of thin air. At the moment, the surrounding area was cold and windy, and the world I saw was grey and dead. The ice and snow that have not melted for thousands of years directly penetrated the entire world. Facing the falling snowflakes, Loki walked slowly in the wilderness, and soon came to a dilapidated palace. Stop coming! This is where the Frost King is. Several humanoid creatures in solid armor stood out. They are very burly, and the exposed skin shows a strange blue-gray color, which looks no different from the surrounding ice. And from their bodies, there are bursts of icy breath, which makes people daunting. Kill him for me! An indifferent voice came from the palace. At the same time as the voice fell, the two who blocked Loki were ready to shoot, smashing this guy who despises the frost gods into meatloaf in one fell swoop. But before they could make a move, Loki's figure suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed out. He easily bypassed the people blocking the way and came to the palace. Regardless of what I've done for you. Loki looked up at the man on the ruined throne, and said in a meaningful tone. If it weren't for me, do you think you can invade Asgard and achieve unprecedented brilliant results? Oh, it's you. The man on the throne, the Frost Lord Lauf, has an eerie red light in his eyes. He looked down at Loki condescendingly, and said with great interest. No wonder Asgard's defense is so weak, it turns out that you are the one who guides us. But I'm curious why you would do this. Lauf's voice was deep and full of inquiry. And looking at Loki who came alone, he could feel a very familiar aura from the other person. This is very intriguing. Could it be that the dignified prince of Asgard also practiced the spells of the Frost Titan? If this is the case, he may be able to use the other party to do something. Like making Asgard a second Jotunheim. Who knows? Loki shrugged, non-committal. To be honest, maybe it's because it's fun. Just for fun or something, like ruining my big brother's big day when he inherits the throne. Another example is to protect our kingdom so that it can withstand someone's stupid rule later. As he spoke, Lug's face became gloomy. Obviously everyone is a prince, why should Thor be able to inherit the throne, but he is not even qualified to compete? Is it because he was picked up, because he has the Frost Titan bloodline? If that's the case, why didn't he just kill him in the first place? The anger in Loki's heart is almost uncontrollable. But he calmed down quickly, because now everything has been changed by him. Thor was exiled to the earth, and he will never return to Asgard in this life. And maybe the other party will be killed by that person soon. With the terrifying strength of the silver-armored man, once Thor, that brainless brat, encounters the other party, I am afraid that the final result will be easily beheaded. Originally, according to this situation, he could return to Asgard with peace of mind. In the future, no one will compete with him for the throne. But when he thought of the scene where he was humiliated by the shining armor, Loki's heart was filled with anger, and he wished he could cut him into pieces to vent his hatred. But Loki is very clear that his strength is no match for the shining armor. So now he's in Jotunheim. As long as he borrowed the power of Frost Titan, he would definitely be able to kill the silver-armored man easily, and he would only need to reap the benefits. Asgard's treasure, curry, is a weapon of war. That will be his key to ending all enemies. Oh, interesting. When Lauf heard what Loki said, a look of school flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the situation in Asgard was just as he guessed. In order to compete for the so-called throne, Loki in front of him helped them invade Asgard and disrupted the succession ceremony of his brother Thor. And now the other party came to them again, probably to take advantage of the Frost Titan's power. Realizing this, Lauf has no calculated anger. Quite the opposite. Why didn't he need this opportunity? I'm all ears. Lauf said calmly, pretending to be very interested. Loki was overjoyed when he saw this. He took a few steps forward slowly, and said in a deep voice. I will cover you and a few of your men, and take you into Odin's room, and you can kill him who is wounded and lying in bed. Loki's tone is noticeably dull when it comes to killing Odin. But soon his expression became firm. While it was just a gimmick, used to lure Lauf into choosing to work with him, he did think about it a little bit. It's just that he gave up later, because it was his father after all. And he knows how powerful Odin is. Rather than risk killing Odin, he might as well drive away the wolf, and in the end he reaps the benefits. I believe that as long as he can destroy the Frost Titans and do things that Asgard has been unable to do for thousands of years, he will definitely be recognized by Odin in the end. When there is no Thor, Odin should let him inherit the throne, right? This is my reward. I can even give you the casket of ancient winters. But, gathering his mind, Lug looked directly at Suifei. He said in a very low tone. Before that, I need you to do one thing for me, this is my only condition. Chapter 109. Thank you, human. As long as you help me get back Mjolnir, you will be my Thor's friend from now on. Thor rubbed his aching head, looking at Lin Fan excitedly. He didn't expect such a big surprise when he woke up. This strange silver armor warrior in front of him claims to be a temporary employee of a certain S.H.I.E.L.D, and says he can help him get back Mjolnir. Originally, he was still immersed in sadness, but now a glimmer of hope suddenly emerged. Now Mjolnir is his last straw. As long as he can get Mjolnir, he may still have the possibility of recovering his divine power, and even have the opportunity to avenge his father in the future. Team battles can be lost, Jotunheim must be destroyed. The person in front of him is willing to help him, so he is naturally very happy in his heart, feeling that Lin Fan can deal with this person. Hehe, Tull is being polite. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Seeing that Thor's face was a little ugly, he guessed that it was Loki's fault. Loki must have lied to Thor that Odin was dead. In this way, then he just told Thor the truth, which can be regarded as selling Thor a favor. Thinking of this, Lin Fan glanced at Jane Foster and the others beside him. He turned to look at Thor, meaning to say, "Thor, I happen to know something about Asgard, but since this involves your privacy, I don't know if I can say it directly. Let's talk, let's go back to the car first." Jane Foster is very winking, even if she is ready to leave. Although she was also curious about what Lin Fan would say. But thinking of Lin Fan's strength and even an official background, it's not something they can provoke. Now their research materials and equipment are still being seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. Ah yes. Professor Eric nodded belatedly. Jane, you don't have to leave, there's nothing you can't hear. But before they could act, Thor, who looked surprised, waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Fan again and said in a deep voice. About Asgard, what do you know? You know Asgard exists. Earth is also one of the 9 worlds. Do you know that Asgard is strange? Facing Thor's question, Lin Fan shrugged. This calm appearance suddenly made Thor feel even more surprised, and felt that this person seemed a bit unusual. The eyes of Jane Foster and others on the side widened even more. The 9 realms? Could it be that, what Thor said is true? Jane Foster and the others were shocked in their hearts. Originally, when they heard that Thor reported his family name, they were a little skeptical, thinking that Thor might be a psychopath, right? But at the moment said the same thing from Lin Fan's mouth, which cannot be questioned by them. After all, Lin Fan is from the official department and is still to be confirmed. But no matter what, Lin Fan has shown extraordinary strength, and what he says carries weight. What's more, people have no reason to play with them. What you said makes sense. Thor nodded, not bothering about it. He got down to business and asked. I don't know about Asgard, what do you know? I don't think there is anything I don't know. Thinking of meeting Loki just now, he also learned about the current situation of Asgard from the other party. Could it be that Lin Fan knows the situation better than Loki? Regarding Lin Fan's statement, he was only curious that the other party knew about the existence of the 9 realms, and he didn't take the so-called news too seriously. If I'm not mistaken, you just met your brother Loki, didn't you? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth raised slightly, and he asked another question. You, how do you know? Thor, who didn't take it seriously at first, was shocked when he heard the words. Lin Fan even knew that he had met Loki? You must know that there were only the 2 of them at the time, and Loki left after telling him the news. How did Lin Fan know about this? Could it be that when he was chatting with Loki, Lin Fan was spying on them? Loki? Thor's brother? Could it be the god of lies and trickery in Norse mythology? Jane Foster and others on the side felt like they were dreaming. Why is there another Loki all of a sudden? And listening to the conversation between Lin Fan and Thor, Loki is actually Thor's younger brother. This relationship is really messy enough. It is clearly not recorded in Norse mythology. Because I just met him too. Right there at Mjolnir. Lin Fan spread his hands, and said with a nonchalant face. He wanted to take Mjolnir away, but he couldn't even pick it up. He was so angry that he turned black like a dead father. You don't know how funny that scene was. Thor. Hearing Lin Fan's complaints, his face also turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The key is that he still has no way to refute. Too lazy to care about Lin Fan's poisonous tongue, he cares more about why Loki wants to take Mjolnir away. Didn't Loki say that Mjolnir was abandoned by their father? And Loki knew that Mjolnir was his weapon, but why did he try to take Mjolnir away? Could it be that Loki didn't want him to get Mjolnir back? With more and more doubts in his heart, Thor felt that his mind was going to be overwhelmed for a while. And then? Where did Loki go? Thor asked subconsciously. He wanted to know more, so he could figure out what Loki was up to. Loki's back-and-forth behavior is just so out of character. Well, how should I put it? Lin Fan spread his hands, and said with a troubled look. At that time, I happened to see him making a fool of himself, so I couldn't help laughing out loud, and then he wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to beat him up, handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. to imprison the bandits. What? How is this possible? How dare you? Thor's eyes widened suddenly, unable to believe what he heard. The humans in front of them actually defeated Loki? And Loki was captured. No one knows Loki's strength better than him. Maybe his fighting power is a bit weak, but his ability to escape is absolutely top-notch. Even if Loki can't beat Lin Fan, he can't even escape, right? Unless the gap between the two is really too big. But Lin Fan is obviously only a human being, even if he wears a silver armor, his strength cannot be so strong. And when he heard that Loki had been captured, he suddenly became a little worried. This is definitely Asgard's provocation. After all, no matter what, Loki is now the king of Asgard, and there must be no mistakes. Take me to Loki, you can't treat him like this. Thor grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder and said in a low tone. Loki is the king of Asgard, you imprison him, you are provoking the entire Asgard Protoss. Calm down, Thor. Who said Loki is the new master of Asgard? Lin Fan easily broke free from Thor's hands. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, ready for the big move, and he said directly in a surprising way. Your father, Odin, is still alive and well. Why should Lug become the new king? What's more, you are the first heir to Asgard. Loki, he's just an adopted child bride. Lin Fan added another sentence in his heart. You, what did you say? My father king him, he is alive. Thor's eyes widened, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. The expression on his face changed one after another. Knowing that his father died before, and it was because of his impulsiveness and recklessness, he was ashamed and wished he could apologize with death. But then the belief in revenge for Odin revived him. But just after he finally accepted the cruel reality, Lin Fan popped up out of nowhere and told him that his father is not dead. Immediately, he couldn't fix it. Although he would prefer what Lin Fan said to be true, Loki's words are obviously more believable than a stranger's. Ward Fa. God King Odin is dead and alive again? There is a problem here. Jane Foster and the others on the side felt their hearts tremble. According to the mythological records, God King Odin is a powerful god of war, but at this moment he is alive and dead. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there must be a bigger secret hidden in it. And it seems that the news of Odin's death came from Loki, right? As smart as Jane Foster, she immediately sensed the problem, and looked at Thor with distressed eyes. Tell me. How do you know this? How can you say that my father is not dead yet? Thor stared at Lin Fan, and said in a deep voice. Also, who are you? Ding, the host triggers a self-exposure task, please check for details. Oops. Here comes the mission. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan was overjoyed. Originally, he just wanted to expose Loki's true colors, and took Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. in an instant, and the other party gave him a favor. But I didn't expect that chatting would actually trigger the system's self-disclosure task. You must know that the mission target is Thor. In terms of importance alone, Thor is not inferior to Tony and Captain America, and even surpasses them to some extent. Judging from the task rewards of Tony and others, Thor's task rewards are definitely not bad. If this is the case, then he must take it seriously. Since you asked the question sincerely, then I will tell you. Lin Fan chuckled and introduced himself. Let me formally introduce myself, put the word wood in the name of the order, and the person will give you the title, cough cough, Silver Iron Man. As for how I know about you Asgard, I think with my strength, it's not surprising that I know some secrets, and my own ability is quite special, and I happen to be good at some abilities that can predict the future. Lin Fan said it calmly, but the sensation it caused was huge amounts of predict future. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Jane Foster and the others were stunned. Is this definitely an ability that humans can master? That is predicting the future. The three of Jane Foster, who once deeply believed in science, felt their worldview collapse after experiencing so many strange things. Is it possible that scholars say that the end of science is theology? Wood? What a strange name! There is such a strong person like you on Earth. Thor looked at Lin Fan in amazement, shocked. Asking for flowers. After all, in his perception, humans on Earth are a group of ordinary people, and even children from Asgard can easily defeat Earthlings. But Lin Fan's strength and insight are far beyond comparison. I just don't know if what Lin Fan said is true or not. So this is all you foresaw? Thor asked, resisting the urge to question. Well, that's right. Lin Fan nodded, knowing that what he said was hard to convince. But he didn't pay attention to these details. Anyway, as long as he casually exposes some plots, and when things are verified, Thor will naturally understand that what he said is true. While thinking about it, Lin Fan once again said surprisingly. Believe it or not, Thor, your father isn't dead, he's even pretending to be seriously injured. And everything he does is to make you understand the importance of responsibility. If you want to become a qualified new king of Asgard, it is not enough to rely on brave force alone. Only wisdom and benevolence can lead a country to prosperity. But it's a pity that many of your previous actions, Thor, have disappointed your father and king. In addition, the Frost Titan destroyed the coronation ceremony. Your father just took this opportunity to plan to exile you to the earth, and set a series of tribulations and tests for you. Well, how should I put it? It's a very standardized Hollywood plot, worth buying a movie ticket for me. At the end, Lin Fan chuckled and shrugged. But Thor just stood there in a daze. Pretend to be seriously injured? Test me? Is Loki really lying to me? But why? Even after beating him to death, he never thought that what Lug told him was all false. It's not that he chooses to believe what Lin Fan said lightly. The main reason is that compared to Loki, who behaves suspiciously, Lin Fan's words are sincere and his words are seamless. He can't find any loopholes in doubt. And the most important thing is that he has been unable to figure out how his father could die. You must know that his father is the god of war who swept across the 9 realms. Countless races surrender at his feet. How could such a powerful god-king die suddenly, without any warning in advance? After thinking about it, Thor feels that what Lin Fan said is very likely to be true. Ding! Thor's trust level has increased, currently, 15%. Is it really a bloody power grab? At the same time, Jane Foster was directly dumbfounded. She didn't expect that she guessed it right. From the previous conversation between Lin Fan and Thor, she felt that there was something wrong with Loki, but she didn't expect it to be such a vulgar plot. As Lin Fan said, it is no different from a Hollywood popcorn movie. Jane Foster looked at Thor with sympathy. If it's true, then, that would be great. After finally calming down, Thor is like a lost person who has found his way out again. If it is really like what Lin Fan said, then the guilt in his heart can be relieved a lot, and it even means that he can return to Asgard. But the premise is that he passes the test of his father and regains his divine power. Otherwise he would not have the ability to return to Asgard at all. And he didn't understand why Loki lied to him? All these hopes and doubts, he wants to personally verify, and the key lies in Lin Fan in front of him. Maybe Lin Fan, who has the ability to predict the future, can help him. Mew, can you tell me how to pass the test? Thor looked at Lin Fan nervously and expectantly. I can't help you, this needs to be changed by yourself, until you understand how to be a good king. Lin Fan shook his head directly, and did not agree to Thor's request. He has said too many things. If because of his spoiler, he offends some old guy who is peeping secretly, then he will have a hard time in the future. That guy in Heimdall has his own sky eye, which is simply an artifact of voyeurism. He doesn't want to be watched at all times by his every word and deed. Is that so? Thor drooped his head helplessly. Now he can be regarded as somewhat understanding that he is indeed lacking in brains, and he only knows how to bury the past in the face of anything. If he had been a little more careful, he would have spotted something wrong with Loki sooner. But fortunately, it is not too late to know the truth. Buzz buzz. Just when everyone was silent, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and a huge amounts of tornado storm quietly condensed in the sky. The sky, which was originally clear and bright, suddenly turned into a dark cloud cover, which was so dark that it was depressing. A beam of 7-color light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom boom boom. And in the rainbow beam of light, several huge amounts of black shadows slowly emerged, and the huge tornado behind them suddenly turned into an ice storm, and the ice and snow fluttered down with gusts of cold wind. Bifrost? Who is this? Thor's eyes are mixed with surprise and delight. But Lin Fan at the side shook his head and said, "Thinking too much, Thor, this is obviously not a good person, you really have a good brother." Thor. Eat. Chapter 110. What exactly is going on? Looking at the colorful beams of light in the sky, Jane Foster and the others were beyond shocked. Because this is the space anomaly they observed at the beginning. At that time, they drove to the location where the meteorite fell just to check the source of the vision, and then hit Thor, who fell from the sky on the way. When Thor called himself Thor, from Asgard, none of them believed it. Even meeting Lin Fan not long ago did not completely dispel their suspicions. But now the facts are happening in front of them. Along with the colorful beams of light descending, there were also several blurred figures, obviously transmitted from other places. Having truly witnessed all this with their own eyes, the facts do not allow them to have the slightest doubt. Oh my God! This machine is unbelievable. Myths and legends actually happened. Professor Eric's eyes widened, and his expression was complicated. He felt his worldview collapse. Obviously he is a staunch materialist, but everything he has encountered recently has completely destroyed his three views step by step. Asgard. 9 realms. Bifrost. God King Odin. All of this made him not know how to face it. What is the significance of his research in the first half of his life? Thor. Jane Foster turned to look at Thor, a pair of charming big eyes sparkling with strangeness. It's a pity that Thor's attention is not on her. Thor, who was still a little excited at first, suddenly asked a little puzzled when he heard what Lin Fan said. Mew, what do you mean? The sudden appearance of the Bifrost teleportation light array must be from Asgard. But why did Lin Fan say that the other party was not kind? He subconsciously wanted to refute, feeling that Lin Fan must have thought too much, and the people who came must be the people of Asgard. And the person who has the authority to use Bifrost, maybe he just knows 2 or 3. But before he could open his mouth, something happened suddenly. Whoosh! Boom boom boom! The tornado in the sky surged wildly, the ice and snowstorm raged endlessly, and several figures suddenly fell from the sky. They appeared in front of Lin Fan and others, accompanied by the bitter cold wind. An extremely cold breath suddenly enveloped the audience, as if it could freeze people's souls. Hiss! It's so cold! Jane Foster and the others fell into an ice cave, their bodies trembling crazily. The faces of the 2 girls turned pale. Looking at the several figures who looked like little titans, especially the pale and blue skin of the other party, it was not what a human should look like at all. Clever as Jane Foster, he instantly thought of the legendary Frost Titan in Norse mythology. But Lin Fan said that the Frost Titan is the enemy of Asgard. That is to say, these people are indeed not good people. They are really dangerous now. Frost Titan? How is this possible? Thor, who was still suspicious of Lin Fan, saw the appearance of the person, and shouted in shock. At the moment, he couldn't believe what he saw. Obviously Bifrost is exclusive to Asgard. Heimdall, the watchman of Bifrost, would never let anyone pass without his father's permission. Not to mention that what at the moment descended with the help of Bifrost, was Jotunheim's Frost Titan. There's even the king of the Frost Titans, Lauf. For a moment Thor was completely stunned, completely unaware of what was going on. He still hasn't doubted Loki. It can only be said that the brother CP who loves and kills each other is really well deserved. Still understand? Thor. Just at the moment, Lin Fan's indifferent voice sounded. Apparently someone took it seriously while your father was acting, and took away the right to use Bifrost, and even made some sort of deal with the enemies of Asgard. And the content of the transaction is probably to let these people kill you. What Lin Fan said made Thor feel cold all over his body. Because of the people Lin Fan knew in his words, except for his good brother Loki, there is no second candidate at all. But he was still unwilling to believe that Loki would do something to betray Asgard. In particular, he chose to cooperate with Jotunheim. Clap clap. Frost King Lauf smiled and applauded, looking down at Lin Fan who looked like an ant in his eyes. He didn't expect that there was such a smart person as Lin Fan on Earth. In particular, the other parties seemed to know Asgard very well. Even in Lin Fan's eyes, he didn't see any shock or curiosity. Obviously this person probably knew who he was, and he wasn't even afraid of him at all. Realizing this, Lauf doesn't feel the rage of being underestimated. On the contrary, he was more curious. For someone as interesting as Lin Fan, he doesn't mind exploring it and then freezing it into an ice sculpture collection by himself. It is definitely an honor for Lin Fan to be the first human ice sculpture in his hands. Human, you are very good. Lauf stared at Lin Fan with red eyes, and let out a low voice. He said as if looking at the collection in the exhibition hall. Among all human beings, you are definitely the most unique one. I decided to freeze you into an ice sculpture and put it in my king's treasury. Human beings, tell me your name, it will be an honor in your life. Lauf's tone was uncompromising and bossy. It was as if in front of him, Lin Fan should do what he said, and even volunteered his life. Lauf, you are not allowed to hurt my friend. Before Lin Fan could speak, Thor suddenly stepped forward. He glared at Lauf coldly and said in a deep voice. You guys from Jotunheim, how did you steal Bifrost's ability? Have you forgotten the lesson Asgard taught you? Thor doesn't point the finger at Loki. Even at this moment, he still wants to believe Loki, thinking that Law and others may have stolen Bifrost's teleportation function. Lin Fan doesn't care about this, the cruel truth has just begun to be revealed. I'm afraid there will be destroyers coming soon. On the contrary, the arrival of Lauf and others really took him by surprise. After all, there was no such scene in the original plot. Obviously because of his intrusion, the resentment in Loki's heart became even greater. But he has no fear of Lauf etl. And he is very curious about the ability of Frost Titan's bloodline, whether it can help him improve a wave of strength, and even awakening the Scion bloodline to a higher level. If he can evolve into a Super Scion because of this, then Lin Fan would wake up laughing from sleep. Definitely this possibility is unlikely, he just thinks about it. Ha ha ha. Lauf laughs and looks at Thor, mockery in his eyes. He didn't feel threatened at all. Before that, Thor, the mighty prince of Asgard, is now like an insignificant ant, without the slightest bit of divine power in his body. Not to mention that they dispatched all elites, even Odin can fight. Thor at the moment alone is vulnerable. I'm afraid even the weakest frost titan of their kind could easily slap Thor, but he doesn't intend to follow through on his deal with Loki. Loki is using him, so why isn't he using him? Seeing that Asgard is caught in the infighting between the princes, it is clear that Odin's serious injury is real, and it is not a deliberate conspiracy against Jotunheim. In this way, he will have more room to operate. Before he came to the earth, he had already issued an order that if he did not return within 3 days, all the clansmen would attack Asgard aggressively. And Asgard without Odin sitting in command will definitely not be able to stop the anger of the entire Frost Titan clan. Then his people can take control of Bifrost. Of course Lauf can return to Jotunheim. As for why he is willing to take the risk to come to Earth, one is because of mutual use with Loki, and the other is to eliminate another heir of Asgard. Only the eldest prince, Thor, is his primary target of destruction. And Loki doesn't look down on him at all. Thor, you questioned me obliquely, didn't you just want to say that Loki is an insider? Lauf looked at Thor playfully, and sneered. That's right. It's Loki. Including destroying your previous coronation ceremony, Loki helped us infiltrate Asgard. You are such a good brother. Lauf's ability to play with people's hearts is exactly the same as his son Lu. For this, Lin Fan can only say that he is worthy of being his own father and son. No. Impossible. It's not true. Loki he. Thor's face turned ugly. Although he hates to believe it, all the evidence in this matter shows that it is all Loki's tricks. His most trusted younger brother has been plotting against him behind his back. This kind of backstab from the closest person, the pain, is really too painful. But he quickly thought of what Lin Fan said before. His father is actually still alive, and even the serious injury is faked, so his father will definitely not allow Loki to run amok. That is to say, the reason why Loki does so many bad things is very likely to be intentional. Even this is the order from his father. The purpose is to lure Lauf and others to the earth, and then finish their work in one battle. Yes. It must be. Loki is innocent. Thor feels like he has guessed the truth. His expression became calm again, he looked at Lauf coldly, and shouted angrily. Lauf, you don't need to provoke the relationship anymore, I won't believe your nonsense. Today is the time when Jotunheim will be completely destroyed. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Hearing this, Lauf was immediately amused. He really didn't expect that the dignified heir of Asgard would be such a stupid guy. By this time, you still can't see the truth clearly, you are simply stupid. No wonder that old guy Odin was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. It's time for Asgard, who is out of luck, to enter Ragnarok, and the new society will be created by the agent himself. Okay, that's enough nonsense. Thor, you can go to hell. Lauf waved his hand indifferently. Behind him, several tall frost titans rushed towards Thor and the others for joy. Surrounded by the power of ice around them, an ice thorn suddenly condensed. Whoosh! The cold icicles pierced the air, pointing directly at the vital points of Thor and others. Thick and long ice spikes pierced the air and whizzed towards them. Ah! Jane Foster and the others suddenly screamed out, only despair remained in their hearts. How can these mortals be the opponents of the Frost Titan? In the face of such a powerful monster, let alone them, I am afraid that even the army has nothing to do. Give me. Stop it. Thor was shocked and angry when he saw this. Lauf didn't care about him, but the other party wanted to kill Jane Foster and others. The key point was that he was powerless to stop it at the moment. If innocent people are implicated because of him, this is something he doesn't want to see. But at the moment, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't stop it at all. Because he is now a weak mortal. No. Seeing the ice thorn approaching in an instant, Thor's eyes were about to burst. He wished he could cut Lauf to pieces. But Loki, whom he hoped for, and even his father, have not responded so far. The little hope left in his heart was completely shattered. It turned out that it was just his extravagant wish. Loki, why? Why did you betray Asgard? Thor growled in impotent rage. You're the FG Lauf, right? Just when everyone fell into despair, an indifferent voice sounded. Lin Fan suddenly appeared in front of everyone and stood still. He stood silently in the air like that, the silver armor on his body glowed with a dark grey luster, and the black mist quietly turned into a huge black hole like a whirlpool. Looking at Lauf not far away, he said coldly. Since you want to kill me, I'm sorry, it happens that I am too. Buzz buzz. Puff puff. As Lin Fan's words fell, the black hole around him suddenly expanded to the extreme. The deep black hole directly swallowed all the ice spikes into it. Immediately afterwards, after the great teleportation of the universe, it flew back from the black hole again, and even the speed and power became stronger. Those frost titans who came back head-on didn't even have a chance to react. PSST. 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 Several piercing sounds sounded in succession, and the ice thorns easily pierced Frost Titan's body, and even directly nailed him to the ground hundreds of meters away. Not even Lauf, the Frost Lord, reacted. Watching the clansmen die, and those who died were the most powerful elites, Lauf was completely dumbfounded. What? What? He stared wide-eyed at everything in front of him. A second ago he felt that he was holding the wisdom pearl, but in a flash, all his subordinates died. And what happened? He didn't notice anything from the beginning to the end. Doesn't this mean that Lin can also instantly kill him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lauf roared in his heart, looking at Lin Fan with fierce eyes. His already red eyes ignited with raging anger. This damned human ant dared to kill their great frost titan, and he must make the other party pay a painful price. But he won't kill Lin Fan directly. On the contrary, he wants to freeze Lin Fan's soul and put him in the ice prison for eternal torture. Humans, how dare you overstep? You asked for this. Lauf roared angrily, and his figure suddenly turned into an afterimage. 0.9 He slapped Lin Fan directly with his palm. The color of the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the extreme cold enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer, and even the air seemed to be frozen. The frost divine power exuding cold air turned into a big hand covering the sky and pressed down. Thor and the others were suddenly shaken by the aftermath. Hiss! My God! This! They just reacted, the whole person's face changed in horror, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Just at the time of crisis, Fan unexpectedly killed all the Frost Titan? But at the moment the more powerful Frost King strikes again. Seeing the vision of the world changing color at every turn, even Thor was a little worried that Lin Fan would be able to defeat him. Maybe Lin Fan has some strength, but what he is facing is the Lord of Frost. That is the strong man that even his father and king couldn't kill at the beginning. If not, Jotunheim would not exist today, and it is still a serious problem for Asgard. From Thor's point of view, they might as well be dead now. There's something. Regardless of what other people thought, Lin Fan looked up at the sky indifferently. He even had a smile on his lips. Seeing his reaction, a stern look flashed in Lauf's eyes, and the frost power around him became more and more violent. A big hand that covered the sky suddenly descended on Lin Fan's head, and the cold even froze the air into ice crystals. Thor and others couldn't even bear the aftermath. But facing Lauf's decisive blow, Lin Fan's expression never changed. He just quietly activated the power of the sheep charm. Under the effect of the sheep charm, the fourth level of psychokinesis poured out in an instant, pouring into Lauf's mind like a mountain top. Lin Fan, who burst out at full strength, is even comparable to the fifth level realm. Lauf's eyes, which were filled with anger, slowly became dull. Spike. See you again. Chapter 111. Wormjalnir is, the makeshift camp. My God! What is that? This is not a desert, where is the storm coming from? A group of S.H.I.E.L.D members who were on patrol exclaimed. At the moment in their line of sight, a tornado suddenly rose in the distant sky, and the cold wind whizzed past the camp. Even with such a long distance, they couldn't help shivering. That kind of cold air seems to be able to go straight into the soul. At the first moment, some clever people ran into the camp, and I went to Phil Coulson, who was in the office. This person told Phil Coulson exactly what was going on outside. When Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff walked out of the office, they were also shocked by the vision in the sky. Ward Fa. This, what the hell is going on? Phil Coulson swears subconsciously. Because of what happened at the moment, it is extremely consistent with some of the research materials they collected, and even Mjolnir came to the Earth in this way. That is to say, there is something new coming again. Could it be someone from Asgard? Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the problem. They do know that things have changed in at the moment Asgard. In particular, Loki, the second prince of Asgard, is still locked up by them. Could it be that this is why he came here? Go and see if His Royal Highness is awake. Phil Coulson ordered in a low voice to his hands. Yes. He got the order and ran out immediately. Phil Coulson looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, "Where did your Silver Iron Man go? At this time, I hope to get his help." "Sorry, I don't know," Natasha Romanoff said indifferently. For Phil Coulson's teasing or hinting, she has no idea of refusing. And there is no need to refute this kind of thing. She is just one of the members of S.H.I.E.L.D, not a slave without freedom, who can definitely have her own private life. All right. Seeing this, Phil Coulson nodded helplessly. He also saw Natasha Romanoff's attitude. But Lin Fan is not a subordinate of S.H.I.E.L.D after all, so when he can't find anyone, he can only hope that the other party will show up quickly. At this time, facing 14 pairs of unknown events, only Lin Fan could know some of them. Tread, tread. Just at the moment, hurried footsteps sounded. The agent who had left earlier exclaimed. "It's not good. Something happened. The guy we caught suddenly disappeared strangely." "What?" Phil Coulson was shocked, and asked in a deep voice. "What happened?" "Have no idea." The detective shrank his head and said in disbelief. "I checked the surveillance, the other party had been lying on the bed, and a doctor had diagnosed and treated him before, but suddenly he disappeared strangely, like... It's like teleporting." Speaking of what he saw, the detective himself felt guilty. After all, teleportation is too outrageous. "Oh, I see." But when Phil Coulson heard the words, his expression gradually calmed down. He waved his hand calmly and said, "Go down. Have people strengthen their defenses. At the same time, send people to the vicinity of the storm to check the situation, but everything must be your own safety first." "Yes." The detectives were ordered to leave as if amnestied. And Phil Coulson was silent for a moment, turned his eyes to Natasha Romanoff, and said sincerely, "I need help. Please, Natasha Romanoff." At the same time, where was the wilderness? Buzz buzz. Puff puff. Accompanied by Lauf's death, the big hand that descended from the sky suddenly collapsed, and the endless extreme frost power turned into energy ripples and dissipated. A burst of extremely cold storm suddenly blows in the void, as if it wants to penetrate the whole world. But Lin Fan just waved his hand and swallowed all the cold air around him. The ability of dark fruit is simply not too easy to use. And just swallowing Lauf's attack, Lin Fan felt full of energy and blood, which shows that the quality of Lauf's divine power is also very high. It may not be as powerful as Odin, but it is definitely not to be underestimated. That is, he relied on sheep charms and spiritual psychokinesis to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight alone, he might not be able to kill the opponent so easily with a single move in the face of the long-famous Frost King Lauf. But regardless of the process, the result ended in Lin Fan's victory. And the loser has lost all the right to speak. Hiss. Oh my god! What the hell happened? At the same time, Jane Foster and the others looked at the scene in front of them, and suddenly felt their heads roaring. Nima! See you again! What monsters did they encounter? Jane Foster and the others, who were still in despair, were left with only shock in their hearts. Lauf, who obviously looks so powerful and even invincible. But in front of Lin Fan, they didn't even block a move, and they didn't even understand what happened from the beginning to the end. Lin Fan just stood there indifferently, and then Lauf fell down. That scene had a sense of déjà vu that you would die before I made a move, and it even made them feel absurd. The majestic Lord of Frost, Lauf, is like a joke. From the previous conversation, although they realized that Lin Fan is very powerful, at least he is not immortal like them. But what they never expected was that even Lauf, the King of Frost, was no match for Lin Fan. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fan is already invincible on Earth? But how come they never heard of it before? Could it be that the existence of the mysterious side was deliberately blocked by the government to prevent ordinary people from accessing this level? In an instant, the minds of everyone who survived the catastrophe kept flipping. Even they themselves don't know how they feel. Woo, he killed Lauf. As the Prince of Asgard, Thor's pupils widened at the moment. He felt like he was in a dream. The Frost Titans, whom he considered the confidant of Asgard, and especially the race's ruler, Lauf, had now turned into a cold corpse. And most importantly, it wasn't anyone in Asgard who killed the opponent. On the contrary, the person who shot was just a human being. A human from the earth unexpectedly killed Lauf, the majestic Frost King, and achieved something that even his father, the king, failed to do back then. Although he knew that Lin Fan was powerful, he never imagined that he could instantly kill Lauf so easily. Seeing Lauf being instantly killed with his own eyes, one can imagine the shock in his heart. And judging from the performance just now, Lin Fan's strength is obviously more than that, he can even explode with even more powerful power. After being shocked, Thor couldn't help but become more curious about Lin Fan's strength. Could it be that this is a powerful existence comparable to his father? But how had he never heard of it before? At the moment he looked up at Lin Fan in mid-air, Thor felt his heart shake wildly, and became more and more curious about Lin Fan's identity. At the same time, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping to get Lin Fan's help. Lin Fan is so powerful, it will definitely help him regain his divine power. If he can pass the test of his father, he can return to Asgard and find out what the truth of these things is. What kind of identity does his younger brother Loki and his father play in it? Ding! Thor's trust level has increased, currently, 25%. Ding! Thor trust reaches 20% reward nodes. Ding! I am also happy that the host has received a reward, the planetary warship, the Wanderer receives it. Damn it! Interplanetary battleship. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan was suddenly surprised. He'd been curious about Thor's quest rewards before. Originally based on previous experience, he felt that he should be able to improve his own strength again, such as a certain ability and the like. But he obviously doesn't need these things now, after all, he already has Scion blood. As long as the blood of the Scion is fully activated, it is enough to make him a strong man. So he needs some kind of functional task reward more. At that time, Lin Fan didn't think about what it would be. After all, the system rewards are completely random, but now his thinking is clear in an instant. A level planet warship is definitely something he needs very much. After all, with the current technology on Earth, it is simply not enough for long-term interstellar voyages. Even as smart as Tony, I'm afraid it's hard for a smart woman to cook without rice. But not now. The battleships rewarded by the system are definitely top-notch, and as the mission completion level increases, further upgrade optimization will be carried out on the battle frames in the future. At that time, let alone interstellar voyage, maybe there will be a void jump directly. And with the ability to go deep into the universe and starry sky, Lin Fan can do more things, no longer limited to a small Earth. We must know that compared with the Earth, the world in the depths of the universe is more exciting. There are still several infinite gems in the universe. Except for him, a traveler, only a few people know the location of infinite gems, and Lin Fan doesn't want to give up this advantage easily. Think the reason why he is going to make friends with Thor is not to borrow Bifrost? The level planet battleship rewarded by the system is his second choice. As the saying goes, it is better to ask yourself than to ask others. Bifrost belongs to Asgard after all, and it won't be long before Bifrost may be destroyed by Ragnarok's arrival. Without Bifrost at that time, Lin Fan will not be able to return to Earth at any time. So the arrival of the level planet ships is very timely. Lin Fan has even made up his mind to increase Thor's trust level as soon as possible, trying to optimize the battleship upgrade as another of his winning cards. If only Lin Fan could have the terrifying power of a level universe star destroyer, Lin Fan would be invincible. Let's see who is upset. Let's directly bombard Star Destroyer. Even the entire planet was blown up by him. Thor, I didn't expect you to look like a reckless man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you are also my lucky star. Lin Fan chuckled secretly, and slowly landed on the ground. He waved Lauf's body away. There is nothing inside the space ring, and there is still a large part of space, which is just used to hold Lauf's body. As the King of Frost, this guy must be able to squeeze out a lot of oil and water. Just the divine power in his body is a big gain. With the help of the time still function of the space ring, it is perfect for preserving Lauf's body. Lin Fan no longer has to worry about Lauf's divine power being lost in vain. This method? It's similar to the Queen Mother's technique. Seeing this, Thor was a little surprised again. He didn't expect Lin Fan to know magic tricks. Obviously you are already so good, but you are still an all-rounder, which makes us. How do these partial people live? Mew, your strength is too strong. Thor opened his mouth, and finally just lamented Lin Fan's strength. Because he really didn't know what to say. But Thor's words were unanimously agreed by Jane Foster and others, and they looked at Lin Fan like a god-man. Especially the nympho Daisy, who likes handsome guys, at the moment is reduced to a little girl. I am afraid that as long as Lin Fan hooks his hands, he will enjoy the evening to the extreme. If only Natasha Romanoff could be added. Wouldn't that double the happiness? Hehe, it's just average. It's still a lot worse than your father. Faced with everyone's shock, Lin Fan smiled. He doesn't think he thinks too highly of himself. Not to mention Thor's father Odin, the ancient one magician on Earth alone is not something he can deal with now. There is also the group of old dragons in Kunlun who are greedy for life and afraid of death, their strength is also unfathomable. Definitely Lin Fan now has the confidence to deal with them. Recently, he has sent someone to monitor Iron Fist. As long as the other party contacts Kunlun, he can follow the clues to find Kunlun's location. At that time, whether it is active offense or defense, the choice is in his hands. Ahaha, Mew, you are really, really humble. Hearing Lin Fan claiming to be inferior to his father, Thor's expression was visibly stiff, but he quickly returned to normal. After all, in this world, there are very few people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. It's already cheating for Lin Fan to have this qualification. He is a majestic Thor, let alone his father, he can't even compare to the 627 Yang Fei who was killed by Lin Fan in seconds. At the moment facing the humble Lin Fan, Thor seemed to understand his own shortcomings. Perhaps only Lin Fan's constant humility is the performance a strong person should have. And he was too reckless before. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble for Asgard that even his father the king was disappointed in him. Thank you Yinti, cough cough, thank you Mr. Mew for saving your life. Jane Foster and others looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Originally they wanted to call it Silver Iron Man, but they felt that it was not very respectful. After all, Silver Iron Man always felt like a pirated and shoddy product. So as soon as the words were spoken, they immediately changed their name to Mr. Lin Fan Mew. After all, didn't Lin Fan call himself a single name with the word wood? Although the name is very strange and completely inconsistent with the aesthetics and habits of Westerners, Jane Foster and others did not reject it in any way. On the contrary, they feel that Lin Fan, who calls himself Mew, has a mysterious sense of déjà vu. Just like the mysterious necromancer in myths and legends. It's just a matter of raising your hands. And that laugh is deadly, don't worry about it. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, not showing any cold attitude. Jane Foster is Thor's future girlfriend. And in the face of the thanks of the two beauties, as a gentleman of good conduct, he naturally had to respond politely. Especially looking at Daisy's attitude, she has already regarded him as an idol. By the way, Daisy is also an out-and-out beauty. Although there are some nympho attributes, but for men, this is not a problem at all. Lin Fan likes this kind of daring to love and hate. Hee hee. Jane Foster and others smiled and nodded, only Daisy was very excited. She looked at Lin Fan adoringly and said, Mr. Wood is the strongest. What kind of Frost King? I think it's just a joker. Thor. Hearing what Daisy said, Lin Fan didn't respond yet, and Thor was a little stunned. The ruler of the dignified Frost Titan has become Oda? Isn't he even worse than Joker? Seeing Lin Fan become the focus of the audience, Thor, who was full of hope to recover his divine power, suddenly lowered his head in frustration. People are better than people, so angry with dead man. And even Jane Foster looked at Lin Fan with such admiration. Thor felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Okay, everyone. Lin Fan noticed Thor's strangeness, chuckled secretly, and clapped his hands seriously on the surface. He pointed to the mess around him and said, It's no longer suitable to stay here any longer. I will notify the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. to take over here. Follow me to the temporary camp of S.H.I.E.L.D. As Lin Fan said, he waved his hand and released the black hole, devouring the frosty titan in the distance. These guys are obviously a lot worse than Lauf. He didn't need to have any scruples at all, he just used the dark fruit to devour it, and then slowly refined the energy in his body. Chapter 112. Well, Mr. Mew, you are right. Jane Foster and the others were shocked again, but they were obviously more concerned about the upcoming itinerary. Lin Fan agreed to help them discuss research materials and equipment. I believe that with Lin Fan's strength, he must have a lot of voice in S.H.I.E.L.D, and he will be able to help them get what they want. Mr. Mew, thank you so much. Please sit in the front. Professor Eric looked at Lin Fan in awe. He pulled the car door open and invited Lin Fan to take the co-pilot seat, while he himself was going to drive the car himself. Having experienced the collapse of his worldview, he now respects Lin Fan like a god. Definitely it's not that he likes to be afraid of flattery or something. But Lin Fan's strength is so strong, if he can get in touch with this relationship, it will definitely be beneficial to his future research. Even the Prince of Asgard, Thor, has a lot of respect for Lin Fan. No. Facing Professor Eric's enthusiasm, Fan directly waved his hands and said, I'll just fly there by myself. And with the number of you, there's no room for me. This. After hearing this, Professor Eric realized that there were not enough seats. He was suddenly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Besides him and Jane Foster and Daisy, Thor can't be allowed to walk, can he? Ahem, dare. Professor Eric nodded slightly. And Thor on the side felt that he was a little redundant, and he couldn't help feeling even more lonely in his heart. If he has divine power now, Why is he so embarrassing? How could he not feel Professor Eric's overt and secret disgust? It's just that he had been dismissive before. But now with Lin Fan as a comparison, Thor is annoyed, but he has no reason to express any dissatisfaction at all. You can't be someone else's car, and you have to scold them in your heart, right? He is dignified. Thor disdains that. Then, under the invitation of Jane Foster, Thor sat in the back of the car, without the arrogance of being the Prince of Asgard at all. PSST. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. But soon he regained his composure. Nodding at Professor Eric, he pointed to Dongfeng and said, "Follow me and walk east along this road, and you will reach your destination in about 10 minutes. Okay, Mr. Sleepy." Professor Eric nodded and started the car directly. The group soon set off. But before Lin Fan left, his eyes quietly looked in a certain direction, and a meaningful smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Loki, should you send the destroyer now?" At the same time, it was far away at Wanmai. Loki quietly hid in the dark, spying on everything that happened 10,000 meters away. His face suddenly became gloomy. Damn BD! How could he be so strong? He couldn't believe what he saw. Obviously he has passed the transaction and dispatched all the elites of Frost Titan. As a result, even the Frost King Lauf was easily beheaded by Lin Fan. His calculations were completely in vain before they even started. Now not only Thor is not dead, but even Lin Fan is alive and well, but he was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. That's the Frost King? He's a complete waste. Loki cursed secretly, and quietly activated Bifrost's calendar area. In an instant he was back where Asgard was. Regarding Lauf's death, even though he knew that the other party was probably his father, he didn't feel any sadness in his heart. On the contrary, he also borrowed Lin Fan's help to help him and even Asgard get rid of the enemy. Although the plan did not develop according to his expectations. But Loki quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the treasury of Asgard's royal palace, there is still a more powerful weapon of war hidden, which even made the unbounded peoples frightened at the beginning. Originally, he planned to wait for Lauf to kill Thor and Lin Fan, and then send the destroyer to reap the benefits. But sending the destroyer now has the same result. The destroyer is a war weapon that kills countless creatures and destroys many races. Even his father, Odin, thinks it is too powerful. So after leading Asgard to unify the 9 realms, the destroyer was shelved. And now Loki is about to bring the destroyer back to life. Not long after, Loki came to the palace treasury and cast some kind of spell to open the seal. There are many treasures and some precious materials stored in the treasure house. There are even clones of the Infinity Gauntlet among them. But Loki's purpose was very clear. He went straight to stand in front of a tall armor. His eyes were directly attracted by the hideous appearance of the armor. "Destroyer, for the future of Asgard, it's your turn," Loki said in a deep voice, directly activating the ban on the destroyer. Suddenly, the destroyer suddenly opened his red eyes. The eyes rolled like magma, exuding blazing high temperature and terrifying evil spirit, and majestic energy circulated endlessly in his body. Tread. The destroyer stepped forward, and the entire ground shook wildly. Good. Great. Seeing this, Loki immediately made up his mind. He immediately left the treasure house with the destroyer and returned to where Bifrost was. Heimdall, who was supposed to guard Bifrost, stood aside. It's just that at the moment, his whole body was frozen by ice and snow, and even his soul and consciousness seemed unable to function, and there was no way to stop Loki's actions at all. At least in Loki's opinion, he has completely controlled the entire Asgard. Go. Kill everyone you see. Loki activates Bifrost again, ready to teleport the destroyer to Earth. And at the moment when Bifrost quietly activated the teleportation array. Take this. Seeing that the destroyer was about to be teleported away, Loki suddenly took out an ice blue treasure box. and sent it to the destroyer through the air with his backhand. And at the next moment, a colorful beam of light rose up. The burly and hideous figure of the destroyer disappeared instantly. Ha ha ha! Loki looked down at the distant stars and laughed proudly. My dear big brother, and that damned human, you must like this great gift from me. After some self-satisfaction, he turned and left Bifrost directly. Loki is going to the palace to wait for the good news. But Loki didn't notice that not long after he left, 4 figures sneaked into Bifrost. After some fiddling, the 4 accidentally activated Bifrost. Then the 4 of them disappeared quietly. On the other hand, Heimdall, who was frozen at the side, flickered his dull eyes, and then turned into a dazed look without intuition again. Wormjalnir is, the makeshift camp. When Lin Fan came back here, it was obvious that the atmosphere became tense, and all the guards looked very serious. After a moment of pondering, Lin Fan understood what happened. Obviously, it was because of the previous vision of heaven and earth that made this group of people panic. And Phil Coulson is sure to order heightened security. If Lin Fan hadn't been set as a security officer long ago, and Phil Coulson had given special orders, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring so many outsiders in. But even so, Thor and others were checked. Thor definitely resents being viewed as suspicious. But out of awe of Lin Fan, Thor had no choice but to accept it in the end, but his face was very dissatisfied. That is to say, Jane Foster and others cooperated obediently, without any intention of resisting. After seeing Lin Fan's strength, they already regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. as a powerful secret organization. So when facing S.H.I.E.L.D., they dare not have any dissatisfaction anymore. Otherwise, I'm afraid they don't know how they died. Hey, Mr. Yin Taixia, you are back. As soon as Lin Fan and others entered the camp, Phil Coulson, who received the news in advance, ran over quickly. Accompanying him was the slender Natasha Romanoff. The two glanced at Thor and the others, and were immediately attracted by Thor in the crowd. Could this be? Phil Coulson looked at Lin Fan in amazement and asked in disbelief. That's him. Lin Fan nodded and introduced the two parties. Phil Coulson, the leader with the most power here, he is the one who strengthens your research materials and equipment. If you have anything to do, just go to him. Phil Coulson. Hearing Lin Fan's introduction, Phil Coulson became numb immediately. By the way, do you have someone to introduce you? It's fine to say that I'm the boss here, although it's not a good thing to say, but it's barely real time anyway. But let others come to trouble me, are you sure it's serious? PSST. Natasha Romanoff on the side couldn't help laughing. She walked slowly to stand beside Lin Fan, glanced at Jane Foster and Daisy with her beautiful eyes, and quietly embraced Lin Fan's arm. Seeing this, the two women in the crowd reacted differently. Jane Foster was simply surprised. She didn't expect to be as strong as Lin Fan, and her girlfriend was so beautiful and temperamental, even she was not as good as him. But amazing is amazing, she didn't feel ashamed. After all, she and Natasha Romanoff belonged to two different types. But Jane Foster didn't feel anything, but Daisy felt a little lonely in her heart. So Mr. Mew already has a girlfriend. Daisy's eyes suddenly lost their luster. Lin Fan, who was making an introduction for everyone, heard a hum. He definitely knows why Natasha Romanoff behaves the way she does. With a little pride in his heart, he held Natasha Romanoff's catkin with his backhand, and the other's hand seemed weak and boneless. Quietly scratching Natasha Romanoff's palm, Lin Fan pointed to Jane Foster and others and said, "These are Professor Eric and his two students, Jane Foster and Daisy." As for this. While speaking, Lin Fan looked at Thor. He chuckled and said, "Then let him make an introduction himself. After all, it's the meeting of the century." "Thank you, Mr. Mew." Thor heard this, and immediately cast a grateful look. He knew that Lin Fan was building momentum for him. After so many things, he can be regarded as a little grown up, knowing that sometimes he has to use his brain to think. So he can more or less sense Lin Fan at the moment's overtures. Taking a step forward, Thor said solemnly. "Hi Phil Coulson, I'm Thor, the great prince of Asgard." "No, you are the second prince, and the eldest is Hai." Hearing what Thor said, Lin Fan complained silently in his heart. He does know that Thor has a sister. He could just increase Thor's trust by exposing this, given the chance. But think. To maximize his trust, he still had to reveal his identity as a traverser. After all, the requirement of the task is to let him expose himself. Although by predicting the future, the trust level can also be improved at present, but the system obviously will not allow this loophole to be used until 100% trust level. Thor? It really is him. Not to mention Lin Fan's thoughts, but Phil Coulson at the moment's heart was shaking wildly. This is also his first contact with aliens. And the background of the other party is not small. Thor, the great prince of Asgard, wields the powerful artifact Mjolnir. Regardless of identity or strength, it is very terrifying. If he can't handle it well, the consequences will not only cause diplomatic problems, but also may cause conflicts between the two races. At the same time, Phil Coulson finally understood that Lin Fan was actually looking for Thor. I just don't know what Lin Fan did during this period. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things. Hello Mr. Thor. Phil Coulson suppressed the shock in his heart, showed his signature smile, and stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you and welcome to Earth. Well, you're welcome. Thor smiled and shook Phil Coulson's hand. The first time the two met, after Lin Fan's interference, they seemed very harmonious and friendly. Okay, you two. Let's end the greetings here. Lin Fan waved his hands with a smile, grinned and said. I know you all have your own goals, let's sit down and talk directly. I think cooperation is definitely more appropriate than testing each other. Ha. Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly, he didn't expect Lin Fan to play cards out of routine. S.H.I.E.L.D. really likes to decide before acting. But before he started to test, Lin Fan went straight to the showdown and let all his plans go to waste. But he really couldn't say anything about this situation. And that's not a bad thing either. By spreading out all the problems directly, he can also get information as soon as possible, so that he can have a clearer judgment on the current situation. Mr. Yin Taixia is right, everyone, please follow me. Phil Coulson immediately invited everyone to the office. Thor certainly wouldn't refuse. He's still counting on getting his Mjolnir back from S.H.I.E.L.D. Jane Foster and the others were even more impatient. I believe that with the help of Lin Fan, they got back their research materials and equipment, and it seems that there should be no major problems. Mr. Mew is indeed of extraordinary status. Jane Foster and the others secretly sighed. A group of people followed Phil Coulson and walked straight to the office, but Lin Fan and Natasha Romanoff were left behind. Humph! Scumbag! Someone is not, how, worthy of being a pirated version of Iron Man. Natasha Romanoff let out a coquettish snort, and her bib was full. Ahem! Lin Fan heard the words and almost choked to death by himself. Natasha Romanoff's mouth is too poisonous, right? In one sentence, he not only called him a scumbag, but even laughed at his pirated title of Silver Iron Man. The key fact is that he has no way to refute Natasha Romanoff. What are you thinking? In desperation, Lin Fan had no choice but to pretend to be confused. He put his arms around Natasha Romanoff's slender waist, and said with a puzzled look. Don't you guys want to see Thor? I brought him in front of you personally, and I just had a fight with a few powerful aliens, not to mention how hard it was. Hey, but it's fine if someone doesn't thank me, but he's still sarcastic. While speaking, Lin Fan made a sad look. But there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Aliens! Could it be? Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened upon hearing this. She thought of the tornado storm just now, which suddenly appeared and disappeared, and they didn't even detect the violent energy fluctuations. According to the speed of those people, they should have arrived at the scene of the incident by now. But she didn't expect that it was caused by Lin Fan. And the people who fought Lin Fan turned out to be a few powerful aliens. What can be called strong by Lin Fan is definitely not too weak. She was immediately aroused curiosity. But seeing Lin Fan's half-smile expression, she choked up when she was about to ask, and a flash of anger and shame flashed in her beautiful eyes. This hateful BD deliberately used these things to arouse her curiosity. She is well aware that getting answers comes at a price. And as for what the price is... Humph! BD! Natasha Romanoff pinched Lin Fan's soft waist hard. But what made her feel helpless was... Lin Fan's body is as hard as steel, even after she has been strengthened by the super soldier serum, she can't make Lin Fan feel the pain. No wonder this BD is so powerful in fighting, he must be secretly taking drugs. Natasha Romanoff secretly thought of Nong in her heart. Chapter 113. First of all, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D, once again welcome Mr. Thor to Earth. In the office, Phil Coulson showed a gentle smile. He personally poured tea for everyone. Looking at Thor, who doesn't regard himself as an outsider at all, not only does he not have any dissatisfaction, but he is very happy that the other party has such an attitude. The more careless Thor behaves, the more it means that he is a man without scheming. And as an agent, he likes dealing with this kind of people the most. Mr. Phil Coulson, you are welcome. Thor waved his hand dismissively. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The bitter taste made him frown. How could this thing be as happy as drinking? But right now, in order to get Mjolnir, he can only bear the pain and take another big sip. Then he almost vomited out in pain. Drinking tea or something, I hate it the most. PSST. Seeing this, Jane Foster couldn't help laughing. This Thor really doesn't look like a prince. If you didn't know it in advance, I'm afraid anyone who sees Thor's funny appearance will think that this guy is a joke, right? But thinking of Thor's identity, none of the people present felt abrupt. This is the influence brought by extraordinary status. Ahem. Hearing Jane Foster's laughter, Thor was suddenly a little embarrassed. He turned his head and explained solemnly. Well, in Asgard, we never drink this stuff, we all drink in big glasses, and the extra large ones. Well, you're right. Jane Foster suppressed a smile and nodded slightly. She felt shy and happy at the same time. Thor didn't explain to anyone, but he just explained to her specifically. Doesn't this mean that the other party cares about her thoughts? Originally, she had a good impression of Thor, but at the moment her mood became a little inexplicably throbbing. Hee, this is the protagonist. Seeing this, Lin Fan, who has been watching the theater all the time, chuckled secretly. The protagonist's aura is really not covered. Obviously there is a more outstanding and handsome man like him, but Jane Foster still likes Thor, and I can only say that everything is the best arrangement. Definitely Lin Fan doesn't care about these, after all, he is not meeting a playboy who loves each other. I really thought everyone was a bum like Tony. Tony, are you polite? Mr. Thor is here from Mjolnir, right? At the moment, Phil Coulson asked again. He pointed straight to Mjolnir. Since there's nothing S.H.I.E.L.D can do about it, it's better to give him a favor, and this is also an order given to him by the director. No matter what price you pay, do your best to win over Thor. At the same time, more information about the 9 realms came out. Yes, that's my hammer. Thor heard the words, immediately nodded without any hesitation. Because of some things, my hammer and I came to the earth, and I didn't expect it to be taken away by you. I hope you can return Mjolnir to me. That's not what you can do. Speaking of Mjolnir, Thor's tone is very rude. He at the moment once again showed the proud side of the Protoss. Definitely except for Lin Fan, no one thinks there is a problem with Thor's attitude, after all who makes him the Prince of Asgard. And even Lin Fan feels that Thor must have this kind of arrogance. To be a prince is to look like a prince. But when wisdom is needed, if Thor is not as reckless as before, then he is truly qualified to be the new king of Asgard. Ahaha, Mr. Thor is joking, we are just keeping it for you. Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly, but his embarrassment was resolved with a few words. And he flattered Thor subtly. As for Thor wanting to take Mjolnir, he didn't have any idea to stop him, but he thought of what Lin Fan said before. It seems that the prince in front of him has been exiled to the earth by his father. The opponent can't even beat a few ordinary people. Then, with Thor's reduced mortal body, can he still hold Mjolnir, which is as heavy as a star? Maybe this is where S.H.I.E.L.D. befriends Thor. Silently pondering, Phil Coulson looked at Thor with a sincere face on the surface. He nodded indifferently and said, "At the moment Mjolnir is in the base, if Mr. Thor wants to take it away, I can take you there anytime personally." "Good. That would be great." Thor was overjoyed, and even couldn't wait to say, "Then let's go now." "Definitely can." Phil Coulson nodded and got up together immediately. He didn't lie to Thor either, and immediately prepared to take Thor to where Mjolnir was. But just after the group walked out of the office, Phil Coulson suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the three of Eric and apologized. "Professor Eric, A&D. Miss Jane Foster, Miss Daisy. The subordinates confiscated your research materials and equipment before, and here I would like to say sorry for them. 1. And your research has really helped us a lot. I have asked people to rearrange your things. If you want to take them away, you just need to tell me. But I have a better suggestion." While speaking, Phil Coulson slowly stretched out his hand, looked directly at Professor Eric and said, "Your research is groundbreaking. It just so happens that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also very interested in the space field. I hope we can have opportunities for in-depth cooperation in the future." "Ah, cooperation?" Eric was a little dazed when he heard this. This surprise came too suddenly. "You must know that it is S.H.I.E.L.D. They have never heard of it before, and their power is even greater than that of the police station. They wanted to call the police before, but no one accepted it. This also shows the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment Phil Coulson invited him to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Professor Eric suddenly felt pleasantly surprised, and his heart became uncontrollably excited. "Yes, definitely yes." Professor Eric nodded hurriedly. If he can get the help of S.H.I.E.L.D., his research will definitely go further, and maybe he can really research some results. For example, a space movement ability similar to Bifrost. "Haha, I hope we have a happy cooperation." Phil Coulson smiled and shook hands with Professor Eric. Being able to recruit Professor Eric, who also studies the field of space, is also of great help to SHIELD. Because as far as he knows, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a research project in this area. It's just that he can't know the specific situation with his authority. The initiative to recruit Professor Eric this time is also an order from their director, and Phil Coulson must definitely implement it with due diligence. Soon, the group came straight to where Mjolnir was. Everyone stood on the steel frame and looked down. Inside the crater, Mjolnir stood quietly, with some strange figures that looked like human beings beside him. Thor and others didn't know why, and didn't delve into the origin of these human-shaped pits. But Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Fan subconsciously. No one knows the origin of the pit better than them. It was Lin Fan who dragged Loki, another prince of Asgard, and smashed it out on the ground. Even thinking about it, they still feel chills behind their backs. Don't look at Lin Fan's usual smile, but it's really unreasonable to move his hands. I don't know how that guy Loki survived. The other party froze as if nothing had happened, quietly disappearing into the medical room. Mr. Thor, this. Phil Coulson looked at Thor, ready to brush his presence again. But Thor ran off the steel frame on his own. He jumped straight down to the crater, and quickly came to stand in front of Mjolnir, with a very excited expression on his face. Mjolnir, I finally see you again. Thor said affectionately. He slowly reached out and took hold of Mjolnir's hammer handle, intending to pick it up as usual. Not far away, Phil Coulson and others are also waiting with bated breath. But time passed by every minute and every second, and when everyone was puzzled, Thor suddenly yelled in disbelief. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could I? How could? Thor's face suddenly became very ugly. Although he knew that he had lost his divine power, he didn't expect that he couldn't even pick up Mjolnir. You must know that Mjolnir was in his hands like a finger in the past. He never felt like picking up Mjolnir was a problem. But now Mjolnir is as heavy as a star, no matter what he does, he can't move Mjolnir. Could it be, is this also the test of my father? But now I'm just a waste. Thor drooped, his body slumped, a little frustrated in his heart. This sense of powerlessness made him very aggrieved. He used to be the majestic Thor, even he dared to shoot into Jotunheim, but now he can't even beat a few mortals. The huge gap between front and back constantly destroyed his arrogance and self-confidence. But suddenly Thor thought of the mighty Lin Fan. Mr. Mew. Yes. And Mr. Mew. Thor always grasped at the last straw, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He quickly turned around and looked at Lin Fan, begging. Mr. Mew, you can predict the future. You must know how to get me to pick up Mjolnir. Please help me, Mr. Mew. Mr. Wood? Predict the future. Hearing Thor call Lin Fan Mr. Wood again, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff had mixed reactions. The former's eyes flashed, thinking that he had obtained new information. Does Lin Fan have a word Wood in his name? But Natasha Romanoff didn't think so. She guessed the whole story in an instant, and guessed that Mr. Mew's name and the ability to predict the future were all made up by Lin Fan. Because she knows that Lin Fan's full name is Lin Fan, and ability is Huaxia's divination. But divination seems to be not much different from predicting the future, right? Wait, something seems wrong. Suddenly Natasha Romanoff frowned, realizing that the problem was not simple. Look at how deceitful Lin Fan is. Then the other party told her about divination and reading, and said that she had a bloody disaster, so he must be lying, right? Humph! You were lying to me before, weren't you? With a cold snort to himself, Natasha Romanoff stared at Lin Fan, opened and closed his mouth silently and asked. Guess. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth raised slightly, non-committal. A hole. Natasha Romanoff was suddenly out of breath, and even wanted to break free from Lin Fan's big hand. But Lin Fan naturally won't let Natasha Romanoff get what she wants. Firmly holding Natasha Romanoff's catkin, Lin Fan looked at Thor indifferently, shook his head and said. As long as you pass the test, naturally. You will regain your divine power. This requires your own efforts, even I can't help you. But Mr. Mew, you are obviously so strong. Seeing that Lin Fan couldn't help him, Thor still didn't give up. Because now Lin Fan is his last hope. If even Lin Fan can't help him, he simply can't imagine when he will be able to pass the test. Facing the test of his father, he didn't even have a direction to work hard. This has nothing to do with strength. Lin Fan shook his head indifferently, but still gave pointers. Thor, if you want to pass your father's test, you must first understand who you are. As the new king of Asgard in the future, you need to have strong strength to resist the enemy, a heart of benevolence to protect the people, and a wise mind to deal with various problems. When you possess these qualities, you are qualified to inherit the throne. And these are exactly what your father wants you to understand. In fact, Lin Fan estimated that if he used the ability of the dark fruit, he should be able to help Thor break the seal forcibly. But considering the purpose of that old guy Odin, he still didn't make a move in the end. Thor really needs to sharpen his character. Otherwise, even if he is recruited into the Defenders Alliance in the future, with Thor's self-righteous personality, he might be a master who doesn't listen to the tune. What he wants to recruit are subordinates, not uncles who come to enjoy life, okay? So Lin Fan decided to push the flames according to Odin's plan. Strength? Benevolence? Wisdom? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Thor, who was originally downcast, was thoughtful. This was the second time he had heard the same words. When he was exiled before, his father Odin also said similar things, but he didn't pay attention to them at the time. At that time, he only thought that if he made a mistake, his father would withdraw his decision to exile him. But unfortunately, things backfired. But what's the use of knowing this? What should I do? Thor stood there lost in thought, brain cells burning wildly. And Phil Coulson and others have mixed reactions. So this is the purpose of God King Odin exiling Thor? But how could he know so much? Could it be that he can really predict the future? Phil Coulson quietly looked at Lin Fan, wondering and uncertain. He felt that Lin Fan had become more mysterious. He really wanted to find out who Lin Fan was if he could, but he knew he couldn't. He would not be able to bear the consequences of prying into a strong man's secret rashly. But in his heart, he paid more attention to the existence of Lin Fan. In addition to Thor from Asgard, this Silver Iron Man with a mysterious identity is also a big shot who needs to befriend. Ding! Thor's trust level has increased, currently, 38%. In Lin Fan's ear, a system notification sounded quietly. Get the reward soon. Hearing the sound, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, good people are rewarded with good rewards, won't they be able to get new rewards right away? I just don't know what will happen after the upgrade of the interplanetary battleship. In order to get the 40% phased reward as soon as possible, Lin Fan's thoughts turned quickly, trying to find something that could be exposed. But before he thought about it, the accident happened suddenly. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. Just like in the wilderness not long ago, a raging wind suddenly surged between the sky and the earth, and the bright sky became even more dim. I saw above that sky, a huge amounts of tornado storm hanging upside down. An extremely depressing breath emanated from the storm. At the same time that the storm was condensed, a beam of bright-colored light landed and passed straight through the storm. As the colorful light slowly dissipated, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the storm. At the moment the storm hovered over the temporary camp. The moment that black shadow appeared, an even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped the audience, causing endless fear in everyone's hearts. Bifrost? Is that black shadow Loki again? Thor looked up at the sky, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He thought Loki was behind the scenes again. Phil Coulson and others on the side all looked solemn, realizing that a new crisis was coming. Jane Foster even remembered the previous experience. That feeling of powerlessness as if even the soul is frozen, there is no choice but to wait for death. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, hoping to get a sense of security. Phil Coulson, evacuate people. Facing everyone's eyes, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a good opportunity to increase trust? After waiting for so long, Loki has made another move. He said in a low voice to Phil Coulson. The enemy is coming. A terrible enemy. Chapter 114. Enemy? And a powerful enemy? Who could it be? Hearing what Lin Fan said, Phil Coulson's heart sank immediately. He knew very well that Lin Fan was very strong. To be able to know so many secrets, to be favored by Natasha Romanoff, and to behead the first batch of descendants before, is enough to see that Lin Fan is definitely extraordinary. In addition, he and Natasha Romanoff saw with their own eyes that Lin Fan rubbed Loki on the ground. You know Loki is the Prince of Asgard. Didn't look at them and didn't even know how the other party escaped. Therefore, what Lin Fan can call a powerful enemy is definitely a very dangerous existence. Facing such an enemy, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. may have limited ability. I will evacuate the crowd immediately, and I will trouble you, Mr. Yin Taixia, for the next thing. Phil Coulson nodded in agreement without any hesitation, and immediately turned around quickly and left. The only thing he can do now is to choose to trust Lin Fan. Natasha Romanoff. Lin Fan turned to look at Natasha Romanoff, and said in a deep voice. You take Professor Eric and the others to evacuate here. The enemy's strength is very strong. In order to avoid any accidents, you also follow the S.H.I.E.L.D. people to leave first. Good. Be careful yourself. Natasha Romanoff nodded heavily. A word of concern to Lin Fan, she followed Phil Coulson and left, taking Professor Eric and others with her. Before leaving, Jane Foster looked at Thor and shouted. Thor, leave with us. No, Jane. Thor shook his head directly, staring fixedly at the sky. The huge figure of at the moment slowly appeared. Hiss. It turned out to be the destroyer. Seeing the black shadow clearly, Thor suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe what he saw. As the Prince of Asgard, no one knows better than him the power of the destroyer, which is a weapon of war that even his father thinks is too powerful. This also caused the destroyer to be placed in the high cabinet of his father after the unification of the 9 realms. But now the destroyer has appeared on Earth. Even right in front of him. This inevitably reminded him of what Lauf said before, that his good brother Loki was doing something, and was even going to kill him as a contender for the throne. At that time, he still felt that the other party was sowing discord, but now he felt that it might be true. Even if he doesn't believe it anymore, the appearance of the destroyer is a fact. He didn't want the destroyer to come and take him home. Jane, you go first. I am a warrior of Asgard, and I will never choose to back down in battle. Thor said in a deep voice, his attitude seemed uncompromising. This danger was caused because of him. Whether it is as a soldier, or to prevent innocent people from dying because of him, or to find out the truth, he must not back down in the slightest. Even though he knew that he was immortal now, he didn't have any fear in his heart. Asgard people, even if they die, they will die on the battlefield. Thor. Jane Foster's eyes turned red, and she wanted to say something more. But Daisy on the side kept pulling her. Knowing that she couldn't waste any more time, she could only take a deep look at Thor, and shouted. You must come back safely. I will wait for you. While speaking, Jane Foster was directly pulled away. But it could also be shyness. In short, after a short time, only Lin Fan and Thor were left on the field, and they looked up at the destroyer in the sky side by side. And almost at the same time, the destroyer also locked on them instantly. Boom boom boom. The destroyer's eyes burst out with red light, and a wave of terrifying energy surged. His huge figure descended from the sky as if teleported. In the blink of an eye, the destroyer arrived at the temporary camp and released laser rays towards Thor without hesitation. Tsitsizi. Whoosh. Terrifying energy rays shot out from his eyes, like a condensed beam of light. The steel frames around Lin Fan and Thor were instantly melted by high temperature. The temporary camp set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. was crumbling in an instant, causing a riot in the camp. The group of people who were evacuating looked at the destroyer in the sky in horror. This guy's destructive power is simply terrifying. No wonder their leader, Phil Coulson, ordered a quick retreat the first time the vision appeared. Can we not retreat? Although they are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, the agents are just ordinary people. As if they were all Captain America guys. At the moment, there is no need to wait for Phil Coulson to emphasize again, everyone wishes they could have 2 more legs and stay away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Creak. Crack. With the attack of the destroyer, where Lin Fan and Thor were, the tall steel frame made a harsh friction sound. Obviously, if the destroyer is allowed to attack again, this place will collapse immediately. This place is going to collapse. Let's go. Lin Fan remained calm and pulled Thor directly to leave. He knew very well that the destroyer was targeting them. So as long as they leave here, the destroyer will no longer attack the camp, and Natasha Romanoff and others can safely evacuate here. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. A group of well-trained agents immediately protected the researchers and quickly evacuated. And Natasha Romanoff also followed among the crowd. She turned her head to look at Lin Fan, who had risen into the sky. A trace of worry flashed in her phoenix eyes, but she didn't intend to stay to help. Because she is very aware of her strength, it is the wisest choice not to trouble Lin Fan. Machine, you must be safe. Natasha Romanoff prayed in her heart. At the same time, Thor, can you do it yourself? I'll help draw the destroyer's fire. Lin Fan took Thor to a kilometer away in an instant. And the destroyer followed closely. He glanced at Thor beside him, and said in a deep voice. Actually, your divine power hasn't disappeared, it's just been sealed. As long as you can pass your father's test, the seal will naturally be lifted. One last point, no more to say. He charged straight at the destroyer. Waiting for so long, isn't it just to get the wreckage of the destroyer? Now is the time for him to act. And in order for Thor to owe favors, he is planning to plan a big show, allowing Thor to reawaken his thunder and lightning power in times of crisis. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. The destroyer has no emotion at all, and directly releases terrorist attacks. Bunches of laser rays whizzed towards Lin Fan crazily. It really is worthy of being a destroyer. Lin Fan tensed up, secretly lamenting the strength of the destroyer. But this is the result he wants to see. The stronger the destroyer's fighting power, the more extraordinary its material is, and the more likely its energy source is provided by divine power. The destroyer is more powerful than the Frost King, and the benefits of devouring it are self-evident. And its materials can be used to create new weapons. Although he hasn't defeated the destroyer yet, Lin Fan has already thought clearly about how to split and utilize the destroyer to the greatest extent. Destroyer, he's set. God King Odin can't stop him even when he comes. Buzz buzz. Puff puff. Seeing the attack of the destroyer approaching, Lin Fan's expression remained indifferent, and he directly and quietly activated the ability of the dark fruit. The endless black aura suddenly turned into a black hole, swallowing all those who attacked him. And Lin Fan continued to charge towards the destroyer. Because psychokinesis is ineffective against the destroyer, at the moment Lin Fan can only fight in melee. Fortunately, he still has the ability of dark fruit to attack and defend. Otherwise, facing these soulless dead things, he was really restrained to death. Definitely Lin Fan is not incapable of dealing with the destroyer. Like the necklace he wears around his neck. Since obtaining the remains of the keel and resurrecting it, Lin Fan has not allowed it to truly show its full strength, that is, it only saved Hulk once before. With the powerful strength of the keel remains, it must definitely be able to compete 50-50 with the destroyer. After all, the remains of the keel are claimed to be immortal. As long as the energy in the body is not exhausted, the dragon bone remains can be resurrected at any time. At most, the strength will become weaker with the reduction of energy. Bang bang bang! In a whirl of thought, Lin Fan had already come forward, slapping the destroyer with a palm. All the attacks devoured by the dark fruit were released as palm power. The black laser rays condensed into a ball of light, and along with Lin Fan's big hand, it slammed into the dark black metal body of the destroyer. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions sounded one after another, void energy flooded, and layers of invisible ripples continued up and down. The huge figure of the destroyer flew straight out backwards. But after a short time, the destroyer stabilized his figure again, leaving no trace of the attacked position on his body. It was as if Lin Fan's previous attack was completely indistinguishable from tickling it. It's over. With Mr. Mew's strength, he can't deal with the destroyer. What should we do? Thor below saw this, and his face became even more difficult to look. In his heart he wished he could beat Loki into a pig's head. In order to compete with him for the throne, the opponent first lied to him that his father was dead, and later cooperated with Frost Titan Louth. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Lao long ago. And now Loki has sent the destroyer. Thor couldn't believe why his brother, who was once close to him, became like this. Is it possible that for the sake of the so-called throne, you can ignore brotherhood? And his father who pretended to be seriously injured. Seeing Loki act recklessly, even colluding with foreign enemies, why didn't his father stop him? Could it be that Loki was allowed to run amok just to test him? What about those innocent people who were affected? Looking at Lin Fan who was fighting the destroyer again, and the temporary camp that was in chaos in the distance, the anger in Thor's heart burned uncontrollably. Loki! UBD! And father, what the hell are you thinking? Thor questioned himself angrily. At the moment he hated himself for being incompetent. If it wasn't for his reckless behavior at the beginning, it wouldn't have caused so much trouble. And now because he is powerless, he can only sit and wait for death. That is, he was lucky enough to meet Lin Fan to help him. Asking for flowers. Without Lin Fan, he couldn't imagine how many people would be implicated because of him. Power. I need power. Thor's fists were clenched, his eyes full of desire for power. He never wanted to regain his divine power. Especially in this powerless despair, he seems to have realized what Lin Fan said. Power is used to kill the enemy and protect the people. In addition to having power, one also needs to see the hidden truth clearly in wisdom. But he never realized this before. If he'd had a level head, maybe he'd been able to spot the loopholes in Loki's words from the start. If he had great strength, at the moment wouldn't be so passive. If he is a qualified successor, his father will not exile him to the earth. Unfortunately, there is no if. But fortunately, all this has not yet caused an irreparable tragedy. Father! I seem to understand. My identity, my responsibility, and my strength will fight for protection. Thor murmured, and the image of Jane Foster emerged in his mind. Definitely also has his mother and Queen and other relatives and friends. Including Lin Fan and Professor Eric. Anyone who has a relationship with him, as long as he has the ability, will spare no effort to help them. A qualified king will never be stingy with his strength. Power, please respond to me. Thor roared angrily, and rushed towards the battlefield. And his body also suddenly glowed with thunder. From the beginning, it turned into a thunder beam and shot up into the sky. The sky, which was originally bright, suddenly became dim. Dark clouds covered a radius of 1 kilometer. The rolling thunder thundered loudly, complementing Thor below, and the power of thunder and lightning ravaged the entire world. Roar! The divine power returned, and Thor suddenly roared excitedly. Mjolnir in the distance suddenly bursts out. Boom! Thor held Mjolnir with his backhand, and the clothes on his body burst directly, and his divine power condensed into a suit of aggressive battle armor and a red cloak. Then his figure flashed, and he came to Lin Fan in an instant. Boom boom boom! Thor slammed the hammer down on the destroyer. The raging thunder exploded, directly covering the destroyer's whole body with electric light, and the aftermath of the explosion directly overturned him. Seeing this, Lin Fan paused in his attack. He turned to Thor with a smile and said, "Oh, not bad. Thor, have you regained your divine power?" "Hey hey hey." Thor smiled unwillingly, but he was very proud in his heart. He is very happy to be recognized by Lin Fan. After all, having seen Lin Fan's strength, he knew very well that the other party was comparable to his father. Even if he was worse, it was definitely not much worse. And he was able to regain his divine power. Lin Fan's contribution is definitely the greatest. "Thank you, Mr. Wood." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Thor said solemnly, "Thanks to your teaching, Mr. Mew, I can know that this is my father's test, and I can understand who I am and the responsibility I shoulder." Ding! Thor's trust level has increased, currently, 45%. Ding! Thor's trust level reaches 40% stage reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Planetary Battleship Vagabond Grouping Module. Spiritual Cabin. The cold system prompts sounded one after another. Grouping Module? Spirit House? Isn't this the training house in Dragon Ball? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect the task reward to be this. Although it is nominally to open the grouping module of the battleship, the so-called spiritual cabin is basically the place where Monkey King used to train in Dragon Ball. The interior of the spiritual hut is a space of its own, a bit like a paradise. But the spirit cabin is not the place to enjoy it. In the spiritual hut, the flow of time is countless times faster than outside. While the gravity can be increased at will, it also needs to endure mental torture and oppression. The tempering of a person can be called hell level. Even if it is as strong as Monkey King, it can only stay for a few days at the beginning. Definitely this few days refers to the time in reality. A few days have passed in reality, but several months have passed in the spiritual hut, and the torture he has to endure is unimaginable. With this thing, wouldn't I be able to become stronger quickly? Lin Fan's eyes burst out with excitement. He might have great potential now, but he couldn't find a convenient and quick way to maximize the development of Scion blood. After all, the enemies on Earth are very weak, and he can't defeat the strong ones. So much so that he can only use the dark fruit to cultivate slowly. But now that he has a spiritual hut, he can practice crazily in it, constantly developing and even squeezing the potential of Scion blood. Maybe one day in the future, he can really master the ability to transform into a Super Scion. At that time, Thanos will not be a concern at all. I love this reward. With a chuckle to himself, Lin Fan superficially looked at Thor and said, "You're welcome, Thor. Put aside the polite words, let's deal with the destroyer first." Work.